Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and received the divine level spirit pet, Pikachu. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and obtained the divine pet, Titan Giant Ape. It possesses a divine bloodline, the blood of a dragon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in and acquired 10 years of spiritual cultivation. Welcome to the era of spirit pet training, 5,000 years into the future. What should one do when faced with utter poverty? Fear not, for the divine level multi-universe check-in system will elevate you. Simply check in, and you shall receive everything. An invincible check-in flow, vanquishing all who dare to deceive me. Chapter 1. The divine level multi-universe check-in system, a secretive deterrent. Ding. Host detected, binding the divine level multi-universe check-in system. In a daze, Yeong heard a cold mechanical voice. System binding successful. Host, Yeong. Identity, student. Strength, level 2 warrior. Ding. Check-in task issued. Please proceed to the practice field of Starlight High School in Hwayong City to complete your initial check-in for 10 minutes, and you'll receive a newcomer gift package. What the hell? Suddenly, Yeong sprang up from the ground. He gazed around in bewilderment and astonishment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Dilapidated buildings, shabby furniture, an abject state of poverty. In a word, destitute. Where's this place? How did I end up here? Am I dreaming? A cascade of questions flooded Yi Yang's mind, leaving him entirely perplexed about the current situation. Buzz! At that moment, a surge of unfamiliar memories invaded Yi Yang's brain, forcefully merging within him. After a prolonged interval, it finally subsided. He swiftly digested the strange memories, revealing an expression of profound shock on his face. I have traversed through time, to the Earth 5,000 years hence, in the era of spirit pets and the resurgence of spiritual energy. Yeong expressed disbelief. He had never fathomed that such a bizarre phenomenon would occur to him. According to the memories, Yeong now resided on Earth 5 millennia into the future. The resurgence of spiritual energy heralds an age where humanity trains and battles with spirit pets to level up. In simpler terms, he has soul transcended into a future world. In this realm, technology is not the sole focal point. Cultivating martial arts and spiritual energy, as well as nurturing spirit pets, is the true path. Thus, a new profession emerged, revered by millions and aspired to by countless individuals. The Battle Spirit Master. As the name suggests, it is a profession that involves fighting alongside spirit pets, striving, living, and growing stronger. Becoming a Battle Spirit Master and continuously improving leads one to the pinnacle of life. This is a dream cherished by everyone since childhood. Yet, the reality is harsh. Not everyone can become a Battle Spirit Master. The prerequisites for becoming a Battle Spirit Master include the ability to absorb earthly spiritual energy into one's body and cultivate to become a warrior. Furthermore, one must possess at least one spirit pet, also known as a battle pet. Failing to meet either criterion renders one ineligible for the title of Battle Spirit Master. Just like Yi Yang at this moment, a level 2 warrior, yet devoid of spirit pet. At 16 years of age, he is yet to cross the threshold of becoming a Battle Spirit Master. Unfortunately, he was born into a lowly family, impoverished to the core, unable to afford the exorbitantly priced spirit pets. However, this was not the worst of it. Just yesterday, due to his poor performance in martial arts, Yeong was secretly persuaded to withdraw from school, effectively being dismissed without notice. Moreover, right before leaving school, he was robbed of all his possessions by school bullies. Now, he lacks even the basic means for survival, let alone the prospect of becoming a Battle Spirit Master. Thus, in despair, he found himself reincarnated in this new existence. What the hell? This is a tragically pathetic beginning. After comprehending his current predicament, Yeong couldn't help but utter another expletive. While others traversed to worlds full of wealth and power, with noble identities, even if they were once fallen geniuses, he arrived as a destitute individual, a mere waste. Furthermore, he has been clandestinely expelled from school. Yeong tolerated all this, but to have not a single penny to his name, and to find his home devoid of food, was simply too much. Is this not tragic? Yeong, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed vehemently. However, he still possessed the divine-level multi-universe check-in system. As long as he checks in, he can obtain anything from across the multiverse. Damn it, with such a dismal start, just watch me rise step by step to the pinnacle of life. Seething with indignation, Yi Yang proclaimed, promptly exiting the room and hastening towards the practice field of Starlight High School to complete his check-in, determined to claim his gift package first. Chapter 2. The Sign-In Gift Package. According to his memory, Yi Yang arrived at the high school he had attended just yesterday, Xinguang High School in Hwayong City. At this moment, it was the lunch break, and he entered with ease. Yi Yang made his way to the training ground, declaring, "Sign in." Ding. Sign in countdown, 10 minutes. As the system's voice echoed, Yi Yang's sign-in task commenced. He awaited with great anticipation the so-called newcomer's gift package. His gaze wandered around the training ground, observing numerous students playing with their own spirit pets, engaging in mock battles. It was a stark contrast to the world he once knew. Yi Yang felt a sense of disbelief wash over him. He had traversed time to a future Earth 5,000 years ahead. Regarding the era 5 millennia prior, there were scant records. History began with calamities and the transformation into a chaotic age, leading to the resurgence of spiritual energy and the evolution of cultivation to this point. The tales of that period were countless and richly woven. Before long, 10 minutes had elapsed. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have successfully signed in and received the newcomer's gift package. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi Yang's heart soared. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened the newcomer's gift package. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have obtained a divine-level spirit pet, Pikachu. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have acquired divine-level contract technique and divine-level summoning technique. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have received a guidebook for nurturing divine pets. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have attained 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have gained a personal space. Each treasure filled Yi Yang with exuberance. He felt the spiritual energy within him surging uncontrollably. 10 years of spiritual energy cultivation, all infused into my being. Level 3 Battle Disciple. Level 4 Battle Disciple. Level 5 Battle Disciple. Yi Yang was overwhelmed with joy and excitement. This gift package was utterly exhilarating. In an instant, his spiritual cultivation broke through to the Battle Master rank. Level 1 Battle Master. Level 2 Battle Master. Level 3 Battle Master. His power surged until it finally stabilized at Level 3 Battle Master. Yet, what thrilled Yi Yang even more was the divine-level pet, Pikachu. As a person from 5,000 years ago, how could he not recognize the iconic Pikachu? It was a cherished part of his childhood. A dream he had harbored since he was young, to possess a Pikachu. Who would have thought it would come true? If only all my spirit pets were from my favorite anime, like Pokemon or Digimon. Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh, envisioning the bliss of having creatures from those worlds as his spirit pets. If only I could also have the Monkey King, that would be even more amazing. Isn't that Yi Yang, the only rural student in our school? Look at his flashy attire. He is no different from a beggar on the street. Just as Yi Yang was reveling in his good fortune, a man dressed in opulent attire, his hair slicked back with an air of arrogance, approached him. Flanked by a group of sycophants, the man regarded Yi Yang with a mocking expression and said, "Are you envious seeing others with their own spirit pets? Unfortunately, envy won't help. You can't afford one, can you? After all, your parents are farmers." Upon hearing these words, Yi Yang's mood soured. He fixed his gaze on the man before him, feeling a flicker of recognition as memories of this person surged forth. Li Tao. A student from a different class in the same grade. A city dweller with a bit of wealth, his parents owned several properties in Huayang City, which he boasted about to the entire school. He often took pleasure in bullying classmates who were less fortunate to bolster his own sense of superiority. This was not the first time he had publicly humiliated Yi Yang. Chapter 3. I give you a chance. What if they are farmers? Did I eat your family's rice? Yi Yang glared at Li Tao and retorted, "If you trace back 3 generations, whose family isn't comprised of farmers? Don't think you're impressive just because your family has a bit of money and your parents bought a few properties in the city. There are many people wealthier than you in this school, yet few are as despicable as you, flaunting a house like it's a monumental achievement." At Yi Yang's words, Li Tao was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. He clearly did not expect Yi Yang, a mere level 2 battle disciple, who usually kept to himself, to dare speak to him in such a manner, injuring his pride. "You poor wretch, how dare you speak to me like that? Tired of living, are you?" Li Tao roared in fury. "Get him. Teach this waste of a battle disciple a harsh lesson and make him remember it." His minions immediately clenched their fists and sauntered toward Yi Yang with a mocking demeanor. "Yi Yang, prepare to get beaten up for your insolence. We won't go too hard. We'll just ruin that foul mouth of yours." Yi Yang scoffed disdainfully. "Just you lot? What are you going to do? Is the literary prodigy going to resort to violence? You might as well stick to your academic debates." As the group tightened their fists and charged at Yi Yang, he remained calm and unfazed. When they drew near, he moved with the speed of lightning. Bam! 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 Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed. Li Tao's underlings screamed in unison, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Li Tao was taken aback, stunned by Yi Yang's formidable prowess. His followers were all level 4 or 5 battle disciples, yet Yi Yang, a mere level 2, had defeated them in an instant. What of it? Did you not wish for me to learn my lesson? Come, I offer you a chance. Yi Yang beckoned Li Tao with a contemptuous smile. At that moment, the sounds of the scuffle and the cries drew the attention of the surrounding students in the training ground of Xingguan High School. They turned their gazes toward the scene, witnessing the fallen figures on the ground and the standoff between Li Tao and Yi Yang. Isn't that Li Tao, who flaunts his family's wealth, and the rural-born Yi Yang? Is Li Tao about to bully Yi Yang again? Oh, poor literary prodigy. Encountering Li Tao, the show-off who loves to belittle the weak. If it were me, I would have dropped out long ago. Indeed, it's a torment. Dropping out would be preferable. The crowd quickly recognized the two prominent figures at the school, Li Tao and Yi Yang, and lamented for Yi Yang. Yet soon, they realized that today was different. Wait, something seems off about Yi Yang today. Has he really done this? When did this soft persimmon become so tough? People began to gather, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Li Tao, filled with rage, formed a hand seal for an ordinary summoning technique, glaring at Yi Yang with venomous intent. Country bumpkin, today I will make you lie down and leave this school. Summon. Spirit pet, black-scaled serpent. With his words, a luminous array of runes materialized before him. In an instant, a black-scaled serpent, measuring around 3 to 4 meters long, appeared before the audience. Wow, a level 6 bloodline spirit pet, the black-scaled serpent. At that length, it must be at least a level 5 growth stage, right? Getting bitten by that would leave you either dead or crippled. The onlookers exchanged glances, feeling a sense of trepidation at Li Tao's ferocious spirit pet, the black-scaled serpent. Spirit pets are one of the key focuses of this era. It is categorized into 10 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There are 2 primary types, support and combat. Additionally, there are 3 major bloodlines, along with 10 grades of physical constitution. Each major bloodline is further divided into 10 sublevels. The base bloodline is the common level, which sits at the foundation of the 3 major bloodlines. Above it, there exist the celestial and the acquired spirit bloodlines, level 110, as well as the celestial and acquired divine bloodlines, level 110. The spirit pet bloodline can be enhanced, as bloodlines are akin to potential. The stronger the bloodline, the higher the peak of growth, classified into 10 levels of constitution, infant, growth, and mature forms. Li Tao's black-scaled serpent possesses a common level 6 bloodline and is at level 5 in its growth form. Within the confines of Starlight Academy, it is already considered a relatively formidable spirit pet. Coupled with its ferocity, it instills fear in many. Yi Yang, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps it is not too late, Li Tao coldly remarked, summoning his black-scaled serpent and gazing at Yi Yang. In his perspective, no matter how skilled Yi Yang might be, without a spirit pet, he remains incapacitated. The surrounding onlookers evidently shared this sentiment. Some well-meaning individuals began to counsel Yi Yang. Yi Yang, just apologize. That black-scaled serpent is no laughing matter. One bite could leave you gravely injured, if not dead. Indeed, a man should know when to bend. Just admit your mistake. Without a spirit pet, you cannot contend with Li Tao, who is already a level 7 combat disciple. Hearing the surrounding voices, Yi Yang scoffed with disdain. Who says I lack a spirit pet? The crowd was taken aback, staring at Yi Yang in astonishment. You have a spirit pet? Stop pretending. We know your family's circumstances. How could you possibly afford one? Exactly. Even if you don't buy one, attempting to capture a wild spirit pet in the wilderness is futile. With your mere level 2 combat disciple strength, what could you possibly catch? Chapter 4. Go Pikachu. No one believed that Yi Yang possessed a spirit pet, for the entire Starlight Academy was well aware of his familial background. Such an expensive creature, how could he afford it? Even a common spirit pet commands a price in the tens of thousands. For Yi Yang, who hails from a rural, impoverished background, this is undoubtedly a prohibitive amount. Yet, Yi Yang remained unfazed. He was not the same as before. He hailed from 5,000 years in the past. A time traveler. How could he be ordinary? With the mastery of divine summoning art, Yi Yang ignored the din around him, forming a complex summoning seal with his hands. In an instant, the area within dozens of meters was enveloped by a formation connected by runes. A blinding light radiated forth, causing the crowd to retreat. This spectacle was no ordinary summoning spell. Could it be that Yi Yang truly possesses a spirit pet? Everyone gazed in shock at the summoning array, which was magnitudes larger than typical. Their hearts stirred with excitement. The divine summoning art is not something to be compared with ordinary summoning spells. At this moment, Li Tao was drenched in sweat. Based solely on the summoning array, he had already lost. It has been established since antiquity that the stronger the spirit pet, the larger the summoning array it produces. Yi Yang's summoning array was beyond what even many instructors could rival. Moments later, as the brilliance subsided, all eyes turned to the center of the summoning array, bewildered. What is this? Such a grand array summoned such a diminutive creature? They stared at the petite spirit pet, which was adorable, yet seemingly inept, and they questioned their very existence. Struggling to comprehend, they could not identify the being with its yellow body, large eyes, lightning tail, and long ears. Pikachu. On the training grounds, Yi Yang utilized the divine summoning art to summon his spirit pet, the multiverse Pikachu, captivating everyone with its charm. Although Yi Yang did not understand the connection between this Pokemon and the spirit pets of this world, the system had deemed it a divine spirit pet, and thus it was. Next, Yi Yang's hand gestures shifted once more. Divine contract art. A brilliant light erupted again as Yi Yang formed a contract with Pikachu, facing no resistance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully contracting the spirit pet Pikachu. Bloodline. Divine level 1 bloodline spirit pet level, growth form. Attribute, thunder. Type, combat. Ultimate skill, 100,000 volts. In an instant, Yi Yang felt a connection with Pikachu, their powers intertwined, and he himself was imbued with the thunder attribute. Pikachu, come here, Yi Yang called out. Pika Pika. Pikachu promptly scampered to Yi Yang's side, climbing onto his shoulder. Its adorable demeanor sent numerous girls into a frenzy, even causing the boys to falter. However, it seemed lacking in combat prowess. Oh dear, this impoverished fool creating such a spectacle. I expected you to have contracted something formidable. This little yellow rat dares to challenge me? It's not even enough to fill the gaps between my black-scaled serpent's teeth, Li Tao sneered. Looking at Yi Yang's spirit pet with derision. Black-scaled serpent, attack. Devour that little rat. The black-scaled serpent hissed, its forked tongue flickering, as it lunged towards Yi Yang and Pikachu. Little rat? Are you sure? Yi Yang smirked disdainfully, calling out, Pikachu, show him your strength. 100,000 volts. Pikachu leapt off Yi Yang's shoulder. Pika Pika. Crackling electricity surged from Pikachu, instantly immobilizing the ferocious black-scaled serpent, leaving it smoking on the ground, motionless. Chapter 5. A shock that resonated throughout the arena. Hiss. Instantly, the entire crowd gasped in surprise. They could never have imagined that the seemingly harmless Pikachu would be so formidable. A single wave of its electric skill effortlessly dispatched Li Tao's black-scaled serpent, leaving everyone astonished and incredulous. Well done. Yi Yang praised Pikachu as it climbed back onto his shoulder. At this moment, the crowd snapped out of their brief stupor. Their eyes collectively fixed on the divine spirit pet Pikachu, perched on Yi Yang's shoulder, eagerly inquiring, Yi Yang, what spirit pet is this? Where did you acquire it? Can you share the method with us? It's so adorable and powerful. Please, enlighten us. A throng of individuals quickly surrounded Yi Yang, their eyes ablaze with desire to embrace Pikachu. Yi Yang was at a loss for words. These people truly changed their attitudes faster than flipping a page in a book. Just moments ago, they had looked down upon him, and now they were fawning over him. Black-scaled serpent, black-scaled serpent. Just as Yi Yang pondered how to deceive the crowd, Li Tao's voice rang out once more. Yi Yang, how dare you kill my black-scaled serpent? I shall not let this go. Boom. Upon discovering his black-scaled serpent had been electrocuted, Li Tao's fury erupted like a volcano. He stomped the ground, unleashing his level 7 combat disciple energy, which radiated from within him. Then, with a furious charge akin to a rampaging bull, he lunged towards Yi Yang. The crowd scattered in fear, unwilling to confront the enraged Li Tao. Compete? What do you have to compete with me? Yi Yang observed the furious Li Tao charging toward him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he summoned the spirit energy within him, which surged forth with immense power. Boom. The might of a battle master reverberated throughout the arena. A battle master. Astonishment swept through the crowd as they realized Yi Yang had been concealing his true strength. A low-key powerhouse. As onlookers beheld the intensity of Yi Yang's spiritual energy, they were rendered speechless. A battle master, a tier above a battle novice, represented an extraordinary level of talent among high school students. Furthermore, attaining the battle master rank permitted the contracting of a second spirit pet, elevating one's prowess even further. In that moment, the realization dawned upon them. Yi Yang was indeed the genuine genius. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the ears of the spectators as an enraged Li Tao was sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick from Yi Yang, blood spewing from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, casting sympathetic glances toward the unfortunate Li Tao as they shook their heads in disbelief. When they turned their eyes back to Yi Yang, their perception had transformed entirely. Yi Yang, how deeply you have concealed your capabilities, how excessively humble you are. Brother Yang, take me with you. I wish to align myself with you from now on. Countless witnesses to this unfolding drama experienced a complete shift in their attitude toward Yi Yang, eagerly seeking to curry favor with him. Yet, Yi Yang paid them no mind, turning to leave the training ground, intent on confronting the bullies who had stolen his money. However, he was accompanied by a throng of individuals, relentlessly inquiring about how he had obtained his Pikachu. Yi Yang merely smiled in silence, pondering whether he could reveal that it was a gift from the system. Chapter 6. The dominant Yi Yang at Starlight High School. Yi Yang made his way toward the classroom of his former senior year, Class 3. Along the way, he attracted the attention of countless individuals, all astonished by his possession of a spirit pet, and particularly enamored with his Pikachu. Soon, he arrived at his classroom, recalling from the memories of the previous owner that several bullies had conspired to rob him, forming a tight-knit group. One of them was Wuxianovel, a classmate. Wow, Yi Yang, when did you acquire such an adorable spirit pet? It's so kawaii. What is its attribute? As soon as Yi Yang entered the classroom, gasps of astonishment erupted. His classmates were captivated by the sight of his Pikachu, their curiosity piqued. Yi Yang ignored their chatter and stood at the front of the class, surveying the room until his gaze locked onto a certain individual who regarded him with evident disdain, none other than Wuxianovel. You, summon all your cronies here. I intend to teach you all a lesson, Yi Yang declared coldly, fixing his eyes on Wuxianovel. The classroom erupted in chaos, with stunned expressions plastered on their faces. Filled with shock. What was Yi Yang planning? Was he courting disaster? Had he lost his mind to dare challenge Wu so boldly? Was the sun rising in the west? Had the once soft target turned into a steel wall? No one could believe this was truly Yi, Wu, however, merely smirked as he approached Yi, taunting, "You worthless fool. Have you not been beaten enough?" With each step, he closed the distance between them. "You want to hit us? Do you possess the ability? Do you have the guts?" Wu mockingly patted his own face, jeering, "Come on, hit me here. Don't hold back. If you can't knock me down, then I'll." Before Wu could finish his taunt, Yi slapped him sharply across the face, the sound ringing out with a resounding clarity. "Ah!" Wu screamed, sent flying out of the classroom and landing in the hallway. "What the hell?" The entire class stood up in shock, unable to comprehend how the usually meek and bullied Yi had suddenly transformed into such a formidable force. In the past, Yi would have been the one receiving a beating, but now, with a single slap, he had toppled the most notorious bully, Wu. It was utterly astonishing. "Do you understand now?" Yi stepped out of the classroom, placing a foot on Wu hand as he lay on the floor, slowly applying pressure. "Ah!" Wu cried out in pain, his face paling. "Here's your final chance. If you don't understand human language, I'll break your hand," Yi said coldly. I'll go call them right away," Wu pleaded, his tone desperate. Yi then allowed him to summon his friends, arranging to meet in a secluded area behind the campus, within the forested area of the grassland. The others were dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such a side of Yi before. Even students from neighboring classes, upon learning of the situation, were filled with disbelief. The school's infamous underdog Yi had suddenly turned the tables, and in a remarkably brazen manner. While others might have made a show of bravado after a fight, Yi was different. He had not only fought, but had also sent Wu to gather more challengers, threatening him if he failed to comply. Who else could be so audacious? Chapter 7. The Challenge. Pikachu jubilantly leaped on Yi Yang's back, instantly captivating a group of girls. Yi then made his way toward the grassland behind the campus. The students of Class 3 followed closely behind him, along with students from neighboring classes. As they progressed, the crowd grew larger, attracting the curiosity of countless onlookers. By the time they reached the bottom of the stairs, hundreds of people had gathered behind Yi. What was happening? Was this a prelude to a brawl? Was that Yi? My goodness, who was he planning to confront with such a following? Rumor had it that yesterday, a group led by Tang Bao had robbed Yi of his entire month's living expenses. It seemed he was seeking retribution. Tang Bao was no easy adversary. Would they truly dare to confront him? They were all seniors preparing for university entrance exams. Surely, this was merely posturing. If things escalated, the school would impose disciplinary measures. Within the campus, many students gazed at Yi and his entourage, intimidated by the sheer magnitude of the gathering. However, in this era where cultivation was paramount, interactions and sparring occurred daily, especially among seniors. Everyone had already begun to anticipate the outcome. Yet, curiosity compelled them to follow along, and the crowd continued to swell. At that moment, in the grassland, Wu gathered Tang Bao and several others, preparing to confront Yi. A total of 7 or 8 individuals, all notorious figures within the school, stood ready. "Brother Bao, you must avenge me. That little brat, Yi has crossed the line today," Wu lamented, cradling his mouth, which had lost 4 teeth, as he spoke to the burly Tang Bao. "Don't worry, if he dares to show up, we won't let him off lightly," Tang Bao growled, his anger palpable. It was the first time someone had the audacity to challenge him at school, and especially a mere underdog. It was infuriating. "Brother Bao, Yi is coming." Suddenly, one of the men exclaimed, "What the hell? He has brought nearly 1,000 people." Another added, terror evident in his voice. "What is going on?" Tang Bao exclaimed, his eyes widening as he turned to look in Yi Yang's direction. As Yi strode confidently towards them, a throng of followers trailed behind him, causing the expression of Tang Bao to shift drastically in fear. "Brother Bao, are we still going to fight?" a trembling man queried, his legs quaking with trepidation. At this moment, Tang Bao's brow furrowed deeply, his countenance darkening as he realized that Yi had summoned such a multitude. "Fight? Have you lost your mind? Look at how many there are. We should retreat and deal with him another day," he retorted, pivoting to leave, all the while cursing, "Wu, you scoundrel. How could you deceive us into believing Yi was alone?" Wu, bewildered, protested, "But he is alone." He too was at a loss and began to flee. Just then, Yi appeared before them, blocking their escape. "Are you trying to run?" Tang Bao and his companions were taken aback, startled by Yi Yang's sudden appearance. "Yi, if you had the guts, you would have summoned your own people instead of bringing a crowd to show off." Tang Bao shouted defiantly. "Bring people? Huh?" Yi chuckled, immediately grasping why these arrogant fellows intended to flee. "They mistakenly thought the onlookers were his allies. They're merely here to witness my retribution against you. They are indeed my reinforcements," he scoffed. "If you wish to call for help out of fear, feel free." "What? Just onlookers?" Tang Bao and his crew were momentarily stunned, realizing they had been terrified by mere spectators. Chapter 8. A resounding defeat for Tang Bao. With newfound confidence, the group shed their previous fear, exhibiting their habitual arrogance. "Yi, you've grown bold, daring to challenge us?" Tang Bao sneered as he and his companions regarded Yi Yang with scorn. You think you can defeat us? Clearly. You're back for more after yesterday's beating. Who do you think you are? Just because you've tamed a cute pet doesn't make you special. Once they realized those surrounding Yi Yang were not his allies, Tang Bao and his crew suddenly regarded him with disdain. The onlookers began to murmur in sympathy for Yi Yang, noting his academic prowess and striking looks, which had been overshadowed by his poverty. In a world that favored strength over intellect, he received no special treatment. Considering the audience, we'll spare you if you treat us to a meal today. Tang Bao boasted, his tone dripping with mockery. Otherwise, for knocking out 4 of my brother's teeth, I'll ensure you leave here with a broken leg. Unfazed by Tang Bao's threats, Yi Yang retorted coolly, return my money. What? Speak up. I can't hear you. Tang Bao exaggeratedly cupped his ear and leaned closer to Yi Yang. In an instant, Yi Yang delivered a punch, uninterested in the theatrics. You're all the same, pathetic. How dare you? Tang Bao shouted. Brothers, attack him. Seeing Yi Yang strike Tang Bao down with a single punch, his companions rushed at him. Pika Pika. Pikachu instinctively leaped to protect Yi Yang, who gently patted its head. Leave this to me. I'll handle these fools. If they summon their spirit beasts, you can let loose. Pikachu nodded in understanding, ready for action. As the group charged at Yi Yang, all were weaker than him, the strongest being Tang Bao, a level 9 martial apprentice. Yi Yang unleashed a flurry of punches, swiftly incapacitating them all. Screams of pain erupted from Tang Bao's group, leaving the onlookers astonished at Yi Yang's unexpected strength. Yet, he deliberately refrained from knocking them out entirely, biding his time to reclaim his money. Is this all you've got? Yi Yang taunted with a smirk. Hand over what you took from me, or I will make sure you recognize your own parents by the end of today. Don't get cocky. The battle has only just begun. Tang Bao gritted his teeth, rising despite the pain. Summon Spirit Beast, Swift Wind Leopard. In an instant, all 7 or 8 of them rose, simultaneously forming the seals for their summoning spells, calling forth their spirit beasts. Each beast was a mere growth stage of common bloodlines, glaring menacingly at Yi Yang and Pikachu. With a variety of types, including supportive and combat beasts, a mix of leopards, giant turtles, cats, and rodents, they presented a formidable lineup. Chapter 9, an instantaneous defeat of the group. Roar. Meow. The creatures unleashed their distinct cries, seemingly attempting to intimidate Yi Yang and Pikachu. Fueled by a surge of battle spirit, Pikachu leaped down from Yi Yang's shoulder, prepared to take on the 7 or 8 spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Tang Bao and his companions tightened their fists, surrounding Yi Yang. This time, they believed Yi Yang was doomed. The disparity in strength was glaring. Someone should alert the authorities, lest things turn fatal. Swift Wind Leopard, attack. Tear them apart. Tang Bao commanded, his spirit beast launching the first assault. Simultaneously, the 2 supportive beasts enhanced the speed and power of the others, who all attacked Pikachu at once. Electrocute them, Pikachu. Yi Yang remained undaunted. Mere common bloodline beasts stood no chance against the divine bloodline spirit beast. Pika Pika. With a crackling surge of electricity, Pikachu leapt into action, radiating blinding light that engulfed the area. In an instant, Tang Bao's spirit beasts were obliterated. A stunned silence swept over the crowd, jaws dropping in disbelief at Pikachu's ability to annihilate 7 or 8 spirit beasts in one blow. You bastard, I'll make you pay for this. Tang Bao snapped back to reality, furious. Channeling his level 9 martial apprentice energy, he unleashed his most powerful technique, Wind Blade Palm. Die at my hands, you waste. Tang Bao rushed towards Yi Yang, his hand poised like a blade, ready to strike. Yi Yang, unperturbed, stood his ground, slowly raising his hand to grasp Tang Bao's wrist, effortlessly nullifying the power of his technique. You. Tang Bao gasped, astonished to see his full-strength attack rendered ineffective. A mere first-tier technique is not sufficient to challenge me, Yi Yang declared. Boom. As Yi Yang's words echoed in the air, the full might of a 3rd-level battle master unfurled before the onlookers, unmasked and unapologetic. With a swift motion, he struck Tang Bao squarely in the face, sending him hurtling backward with a resounding thud. Blood sprayed from Tang Bao's mouth as Yi Yang advanced with the grace of a predator, effortlessly grasping another assailant and slamming him to the ground. One after another, the blows rained down, thud, 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 leaving Tang Bao and his cohorts battered and bloodied, sprawled on the ground like discarded dolls. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, the spectators frozen in shock at Yi Yang's overwhelming display of power. Could this truly be the once derided waste of the martial arts department? He was astonishingly formidable. Do you wish to continue? Yi Yang inquired, his foot firmly planted on Tang Bao's chest, casting a menacing gaze upon him. No, please spare me. I was wrong. Tang Bao lay there, stripped of any semblance of defiance. In the presence of a battle master, he was but a mere wretch. He hastily returned all the money he had taken, the extra amount deemed interest for his transgressions. Yi Yang coldly accepted his own money, stating, if you have any grievances, feel free to challenge me anytime. Of course not. Absolutely not. Tang Bao hastily shook his head, any thoughts of revenge extinguished. His companions, too, pleaded for mercy, thoroughly convinced of Yi Yang's superiority. Chapter 10. The school's attempt to retain him ridiculous. A third-level battle master. What could possibly be done against him? If this continued, they would be utterly humiliated. The onlookers were left in a state of stunned disbelief. After a prolonged silence, they slowly regained their composure. It dawned on them that Yi Yang was, in fact, the brightest genius their school had ever seen. Did anyone record that? This moment could certainly go viral. A battle master at merely 16 years of age. The crowd was filled with expressions of astonishment. The power Yi Yang had exhibited left them in sheer awe. Who could have imagined that a student once labeled as a failure would transform into the school's top prodigy? This unexpected twist was almost too much for their hearts to bear. After reclaiming his rightful money, Yi Yang, accompanied by his spirit pet Pikachu, strode towards the school gates. The envious gazes of countless admirers trailing behind him. He had been discreetly advised to withdraw from the school, thus no longer belonging to Starlight Academy. Yi Yang, please wait. Midway, Director Ma from the administration caught up with him, calling out, Principal Ding wishes to speak with you regarding your college entrance examination. Yi Yang continued his march towards the exit, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, College entrance examination? Did you not expel me just yesterday? What is there to discuss? Director Ma's face faltered, a forced smile appearing as he stammered. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The decision to expel you was made in error. You need not withdraw, please stay. The school will provide you with the best resources for your upcoming exams. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang turned to face Director Ma, fury igniting within him. Misunderstanding? What did you say to me in the office yesterday? That I was a waste? That I would tarnish the school's reputation? Director Ma was rendered speechless, unable to muster a retort against Yi Yang's righteous indignation. The students who had followed to capture the moment with their phones were left in a state of exhilaration. Yi Yang had just berated one of the most despised figures in the school administration. How incredibly audacious. Yet, there was an inexplicable thrill in their hearts. Yi Yang, this was the school's mistake. We will compensate you. If you agree to return, you will have access to the finest cultivation resources available. Director Ma implored, his tone now one of desperation. Yet, Yi Yang had no intention of returning. One must shed their skin. A man lives by his pride. Do you expect me to simply return at your behest? What do you take me for? Apologies, but I am already withdrawing. Inform your principal that I, Yi Yang, am not a mere tool. With that, Yi Yang strode away with resolute determination. The school's desire to keep him hinged solely on his sudden display of talent that had captivated the entire institution. Such a prodigy, if nurtured, could ascend to a prestigious university, greatly enhancing the school's reputation. However, Yi Yang despised the overt favoritism that had surfaced. Having lost me, do not expect to behold my brilliance again. I shall forever remain out of your reach. This was the sentiment that echoed in Yi Yang's heart. Yi Yang, consider this. The school offers a monthly stipend of 3,000 yuan, Director Ma called out, still unwilling to concede. Yet Yi Yang, as he exited the school, paid him no mind. The surrounding students were left in awe. Wow, Yi Yang is truly a man of integrity, possessing remarkable spirit. Chapter 11. How Pikachu evolves. It seems our school is truly foolish. Initially, they admitted Yi Yang based on his impressive academic scores, only to belittle him for his martial arts shortcomings and discreetly expel him. Now that they have witnessed his talent, they are groveling for his return. What a ridiculous turn of events. Yes, a foolish school has lost a great genius. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such underhanded dealings existed. However, curiosity lingered. Where would Yi Yang, such an extraordinary talent, go now that he had departed from Starlight Academy? One thing was certain, a genius like Yi Yang could find a place anywhere in Huayang City. Pika Pika. Upon stepping outside the school gates, Pikachu hopped excitedly on Yi Yang's shoulder. Are you hungry? Let us go eat, Yi Yang suggested with a knowing smile. Pika Pika. Pikachu responded joyfully, raising its little paws in delight. With that, Yi Yang led Pikachu off for a meal. The streets bustled with traffic, reminiscent of the world he knew, albeit with advanced technology and a hint of spiritual energy. A society dedicated to martial arts, all striving to become battle spirit masters. Minutes later, they arrived at the Snow Mountain restaurant. Yi Yang ordered several delectable dishes and savored the delicious flavors. Pika Pika. Observing Yi Yang's enjoyment, Pikachu voiced its displeasure. What can I do if you want to eat rice? I'll get you something else later, Yi Yang replied, somewhat exasperated. According to Pokemon lore, Pikachu consumed specially crafted spirit fruit. How was he to procure such delicacies? Moreover, a pressing concern emerged in Yi Yang's mind. In this age of spirit pet cultivation, these creatures needed to evolve and grow stronger. However, in the original world, Pikachu's evolution required a special stone, which simply did not exist in this realm. Evolution could only occur through rigorous training, the infusion of their master's spiritual energy, or through rare treasures. So, how would Pikachu evolve? This posed quite the conundrum. Let us go find something else for you to eat. After finishing his meal and settling the bill, Yi Yang brought Pikachu to explore different food options. After several attempts, Pikachu developed a fondness for pizza and fruit salad. Pika Pika Pika. As it indulged in the delightful food, Pikachu chirped happily. Yeong sighed. Caring for a spirit pet was indeed a costly endeavor, given that it only desired the finest delicacies. Moreover, Pikachu possesses quite an appetite, requiring several servings. However, compared to the creatures in this world that subsist solely on specialized feed, it is still a considerable improvement. Glancing at the meager amount of money left on him, which was insufficient for the next 3 days' living expenses, Yeong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. This meal had cost him a third of his monthly budget. He could hardly fathom how the previous Yeong had managed to get by. Let us eat, and then we'll earn some money. We need to fuel up for what lies ahead, Yeong remarked, gazing at Pikachu. Pikachu nodded and continued to relish the delicious pizza, complemented by a fresh fruit salad, thoroughly enjoying the feast. After a considerable time, Pikachu lay contentedly before Yeong, wearing a blissful expression. All right, it's time to earn some money. Otherwise, we'll have to spend the night in that dilapidated shack. I also need to change this outfit, Yeong declared, scooping Pikachu into his arms and making his way toward a beast-fighting arena in Hwyong City. If he wished to earn quick and direct money, the only option was to engage in spirit creature battles. Chapter 12. Can I take on 3? Spirit creature battles. As the name implies, it involves placing one's spirit creatures onto a platform for combat. The victor earns a monetary reward. The arenas are categorized into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Although there exists an ultimate arena above these levels, such elite establishments are non-existent in Hwyong City. The higher the tier of the arena, the more stringent the requirements for the spirit creatures. The minimum requirement for entry into the beginner arena is a growth stage 3 spirit creature, while the intermediate arena necessitates at least a growth stage 5 creature. As for the advanced arena, the standards are even loftier. Currently, Pikachu is a growth stage 8 creature, allowing him entry only into the beginner arena. Before long, Yeong and Pikachu arrived at the beginner arena of Hwyong City. The Tianmei Spirit Creature Duel Club, designated as a beginner arena, proudly displayed its classification. Unlike the brutal, antiquated cages of the past, this modern and technologically advanced facility welcomed patrons with open arms. Welcome. As Yeong entered with Pikachu, a charming young lady in a chic mini-skirt greeted him with a graceful bow, signifying her warm welcome. The service was exceptional, the environment luxurious, the air fresh, and the facilities comprehensive. Here, one could not only battle spirit creatures for profit, but also purchase supplies for them, such as food, bathing services, and grooming essentials. Truly an all-encompassing service. However, today Yeong was solely focused on earning money. Thus, he disregarded the various consumer areas and headed straight for the Spirit Creature PK Duel Arena. Bang, bang, bang. Go, Diglett. Upon entering the Spirit Creature PK zone, Yu heard the excited shouts of the crowd. Every individual present was a battle spirit master accompanied by their spirit creatures. The arena buzzed with the sounds of fierce duels, captivating a large audience who could place bets and reap profits. Hello, I'd like to register. Yeong approached the registration desk, addressing a fair-skinned beauty seated there. Name and spirit creature S name, along with the creature S level and the amount to bet. The beauty looked up at Yu, her fingers poised over a virtual keyboard. Yeong, spirit creature Pikachu, growth stage 8, betting 500. Yeong produced the last 500 yuan from his pocket and inquired, "Can I take on 3? What?" The registration clerk stared at Yeong in astonishment upon hearing his request. You wish to take on 3? Yes. Yeong nodded confidently, believing in his spirit creature's capabilities. After all, this was the beginner arena. As long as he didn't encounter an excessively formidable opponent, it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Moreover, the maximum reward for a one-on-one match was 500 yuan. By taking on 3, the prize would be doubled. If victorious, he could earn triple the prize plus an additional 1,000 yuan bonus. In other words, should Yeong triumph, he would walk away with 3,000 yuan. What does a prize of 3,000 yuan mean? Is there a problem? Yeong asked. No problem, but do consider this carefully. Taking on 3 could result in your spirit creature's demise, the beauty cautioned him. I understand. Please arrange the match for me. Yeong remained resolute in his decision. The registration clerk proceeded to schedule him for a 1-on-3 match on the largest arena in the beginner tier, finalizing the registration and lining up the contenders. As it was a 1-on-3 match, Yeong was prioritized and arranged to enter the arena immediately after the previous battle concluded. An important announcement echoed through the venue. A battle master was about to engage in a 1-on-3 duel. Chapter 13. Entering with a flair. In the Spirit Creature PK Duel Arena, an announcement resonated in every ear present. The crowd reacted with surprise and excitement. A 1-on-3 match? Who could it be? This is going to be entertaining. The spectators buzzed with curiosity. Who was this audacious individual willing to take on 3 opponents? Although this was the beginner PK arena, such a feat was rare. With the announcement, all attention was drawn to this intriguing event. Hello everyone, I am the referee for today's 1-on-3 duel, Weir. As the crowd searched for the daring contender, a male referee appeared on the largest platform of the beginner PK arena, stylishly dressed and holding a silver microphone. Next, we shall witness the first 1-on-3 duel of the year. Please welcome the 3 battle spirit masters to the stage. With the referee's words, A wave of applause erupted from the audience. In the next moment, Yi Yang's three opponents emerged sequentially from a concealed passage. Their levels were as follows: Battle Disciple level 7, 8, and 9, each accompanied by pure combat-type spirit creatures at growth stages 8, 7, and 7. Oh my! It's these three formidable contenders. Their entrance captured the attention of many, indicating that these three battle spirit masters held some renown within the Tianmei Spirit Creature Duel Club's beginner arena. Those three are fierce characters. The one taking on three is in for a tough time. Indeed, I doubt that fellow anticipated facing such strong opponents in the beginner arena. Gazing at the trio, the crowd began to lament for the brave soul attempting the 1-on-3 challenge. Meanwhile, on the arena, referee were held the microphone and called out once more. Now, let us welcome the battle master who will undertake this 1-on-3 challenge. Hailing from Huayang City, his name is Yi Yang, and his spirit creature is Pikachu, type unspecified, combat-oriented. Growth stage 8. Upon hearing this, the crowd wore bewildered expressions. What do you mean by type unspecified? Is a new category of spirit creature emerging? Wow, that spirit creature looks so adorable. As the audience pondered these questions, Yi Yang emerged from a passageway, accompanied by his spirit creature, Pikachu. In an instant, he and Pikachu captivated the attention of everyone present, especially the ladies. The sight of Pikachu perched on Yi Yang's shoulder evoked an instant flutter of hearts. I'm in love. What kind of spirit creature is that? I've never seen anything like it. Could it be a rare spirit companion? So well-behaved and adorable. It seems to be begging for attention. And the young gentleman is rather handsome too. Countless girls gazed dreamily at Yi Yang and Pikachu in an instant. With such striking looks in a human and a charming spirit companion, one could hardly find a match even with a lantern. As Yi Yang ascended the arena, he became the focal point, as if he were accompanied by a dazzling aura, drawing the attention of all present. However, his adversaries regarded him with palpable disdain. Especially when they noticed the beautiful ladies fixated solely on Yi Yang. They were filled with a desire to pummel him. Who do they think they are? Just a young lad accompanied by a cute spirit companion that only knows how to charm. Chapter 14, Battle of Spirit Companions, 1 against 3. Kid, do you really think you can take on 3 at once? Surely, you must be lacking in judgment. Have you even taken a moment to assess your own capabilities? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a challenge? The 3 men taunted Yi Yang, each taking turns to mock him. In their eyes, Yi Yang was undoubtedly courting disaster. Accompanied by a spirit companion that was clearly more for show than for combat, how could he dare to challenge 3 opponents? It was utterly laughable. Alas, while the spirit companion was indeed endearing, it appeared to possess no fighting prowess whatsoever. Indeed, it was likely that it could not withstand even a single strike before succumbing. It was evident that with such a disparity in strength, even the betting pool had not opened, as the outcome was all too predictable. The crowd below the arena showed little faith in Yi Yang. After all, his spirit companion, no matter how one looked at it, did not seem capable of taking the stage for battle. Its adorable appearance led everyone to believe that Yi Yang's companion was merely a pet for amusement. Yet, Yi Yang remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of Pikachu's true strength. Dealing with these 3 insignificant foes was a trivial matter. Without further ado, let us commence, he said disdainfully, eyeing his opponents. Very well, today you shall experience the prowess of our battle companions. The trio's expressions darkened, and they summoned their battle companions, preparing for combat. Judge Weir, witnessing the escalating tension, briefly outlined the details of both sides before declaring, 1 against 3, PK, commence. Vicious Hound, go. Sinister Wolf, attack. As the judge's words fell, Yi Yang's opponents unleashed their ferocious spirit companions toward Pikachu. A fearsome hound, a wolf, and a spine-chilling, 4-meter-long black centipede charged forward. It was Yi Yang's first time encountering such a massive centipede in reality. To claim he was unafraid would be a lie. Nevertheless, he did not retreat in the slightest. Summoning his courage to shout, Pikachu, it's your turn. Pika Pika. Pikachu nodded and sprang into action. Its tail transformed into a metallic appendage, executing its signature move. Iron Tail, with a fierce assault aimed at the leading Sinister Wolf. The wolf, caught off guard, was unprepared for Pikachu's sudden strike. Dodge, Sinister Wolf. Its master shouted. Panic evident in his voice. However, it was undoubtedly too late. Just as the wolf attempted to evade, Pikachu's iron tail struck its head, and despite its sharp fur defense, it was swiftly incapacitated. A gasp rippled through the crowd, astonished by Pikachu's remarkable display. Yet the battle was far from over. The exit of the Sinister Wolf did not deter the fierce charge of the Black Centipede and the Vicious Hound. As Pikachu landed, these 2 battle companions closed in on it. Pikachu, don't play around, swiftly deal with them, Yi Yang urged, sensing Pikachu's impending danger. Pika. Pikachu immediately gathered its strength, releasing a surge of electricity. In an instant, the intense current halted the aggressive advance of the Hound and the Centipede. Moments later, both adversaries fell heavily to the ground. Bang, bang. The crowd stood in utter disbelief, their expressions a mix of astonishment and incredulity as they beheld the unfolding spectacle on the arena. Chapter 15, prophets, and shocked onlookers. They never anticipated that this seemingly harmless and adorable spirit companion could wield such formidable strength. Faced with 3 ferocious battle companions, it exhibited no hint of pressure, effortlessly dispatching them. This was simply astounding. After a prolonged silence, the onlookers and the judge finally recovered from their shock. Judge Weir, grasping the silver microphone, announced with awe, PK concluded, "The victor is Yi Yang and Pikachu." The arena erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, what kind of spirit companion is that? I want one too. Where did such an impressive, charming, and capable spirit come from? I want to know what that spirit is. I'll pay handsomely for the information. The environment became somewhat chaotic as, having witnessed Pikachu's prowess firsthand, everyone seemed to have lost their composure, yearning to possess a spirit companion like Pikachu. However, on the battlefield, Yi Yang's opponents glared at him with seething rage, wishing to rend him to pieces. Still want to fight? You have no spirit companions left. Are you planning to take matters into your own hands? Yi Yang sneered at the 3 men. Kid, don't be so smug. Just because your spirit is impressive doesn't mean you possess any remarkable strength yourself. The 3 men glared at Yi Yang, their fists clenched, clearly prepared to strike. Gentlemen, according to the regulations, this is a spirit combat arena, and human combat is strictly prohibited. Judge Weir interjected, stepping in to prevent the altercation. The trio's expressions darkened, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they glared at Yi Yang. Kid, do you dare to step outside and fight? Why step outside? I see no benefit in wasting time. Yi Yang replied disinterestedly. If you can defeat the 3 of us in hand-to-hand combat, we will give you all the money we earned this week. Really? No regrets? Indeed. The 2 sides quickly reached an agreement, and then Yi Yang collected his winnings, totaling 3,000 yuan, and exited the Tianmei Spirit Duel Club. Just outside the club, in a spacious area buzzing with activity, the crowd followed, eager to witness Yi Yang's individual prowess. Of course, there were also those with ulterior motives. This is the total of our earnings for the week, 18,000 yuan. If you can defeat us, it's all yours, the 3 men announced, placing the money on a nearby chair as they addressed Yi Yang. Enough chatter. Let us get to it, Yi Yang declared, planting his foot firmly on the ground, channeling the energy he had gained from his bond with Pikachu, enveloping himself in crackling lightning. Boom. The power of a battle master surged forth, instantly enveloping the area within 100 meters. Whoa, he is a battle master. Good heavens. How old is this kid? A battle master already? Wow. No wonder he dared to take on 3. Not only is his spirit powerful, but he himself is astonishingly formidable. As Yi Yang's strength became evident, the onlookers were left agape in disbelief. The expressions of his opponents were beyond description. Originally, the intention was to vent some frustration on Yi Yang, but who would have thought he turned out to be a formidable warrior? It felt as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke. At this moment, the 3 men were overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, their hearts echoing with a cacophony of expletives, unable to articulate their bewilderment. Their expressions were a medley of confusion and despair. Chapter 16. The latest sign-up task. However, Yi Yang had no time to observe their emotional turmoil. Clenching his fists, he charged towards the trio like a ferocious tiger. The 3 men were simultaneously taken aback, their faces darkening. Had this been earlier, they would have dismissed Yi Yang entirely. Yet now, fully aware of his strength, their fighting spirit evaporated. Wait, we concede. Bang. Before they could finish their sentences, the lightning-fast Yi Yang delivered a flurry of punches and kicks, sending them sprawling to the ground. A cry of agony echoed as the 3 men succumbed to Yi Yang's might. We concede. One of the barely conscious men stammered before promptly losing consciousness. Apologies. But you were just too slow in admitting defeat, Yi Yang replied with an apologetic smile, collecting the money and casually tossing it into his spatial pocket as he strolled away with Pikachu in tow. Hey, wait. Could you tell us where you got that spirit companion? One of the onlookers called out. Good-looking guy, let's connect. We should keep in touch, another chimed in. Can we exchange numbers? A third implored. As he turned, the crowd surged forward, clamoring for Yi Yang's contact information and the latest trending social media handle, all with evident ulterior motives, either to charm Yi Yang or to pry the secret of Pikachu's acquisition from him. Yet, Yi Yang merely smiled and offered some vague excuse before continuing on his way. Pika Pika. Pikachu giggled mischievously as it observed Yi Yang escaping the eager crowd. You're still laughing? They all want you. Yi Yang gently tapped Pikachu on the head and remarked, you've hidden your abilities well. Do you also possess Iron Tail, Volt Tackle, and Thunderbolt now? Pikachu shook its head in response. All right, it seems you've just had a sudden epiphany, Yi Yang said, slightly disappointed. But considering Pikachu was only at level 8 of its growth stage, it was understandable. Upon checking Pikachu's information panel, he indeed discovered a new skill, Iron Tail. This undoubtedly enhanced Pikachu's combat prowess. Pika Pika. Just then, Pikachu expressed its hunger. Yi Yang was taken aback. What? You're hungry again? Didn't you just eat? Pika. It insisted. Fine. Yi Yang then took Pikachu out for a feast, ordering 3 servings of pizza and fruit salad. He truly couldn't fathom why this little creature had such an insatiable appetite. Was it due to being a divine spirit companion? Once they were well fed, Yi Yang proceeded to buy some new clothes and daily necessities as the sky gradually darkened. He casually chose a hotel to stay for the night. The night passed quietly. The following morning, the Divine Multi-Universe sign-up system refreshed its tasks. Ding! The latest sign-up task has been issued. Please, host Yi Yang, sign in at HSBC within 24 hours. The metallic chime of the system disrupted Yi Yang's slumber. He rolled over, his mind still hazy as he glanced at the new sign-up task. What could possibly require signing in at a bank? Yi Yang murmured in confusion. After lingering in the warmth of his bed for a few more minutes, he finally got up, washed up, tended to Pikachu, exited his room, and went downstairs for breakfast in anticipation of the new task. Chapter 17. Overnight Fame and the Flirtation of a Beautiful Streamer. On South Street in Huayang City, Yi Yang, clad in his newly purchased attire, walked along the road, exuding an undeniable charm. Today felt distinctly different from the mundane. Many passers-by cast curious glances his way, leaving him perplexed. Could it be his striking looks? Nevertheless, Yi Yang did not dwell on it for long. He hailed a taxi and made his way to HSBC to sign in. Inside the bank, Yi Yang sat in the waiting area, pondering. Ding. Sign up initiated, countdown, 10 minutes. The system's prompt resonated in his mind, marking the commencement of his latest task. What reward awaited him? Yi Yang could only speculate, feeling a flicker of anticipation. As time ticked by, 5 minutes later, a stunning young lady entered the bank. Elegantly dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, her figure alluringly accentuated. Sporting white headphones and holding a selfie stick with a pink smartphone, she appeared to be live streaming. She surveyed the bank and, with a gleam of delight, her gaze landed on Yi Yang. Everyone, I've spotted the handsome Yi Yang who went viral overnight. Let me show you. The young lady aimed her camera at Yi Yang, igniting a frenzy in her live chat. Oh my, it really is Yi Yang. The legendary figure who beat up bullies at school and possesses a mysterious spirit companion, defeating 3 opponents in the arena? He's incredibly handsome. As Yi Yang sat in the waiting area, patiently awaiting his sign-up reward, he remained unaware that he had gained minor fame online due to the events of the previous day. His exploits were trending across major platforms, with countless short videos garnering immense likes and shares. Especially on the Douyin app, his videos had amassed millions of likes, showcasing his heroic deeds as he turned the tide against adversity. Streamer, you must make a move. How can you resist such a handsome guy? Hurry up and get closer. We want to see him and his spirit companion up close. The fans in the live chat urged. One glance at Yi Yang sent the viewer count soaring to unprecedented heights, escalating at an alarming rate. Unable to restrain herself, the female streamer sauntered over, accentuating her figure as she approached Yi Yang. Hello, are you Yi Yang? She inquired, her tone flirtatious. The chat exploded with reactions. What a cringeworthy pickup line. Come on. Streamer, you can do better than that. Yi Yang looked up at the beautiful woman, confusion etched on his face. I am Yi Yang, and you are? I'm a streamer on Douyin, and at the request of my fans, I'd like to interact with you, she said, attempting to appear as amiable as possible to garner his favor. Yet Yi Yang was utterly bewildered. Interact? With me? I'm neither a streamer nor a celebrity. Why would you want to interact with me? Is it merely because of my looks? Yi Yang, is it alright? The streamer asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Yi Yang felt a moment of embarrassment and pretended to cough twice. Ahem, perhaps you should find someone else? I am not a big shot. Chapter 18. The Delightful Reward and Yi Yang's Aspirations. Boom. As soon as Yi Yang's words fell, the live stream room erupted. What the heck, he actually declined. Unbelievable. To turn down a request from such a stunningly beautiful female streamer. Does he even realize who she is? One of the 5 beauties of Douyin. How could he refuse? Wow, who would have thought even one of the 5 beauties could be rejected? Yi Yang is incredible. The beautiful streamer suddenly felt a bit awkward. She sensed that, despite her years of popularity as a female streamer, her status seemed precarious in front of the rising star Yi Yang. The majority of the fans in the live stream leaned towards Yi Yang, with only a handful of loyal supporters encouraging and comforting her. At that moment, Yi Yang's expression brightened. The 5 minutes had elapsed, and the system's prompt resonated in his mind once more. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang, on successfully checking in. Reward. A villa in the Gulf area. Reward. A scroll of the 3rd-tier battle skill, Thunder Fist. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Yang felt a wave of joy wash over him. It was as if the system was a plump worm nestled in his belly. Intuitively aware of his needs at this moment and delivering the appropriate rewards accordingly, he was quite fond of the system. However, Yi Yang still lacked one crucial element, a second spirit pet. After a battle spirit master advances to battle master, they can contract their second spirit pet, thereby enhancing their overall strength and paving the way for greater achievements. Thus, Yi Yang needed to contemplate his second battle pet. Simultaneously, he had to meditate on the matter of entering university. This was a pathway to growth and empowerment. Once in university, he could access more resources, more opportunities for advancement, and numerous benefits from training, among others. Although he had the check-in system, which afforded him significant advantages, he understood that ultimately, one must rely on personal effort to attain various honors. Moreover, as Yang understood, the check-in system currently issued a daily check-in task. In other words, a signature a day. Upon completing the check-in, Yang no longer lingered in the bank. He swiftly rose and strode towards the exit, leaving the still somewhat awkward and bewildered beautiful streamer behind. Whoa, he's leaving. Streamer, hurry up. Otherwise, he'll be gone. The fans in the live stream exclaimed as they witnessed Yang departing. The beautiful streamer finally snapped back to reality and hurried after him. The two exited the bank, one following the other. As they stepped out, they were greeted by the deans of various colleges in Huayang City, along with some emerging streamers and short video creators. They had been wandering around Huayang City early that morning, hoping to catch a glimpse of Yang. Ultimately, they had rushed over, following the scene from the beautiful streamer's live broadcast. Oh my, even one of the 5 beauties of Douyin, Su Feifei, is here. The crowd gasped. This pure goddess never approached men. What brought her to follow Yang? But indeed, Yang's popularity was soaring. Many small streamers and content creators displayed expressions of shock upon seeing the beautiful Su Feifei standing behind Yang. Standing outside the bank, Yang suddenly had a foreboding sense of unease. Excuse me, is this Yang? The academic dean of Lantian High School in Huayang City stepped forward, politely greeting Yang. Yes, I am. And you are? Yang replied, bewildered. What was happening today? Why were people suddenly asking if he was Yang? Was he an imposter? Chapter 19. The competition among major universities and Yi Yang's choice. I am Wang Kai, the academic dean of Lantian High School. We would like to invite you to attend our school, Dean Wang said gently, looking at Yang. Our school can offer you the best treatment, accommodating all your needs in the 2 months leading up to the college entrance examination. Yang, would you consider coming to study at Lantian High School? Yang was momentarily taken aback. The invitation had come rather unexpectedly, leaving him a bit flabbergasted. Before he could respond, representatives from other prestigious high schools in Huayang City stepped forward, addressing Yang with courtesy. Yang, I am the dean of Jiguang Middle School, and we would like to invite you to join us, offering a spirit-level bloodline spirit pet contract with all expenses covered. Yang, I am. Our school offers a monthly scholarship of 5,000 for you. The various deans of major universities began to present the conditions from their institutions, vying for Yang's attention. The competition was intense, with some even escalating their offers. Director Zhang, I was the first to approach him. You can't do this. Isn't it the principle of first come, first served? It all depends on Yang's choice. Indeed, Yang, come to our school. Feel free to voice any requests. The deans, in their eagerness to recruit Yang, completely abandoned their dignified demeanor as academic leaders. There was no help for it. Yang's talent was simply too formidable. He was undoubtedly the best in all of Huayang City. As onlookers witnessed the chaos among the various schools vying for Yang, they began recording with their state-of-the-art smartphones. Some affluent individuals even using smartwatches to project the scene, eager to capture the moment. Which school would Yang choose? It was rumored that he had been discreetly advised to leave his previous school, which ultimately regretted their decision and attempted to retain him, but was rebuffed by Yang. Let it be Xinguang Middle School. Their antics have already made headlines. The crowd buzzed with speculation, intrigued by Yang's impending choice. Yang felt utterly helpless. Standing there, surrounded by throngs of people, he pondered what was transpiring. Ahem, please, everyone, stop arguing. Yang awkwardly cleared his throat, interrupting the discussions among the deans. I've made my decision to cultivate independently and take the college entrance examination on my own. With that declaration, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared at Yang in disbelief. Independent cultivation and self-preparation for university? No way. This must be a joke. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Independent cultivation meant freely honing one's skills and nurturing spirit pets. Self-preparation for university implied taking the entrance exams individually. Typically, independent cultivation was the last resort for those lacking resources, connections, or capabilities. Yet Yang had resources and abilities. He had no need to tread the precarious path of an independent cultivator. They could not fathom Yang's intentions. Although there were indeed formidable battle spirit masters who had succeeded through independent cultivation, the odds of success were exceedingly slim. Yang, you can't be serious. Independent cultivation is incredibly challenging. Yang, don't act impulsively. We can discuss any issues you may have. Chapter 20. Rejecting prestigious global universities. Yang's rise to fame. The deans of various prestigious universities, recovering from their shock, calmly urged Yang to reconsider. Nevertheless, Yang was resolute. He would not be enrolling in any high school. He aims to participate in the college entrance examination solely based on his own capabilities, with aspirations to enter a prestigious university. Naturally, his target is North China University. It is a hub for the elite talents of battle spirit masters, a place where global resources, training, education, and technology converge at the highest level. The region is remarkably rich in spiritual energy as well. The great master Yi truly lives up to his reputation, despite being courted by numerous universities. He has chosen to remain an independent cultivator. How impressive. From this moment onward, he shall be my idol. Spectators in the live streaming rooms of various prominent and minor broadcasters expressed their astonishment with fervent remarks. Everyone, please make way. I am in a hurry. Yi Yang navigated past several deans, approaching the throng that surrounded him, eager to capture his image. Master Yi, could I trouble you for an autograph? Great Master Yi. May I follow you around for a full 24 hours? Yi Yang, could I conduct a special interview with you? Yi Yang was rendered speechless. Even reporters had come to join the commotion. He inadvertently noticed that several individuals were using popular contemporary short video applications to film him, an echo of a certain software from his previous era, yet far more advanced in functionality and technology. Suddenly, it dawned on him why these people were so eager to seek him out. Undoubtedly, yesterday's events had gone viral online. He had unintentionally become a sensation. Goodness. Yi Yang felt a tinge of frustration as he swiftly extricated himself from the crowd, preparing to hail a taxi. At that moment, a lavish, oversized SUV of a luxury supercar brand came to a halt before him. A middle-aged woman wearing glasses exited the vehicle and, upon spotting Yi Yang, her face lit up with delight. Hello, Yi Yang. We represent a globally renowned institution. Yi Yang interrupted her, inquiring, is it Haitian High School? Yes, the woman nodded. I'm an independent cultivator. I have no intention of attending any high school. With that, Yi Yang turned and strode away. Behind him, the middle-aged woman called out, Yi Yang, we can offer you bloodline spirit pets of level 5 and above, as well as. Before she could finish, Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively, indicating his refusal. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances. Turning down a level 5 bloodline spirit pet was an extraordinary display of pride. However, Yi Yang paid it no mind. Did they truly believe he would entertain an invitation for a spirit pet of such caliber? He hailed a taxi, intending to first visit the newly acquired coastal villa. The keys and access card were already in his possession. Meanwhile, in a black Honda parked by the roadside, a voice broke the silence. Bro, that's him. Hurry up. He's the one who killed my spirit pet yesterday and even beat me up. Li Tao, seated in the passenger seat, lamented as he watched Yi Yang leave in a taxi. Don't worry. Today I will make him pay for it. Ensuring this country bumpkin spends the rest of his life bedridden, replied Li Tao's older brother, Li Hong. A few years older than Li Tao. He had already graduated high school. Although he had not been admitted to university, he had long since become a battle master. Upon learning that his brother had been assaulted, he had taken Li Tao out early in the morning to seek revenge. Initially, the crowd had made it difficult for the two to act, but seeing Yi Yang depart, they quietly followed behind him in their vehicle. Chapter 21. Still wanting to be beaten, the 30 million villa. In the taxi, Yi Yang took out his newly purchased ultra-smartphone. Scrolling through various short video apps that featured clips of himself, he was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that overnight, he would inadvertently rise to fame. Though still relatively obscure, many had begun to recognize his face, which left him feeling quite helpless. Soon, Yi Yang arrived at the coastal villa community. Thank you, driver, he said as he handed over the fare and closed the door. Not at all, the taxi driver replied with a smile before turning the car around and driving away. Yi Yang then made his way toward the gated community. Hey, what are you doing? This is the coastal villa community. Not just anyone can enter. As he approached the entrance, he was halted by the security guard. Those who resided here were undoubtedly affluent individuals, people of significant power and wealth. Although Yi Yang was dressed in new clothes, he appeared quite ordinary and unfamiliar, prompting the guard to obstruct his entry. My family lives here, Yi Yang stated to the guard. Your family lives here? Are you trying to fool me? I know everyone who comes in and out of this community. Where do you say you live? The guard eyed Yi Yang skeptically. Yi Yang thought for a moment and replied, Villa number 1, Building A. The guard burst into laughter. Are you joking? That villa is worth 30 million and is still unsold. There are no residents there. Hurry up and leave. Don't think you can sneak in. At your age, you should be learning something worthwhile instead of engaging in petty theft. Yi Yang's expression darkened. This was rather excessive. However, he was taken aback to discover that the villa bestowed upon him by the system was valued at 30 million. What a delightful surprise. His worth had skyrocketed in an instant. Feeling around in his pockets, Yi Yang recalled that the system had provided him with a community access pass. Suddenly, a screeching brake drew both Yi Yang and the guard's attention. They turned simultaneously to see a black Honda stopping in front of them. The car door swung open, and Li Tao and his brother Li Hong stepped out. Hey, country bumpkin, what are you up to? Trying to enter our city's finest villa community? Li Tao, still bandaged from his previous encounter, looked at Yi Yang with derision. Is this even a place you can access? Hey, guard, is he trying to get in? Don't let him sneak past. He's just a rural bumpkin, broke and dishonest, likely hoping to steal something. Li Tao's accusations grew increasingly outrageous, fabricating lies to slander Yi Yang. The security guard, clearly believing him, promptly shut the gate, preventing Yi Yang from entering. Yi Yang's demeanor hardened as he turned to Li Tao, coldly stating, Haven't you had enough of being beaten? Do you still wish to be hit? Li Tao's expression froze, his anger boiling over as he attempted to lunge at Yi Yang. However, the movement sent sharp pain coursing through him, causing him to gasp sharply. Leave it to me. I'll take care of him, said a tall young man, slightly over 20. who stood a head taller than Li Tao, gently patting his shoulder. He stepped forward, gazing at Yi Yang with a smirk. So you're Yi Yang? You're quite the sensation online these days. You assaulted my brother. We need to settle this matter properly. I don't wish to bully you excessively. So I'll offer you a chance for redemption. Just apologize to my brother here, bow your head, and present $2,000 in compensation. And I'll let you off the hook. Chapter 22. Two Spirit Pets. How about it? Isn't this condition reasonable? Boom. As Li Hong spoke, he summoned the spiritual energy within him, which surged forth. The Battle Master level power startled the security guard, causing him to take a few steps back. It was evident that he intended to intimidate Yi Yang into submitting, compelling him to bow and apologize while handing over money. However, Yi Yang remained unfazed, entirely unshaken by Li Hong's Battle Master strength. A mere third-level Battle Master, doesn't that seem a bit weak? Yi Yang replied with a disdainful smile directed at Li Hong. Li Hong's expression suddenly darkened, his eyes glinting with a cold light as he directed his icy tone towards Yi Yang, saying, Yi Yang, do not mistake my kindness for weakness. I am offering you a chance. Do you wish to be beaten? Upon hearing this, Yi Yang instantly broke into a smile. Beaten? Who truly desires such a fate? That remains to be seen. Boom. As he spoke, a surge of energy, equal to that of a third-level Battle Master, erupted from within Yi Yang. The intensity of his spiritual energy was not in the slightest inferior to Li Hong's, and under the enhancement of lightning, it even surpassed it by a slight margin. Third-level Battle Master? You. Li Hong was taken aback, gazing at Yi Yang in astonishment. After a moment, he turned to his brother, Li Tao, and asked, Did you not say he had just broken through to become a Battle Master? What is this third-level Battle Master about? I also do not know. He did indeed possess the strength of a first-level Battle Master when he fought me yesterday, Li Tao replied, looking quite aggrieved. Yesterday, Yi Yang had indeed held back during their encounter, merely showcasing a fraction of his Battle Master strength, which had led Li Tao to mistakenly believe that Yi Yang had only just ascended to that rank. If I were to exert my full power against a mere battle disciple, that would be beneath me. Hearing Li Tao's bewildered comments, Yi Yang retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Today I am in a good mood. You two should leave quickly, and I may overlook everything that just transpired. He truly thinks of himself as a big shot, does he? Li Hong scoffed derisively, fixing his gaze back on Yi Yang. Even if you are a third-level Battle Master. What of it? Today, I will make you pay. Summon, Battle Spirit Pet, Two-Headed Cobra. Summon, Auxiliary Spirit Pet, Swift Wind Rabbit. With the completion of Li Hong's summoning incantation, two beams of brilliant light burst forth. In an instant, the spirit pets, usually residing in a special survival space, were summoned into the fray. One was a combat type, the other an auxiliary type, both eyeing Yi Yang with predatory intent. Come forth, summon your spirit pet, and prepare to meet your doom. With his summons complete, Li Hong cast a challenging glance at Yi Yang. Yi Yang smiled lightly, forming his own incantation with a flourish, divine-level summoning, Pikachu. Wow. The spectacle and radiance of his summoning far exceeded that of Li Hong's, blinding Li Hong and Li Tao, who had to shut their eyes against the brilliance, as well as the astonished gatekeeper who dared not gaze directly at the light. In but a moment, Pikachu materialized before Yi Yang, appearing rather lethargic, as if still in slumber. Yi Yang felt a flush of embarrassment. How long had this lazy creature been awake this morning, only to fall asleep again? Pikachu, rise and prepare for battle, Yi Yang called out, and Pikachu lazily rolled over before stretching and standing up in a playful manner. Pika, still half asleep. Pikachu groggily regarded the two spirit pets before it. Who do you think you are? Li Hong, witnessing Yi Yang's summoned pet still in a state of slumber, felt a surge of indignation and fury. Chapter 23. Amplification of Spiritual Energy, Strengthening Spirit Pets. Two-Headed Snake, attack. Consume this little creature. Hiss. The two-headed cobra flicked its forked tongue menacingly and lunged toward Pikachu. Still in a daze, Pikachu instinctively dodged the oncoming attack. Hiss. The two-headed cobra, with its dual heads continuously flicking their tongues, pursued Pikachu. Although it was fast, Pikachu was even swifter. Damn it, can it only run? Li Hong couldn't help but curse at the sight before him. Swift Wind Rabbit, assist the two-headed snake in accelerating. Girdle. Upon hearing his command, the auxiliary spirit pet, the Swift Wind Rabbit, emitted a peculiar sound. It then bounded forth, channeling a wave of wind spiritual energy throughout its body. Immediately, the wind energy was imparted to the two-headed snake, significantly enhancing its speed. Pikachu, Yi Yang shouted, witnessing the two-headed cobra's sudden burst of speed. Meanwhile, Li Hong was reveling in the knowledge that his spirit pet was about to catch Pikachu, a triumphant smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yang, it's not too late to kneel and beg for mercy, Li Hong taunted. Otherwise, your spirit pet will soon become my cobra's meal. Is that so? You are quite confident, aren't you? Yi Yang replied, unperturbed, with a smile. Still putting on airs at the brink of death? Two-headed snake, in that spirit pet, Li Hong shouted, his voice booming as he stomped the ground, causing cracks to form. At the same time, with the aid of the Swift Wind Rabbit, the two-headed snake's speed soared, further enhanced by the surge of Li Hong's spiritual energy, which amplified both its strength and speed in an instant. Spiritual energy amplification? Yi Yang noted Li Hong's actions and clenched his fist, unleashing a torrent of energy from within himself. He then focused this amplification on Pikachu. Humph. You think a single spirit pet can challenge me? Li Hong scoffed, commanding, Swift Wind Rabbit, assist with full force and corner that little creature. Yi Yang, weary of wasting time with Li Hong, decided to act decisively. As a battle master, the ability to amplify spiritual energy through spirit pets was a skill that came with the territory. He shared a bond with Pikachu due to their combined electric attributes. And as the amplification took effect, before Pikachu even discharged a spark, it was already enveloped in crackling electricity. In that instant, the two-headed snake caught up to Pikachu, which found itself blocked by the Swift Wind Rabbit. Fully alert now, Pikachu awoke from its slumber and entered a battle stance. Pika Pika, Ziznium. Numerous arcs of lightning surged forth from Pikachu, producing a sizzling sound. In an instant, both the two-headed snake and the Swift Wind Rabbit were rendered numb. Moments later, explosive sounds echoed as Pikachu unleashed a full-powered thunderbolt. Its might doubled under the amplification. With one strike, it obliterated Li Hong's two spirit pets. Pika, seeing the adversaries fall, Pikachu emitted a triumphant cry. Splendid. Yi Yang beamed, calling Pikachu back to perch on his shoulder. Li Hong and Li Tao stared in shock at their electrocuted spirit pets, utterly astonished that a seemingly advantageous battle had been turned on its head in an instant. Chapter 24, Do Not Cross Me. This unexpected reversal left them utterly stunned. After a prolonged silence, Li Hong and Li Tao finally emerged from their shock. Their gazes towards Yi Yang were now rife with unbridled anger and resentment. Yi Yang, you dare to harm my spirit pet. Li Hong seethed, his face contorted with rage as if he were ready to kill. To a battle spirit master, spirit pets were akin to the very lifeblood of their existence. The loss of a spirit pet was intolerable. I will have your life today. Boom. With his declaration, Li Hong launched himself at Yi Yang, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Wasting my time, Yi Yang scoffed, rolling his eyes. Pikachu, give him a shock, and let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 months. Pika. Pikachu understood the command, leaping down from Yi Yang's shoulder. Then, empowered by Yi Yang's spiritual energy, he unleashed his second extraordinary skill, Iron Tail. A piercing sound echoed as it penetrated flesh. In the next moment, the furious Li Hong found his foot impaled by Pikachu's iron tail, causing him to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Li Hong's agonized screams reverberated throughout the vicinity. Brother. Upon witnessing his elder brother incapacitated, Li Tao exclaimed loudly. Yi Yang cleansed Pikachu's tail with spiritual energy and stepped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Li Hong's body. With a thump, Li Hong was sent flying, crashing heavily against a black Honda. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, his face contorted in pain. What do you intend to do? Killing within the city will incur federal penalties. As Yi Yang approached step by step, Li Tao was filled with terror, continuously retreating. Fear not, I shall not take your lives. A smirk played at the corner of Yi Yang's mouth. I merely wish to impart a lasting lesson, to ensure you remember not to provoke me, nor attempt to suppress me, lest the consequences be dire. Slap. With that, Yi Yang delivered a resounding slap to Li Tao's face, sending him sprawling to the ground, bloodied and bruised. Remember, do not bully others with your power. Yi Yang issued one final warning before turning away with Pikachu, heading towards the entrance of the Bay community. Inside, the trembling security guard, frightened to his core, noticed Yi Yang approaching, his heart racing, breath quickening, engulfed in a mix of anxiety and fear. Now may I enter? Yi Yang produced his resident pass for the Bay community. The guard hastily glanced at it and promptly opened the gate, respectfully saying, Please, go ahead. Yi Yang tucked away the pass and entered the Bay community. He had no desire to argue with a guard who lacked basic understanding, unwilling to lose his composure. He proceeded straight to Villa Number 1 in Building A. Among the entire Bay Villa community, this villa stood as the most expensive and luxurious. Its market value reached 30 million, covering an area of 400 to 500 square meters. The spaciousness was perfect for Yi Yang and his spirit companion. He took out his key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside, overwhelmed by the opulence, extravagance, elegance, and sophistication that only the affluent could possess. Exhilaration surged within him. After surveying the villa's interior, Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim, Pikachu, amuse yourself, but do not forget to exercise. I need to meditate and cultivate my spiritual energy here. After inspecting the villa, Yi Yang addressed Pikachu. Chapter 25, Seeking a Second Spirit Companion. Pika. Pikachu nodded and began to entertain itself. Yi Yang casually selected a bedroom, seated himself upon the bed, and commenced his spiritual cultivation. Having traversed into the future, he had yet to genuinely engage in spiritual cultivation. He needed to assess his current cultivation aptitude. This practice would last for a day and a night. Early the next morning, the notification chime of the sign-in system resonated in Yi Yang's mind. Ding. A new sign-in task has been issued. Please, host Yi Yang. Sign in at the Spirit Pet Specialty Store within 12 hours. 20 minutes. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi-Yang gradually exited his meditative state. He exhaled a long breath, releasing a cloud of stagnant energy as the surrounding spiritual energy gradually dissipated. After a day and a night of cultivation, he had made significant progress. However, he found the pace unsatisfactory. The reason lay in the inadequate aptitude of the body he now inhabited, while the speed was acceptable for normal cultivation. Achieving rapid advancement was quite challenging. It seemed he needed to devise methods to enhance his physical cultivation talent, Yi-Yang mused thoughtfully. Subsequently, he rose to stretch his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. He then exited, preparing to sign in at the spirit pet specialty store, and simultaneously seek a suitable spirit companion to contract as his second pet. In this era of spirit pet cultivation, a battle spirit master, as their strength grew, could contract an increasing number of spirit pets. In essence, a powerful battle spirit master could possess multiple spirit companions of various types and attributes, thereby enhancing their overall strength. Yi-Yang was currently at Battle Master level 3, having met the requirements to contract a second spirit pet. Therefore, he sought a brand new companion. Pikachu, let us head out. Yi-Yang called out. Pika. Pikachu promptly leaped from a hidden spot and hopped onto Yi-Yang's shoulder. Pika, all right, I know you are hungry. Let us find something to eat. Seeing Pikachu's adorable yet mischievous demeanor, Yi-Yang couldn't help but smile. Afterward, he exited the grand villa with Pikachu. Upon reaching the entrance of the Bay community, the guard's attitude towards Yi-Yang had evidently shifted to one of greater respect. Yi-Yang hailed a taxi as he stepped outside, intending to eat before heading straight to the spirit pet specialty store. How can he be so wealthy yet still take a taxi? The guard mused in confusion, noticing that Yi-Yang lacked a personal vehicle. In this era, the affluent drove luxury cars, while the truly opulent might even take flights. Yet, none of that compared to the prestige of traveling with a flying spirit companion, soaring through the skies, exuding charisma and status. However, Yi-Yang had yet to attain such luxuries. Soon, Yi-Yang and Pikachu finished their meal and arrived at the largest spirit pet specialty store in Huayang City. Here, spirit pets and their care were sold, with various clubs providing integrated services. The selection of spirit pets within the store was incredibly diverse. Welcome. How may I assist you, handsome? As Yi-Yang and Pikachu entered the Jianpa Spirit Pet Specialty Store, a beautiful saleswoman approached to greet him. One-on-one service, guidance, and sales. Attentive throughout the process. Her demeanor was warm, and her service was impeccable. Just browsing, Yi-Yang replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 26, Spirit Pet of Level 5 Bloodline. Ding. The sign-in task has commenced, with a countdown of 20 minutes. As the system's voice faded, Yi-Yang strolled leisurely through the Spirit Pet Specialty Store. He marveled at the wide array of spirit pets with common bloodlines at level 19, from juvenile to mature forms, feeling a sense of astonishment. He had never imagined that 5,000 years into the future, Earth would have entered an era of spiritual revival. The multitude of spirit pets before him felt like a dream. Although common bloodline spirit pets were the lowest tier, their prices started at several tens of thousands. The prices for spirit-level bloodlines soared even higher. As for divine-level bloodlines, they were exceedingly rare. Currently, no one in Huayang City owned one. Of course, Yi-Yang was an exception. Handsome, are you looking to purchase a high bloodline spirit pet? The saleswoman inquired, noticing Yi-Yang's lack of interest in the common spirit pets. What is the most advanced bloodline spirit pet you have? Yi-Yang asked the saleswoman. We have a spirit pet of level 5 bloodline, a battle cat. The waitress smiled and led Yi-Ning to the upscale area dedicated to the sale of bloodline spirit pets. A charming level 5 battle pet cat, valued at several million yuan, caught their attention. Goodness! Yi-Yang exclaimed upon seeing the price tag for the battle pet cat. Is this feline worth the same as a Ferrari? Truly, we are in an era dominated by spirit pets. Handsome, do not be deceived by its adorable appearance. Its bloodline is formidable. Once it evolves and matures, its combat prowess will be astonishing. The beautiful waitress enthusiastically introduced, showing no hint of disdain towards Yi-Yang. He was quite pleased with her attentive service and felt somewhat tempted. Alas, he lacked the necessary cash. Could you lower the price? Yi-Yang inquired. What can you offer? The waitress asked. Yi-Yang held up 2 fingers. 2 million? She asked, slightly taken aback. No, 2,000, he clarified, shaking his head. Boom. The waitress was immediately infuriated by Yi-Yang's words. 2,000. 2,000 for a level 5 bloodline battle pet? Are you still asleep? Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained a friendly smile and replied, Handsome, you must be joking. Even 2 million wouldn't suffice to acquire this battle pet. I'm not joking. If it were 2,000, I'd reluctantly consider purchasing it. If not, then so be it, Yi-Yang replied with a grin. The waitress was nearly driven to the brink by his audacity. With a stiff smile, she said, That is truly impossible. The minimum is 4 million. Then forget it, Yi-Yang decisively responded, not even giving it a second thought. He had only been drawn in by the waitress's good service and had no idea it would be so exorbitant. After all, it was merely a level 5 bloodline spirit pet. Did he need it? A level 1 bloodline spirit pet would surely suffice. I'll take it for 4 million. Just as Yi Yang was about to give up, a young man dressed in designer attire, around 25 years of age, approached with an air of extravagance. Upon hearing this, the beautiful saleswoman's face lit up with joy. Young Master Wang, I will handle the paperwork for you immediately. All right, the young man, addressed as Wang Xiao, nodded and then stepped forward to Yi Yang. You must be Yi Yang. Greetings, I am Wang Kuo, from the Wang Group in Huayang City, which my family owns. Wang Kuo extended his hand towards Yi Yang with a smile. Yi Yang shook his hand, perplexed as to why this wealthy heir was addressing him. After all, their statuses were worlds apart. Hello, Yi Yang replied politely. Just then, the paperwork for the level 5 battle pet cat was completed. The beautiful saleswoman approached with the contract and respectfully said, Young Master Wang, please sign here. Let my brother Yi Yang sign, Wang Kuo instructed. Both Yi Yang and the saleswoman were taken aback, staring at Wang Kuo in disbelief. Don't misunderstand, I'm not asking you to pay. Wang Kuo quickly clarified upon seeing Yi Yang's confusion. The money is on me, but the battle pet is yours as a gift. The crowd nearby gasped in astonishment. To buy a 4 million yuan battle pet and simply give it away, how extravagant. Everyone looked at Yi Yang with envy, questioning why the gift of such a valuable level 5 bloodline spirit pet was not bestowed upon them. Yi Yang furrowed his brow, eyeing Wang Kuo with suspicion. He had never believed in falling fortunes from the sky, especially from the scion of a wealthy family. I'm sorry, but I don't accept gifts without merit. I don't like taking advantage of others, Yi Yang rejected outright. The onlookers in the spirit pet store were left in stunned silence, incredulous at his refusal of such an opportunity. What? Has he lost his mind? This is something others could only dream of. Wang Kuo was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Yi Yang's rejection. Aren't you curious to hear what I have to say? He asked with a smile. Not interested, Yi Yang replied, turning to look at other spirit pets. With your talent, if you were to assist the Wang family, I could ensure you become a formidable force, Wang Kuo continued, observing Yi Yang's retreat. A 10-year contract to work for us, and this battle pet is merely a down payment. If you agree, I can offer you even more resources. Consider this carefully. Such an opportunity may not come again. You are aware of your own situation and background. Do you truly believe you can achieve divinity as a solitary cultivator? Hearing Wang Kuo's words, Yi Yang's fists clenched involuntarily. His words, though seemingly considerate, conveyed the underlying message that he was merely an ordinary person born into humble beginnings, incapable of achieving greatness alone. Wang Kuo's condescending tone, feigning a mentor's benevolence, only served to further infuriate Yi Yang. While others might have eagerly accepted the role of a sycophant to gain resources and bask in the glow of favor, Yi Yang vowed never to be a slave in this lifetime. Assisting the Wang family was simply out of the question. Turning back to Wang Kuo, Yi Yang met his gaze with unwavering resolve and inquired, Do you possess a divine-level spirit pet? The question left Wang Kuo and the surrounding crowd momentarily stunned. Divine-level spirit pets were exceedingly rare. Those who owned such creatures were either prodigious talents or formidable figures. Though the Wang family held power and wealth in Huayang City, they did not possess a divine-level spirit pet. After a pause, Wang Kuo chuckled. Yi Yang, are you jesting? What kind of existence is a divine-level spirit pet? Don't you find the question amusing? I do not, Yi Yang replied earnestly. Your earlier remarks suggested that the Wang family is wealthy and powerful. Now, in front of all these people, I ask you, do you have a divine-level spirit pet? Does your entire family possess one? Wang Kuo's expression darkened as he struggled to respond, realizing he was losing face. He had intended to use his wealth to sway Yi Yang into submission, but now, Yi Yang's refusal was a public embarrassment. The Wang family does not possess a divine-level spirit pet, but we do have a level 7 spirit pet. Without a divine-level spirit pet, on what grounds do you question me? Before Wang Kuo could finish his sentence, Yi Yang interrupted. Without a divine-level spirit pet, on what basis do you belittle me? Just because you are a wealthy heir? Wang Kuo was left speechless by this barrage of questions. He had never imagined that his wealth and status would render him so vulnerable in front of a simple country bumpkin. Young Master Wang, thank you for your kindness. However, even though my origins are humble, I rely solely on my own efforts. With unwavering determination, Yi Yang declared, you should keep this mere level 5 spirit pet for yourself. Hiss. As soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief. They never anticipated that Yi Yang would dare to speak to Wang Kuo in such a manner. The implication of his words was clear. Wang Kuo was relying on his parents. Simultaneously, Yi Yang's resolute spirit shone through. Hee hee. Wang Kuo's face broke into a grin upon hearing this. It seems I have overestimated myself. However, this inconsequential level 5 spirit pet is something you will likely never possess in your lifetime. Yi Yang disdainfully curled his lip, gazing at Wang Kuo. Do you wish to witness a divine-level spirit pet? What? Wang Kuo paused momentarily, his gaze fixated on Yi Yang. For 1 million yuan, I shall grant you this opportunity to behold a divine-level spirit pet, Yi Yang stated. Puffed. Wang Kuo and those around him immediately choked on laughter, their bellies shaking with mirth. Is this little brother joking? We don't even have a single divine-level spirit pet in Huayang City. Are you suggesting we view it through photographs or videos? Ridiculous. It seemed clear to everyone that Yi Yang was not in his right mind. Wang Kuo swiftly regained his sense of superiority and, with a mocking tone, said to Yi Yang, "All right, let's say 1,000,000. If you can truly possess a divine-level spirit pet, I will immediately transfer 2,000,000 yuan to you. Deal." Yi Yang regarded Wang Kuo as if he were a fool, certain that he would earn those 2,000,000 yuan. "Where is the spirit pet bloodline testing device?" he inquired, scanning the vicinity. "This way, please follow me," the saleswoman gestured, leading them. Soon, Yi Yang, Wang Kuo, and a throng of onlookers arrived at the bloodline testing area of the spirit pet specialty store. Before them stood a highly advanced testing apparatus, designed to utilize spiritual energy to accurately assess the bloodline of spirit pets. The method of testing was remarkably simple. One merely needed to place the spirit pet atop the specialized bloodline tester. Chapter 29, Task Completion. After observing the spirit pet testing device, the crowd turned their collective gaze toward Yi Yang, their intent clear. They wished to see if his divine-level spirit pet was genuine. Yi Yang smiled. For others, this might be a source of anxiety, but for him, it posed no challenge. Divine Summoning Technique. With a flourish, Yi Yang activated his summoning spell, a blinding radiance instantly enveloping the entire spirit pet store. Everyone quickly shut their eyes, waiting a moment before gradually reopening them. Pika Pika. Pikachu emerged from a designated space, gazing at Yi Yang with a hint of irritation. "Ah, my apologies, I was unaware you were in training," Yi Yang replied with an apologetic smile. "Please step onto the testing device and assess your bloodline." Pikachu pouted and let out a huff before lazily making its way to the spirit pet bloodline testing apparatus. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. While it was not unusual for spirit pets to understand human speech, there was something distinctly extraordinary about Yi Yang's Pikachu. Why does this spirit pet seem oddly familiar? Some customers suddenly recalled Yi Yang's name, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wait, isn't he the Yi Yang who has been trending online these past few days?" It truly is him. In an instant, Yi Yang was recognized by several customers who occasionally browse short video apps. Although others were perplexed by the situation, an unshakable sense of Yi Yang's uniqueness enveloped the crowd. "Let us begin," Yi Yang called out nonchalantly. "Understood." The saleswoman nodded, channeling spiritual energy from her own body into the spirit pet bloodline tester. Instantly, the device emitted a blue light, enveloping Pikachu for a comprehensive scan. The device recorded Pikachu's form, utilizing the integration of spiritual technology for bloodline determination. Before long, the bloodline display screen lit up. Common level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Breakthrough. Spirit level, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Breakthrough. Ultimately, it stabilized at Divine Bloodline, level 1. Buzz. Upon witnessing this result, the crowd was struck as if by a powerful force, their minds swirling in utter shock. A divine-level bloodline spirit pet. Truly a divine-level spirit pet. Unbelievable. This seemingly adorable spirit pet was, in fact, a divine spirit pet. Terrifying. Pikachu returned. Yi Yang called out as soon as the results appeared. The crowd remained utterly stunned. After a prolonged silence, they gradually regained their composure. When they turned their gaze back to Yi Yang, it was with newfound respect. Their eyes were filled with desire, admiration, and greed for Pikachu. "Young Master Wang, 2,000,000. Do not backtrack." Yi Yang smiled at Wang Kuo. At that moment, Wang Kuo's heart was a tumultuous storm. His expression was one of disbelief, speechless with astonishment. He had never imagined that Yi Yang truly possessed a divine-level spirit pet. Initially, he had intended to flaunt his superiority in front of Yi Yang, only to be outshone and lose 2,000,000 in the process. Money was trivial, but losing face was a grave matter. With a darkened expression, Wang Kuo turned away, transferring 2,000,000 yuan into Yi Yang's account. Ding. Congratulations. The host's HSBC account has received a deposit of 2,000,000 yuan. The next moment, a system notification chimed in Yi Yang's mind, revealing that it even managed his bank account. Impressive. Ding. Sign-in task completed. Shortly thereafter, another notification followed. Chapter 30, Abundant Rewards. Second Spirit Pet. Congratulations, Host Yi Yang. You have received rewards. 1. Universe Digital Pet, Puppy Beast. 2. One-time 100 success rate. 3. Bloodline X-ray technique. 4. Limited time access to the Universe Mall for purchases. The cascade of rewards filled Yi Yang with elation. The sign-in duration had been extended by 10 minutes, and he was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of rewards, truly comparable to a newbie gift pack. Ding. Due to the host's successful sign-in for 3 consecutive days, a continuous sign-in opportunity has been granted. Ding. Continuous sign-in task released. Host Yi Yang must sign in for 5 minutes at any martial arts school in Huayang City within 2 hours. Just as Yi Yang reveled in the rewards, the prompt from the Divine Level Universe sign-in system echoed once more in his mind. Yi Yang felt a surge of joy. A continuous sign-in meant he could sign in again today and earn additional rewards. Just the thought of it brought him delight. Pikachu, return to your training. Yi Yang formed a hand seal, and Pikachu's form seemed to vanish into thin air, returning to its designated survival space within the Spirit Pet contract. Then, He turned and exited the spirit pet specialty store, preparing for his continuous sign-in. The astonished gazes of the crowd followed him, filled with envy. Yang, could you sell me your spirit pet? I'll offer 20 million. As Wang Kuo clenched his fist, a steely resolve surged within him as he shouted at Yi Yang's retreating figure. In the presence of a divine-level spirit pet, fleeting pride paled in significance. The advantages bestowed by such a creature upon an individual or family were beyond imagination. Thus, despite feeling humiliated by Yi Yang earlier, Wang Kuo's desire for the divine spirit pet remained insatiable. I will not sell it, Yi Yang replied without turning back. 50 million. Wang Kuo bit down hard, raising the price in a frenzy, demonstrating the extent of his yearning for the divine spirit pet. Gasping in astonishment, the onlookers were left in awe of the overwhelming allure that divine spirit pets held over people. If they had the means, they too would bid 50 million. Wang Kuo, money is not omnipotent. Even if you were to increase your offer to 1 or 200 million today, I still would not part with it, Yi Yang stated with a gentle smile before departing, leaving behind a frustrated Wang Kuo and a crowd in disbelief. When Wang Kuo glanced back at the level 5 spirit battle cat, he suddenly deemed it a worthless endeavor. Only then did he grasp Yi Yang's disdain. How could one with a divine spirit pet lower themselves to consider a spirit pet of mere spirit level? Clearly, such a notion was beneath him. Master, take me to any martial arts gym in the city, Yi Yang instructed after exiting the spirit pet specialty store, hailing a vehicle that sped towards the gym. As he sat in the car, reflecting on the earlier events, he felt no regret. Pikachu was his first friend and companion in this era. His lifeblood would never be entrusted to another. Although, following a spirit pet contract, a master could communicate, cancel, and sell their spirit pet to others before recontracting. Yi Yang would never entertain such thoughts. Query, puppy beast, Yi Yang commanded in his heart. The system promptly displayed the information panel of the puppy beast in his mind. Spirit pet, puppy beast. Bloodline none. Level, growth stage. Attribute, light. Type, auxiliary combat fusion. Unique skill, puppy roar. Auxiliary ability, provides a 5% increase in training speed to the master. Chapter 31, Divine Bloodline, Sacred Dragon Blood. Important note, as the puppy beast originates from the digital world, it possesses no inherent bloodline. The host must infuse a bloodline into the puppy beast personally. Noticing the slightly more intricate attributes panel compared to Pikachu, Yi Yang observed the peculiar absence of a bloodline in the puppy beast and the necessity for him to enhance its bloodline. Creatures from the digital world are digital entities. Their physical forms are mere avatars. To truly become a spirit pet, one must infuse a bloodline, specifically the essence of another spirit pet. Only then can it metamorphose into a genuine spirit pet. Yi Yang distinctly remembered that the evolution path of the puppy beast was that of an angel-level digital creature. Should it become his spirit pet, its combat prowess would be considerable. Coupled with the 5% training acceleration, Yi Yang was immensely satisfied with this spirit pet. After all, it could evolve into an angelwoman, smirking. With that, Yi Yang immediately turned his attention to the time-limited system in the multiverse mall. Within this marketplace lay everything imaginable across dimensions. As long as one had the currency, purchases could be made, but it required multiverse coins. After a cursory glance, Yi Yang was astonished by the abundance of wondrous items. Squirtle, Gabuman, Aguman, and other spirit pets were all available. Weapons from across dimensions, such as the Xianyuan sword, 8-span mirror, and even the golden cudgel, were present, truly remarkable. However, the prices were exorbitantly steep. This one will do. After perusing for a while, Yi Yang ultimately focused on a divine bloodline serum labeled Sacred Dragon Blood. Price, 1 million multiverse coins. Yi Yang promptly initiated the process to ascertain the purchasing method. Ding. Host Yi Yang, would you like to expend 2 million future coins to exchange for 1 million multiverse coins? A system prompt echoed in Yi Yang's mind. Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell? How exorbitantly priced. 2 future coins equating to 1 multiverse coin? For just a bloodline. The cost of 1 million multiverse coins was outrageous. Yet, for the sake of his future, to grow stronger, and to acquire a divine spirit pet, all of this was worth it. Exchange. Resolute. Yi Yang swiftly spent the 2 million he had just earned. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang. You have successfully exchanged for multiverse coins. You now possess 1 million multiverse coins. Would you like to purchase the Divine Bloodline Serum, Sacred Dragon Blood, immediately? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. Host Yi Yang, on your successful purchase of the Divine Bloodline Serum, Sacred Dragon Blood. In the next moment, Yi Yang had acquired the Bloodline Serum. The serum was a cultivation method. In this world, many sought to obtain higher bloodline spirit pets, and would choose bloodline serums to cultivate their spirit pets' bloodlines. If successful, the spirit pet's bloodline would undergo transformation upon fusion. However, the failure rate was exceedingly high, and numerous counterfeit bloodline serums plagued the market, making them costly and rarely used. Yet, this was merely the first method. The second method had garnered numerous followers, bloodline enhancement serums. Once injected, the bloodline could be improved. The success rate was higher, and the price relatively affordable, but the enhancement speed was exceedingly slow. Since the spirit pet Yi Yang had just acquired lacked a bloodline, He needed to cultivate and fuse it. His goal was a complete assembly of divine-level bloodline spirit pets. Inject bloodline. Puppy Beast. Upon successful purchase, Yi-Yong commenced the bloodline injection. Unlike the current world where one needed to administer injections to spirit pets, Yi-Yong merely commanded, entrusting everything to the divine multiverse sign-in system. Chapter 32, Spirit Pet Evolution, Martial Arts Gym Check-in. Ding. 100% success rate activated. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi-Yong, on successfully fusing the puppy beast with the divine bloodline, sacred dragon blood. In a brief moment, the injection was complete, and the fusion with the puppy beast took place. Ding. Puppy Beast's physical form has been transformed. It has now become a true spirit pet. Ding. Puppy Beast has reached the limit of its evolution stage and can directly evolve into its mature form. Would you like to evolve? Yes. Without hesitation, Yi-Yong decisively replied. Such an opportunity should not be squandered. Ding. Puppy Beast is evolving. Ding. Puppy Beast's evolution successful. It has transformed into Dilu Beast. Dilu Beast, mature form. Bloodline, divine level sacred dragon blood. Level, mature form. Attribute, light. Type, auxiliary combat fusion. Unique skill, cat punch. Auxiliary ability, provides a 10% increase in training speed to the master. With the evolution of the puppy beast into Dilu Beast, its capabilities had also enhanced. The auxiliary training speed had now reached 10%. Yi-Yong felt immense joy, as this meant he now possessed 2 divine spirit pets. However, upon reviewing Dilu Beast's attributes, he noticed a discrepancy with Pikachu. The bloodline for Pikachu was not categorized, but simply labeled as divine level, piquing his curiosity. Ah, handsome. We've arrived at the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Gym. Just then, the taxi driver braked, turning back to smile at Yi-Yong. Oh great. Yi-Yong snapped back to reality, handed over the money, opened the car door, and stepped out. His gaze fell upon the martial arts hall before him, the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall. This establishment, of course, served as a sanctuary for martial arts training, specifically designed for battle masters to cultivate their spiritual energy and hone their combat skills. Within the confines of the hall, there existed but a singular pursuit, the art of combat. Whether one had come to learn or to spar, the essence remained invariably tied to fighting. However, there was one stipulation. The use of battle pets was strictly prohibited. This was a realm solely for the cultivation of the battle master themselves. To engage in battle with pets, one would have to venture to the beast arena. The combination of pets and humans in combat was a matter of great consequence, necessitating a comprehensive venue, a specialized arena for spirit masters. Upon signing in, Yi-Yong promptly entered the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall. The notification chimed, signaling the commencement of check-in, with a countdown of 5 minutes. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a man dressed in white, with a belt cinched at his waist, approached Yi-Yong. Young brother, are you here to learn martial arts? Have you registered? The man, seemingly in his 30s, boasted a physique of impressive musculature. No, I'm just taking a look. Yi-Yong replied with a smile. The man's expression darkened immediately, his demeanor shifting drastically. There's nothing to see here. If you're not a registered apprentice, you cannot enter our hall. Kindly leave. Yi-Yong was at a loss for words. Was this the harsh reality? A lack of profit led to such unwelcoming attitudes? With a wry smile, he thought, is it so wrong to take a look before deciding? He concocted a flimsy excuse to bide his time. After all, 5 minutes would pass swiftly. Once he completed the check-in, he intended to leave. He had no desire to linger in a place where they charged for instruction, only to teach flashy techniques that wasted his time. Very well, but you must first pay a deposit to prevent any theft of our teachings, the 30-year-old man insisted. Yi-Yong felt a surge of indignation, a torrent of expletives racing through his mind. With such superficial techniques, was there truly a fear of intellectual theft? Did they not have any sense of shame? This was a shady establishment indeed. Chapter 33, The Battle God's Training Body. Level up by 3 levels. Yi-Yong harbored a deep disdain for the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall. While he had always known that such halls often deceived ordinary people and novice battle apprentices, he had not anticipated such blatant exploitation. Nevertheless, for the sake of check-in, he decided to endure for a few moments longer. As the 5-minute mark approached, he was eager to make his exit. Isn't this against the rules? Other martial arts halls don't require a deposit for a mere visit, Yi-Yong stated with feigned seriousness. That's because their halls are subpar. The Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall is renowned throughout Huayang City, the man boasted, leaving Yi-Yong speechless. Goodness, if it weren't for the check-in, would he be subjected to this drivel? He glanced at the time. Only a minute remained. Young brother, look at my disciples. Each one is young, handsome, and a prodigy of martial prowess, all trained by me. Don't hesitate, enroll. The man continued his tirade. A semester is 30,000 yuan, 2 months of training, and I guarantee you'll become stronger. Yi-Yong was at a loss for words. He could not fathom the audacity of this martial arts instructor. The man's ability to boast was indeed impressive, and his ability to change his demeanor even more so. If one showed even the slightest interest in training, he would shower them with promises. Truly, a remarkable talent. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi-Yong. Check-in completed. Reward obtained, Battle God S Training Body. Battle God S Training Body, a special cultivation physique mentioned in ancient legends of spiritual energy revival. It is said to bestow innate strength and extraordinary talent, with an astonishingly rapid training speed. Wow, such a thing exists? Upon hearing the nature of his reward, Yi Yang was immediately exhilarated. Wasn't this something only found in fantasy worlds? Did it really exist in this future era? There were no memories of such a thing in his body's recollections. Boom. In the next moment, Yi Yang felt a surge of power coursing through his entire being. His cultivation level began to ascend as the Battle God's training body integrated within him. Battle Master Level 4. Battle Master Level 5. Battle Master Level 6. He ascended 3 levels effortlessly, without the slightest ripple. Yi Yang could hardly fathom whether this meant he would soon soar through the skies. His bones felt as though they had been reborn, a strength exponentially greater than before. The elevation of his spiritual energy was merely the initial transformation resulting from the merging with the Battle God's training body. Should he dedicate himself to rigorous training, the results would likely be astounding. As Yi Yang completed his check-in, he regained focus only to find the martial arts instructor still prattling on before him. He was utterly bemused. Ahem, well, I've finished looking, so I'll be on my way. Yi Yang coughed awkwardly, turning to exit the martial arts hall. You, the instructor's face froze, his inner fury boiling over. You little brat, are you toying with me? Before Yi Yang could respond, a group of menacing figures suddenly stormed in, blocking the entrance with an intimidating presence. Yi Yang furrowed his brow. Was a confrontation imminent? Who ran this martial arts hall? The leader of the blockade, a burly man with a black star tattoo on his forehead, bellowed. Who operates this hall? The instructor, startled by the sudden aggression, remained silent. Yi Yang found himself awkwardly positioned between the two parties, realizing that the confrontation had nothing to do with him. Someone else was seeking trouble. I'll ask again. Who runs this martial arts hall? The tattooed man roared, causing many to shrink back in fear. The atmosphere turned palpably tense. The owner is behind me. Please let me pass. I'm in a hurry, Yi Yang stated earnestly, facing the intimidating figure before him. Chapter 34. Yi Yang's kick with the college entrance examination looming, he had no desire to squander time in such trivial matters. He was eager to return home to contract his second spirit pet. You clearly don't understand the situation. The leader's gaze hardened as it fell upon Yi Yang, barking. Get out of the way and sit down. Don't impede our business. Until today's affairs are settled, no one leaves. Hearing the leader's words, Yi Yang frowned. What is the problem? Do you have a grievance? Noticing Yi Yang's defiance, the leader's expression darkened further. Why are you not in school, wasting your time here? If you want to leave, wait until we finish our business, or you can attempt to walk past us. With that, the men blocking the entrance wore expressions of arrogance and provocation, some even beckoning Yi Yang mockingly. Come on, kid, try to push through our blockade. Just a warning. If you fail, the consequences will be dire. With a crack of his knuckles, Yi Yang felt a surge of indignation. You lot have truly wasted your lives. As Yi Yang's words faded, the spiritual energy within him began to gradually emanate outward. His entire demeanor surged with an overwhelming presence. A battle master, indeed. He was a battle master. Damn it, this lad cannot possibly be a spirit master, can he? If so, does that mean he possesses a spirit companion? Witnessing the spiritual energy swirling around Yi Yang, interspersed with flickers of lightning, the group of men blocking the door suddenly displayed expressions of terror. As individuals who had no contracted spirit companions and relied solely on martial cultivation, they were accustomed to bullying ordinary practitioners. But against a battle spirit master, they would simply be on the receiving end of a beating. Brother, don't act rashly. We'll step aside for you, one of the burly men stammered. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Yang propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to crack and sink beneath him. Like a cannonball, he charged toward the entrance of the martial arts hall and delivered a powerful kick. The sound echoed, thud. Instantly. A cacophony of dull thuds mixed with anguished cries erupted as Yi Yang sent the group of ruffians tumbling out of the martial arts hall. Inside the hall, the masters and apprentices were left in astonishment. They gazed, wide-eyed, at Yi Yang's retreating figure, their hearts pounding with disbelief. Especially the master instructor of the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall, who stood frozen in shock. He had never anticipated Yi Yang's formidable strength. He was indeed a battle spirit master. How foolish he felt for boasting earlier in Yi Yang's presence. Now he realized he had made a complete fool of himself. Casting one last glance at the fallen martial practitioners, Yi Yang chose not to linger and began to depart. Master, please take us as your disciples. We wish to learn from you. We can pay any tuition. Just as Yi Yang was about to leave, the apprentices of the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall rushed out, encircling him with fervent admiration. I am not running a martial arts school. You should seek someone else, Yi Yang replied coolly, observing the eager faces of the apprentices. The master of the hall, witnessing this scene, turned pale with indignation. He felt utterly disregarded as the apprentices sought Yi Yang instead. Yet, he dared not voice any complaint. On the contrary, he was grateful to Yi Yang. Had it not been for him, he might have been on the receiving end of a beating. Though Yi Yang's assistance was not intended for him, but rather to return and contract a new spirit companion, the Dilliman. Master, we truly wish to study under you. Please accept us. The apprentices continued to plead with Yi Yang, rendering him speechless. He understood that for ordinary people, a battle spirit master was akin to a divine entity. But surely it could not be to such an extent. After all, battle spirit masters were not exceedingly rare. Master, if you do not wish to run a school, you could teach at my martial arts hall. We can share the tuition with you. The master of the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall spoke, his tone shifting to one of respect. Yi Yang hesitated, pondering whether to seize this opportunity for profit. Indeed, master, you can teach us at this hall. We will offer you additional compensation, should you agree to come. The apprentices chimed in, eager to persuade him. We have already paid our tuition. I would be willing to give you 70%, keeping only 30% for rent and my own sustenance. Seeing Yi Yang's hesitation, the master quickly added, if you agree to come, I wouldn't mind foregoing my earnings. All would belong to you. How generous of you. Yi Yang replied skeptically, eyeing the master, who did not strike him as a particularly magnanimous individual. Are you hoping to have me act as your enforcer? To protect your hall? Caught off guard by Yi Yang's insight into his ulterior motives, the master's face turned awkward. I did have that thought, but apologies. But I have no interest in cleaning up after others. Yi Yang interrupted, asserting, I can teach you for a month, but classes will be held every 2 days, lasting no more than 2 hours each, with tuition to be discussed. Agreed. We will follow your lead, master. Where shall we learn? The crowd nodded eagerly at Yi Yang's words, excitement brimming in their eyes. Wait for the notification, add me on my contact, he instructed, leaving them with his information before hailing a taxi to depart. Master, please refund our tuition. With someone challenging the hall, it is far too dangerous. We shall not continue. Yes, we demand a refund. After Yi Yang left, another scene unfolded at the Extreme Flow Martial Arts Hall. Yet, it bore little significance to him. He was in a hurry to return home and contract his second spirit companion, the Dilliman. The matured form, its evolved level would significantly enhance its power. Suddenly, a notification from the divine-grade multidimensional sign-in system echoed in Yi Yang's mind. The multidimensional limited-time shopping mall will close in 20 minutes. Please make your purchases promptly. Yi Yang felt exasperated. Let it close. I possess no funds to buy anything within. Damn, it's exorbitantly priced. I am left with only 20,000 in cash, which I must reserve for caring for my spirit companions. He then returned to his $30 million villa, preparing to contract his second spirit companion. Chapter 36. Contracting the second spirit companion. Hello, is this Tianmei delivery? I would like to order 4 fruit salads, 4 pizzas, 1 chicken leg meal, a pig trotter meal, and a hamburger. Yi Yang first placed a phone call to order takeout, specifying delivery to the Bay Villa Community, Building A, Unit 1. After hanging up, he walked into the courtyard of the Grand Villa. System, release the Dilliman, Yi Yang spoke softly. In an instant, a burst of light illuminated the area, and the Dilliman appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, Yi Yang noted its long ears, lengthy tail adorned with a sacred ring, and a coat of pristine white fur. It stood slightly taller than Pikachu, exuding an undeniable cuteness. Why aren't you wearing gloves? Yi Yang furrowed his brow. He recalled that in the Digimon series, the Dilliman was depicted wearing gloves, was it not? Dilliman is unharmed and is a brand new spirit companion. Host Yi Yang may purchase Dilliman-specific gloves in the multidimensional mall. With lingering curiosity about the Dilliman, Yi Yang turned his attention to the mall. He felt that the Dilliman would only be complete with gloves. Good grief. Upon seeing that the specialized gloves for the Dilliman were priced at 300,000 dimensional currency, equivalent to 600,000 future coins, Yi Yang couldn't help but curse. Are you kidding me? A pair of gloves costs 600,000? Why not just rob a bank? Even gold isn't this expensive. However, upon viewing the attributes of the gloves, Yi Yang found himself intrigued. They would enhance the Dilliman's attack power by 50%. Now that was impressive. He glanced at the Dilliman's paws, which were essentially the hands of a small dog transformed. Its ultimate skill was the cat punch. Its original form evolved from a small dog. This is a bit chaotic and convoluted, Yi Yang mused. I'll buy them for you once I have the funds. With a deep sigh, Yi Yang began the process of contracting the Dilliman. Divine-grade contracting technique. The Dilliman offered no resistance, clearly acknowledging Yi Yang's intent and willingly agreeing to forge a contract. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang, on successfully contracting the Dilliman. Ding. The Dilliman's light attribute has successfully enhanced the host's spiritual energy. Notice, the host's spiritual energy cultivation speed has increased by 10%. Soon, Yi Yang completed the contract with his second spirit companion. He immediately felt a robust connection established between himself and the Dilliman. Are you my master? The Dilliman inquired, standing in the villa courtyard and gazing at Yi Yang. Astonishingly, the words it uttered were human language. Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the Dilliman could converse directly in human speech. Hello, my name is Yi Yang. From this day forth, you shall be my partner. With a smile, Yi Yang summoned Pikachu. This is Pikachu, another one of our companions. Pikachu playfully responded, looking at Yi Yang. I've already ordered food. It will arrive soon, you glutton. Yi Yang remarked, observing Pikachu. Pikachu. Pikachu bounced gleefully. Let us head inside. We will fight together from now on. Yi Yang smiled at both Pikachu and the Dilliaman. Pikachu was lively, while the Dilliaman appeared somewhat reserved. Perhaps it was due to its gender? After all, the Dilliaman could evolve into an angelic form known as the Angel of Heaven in later stages. Chapter 37. Preparing for the college entrance examination, the freelancers begin. Upon returning home, Yi Yang engaged in some emotional bonding with his two spirit companions. Shortly after, the takeout arrived. The sumptuous lunch brought joy to Yi Yang, the Dilliaman, and Pikachu. Pikachu's appetite had grown significantly, and the 4 orders Yi Yang had placed were insufficient. Eventually, he added 2 more orders. The cost of that single lunch amounted to over 1,000 yuan, which stung. His cash reserves had dwindled to just under 20,000 yuan, and at this rate, he could hardly sustain himself for long. This was still considering that the Dilliaman had not eaten excessively. If the Dilliaman had an appetite like Pikachu, it would be even more overwhelming. The expenses for raising a divine spirit companion were exorbitant. Reflecting on the cost of mere sustenance, Yi Yang couldn't help but sigh. In the afternoon, Yi Yang refrained from venturing outside. He immersed himself in solitary cultivation at home. First, he experienced the God of War training regimen, enhanced by the Dilliaman's 10% boost to his cultivation speed. It felt akin to soaring through the skies, as the spiritual energy circulated rapidly. He then attempted the bloodline perspective technique, which allowed him to discern the bloodline level and physical grade of a spirit companion at a glance. This would prove immensely beneficial for Yi Yang in future battles, serving a crucial role. Finally, Yi Yang began practicing his first combat technique of his life, the Thunder Fist. A third-tier skill. The Thunder Fist, when combined with lightning, enveloped the fist in a circle of electricity upon release, augmenting the warrior's attack power. After several hours of practice, Yi Yang achieved mastery of the Thunder Fist. At sunset, he exhaled deeply, his body drenched in sweat. He promptly returned to his room for a shower, donned a fresh set of clothing, and styled his hair, presenting himself in an exceptionally handsome manner. By this time, night had fallen. Pikachu and the Dilliaman were both hungry, looking at Yi Yang expectantly for their meal. Yi Yang felt a bit sheepish as he dialed for takeout, knowing that another 1,000 yuan was about to vanish. After satisfying their hunger, they would rest soundly, only to rise in the morning to relieve themselves. Pikachu, Dilliaman, let us head out. Yi Yang called out after completing his morning routine. Pikachu and the Dilliaman promptly rushed out, following Yi Yang to have breakfast. Then, they commenced their preparations for the college entrance examination. In this era, the college entrance examination comprises both literary and martial disciplines. The literary section is, of course, a written test, while the martial section involves physical combat. The written examination is relatively straightforward, with 70% of candidates passing, especially someone like Yi Yang, who excels in literature. The martial examination, however, poses a challenge. To gain admission to a prestigious university, one must attain at least the 5th level of a battle spirit master. Furthermore, without a battle spirit rank, one can forget about entering a renowned university. This is merely the entry requirement. Yi Yang aspired to enroll at North China Battle Spirit University, a globally prestigious institution. The entry requirement is a battle spirit rank of level 2. Yi Yang is currently only at the 6th level of battle master, and he must bridge a gap of 6 levels to reach the required standard. Thus, he must strive diligently. From this moment forth, he embarks on the freelancer journey. Master. To the wild zone, Yi Yang instructed as he hailed a taxi by the roadside. The driver, upon hearing Yi Yang's words, suddenly turned pale. Fear evident on his face as he replied, "Young man, the wild zone has been quite perilous lately. I advise against going there." "Why?" Yi Yang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the driver's apprehension. "Haven't you seen the news? The spirit beasts in the wild zone have been attacking humans indiscriminately." Chapter 38. The more dangerous the place, the more suitable for me. The driver turned to glance at Yi Yang, saying, "Brother, I strongly recommend you do not venture out. I've heard of many who have gone and returned injured. Strangely, those who have returned have reported that their contracted spirit companions have undergone bizarre changes." Yi Yang's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately inquired, "What kind of changes?" "They've gone out of control, gone mad, and attacked people indiscriminately," the driver explained. "Has the cause been determined?" Yi Yang pressed. "Not yet. The federal branch in Huayang City is currently investigating," the driver replied. Yi Yang's expression turned serious. It seemed the wild zone was indeed perilous. He took out his phone to check the latest news, which detailed the recent strange occurrences. The sensational nature of these events had gradually overshadowed Yi Yang's own rising fame. For him, this could be considered a fortunate turn of events. However, he now contemplated whether to proceed with his plans. "Brother, are you still going?" After a moment, the driver turned back to Yi Yang, asking, The more dangerous the place, the more suitable it is for me," Yi Yang replied with a grin. The driver was taken aback, pondering whether Yi Yang was fearless or simply unwise to still wish to go despite understanding the dangers of the wild zone. Nevertheless, as Yi Yang was determined to go, the driver, in the interest of business, transported him to the edge of Huayang City's protective barrier. This so-called barrier is a protective energy field created through advanced technology and the power of formidable beings, safeguarding the city and human habitation. In this era of spirit companion cultivation, humans are not the only life forms, nor are they the strongest. Thousands of years ago, the Earth underwent a cataclysmic upheaval, with various life forms mutating and evolving, leading to a surge in their powers. For a time, humanity was precariously close to extinction. Fortunately, the ancestors forged a path for cultivation, allowing them to stabilize their existence. Eventually, the battle spirit masters emerged, and this legacy has continued to the present day. However, beyond the human habitats lies the wild zone, teeming with spirit beasts. Spirit beasts, these are essentially wild spiritual companions, born in the wilderness, with inherently wild and untamed natures, some of which can be terrifying enough to consume humans. Nevertheless, there exist formidable wild spirit companions with powerful bloodlines. For those battle spirit masters lacking funds, it is common to venture into the wild to seek out these wild spirit beasts as their companions. Taming and forging a contract with them often results in combat prowess that surpasses that of human-raised spirit beasts. Please present your identification. At the entrance of the barrier, a federal battle spirit master soldier stood guard, working in shifts around the clock. He halted Yi Yang and spoke. Yi Yang produced his identification and handed it to the soldier. After a thorough inspection, a middle-aged man looked at Yi Yang and said, "Young brother, be cautious outside. The situation is quite unstable lately. If you encounter danger, return immediately." Understood. Yi Yang nodded, retrieved his ID, and stepped out. The soldier opened the barrier, allowing Yi Yang to pass. Once outside, the barrier promptly closed again. However, there were still numerous battle spirit soldiers guarding the area outside, with their numbers several times greater than those inside. Divine Summoning Technique. Pikachu, Dilu Beast. As soon as Yi Yang exited the barrier, he swiftly formed a summoning seal, calling forth his spirit companions. Chapter 39, Mature Level 3 Spirit Beast. After a blinding flash of light, Pikachu and Dilu Beast appeared before Yi Yang. "Let us head into the wild," he called, leading Pikachu and Dilu Beast into the wilderness. The soldiers behind him were taken aback. It was a perilous time, with danger levels nearing the point of prohibiting people from leaving the city. How could this young man remain so carefree? Yet, in truth, Yi Yang was merely relaxing his mind. It was precisely because he was aware of the dangers that he summoned his spirit companions beforehand. Otherwise, should he encounter peril, summoning them then would be far too late. In just a few strides, he reached the outer barrier. There were no guards, allowing him to exit freely. However, entry was strictly limited to humans. Upon stepping outside the outer barrier, he found himself in the wild expanse. A lush green forest sprawled before him, adorned with vibrant flowers and flourishing vegetation, a scene that was nothing short of picturesque. This beautiful natural environment brought a sense of refreshing tranquility. Yet the lurking dangers within were not to be overlooked. "Be cautious once we enter. Report any disturbances at once," Yi Yang advised Pikachu and Dilu Beast. Understood. Both Pikachu and Dilu Beast nodded in agreement, following Yi Yang into the verdant wilderness. His gaze revealed no sign of other humans, nor did he spot any wild spirit beasts or spirit monsters, for that matter. The scenic beauty along the way, however, pleased Yi Yang immensely. Thus, they continued onward, gradually delving deeper into the forested wild. The atmosphere began to turn somewhat eerie. Wasn't it said that numerous spirit beasts attacked humans indiscriminately? Why had he yet to encounter a single one? Standing amidst the foliage, Yi Yang scanned his surroundings, puzzled as to the absence of spirit beasts. He had been walking for half an hour, and not a single spirit beast was in sight. This was rather awkward. After all, Yi Yang had ventured into this wilderness for training. What was the purpose of training in the wild? Naturally, it was to engage in combat. Battling wild spirit beasts would effectively enhance the strength of his companions. This was Yi Yang's first formal foray into the path of a battle spirit master, and he had no desire to simply meander about and then return. "Any spirit beast will do. Just one, please," Yi Yang lamented, almost as if in prayer. "Pika, Pika." Just as his words fell, Pikachu emitted a signal indicating the presence of danger. "Master, a creature is approaching." Dilu Beast also sensed it, being quite perceptive due to its evolution from a small dog beast into a mature spirit companion. Yi Yang's gaze sharpened as he scanned the area, his spiritual awareness fully engaged. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted, and a spirit beast adorned with black and yellow stripes lunged from the thicket. "Master, Pikachu." Both Dilu Beast and Pikachu leaped into action, rushing towards Yi Yang to confront the incoming threat. However, Yi Yang reacted swiftly, embracing both Pikachu and Dilu Beast, and leaped away to evade the beast's attack. Upon turning to assess the situation, he discovered it to be a leopard-type wild spirit beast. Utilizing bloodline insight, he discerned the beast's level almost instantaneously. Spirit beast, black wind leopard. Bloodline, mortal level 8. Level, mature level 3. Type, pure battle spirit beast. Special skill, unknown. Chapter 40, Dilu Beast engages. Black wind leopard defeated, gains spirit pill. The black wind leopard, a mature spirit beast from one of the two evolutionary paths of the Gale leopard. exhibited significantly greater speed and strength than its counterpart. Roar, missing its attack. The black-winged leopard snarled viciously at Yi Yang and his companions, its blood-red eyes and the bloodstains at its mouth suggesting it had recently fed. There was something amiss with this spirit beast. Yi Yang scrutinized the black-winged leopard's fierce demeanor, his brow furrowing. At mature level 3, it surpassed the levels of both his companions, and its erratic behavior indicated a heightened combat potential. A sense of foreboding crept into Yi Yang's mind. A lone spirit beast going berserk might be normal. It could be poisoned or startled. But if too many were affected, that would be highly irregular. This reminded Yi Yang of the horrific events that transpired a millennium ago when spirit pets were controlled by a form of sorcery, wielded by the malevolent and obscure profession known as the sorcerer. Those who relied on sorcery for combat had long been the archenemies of battle spirit masters. Yet they had vanished for many years. Master, be careful, it's about to attack. Dilu Beast warned as it detected the slightest movement from the black-winged leopard. True to Dilu Beast's prediction, the mature level 3 black-winged leopard lunged at Yi Yang with a claw poised to tear him apart. While its level was indeed formidable, the disparity in bloodlines was too significant. Seeing the black-winged leopard charge towards him, Yi Yang remained unperturbed. Dilu Beast, show me your strength, take it down. As you command. Responding to Yi Yang's order, Dilu Beast stepped forward. Though its stature appeared insignificant before the black-winged leopard, the prowess of its divine bloodline was not to be underestimated. Despite being a mature level 1, Dilu Beast's bloodline level revealed who truly held the advantage. Cat punch. Boom. Boom boom. Just as the black-winged leopard approached Yi Yang and his spirit companions, Dilu Beast leaped into the air, raining down furious punches upon the black-winged leopard's head, creating a series of dull thuds. The black-winged leopard's momentum was halted as it was sent reeling backwards. With a resounding thud, his entire body crashed to the ground. The bones of his skull grotesquely deformed as blood gushed from his mouth in torrents. Despite this, the black-winged leopard remained a fearsome visage, its savage countenance and blood-red eyes exuding an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. However, the creature had already sustained grievous injuries from the dire beast, teetering on the brink of death, unable to endure any longer. Leave the rest to me, Yi Yang declared, unsheathing a dagger from his spatial pouch as he advanced toward the black-winged leopard. Spirit beasts thrive and evolve by harnessing the essence of the world's spiritual energy. Over time, they condense this energy into crystalline forms known as spirit pills, which are categorized into 10 distinct attributes. Within the same attribute, these pills can facilitate the evolution of contracted spirit pets for battle spirit masters, serving as vital components in the evolution of combat companions. Some individuals attempt to refine the energy within spirit pills for their own gain, yet the effects pale in comparison to those when utilized on battle pets. With a swift motion, Yi Yang plunged the dagger into the body of the black-winged leopard. After a thorough search, he procured a wind attribute spirit pill, a stroke of good fortune. The remaining fur and bones, however, held little value, as the black-winged leopard's level was too low. For the fur and bones of spirit beasts to be of significant use, such as in weapon crafting, they must be of a complete form. Mature spirit beast materials are primarily useful for everyday needs, rendering them meaningless for battle spirit masters seeking to forge weapons. Let us proceed, he stated, securing the spirit pill as he rose to his feet, accompanied by Pikachu and the dire beast, continuing their quest for stronger spirit beasts. The deeper they ventured, the more uneasy he felt. Chapter 41, Daily Sign-In Task, Acquire 3rd Rank Battle Technique, Flowing Light Step. Ding. The daily sign-in task has been randomly issued. For details, please refer to the system. Ding. A brand new instantaneous random task has been released. Please sign in for 10 minutes at the summit of any mountain in the wild within 2 hours. What? Upon hearing the system's task notification, Yi Yang paused momentarily, surprised that a sign-in task had emerged at this juncture. No wonder he hadn't received a task that morning. It dawned on him that the sign-in tasks had been altered to be randomly issued at any time. He promptly led Pikachu and the dire beast in search of a mountain peak to fulfill the sign-in requirement. On their way, Pikachu was remarkably lively, darting about energetically, while the dire beast remained comparatively subdued, trotting closely beside Yi Yang. However, the journey was destined to be fraught with challenges. They encountered 2 waves of spirit beast attacks, both at the first level of maturity. Yet, before the god-level bloodline of Pikachu and the dire beast, they posed little threat. The 2 battle pets effortlessly dispatched the obstructing spirit beasts, after which Yi Yang acquired spirit pills of different attributes, 1 thunder spirit pill and 1 light spirit pill. The level of a spirit pill is determined from the moment a spirit beast reaches maturity. Only mature spirit beasts can condense spirit pills, which are classified as first tier. Yi Yang now possessed 3 first-tier spirit pills, a wind spirit pill, a thunder spirit pill, and a light spirit pill. Within the same attribute, these pills enhance battle pets, and significant consumption is required for their evolution, allowing for rapid strengthening of their powers. Particularly, during the barrier evolution stage, relying solely on cultivation renders evolution exceedingly difficult, necessitating the amplification provided by spirit pills. Thus, The importance of these pills is abundantly evident. As he reached the mountaintop, Yi exhaled deeply, standing beneath the warm sunlight to sign in. Ding. Sign in initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Standing atop the small peak, he gazed out over the verdant forest that surrounded him, a sight most pleasing to the eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from a certain direction within the forest below. Yi turned his gaze toward the source of the sound, witnessing a billowing cloud of smoke and dust rise into the sky. The explosions continued, growing increasingly frequent, suggesting a fierce battle was unfolding within the woods. However, Yi refrained from rushing toward the commotion, as he was in the midst of his sign-in task and could not afford to wander aimlessly. Thus, he could only watch from a distance as the smoke swirled and trees toppled one after another. What could be happening? Curiosity swelled within Yi as he awaited the completion of the 10 minutes, which felt as though it had stretched into an eternity. The tumultuous battle in the forest reached its conclusion within that time frame. After a short while, Yi finally heard the prompt from the god-level Myriad realm sign-in system. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi on successful sign-in. Reward acquired. 3rd rank battle technique. Flowing light step. As the system's notification faded, a torrent of information flooded into Yi mind, encompassing all knowledge and cultivation methods pertaining to the flowing light step. He grasped the technique instantaneously, and upon attempting it atop the mountain, he managed to learn it at a basic level. Pikachu, dire beast, let us descend and investigate, he declared, promptly leading his companions toward the source of the earlier commotion. Chapter 42, Strength-type Battle Pet, Azure-horned Rampaging Bull. Soon, Yi and his spirit pets reached the foot of the mountain, heading directly toward the site of the previous battle. Before long, they stumbled upon a severely injured man sprawled on the ground, facing a battle pet. Yi immediately recognized it as a level 9 mature battle pet, bearing a level 7 bloodline, the azure-horned rampaging bull, an embodiment of raw power. Yet, this formidable creature lay on the ground, a massive gaping wound in its side, blood gushing forth. Its eyes were a horrifying shade of crimson, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Witnessing this scene, Yi-Yong's expression darkened. No matter how one looked at it, this azure-horned rampaging bull did not appear to be a wild spirit beast. Wild spirit beasts never convey a sense of having been contracted. Yet this one was evidently bound by a contract. Thus, the gravely injured man must be the owner of the battle pet. What had transpired here? A sense of puzzlement gripped Yi-Yong. To have so thoroughly incapacitated a battle spirit master and their pet, it could not have been the work of an ordinary foe. Be cautious. There may be powerful spirit beasts in the vicinity. Yi-Yong cautioned Pikachu and the dire beast, slowly approaching the wounded man. Upon reaching the injured individual, who was on the brink of death, Yi-Yong observed him struggling to convey some urgent information. Hurry, notify the Federation, Black. The wounded man's speech was labored, his breaths growing weaker by the moment. Yi-Yong instinctively considered using his spiritual energy to save the man. But a sudden wave of icy malice swept past him. Whoosh. In an instant, a flying dagger hurtled forth from the thicket. Yi-Yong quickly spun around, extending his hand to seize the dagger. But as he did so, he instinctively recoiled, dodging the blade with a swift motion. Thud. A flying dagger embedded itself in the trunk of a tree, immediately causing dark smoke to emanate from the wood, corroded by the toxins on the dagger's blade. Yi-Yong furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the forest from whence the dagger had been launched, his fists clenched tightly. Had he not reacted in time, he might have met his demise just moments ago. What are you lurking in the shadows for? Are you afraid to show your face? Step out. There's no escape for you. Yi-Yong called out to the woods. He could now ascertain that the figure lying on the ground, along with its battle pet, was not confronted by a ferocious spirit beast, but rather, by a human. Seeking death, are you? Do you not know that meddling in others' affairs can lead to dire consequences? As soon as Yi-Yang's words fell, a figure clad in a black mask bearing a sinister smile emerged from behind a large tree in the jungle. Who are you? Are you too ashamed to show your face? Yi-Yong inquired coldly regarding the masked figure. Although curiosity may have led him into this predicament, it was undeniable that this individual had indeed attempted to take his life. Yi-Yong would not let this person go unpunished. He was no paragon of virtue, not one to risk himself for the sake of unrelated individuals. However, when someone sought to end his life, he would show no mercy. You insolent brat. I shall make you regret coming here to gawk. The masked figure sneered coldly, suddenly forming a peculiar hand seal. Yi-Yong focused intently. This was not the seal for summoning a battle pet. What could it be? Chapter 43, The Malevolent Art, the Sorcerer. Curses, the mark of a hex. Hush. The masked figure whispered, and a black radiance burst forth. This dark light coalesced beneath Pikachu and Diancie, forming an ancient pattern. The emanating shadows slithered up the bodies of Pikachu and Diancie, as if alive. Pikachu, Diancie. Yi-Yong sensed something was amiss and urgently warned. Get out of that black circle. But by that time, it was already too late. Upon hearing Yi-Yang's shout, the masked figure let out a chilling laugh, altering the seal to amplify the curse's power. Boom. The black light erupted, momentarily blinding Yi-Yong to his surroundings. Kill your master. In the blink of an eye, The masked figure began issuing commands to Pikachu and Diancie. He was wielding a form of cursed sorcery, an arcane technique long thought to be extinguished. Thousands of years ago, during the developmental phase of the spirit warriors, there existed other formidable entities on the planet, namely, the sorcerers. They relied on curses to annihilate foes or control beings, including humans. However, due to their malevolent nature, they were deemed evil. The ancient spirit warriors banded together to eradicate the sorcerers, and after centuries of struggle, they finally succeeded in vanquishing these powerful and ruthless beings. Yet, that war cost the spirit warriors countless lives, nearly leading to their extinction. Many fell victim to curses with no means of liberation, ultimately resorting to self-destruction. Powerful sorcerers could achieve the most unfathomable feats. Eerie and terrifying, they were humanity's greatest adversaries. Yet the sorcerer before Yi Yang, after casting his spell to control Pikachu and Diancie to slay Yi Yang, found himself thwarted. Pika, Master, are you alright? Pikachu leaped onto Yi Yang's shoulder, while Diancie positioned itself in front of him protectively, expressing concern. I'm fine, don't you sense something amiss? Yi Yang inquired of Pikachu and Diancie. No, we just felt that black thing was very malevolent, Diancie responded. Pika Pika. Yi Yang pondered for a moment, perplexed by the situation. How could it be? They were under my curse, yet they showed no reaction whatsoever. Just then, the masked figure, astonished to see Pikachu and Diancie completely disregarding his commands, exclaimed in disbelief. What? Yi Yang's brow furrowed. Cursed magic? Suddenly, memories of curses flooded his mind. You are a sorcerer? Yi Yang's gaze turned icy as murderous intent surged within him. Humph, it seems you are somewhat knowledgeable, having heard of sorcerers. The masked figure sneered at Yi Yang's words. Wasn't the sorcerer's race entirely wiped out thousands of years ago? Yi Yang summoned the energy within himself, directing his gaze at the masked figure. Cursed magic is a malevolent art. You study it at your own peril, endangering others. What are your true intentions? Are those rampaging spirit pets in the city all you're doing? Haha, it seems my efforts are bearing fruit. The masked figure laughed heartily. Sorcerers will never be extinguished. Chapter 44, Soul Contract, Spirit Beast, and Spirit Body. However, my boy, your spirit pets seem quite extraordinary. They have evidently fallen under my curse. Yet they exhibit no signs of submission, piquing my curiosity. The masked figure's gaze fell greedily upon Pikachu and Diancie. I would love to take them back for a thorough study. Your pets shall belong to me. Cursed magic, undead, flowing light step. Just as the masked figure prepared to cast his spell once more, Yi Yang seized the moment, executing the somewhat unfamiliar technique of the flowing light step. He surged towards the masked figure at a speed several times greater than before. How swift! The masked figure's brow furrowed, interrupted in his casting by Yi Yang's sudden assault. He hastily retreated, evidently fearful of close combat. Yet, Yi Yang was determined to engage him up close, though still mastering the flowing light step. Yi Yang managed to execute it with some proficiency, coupled with the thunder fist he had already mastered. He struck the masked figure squarely in the face with a punch of blistering speed. Bang! A dull thud resounded as the masked figure was sent flying. The black smiley mask shattered by Yi Yang's blow, revealing an exceedingly grotesque visage beneath. The masked figure let out a terrified scream, frantically clawing at his disfigured face. Like a madman. My mask, my mask. He scrambled to collect the shards of his mask from the ground, attempting to piece them together in a frenzy. Yi Yang stood bewildered, staring at the repulsive creature before him, utterly confounded by the scene unfolding. It was enough to send chills down one's spine. Tell me, where did you learn this ancient forbidden art? Yi Yang demanded. You broke my mask. You saw my face. I will kill you. The grotesque figure roared, once again forming a hand seal. Yi Yang, sensing danger, aimed to strike first. But in the next moment, a summoning rune array suddenly expanded before the sorcerer. Summoning? You even contracted a battle pet? Yi Yang was taken aback. According to records, those who chose the path of sorcery should be unable to become spirit warriors. Yet, this was indeed summoning magic, albeit of a chilling and malevolent nature. Battle pets? I have no interest in keeping pets. The sorcerer commanded coldly. Come forth, battle spirit. Soul of the black-winged leopard. With the utterance of his words, a surge of dark light erupted forth. In an instant, the ethereal form of a black-winged leopard appeared before Yi Yang. This revelation startled Yi Yang, even causing Pikachu and Dilliman to momentarily freeze in surprise. Was this not the very black-winged leopard that had been slain by Dilliman? With an icy roar that resonated with chilling detachment, the black-winged leopard's spirit emerged. A soul contract, perhaps? Indeed, it was no benevolent affair. Upon witnessing the spectral beast, Yi Yang comprehended the dire implications, his heart swelling with murderous intent towards the sorcerer. Such a malignant force, if allowed to persist, would inevitably wreak havoc upon this world. Do you remember the black-winged leopard you previously vanquished? The sorcerer sneered at Yi Yang. While we sorcerers cannot contract living familiars, we can bind the spirits of those that have perished in battle. You shall meet your demise beneath its ethereal onslaught. Chapter 45, Slay the Sorcerer, Acquire Fire-Based Combat Technique. Black-winged leopard spirit, devour their souls. With a fierce command, the spirit lunged towards Yi Yang and his companions, its speed exponentially greater than before. Yi Yang's expression darkened as he prepared to confront the threat, delivering a punch aimed at the spirit. Yet, his fist merely passed through the spectral form, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Instead, an unsettling dizziness washed over him. Fortunately, his divine bloodline and the might of the god of war cultivation technique rendered him impervious to harm from such a fledgling spirit. Pika Pika, Master. Both Pikachu and Dilliman cried out, sensing the disturbance. Haha, foolish child, cease your futile efforts. The spirit is immune to all physical attacks. Even if you possess 1,000 pounds of strength, you cannot harm it in the slightest. The sorcerer laughed derisively, reveling in Yi Yang's ineffective assault. On the contrary, you shall perish as your soul shatters beneath the Black Wind Leopard's assault. Black Wind Leopard Spirit, attack. With that, the spectral leopard lunged once more toward Yi Yang. Desperately, he pondered methods to assault the soul. Having read countless novels, his mind was rife with wild ideas. Souls are akin to ghosts. To control ghosts, one must utilize talismans. But where could he find such tools now? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. Pika Pika. At Yi Yang's command, Pikachu sprang into action, channeling its signature move. Thunderbolt. Crackling electricity erupted forth, striking the Black Wind Leopard's spirit with incredible force. The spirit emitted a dolorous cry as it was severely weakened, and within mere moments, Pikachu's thunderous energy reduced it to nothingness. You observing the obliteration of the spirit he had bound, the sorcerer's countenance darkened, reflecting the reality of his own malevolence. To unleash a familiar in such a frenzied state, only to have its soul extinguished, you sorcerers are truly vile. With a fierce shout, Yi Yang commanded, Pikachu, infuse your thunderbolt with spiritual energy, double its power. In an instant, the sorcerer lay vanquished at Yi Yang's feet, his life extinguished. Yi Yang felt no remorse. A being of such wickedness deserved no sympathy. Yet, an unsettling notion lingered in his mind. The ordeal was unlikely to conclude here. The sorcerer was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Yi Yang had triumphed over this particular sorcerer merely because of their evident weakness. The spirits he had summoned were all slain by Yi Yang's familiars. It stood to reason that he could not possibly secure powerful battle spirits for himself nor effectively wield potent sorcery. The spells he could cast were limited to those applicable to mere mortal-level familiars. After all, both Pikachu and Dilliman had been subjected to sorcery, yet remained unaffected. Surely, it was the divine bloodline that shielded them. Afterward, Yi Yang approached the fallen sorcerer's grotesque form. He rummaged through the remnants, retrieving a spirit ring from the sorcerer's grasp. Spirit ring, a creation of contemporary technology, infused with spiritual energy and crafted from rare materials. Within it lies a space capable of storing items, the size of which is determined by the ring's rank, which ranges from level 1 to 19. The higher the level, the greater the capacity, and naturally, the price escalates. A mere level 1 spirit ring commands a price exceeding 10,000. Such a luxury is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. However, Yi Yang possessed his own spatial storage. This level 1 spirit ring held little value for him, but its contents were another matter entirely. He dispelled the energy seal on the ring and extracted its contents: currency, combat techniques, sorcery seals, and a detailed map of Huayang City, marked with various locations that hinted at a grand conspiracy. Yet Yi Yang paid little mind to such intrigues. His attention captured by the combat technique he uncovered, an advanced fire attribute skill, Fiery Fireball. Elation surged through him, igniting a fervent desire to master it. However, lacking a fire-type familiar, he could not practice its intricacies. To contract a third familiar, he would need to attain the rank of battle spirit, necessitating further dedication to his training. Let us depart. This place is no longer safe. After gathering all that could prove useful, Yi Yang swiftly exited the area alongside Pikachu and Dilliman. Chapter 46. Damn it, I've been played. He needed to convey this information to the Federation. Otherwise, all battle spirit practitioners could face dire consequences. However, one matter perplexed Yi Yang greatly: the nature of the spirit beast souls. 5,000 years ago, the concept of souls was undoubtedly ethereal and elusive, a mere figment of imagination. Yet, the existence of souls and ghosts remained well known. The reason Yi Yang had directed Pikachu to unleash a lightning strike upon the Black Wind Leopard spirit was that lightning bore the power of the heavenly order, capable of purging ghosts. In that moment, he realized the vastness of this world. It was no longer the Earth he once knew. Suddenly, Yi Yang slowed his pace, advancing with caution. The recent events had rendered him exceedingly vigilant. Falling prey to a sorcerer's trap would be catastrophic. The deceased man and his familiar were testament to this truth. Had Yi Yang been any slower, the spirit of the azure horned wild bull would likely have been forcibly contracted by that sorcerer. Damn it, this wilderness is vast. How are we to locate that little brat? One of 5 battle spirit practitioners grumbled as they traversed the jungle, scanning their surroundings in search of something. Quit complaining. The young master has offered a handsome reward for that brat's familiar. If we manage to procure it, we'll strike it rich. As Yi Yang cautiously approached, He found himself face to face with the group. At this moment, Pikachu and Dural Beast had returned to the unique survival space of spirit pets. The 5 warriors gazed at Yi Yang, momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting a hint of astonishment. Yi Yang had just overheard their conversation. That wealthy young man was none other than the one who had previously attempted to recruit Yi Yang as a subordinate at the spirit pet specialty store, even offering a handsome sum for the Pikachu in Yi Yang's possession, only to receive a lesson in humility from him. The 5 warriors' gazes converged on Yi Yang, their expressions shifting in various ways. "Bro, did you see a spirit trainer with a yellow-skinned spirit pet in the wild forest?" inquired one of the younger warriors. Grinning at Yi Yang maintained a calm demeanor and replied earnestly, "Yes, they ventured deeper into the wilderness. Just that direction." He pointed towards a section of the forest. "Chase," commanded the leader of the 5 warriors, promptly urging his 4 companions to sprint in the direction Yi Yang had indicated. Yi Yang smiled to himself, amused at having deceived them, and then turned to leave. An hour later, upon his return to the urban area of Huayang City, the 5 warriors intent on finding Yi Yang to seize his Pikachu had reached the depths of the wilderness. "Boss, we can't go any further in. If we encounter a fully evolved spirit beast, we might not stand a chance," one of them cautioned. "Damn it. We've chased this far without seeing anyone. Have we been played by that kid?" Another grumbled. "Wait, didn't you think that kid looked familiar? Can you recall who he is?" queried the man nicknamed Flower Mazi, as he scrolled through his phone, finally locating information about Yi Yang. "That's him. The kid we just encountered is Yi Yang. What the hell?" The others quickly gathered to look, their faces filled with disbelief as they realized they had been tricked. "That little rascal dared to toy with us. Let's go back and settle the score with him." The leader, speaking in a heavy dialect, turned around to head back to the city for retribution against Yi Yang. However, their return journey was fraught with difficulties, as they encountered several waves of spirit beast attacks. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, back in the city, first reported the situation outside the wilderness and the sorcerers to the Federation under a mysterious guise. Subsequently, he took Pikachu and Dural Beast directly to a spirit pet bathing center, spending over 1,000 yuan to give them a luxurious bath. Afterward, he took them out for lunch. During the meal, he established a chat group consisting of those apprentices who had expressed interest in learning martial arts from him the previous day. "Master, how much is the tuition? We can transfer it to you." "Master, when does class start? Have you found a venue?" "Master." Yi Yang, observing the nearly 100 inquiries in the group, felt momentarily speechless. He sent a unified response and then began searching for a training venue. The city center was out of the question due to exorbitant prices, so he focused his search on the peripheral areas. After some time, he discovered an abandoned factory that was set to be demolished in 3 months, perfectly suiting his needs. Once lunch was finished, Yi Yang took a taxi to inspect the abandoned factory. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back," Yi Yang said to the taxi driver as he stepped out. "Sure thing," the driver replied cheerfully, clearly not bothered, as this was simply a profitable round trip for him. As Yi Yang entered the abandoned Hongfa electronics factory, he was surprised to find the main door ajar and the seals torn. Observing the spacious area, he noted that the buildings were relatively intact, making it suitable for martial arts training, albeit with somewhat poor conditions. However, a martial artist must endure hardship and not fear dirt. Yi Yang concluded that this place was appropriate. Suddenly, within the range of his spiritual perception, he detected 2 life forces. Following his intuition, he cautiously approached. Inside one of the factory buildings, a woman's sultry voice floated out, "Hey, don't rush. We have plenty of time. I've missed you so much since we last met." This was followed by a man's voice. Yi Yang immediately sensed something was amiss. Peering in, he was taken aback to find a couple engaged in a romantic encounter. Fortunately, he hadn't seen anything explicit yet. He chuckled to himself, turned, and prepared to leave. "Who's there?" Suddenly, a voice called out from within the building. Clang. The factory door was flung open by the man inside. Yi Yang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he turned to the man and said, "I was just passing by. Please, continue." With that, he turned to walk away. "Stop." But as Yi Yang turned, he heard the man bellow, "Show me your phone." "What for?" Yi Yang asked, glancing back. "I need to check if you recorded us." The man eyed Yi Yang suspiciously. Yi Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. "Why would I want to record you? I'm not a photographer, and you haven't done anything to warrant concern. Just hand over your phone, no more nonsense." "I want to check it." The man, clearly not trusting Yi Yang, shouted angrily. Yi Yang sighed inwardly, thinking this was an exaggerated display of guilt. No wonder he was so anxious. "I'm sorry, but you don't have that authority," Yi Yang replied, his expression serious. "If you wish to continue enjoying yourselves, you may. I have no interest in your performance. But if you seek trouble, be prepared for the consequences." Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the man clenched his fists, his temper flaring instantly. He strode toward Yi Yang, raising his fist to strike, a hint of spiritual energy accompanying it. Bang! Yi Yang caught the man's fist effortlessly, producing a subtle thud. "Do you really think you stand a chance against me?" As the words left his lips, a dual attribute of lightning and light energy emanated from Yi Yang's body. Spirit warrior. The man was taken aback, his anger dissipating in an instant. The ability to wield elemental energy was a unique trait of spirit warriors. In this future world, while humans could cultivate spiritual energy, they could not independently grasp the forces of elements. They could only refine pure spiritual energy. However, upon contracting a spirit pet, one could share attributes with it. Yi Yang had contracted with Pikachu, sharing the lightning attribute, and with Dural Beast, sharing the light attribute. This meant he could wield both lightning and light energy at will. Do you wish to continue? Yi Yang released the man's fist, causing him to crumble to the ground, his legs trembling in fear. You little brat, I've finally found you. Before the terrified man could utter a word, 5 spirit warriors stormed through the entrance of the abandoned factory, exuding an intimidating presence. They all glared at Yi Yang with faces twisted in anger, wishing they could rend him into 1,000 pieces. How dare he deceive us in the wild forest? Kid, you're as good as dead this time. We came all the way here for nothing, and we nearly lost our lives. Today, we will surely flay you alive. Yi Yang turned to face the 5 individuals, who were none other than the group he encountered earlier that morning in the wild forest, summoned by Wang Kuo in search of him. Their intention was evidently to seize his god-tier spirit pet. Ah, you've caught on quickly. You arrived rather swiftly, didn't you? Yi Yang grinned and remarked. It seems Wang Kuo has been quite generous with you, pursuing me so fervently. The 5 exchanged startled glances. Clearly, they were taken aback by how Yi Yang knew they were sent by Wang Kuo. How do you know it's young Master Kuo? Asked the leader, a scruffy-looking male warrior, eyeing Yi Yang with suspicion. Did you not speak of it yourselves in the forest? Yi Yang replied with amusement. Damn. The expressions of the group darkened instantly, unable to suppress their curses. Nearby, a couple in love shrank back in fright and quietly slipped away, leaving Yi Yang and the 5 spirit warriors locked in a tense standoff. Yi Yang, if you know what's good for you, hand over your spirit pet, and we might spare you. Otherwise, prepare to scream for your parents today. With your strength, possessing a god-tier spirit pet is tantamount to courting death. Be smart and revoke the contract willingly. Yi Yang scoffed disdainfully. You think a bunch of fools like you can snatch my spirit pet? Have you lost your minds? To hell with you. If you refuse to drink the offered wine, you'll be forced to drink the punishment wine. Brothers, let us take him down. Chapter 49, Battle Pet Duel. Summon Spirit Pet, Ice Wolf. Summon Spirit Pet, Flowing Bird. Summon Spirit Pet, Long-Tailed Monkey. Summon Spirit Pet. With a flourish, radiant summoning runes illuminated the surroundings. The 5 simultaneously cast their ordinary summoning spells, conjuring their spirit pets in unison. All were of mundane bloodlines, 2 mature forms and 4 growth forms. In terms of numerical strength, they outnumbered Yi Yang significantly. Among the 6 spirit pets summoned, 2 mature forms belonged to the leader, who evidently possessed the prowess of a seasoned warrior. Let us all attack at once and finish him, the leader bellowed, as all 6 spirit pets charged at Yi Yang. Simultaneously, the 5 of them gathered their energy, prepared to join the fray. Humph, Yi Yang sneered contemptuously. Do you think sheer numbers will secure victory? God-tier summoning art. Come forth, Pikachu. Dilu Beast. A blinding brilliance enveloped the arena. In that instant, the 5 and their spirit pets shut their eyes against the overwhelming radiance of the god-tier summoning art, which outshone that of ordinary spells by a considerable margin. Moments later, Pikachu and Dilu Beast, 2 god-tier spirit pets, materialized before them. Dilu Beast was at level 1 mature form, while Pikachu was at level 8 growth form. Clearly, in terms of level and quantity, Yi Yang appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet in bloodline quality, he utterly dominated. In terms of overall capability, the god-tier bloodline allowed for combat beyond mere levels. Both of his spirit pets were also warriors. Big brother, can you handle this? We've never fought against god-tier spirit pets before. What nonsense. What does it matter if they are god-tier? The scruffy leader retorted with a curse. There's only one god-tier spirit pet. I refuse to believe his second one is also of the same caliber. Let us take him down and feast upon his spoils. Flowing Bird, Sonic Attack. A piercing, shrill cry erupted from the level 7 growth Flowing Bird, unleashing a painful sonic wave that assaulted the eardrums of both humans and their spirit pets. Before Yi Yang and his spirit pets could retaliate, the level 8 growth long-tailed monkey lunged at him with clawed strikes. Meanwhile, the other 2 growth spirit pets, a mutated hedgehog cat and an insectoid green mantis, flanked Pikachu and Dilu Beast. Yi Yang chuckled. You think mere growth tier spirit pets can harm me? Pikachu, Dilu Beast, dispatched them. Pika Pika. ZZZZ. A surge of electricity, 100,000 volts, obliterated the 2 attacking spirit pets in an instant. Simultaneously, Dilu Beast Cat Paw Punch dispatched the other 2. The 4 growth tier spirit pets posed no threat whatsoever to Yi Yang, Pikachu, and Dilu Beast. The sonic attack was utterly ineffective against the immunity bestowed by the god tier bloodline. As for the battle god's training body, it effortlessly withstood any assault. How could such an existence be shaken by mere growth tier spirit pets? The scruffy leader and his companions stood aghast as they witnessed Yi Yang's spirit pets effortlessly defeat their own. Big brother, we're counting on you. The 4 subordinates, nearly at death's door, withdrew their spirit pets and turned their hopes entirely to the scruffy leader, urging, Big brother, avenge our spirit pets. We'll deal with that little brat. Chapter 50, Spirit Pet Combination Technique. The scruffy leader stood beside his companions, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that growth-tier spirit pets could be so formidable. Moreover, that Dilu beast, at level 1 mature form, demonstrated combat prowess that clearly surpassed his own mature spirit pets. He felt a pang of insecurity. Suddenly, he comprehended that the disparity in bloodlines transcended mere levels. Damn it, you little brat, you forced my hand. Boom. At that moment, the scruffy leader cursed vehemently, stealing his heart as he stomped the ground. Energy amplification, dense water, and ice attribute energies surged forth, enhancing his 2 mature tier spirit pets, a level 3 ice wolf of the beast lineage and a level 2 illusory turtle of the water attribute. With the infusion of energy from the scruffy leader, both spirit pets experienced a drastic surge in attack and speed. Why are you all just standing there? Go deal with that kid, or do you want to eat dirt? The scruffy leader shouted angrily, as his 4 subordinates charged towards Yi Yang. All were warriors of the trainee level, hardly worth Yi Yang concern. Conversely, he regarded the scruffy leader's 2 spirit pets with heightened caution. Energy amplification. Boom. Yi Yang roared, channeling his own energy into Pikachu and Dilu beast, further augmenting their combat prowess. In the same breath, he moved swiftly, delivering a punch towards the approaching 4. Bang, bang, bang. Screams erupted as the 4 subordinates were sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. In a single exchange, they were utterly defeated. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Now it's just you left. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, now would be the time to use them, Yi Yang remarked, eyeing the scruffy leader. The scruffy leader looked grave. He had clearly not anticipated Yi Yang's formidable personal strength. Though they were both warriors, he knew he could never dispatch his own 4 subordinates with such rapidity. As you wish. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the scruffy man ceased to hesitate and no longer held back his strength. The ice wolf and phantom turtle, enhanced by spiritual energy, had ascended to a new level of power. The combination technique of the ice wolf and phantom turtle, 100 meters of ice encapsulation, was about to be unleashed. As the scruffy man's voice fell, the phantom turtle immediately expelled a jet of water from its mouth. Simultaneously, the ice wolf began to gather a significant amount of cold energy in its jaws. A combination technique of battle pets? Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. This was no ordinary skill. Rather, it was a synergistic ability executed by 2 battle pets, yielding extraordinary effects. The phantom turtle's water spray, complemented by the ice wolf's frigid energy, formed an exceptional alliance. In an instant, Yi Yang embraced Pikachu and Dilu beast, utilizing the flowing light step to evade the oncoming water jet. Should he be caught in the deluge, he would inevitably face encasement in ice. While the ice wolf's individual freezing capabilities were limited, the addition of the phantom turtle's water would undoubtedly facilitate a more extensive and effortless freezing effect. A commendable combination technique, though regrettably still somewhat lacking. With remarkable speed, Yi Yang charged toward the scruffy man, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Thunderclap fist. In the next moment, he clenched his fist, swirling with lightning energy, and delivered a powerful blow toward the scruffy man. Chapter 51. The fusion technique of man and beast. Looting the scruffy man and others. The scruffy man was taken aback, hastily channeling the spiritual energy within him to unleash his strongest combat skill, bone-shattering palm. Bang. The clash of fist and palm produced a thunderous sound. A moment later, the scruffy man's pain scream echoed as he was sent flying. His arm shattered by Yi Yang's punch, wisps of smoke emanating from his body due to the electric energy of the thunderclap fist. Roar. At that moment, witnessing its master being knocked out by Yi Yang, the ice wolf charged at him in fury. Bang. However, just as it leapt into the air, it was struck down by a single punch from Dilu beast. Meanwhile, the other phantom turtle was swiftly handled by Pikachu. Yi Yang, along with Pikachu and Dilu beast, emerged victorious. This hand serves as your lesson, Yi Yang declared as he approached the scruffy man, looking down upon him. Return and inform Wang Qua that should he dare to covet my battle pets again, I will personally pay him a visit. With that, Yi Yang looted the valuable possessions from the scruffy man and his companions, claiming them as his own. After all, he could not let his efforts go unrewarded, could he? He then left the abandoned factory, his mood buoyant alongside Pikachu and Dilu beast, leaving the injured scruffy man and others behind. Were it not for the city's regulations under federal oversight prohibiting murder, Yi Yang might have entertained the thought of silencing them permanently. He had suddenly realized the perilous nature of a god-tier battle pet. Should such information leak, it could lead to significant trouble, even threaten his life. Fortunately, when Yi Yang tested Pikachu, he had left the onlookers in shock. No one had recorded evidence, and merely spreading rumors would not convince many. Even data tests could be fabricated, leading to suspicion. The scruffy man and his companions believed it was simply because Wang Qua had taken an interest in Yi Yang's Pikachu, paying them to steal it and tail him, resulting in the earlier confrontation. Master, you're still here? Upon exiting the abandoned factory, Yi Yang was surprised to find the taxi driver still waiting for him. Didn't you ask me to wait? The driver forced a stiff smile, sizing up Yi Yang. Are you alright, young man? What could possibly be wrong? Yi Yang replied with a gentle smile. Let us go. I'll pay you triple the fare. Alright. Upon hearing the fare would be tripled, the driver immediately started the car to take Yi Yang home. It wasn't that Yi Yang was particularly wealthy. Rather, he was genuinely surprised that the driver had not left after the ruckus inside. Consider it a form of compensation. If it had been any other driver, hearing the commotion, they would have likely fled in terror. On the way, Yi Yang contemplated the concept of battle pet combination techniques. In this world, the cooperation among battle pets could forge entirely new skills. Simultaneously, humans and their battle pets could also create novel abilities. Categorized as follows: battle pet combination techniques, the most common cooperative skills among battle pets. Battle pet fusion techniques, these are more complex, requiring the pets to merge their skills. Man-pet fusion techniques, this is a higher-level skill necessitating a profound synergy between the pet and its human counterpart to create an entirely new technique. The power of these techniques was indeed formidable. However, Yi Yang had yet to master any of them. Nonetheless, he was filled with an earnest desire to grow stronger. For only through strength could one hope to survive in this world. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang. Chapter 52, a grand gift from a beautiful lady. He took out his phone and noticed an unfamiliar number, prompting a sense of curiosity about who might be calling. Hello? Yi Yang answered the call. Greetings, is this Mr. Yi Yang? A polite and warm male voice resonated from the other end. Yes, who is this? Yi Yang inquired. I am Zhang Kai, a sales representative from the Ferrari Supercar 5S store. I have delivered your sports car, Mr. Yi. Do you have time to sign for it now? I didn't purchase a car. Yi Yang instinctively replied. A Ferrari supercar costs hundreds of thousands, even millions. How could he afford such an extravagant vehicle? Damn it. I can barely afford to raise my battle pets, let alone buy a car. Actually, Mr. Yi, this car is a gift from a beautiful lady, the salesman explained. She paid for it, provided your phone number and address, and requested that we deliver it to you. Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. A beautiful lady gifted him a luxurious sports car? Wow, am I really this lucky? Such an event was unimaginable in his previous life. Who is she? Yi Yang asked. Intrigued. Apologies, Mr. Yi, but the client requested confidentiality. Please come to the entrance of the Bay Area community to sign for it, Zhang Kai replied. Yi Yang was speechless. Why the secrecy for a car delivery? What were they up to? Before long, Yi Yang arrived at the entrance of the Bay Area Villa community. A large truck was parked across from the entrance, showcasing a brand new, fiery red Ferrari supercar that gleamed brilliantly. As Yi Yang stepped out of his vehicle, Zhang Kai approached him. Hello, Mr. Yi. Here is the contract. Once you sign, this sports car valued at 20 million will be yours. He hesitated, glancing at the vehicle, which resembled a classic Ferrari yet appeared even more stylish and eye-catching. To claim he didn't like it would be a blatant lie. However, receiving such an extravagant gift from a stranger made Yi Yang reluctant to accept it so easily. You want to tell me who this person is? For a car this expensive, I can't just accept it. Please take it back and tell her that I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline the car. Yi Yang spoke nonchalantly. Mr. Yi, the clients will come to you of their own accord. Please sign for it, or I will have no way to report back. Zhang Kai, his face etched with worry, replied, I have elderly parents and young children. My entire family depends on me for sustenance. If I fail this deal, I might find myself without a job from this point forward. My wife. Stop. Observing Zhang Kai's woeful expression, Yi Yang was rendered speechless. Goodness. It's just a car sale. Is it really necessary to be this dramatic? After all, he works at a high-end supercar dealership, 5S store, which is even more prestigious than a 4S store. Mr. Yi, to be frank, I truly envy you. Being so close to such a beautiful woman is. Silence. Yi Yang signed the document and coldly interrupted. The speed at which his demeanor shifted was astonishing. All right, here are the car keys. Do you need my assistance to move it? Zhang Kai asked with a respectful smile. No need. Yi Yang snatched the keys and proceeded to exit the vehicle himself. He was eager to experience this supercar. The doorman, who had been a silent witness to the entire exchange, wore a look of astonishment. Previously perplexed by Yi Yang's lack of a vehicle, he was now confronted with a supercar valued at 20 million. How extravagant. Chapter 53, Enhanced Battle Pet. Delur Beast gains new abilities. Yi Yang swiftly maneuvered the $20 million Ferrari LaFerrari off the truck. After exchanging courteous farewells, the truck departed. With a press of the accelerator, Yi Yang executed a spectacular drift, arriving at the entrance of the Bay community. The doorman hurriedly opened the gate, not daring to be negligent, and treated Yi Yang with even greater deference. As he entered, a $3 million pristine, white Maserati approached. Goodness, the LaFerrari is so wealthy. The Maserati owner, upon spotting the fiery red LaFerrari, immediately steered his vehicle to the side to yield the right of way. Residents of the Bay Villa community were all affluent. Yet the disparity was quite pronounced. Yi Yang felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Wealth truly commands respect. Driving a supercar meant others would yield. Soon, Yi Yang returned to his residence. The Maserati owner began inquiring with the doorman about Yi Yang, only to discover that he resided in Unit 1 of Building A. A villa valued at 30 million. The realization that wealth alone does not guarantee such a property, which requires a certain status, left him utterly astonished. The Bay community is the most prestigious villa area in Huayong City, and beyond that lies the Federation or the residences of high-ranking battle spirit masters. Thus, this location represents the pinnacle of wealth in Huayong City. However, Yiyang remained indifferent. He casually parked the LaFerrari in the yard, suddenly feeling the need for a smart butler to manage household tasks. Summon, Pikachu. Summon, Delure Beast. Inside, Yiyang called forth his spirit pets. He then presented a Thunder Spirit Pill and a Light Spirit Pill to Pikachu and the Delure Beast. You both need to grow stronger and evolve. Give it a try. Yiyang encouraged them. The two spirit pets nodded and took the spirit pills of matching attributes. After a brief examination, they swallowed them whole. Boom. The potency of the spirit pills erupted within Pikachu and the Delure Beast. Their bodies instinctively absorbed the power, gradually becoming stronger. However, as divine-blooded spirit pets, the energy required for their upgrade was substantially greater than that of other bloodlines. Thus, a single spirit pill would only provide a slight enhancement. Nevertheless, the Delure Beast exhibited a hint of surprise. After consuming the light spirit pill, its eyes sparkled brilliantly, emanating a peculiar glow. Ding. Congratulations, host Yiyang, for successfully enhancing your battle pet. Ding. Congratulations, host Yiyang, your battle pet Delure Beast has awakened its second ultimate skill, Cat's Eye Light. Cat's Eye Light. A beam of light emanates from its eyes, and those who make eye contact will be subjected to certain control. Duration varies based on ability. This skill is effective only for battle pets. Hearing the system's announcement, Yiyang couldn't help but smile. This truly was a delightful surprise. He had suspected that the Delure Beast would not be limited to merely one skill, the Cat Punch. It turned out that a bit more strength was required to unlock the second skill. With this, Yiyang and his battle pets had significantly bolstered their overall strength. Alright, you two go play. With the enhancement complete, Yiyang smiled as Pikachu and the Delure Beast scampered off to amuse themselves. He then informed the group about the teaching location and collected the tuition fees. 3,000 yuan per person, for a month of classes, 2 hours each day. Chapter 54, New Sign-In Task, Drive a Haunted Car. With this operation, Yiyang directly accrued around 300,000 yuan. For an ordinary person, this would be a substantial fortune. However, for Yiyang, a battle spirit master nurturing 2 divine-blooded spirit pets, it was still rather modest. Nevertheless, having something was better than nothing, and the earnings were not particularly difficult to obtain. Alright. Class officially begins tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the Hongfa Electronics Factory in the Northern District. After collecting the fees and sending the information, Yiyang registered the apprentice list and logged off the chat application. He spent the entire afternoon immersed in training. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, the voice of the Divine Wanji sign-in system echoed in his mind. Ding. A new sign-in task has been issued. Please sign in for 10 minutes within 48 hours at the professional arena for Battle Spirit Masters. Upon hearing the system's task, Yiyang couldn't help but smile. The professional arena for Battle Spirit Masters, exactly where he had intended to visit to hone his skills. However, before that, he needed to teach a class to his students. After all, having accepted the money, he was obligated to provide instruction. Boom. Exiting, he entered his luxurious LaFerrari, heading straight for the abandoned Hongfa Electronics Factory. The throaty roar of the engine shattered the silence of the street. Passers-by turned their heads in awe at the sight of Yiyang's dazzling supercar, unable to suppress their excitement. Boom. Yiyang pressed the accelerator, speeding along. Soon, he departed the bustling center of Huayong City, arriving at the outskirts. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated. Squeak. Following that, the screeching of brakes filled the air. Yiyang, maneuvering the LaFerrari, executed a dramatic drift, halting just in front of a massive electric pole that had collapsed from the roadside. Damn, he exclaimed, stepping out of the car. Had he not reacted swiftly and demonstrated his driving prowess, he might have collided with the fallen pole, resulting in catastrophic consequences. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Meanwhile, a cacophony of urgent brake sounds erupted from behind. Bang, bang. Some drivers, failing to react in time, collided into one another. What the hell? How do you drive? Damn it, what is going on? Sudden stop. Driving a haunted car? A host of drivers erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Then, their gazes simultaneously fell upon Yiyang, who stood beside the supercar, a look of perplexity adorning his face. Yiyang glanced at the charging station, pristine and flawless. Its base buried 2 meters deep in the soil. How could it possibly have toppled over? He immediately strode towards the uneven pit of the charging station to discern the situation. Suddenly, the soil began to stir violently, and a spirit pet emerged from the ground. With a piercing screech, it revealed its jet-black fur, sharp beak, and a mouth full of razor-like teeth, sending shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. A Blackford mouse. Yiyang's brows furrowed as he regarded the spirit pet before him, suddenly recalling the news from the previous day. Numerous spirit pets had gone berserk within the urban area, spiraling into madness, disregarding their owner's commands, and wreaking havoc all around. The creature before him was undoubtedly one such frenzied spirit pet. Its blood-red eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, reminiscent of the black-winged leopard he had encountered in the wild. A sorcerer. In an instant, Yiyang understood the chain of events. These spirit pets must have fallen under the sorcerer's spell to become so deranged. Chapter 55. A fist to crush the black-furred mouse. Little black, little black. Just then, a man's voice called out to Yiyang. Instantly, the black-furred mouse appeared to be struck by a tremendous stimulus, writhing in agony, its blood-red eyes locked onto Yiyang, baring its sharp teeth as it charged towards him. Yiyang's expression darkened. As the spiritual energy surged within him, he executed the light, flow step, luring the black-furred mouse away to a deserted area. Wow, that guy is quite skilled. It seems he is dealing with the rampaging spirit pets mentioned in the news lately. I hope the Federation resolves this issue swiftly. Observing Yiyang lead the crazed black-furred mouse away, the group of drivers behind him expressed their admiration. Little Black, stop. Don't attack anymore. The owner of the black-furred mouse shouted as he hurried after it. Yiyang noticed the man, who appeared to be around his age but was merely a peak martial apprentice sorcerer, with a battle pet that was only an 8th level growth stage. He was not a particularly formidable sorcerer. At that moment, however, the black-furred mouse's frenzy rendered the man utterly powerless to control his spirit pet. Calling it back now is futile. It has already been ensorcelled, Yiyang replied seriously. If you wish to save it, you must defeat it. No way. When Little Black goes berserk, I stand no chance against it. Hearing Yiyang's words, the man chuckled bitterly. Brother, could you lend me a hand? If you can distract Little Black, I might be able to subdue it with my combat skills. Yiyang was taken aback. To subdue an 8th level growth stage battle pet required 2 people working together? How absurd. In that case, I'll handle it for you. Hurry and take it to the Federation. Otherwise, you'll have endless troubles. With that, Yiyang clenched his fist and, as the black-furred mouse charged towards him, showed no intention of evading, clearly preparing for a direct confrontation. Brother, don't. My Little Black is an 8th level growth stage battle pet. When it goes wild, it can rival a level 1 battle master. Engaging it head-on could be fatal. The owner shouted in alarm upon witnessing Yiyang's actions. However, Yiyang paid no heed to his warnings. An 8th level growth stage battle pet was hardly a challenge. Infusing his spiritual energy into his fist, he concentrated 30% of his strength and aimed directly at the charging black-furred mouse's head, delivering a powerful blow. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. Squeak. The black-furred mouse was sent flying by Yiyang's strike, letting out a pained cry. Crash. In the next instant, it crashed heavily onto the ground, thoroughly knocked out by Yiyang's ferocious punch. The owner of the black-furred mouse was taken aback, stunned by Yiyang's formidable display of strength. Moreover, he realized that Yiyang had not even exerted his full power to effortlessly defeat his frenzied spirit pet. What kind of strength did Yiyang possess? Take your spirit pet and report to the Federation, or you will be in serious trouble. After easily dispatching the black-furred mouse, Yiyang turned to its owner and stated. The man, finally snapping out of his astonishment, gazed at Yiyang with wide eyes. All right, thank you. Brother, you are incredible. Let us exchange contact details and keep in touch. Yiyang ignored him, returning to the supercar only to discover an even direr situation. Chapter 56. Exposure and the Federation's Gratitude. Damn it. How could there be so many uncontrolled spirit pets? Yiyang's brows knitted together as he beheld 4 or 5 spirit pets, devoid of reason, roaming the street. Among them was a 5th level mature fire attribute battle spirit pet capable of evolving into a hellhound, a firehound. Though small in size, its entire body was engulfed in flames, and it could spew fire, incinerating everything in its path. Boom. Bang bang. The firehound unleashed flames, igniting several vehicles and causing explosions, resulting in casualties among ordinary civilians. Damn it. Yiyang clenched his fists, contemplating an escape, but his conscience tugged at him. Just then, the man who had just contacted the Federation approached, frozen in shock at the scene before him. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the sound of helicopters filled the sky. Yiyang looked up to see several sorcerers leaping down from the helicopters. They summoned their battle pets mid-air and engaged in combat, subduing the rampaging spirit pets. The battle was intense, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. The Federation sorcerers dealt lethal blows to the out-of-control spirit pets, putting them down without hesitation. Both Yiyang and the earlier man felt a profound discomfort at the sight. The man's emotions surged. No, I can't let them know my black-furred mouse is also out of control. I must take it and leave. With that, he attempted to flee with his spirit pet. But ensorcelled battle pets could not be recalled through contract. Even if he wanted to drag it away, it was far too late. A Federation sorcerer swiftly killed the black-furred mouse, completely disregarding the man's feelings. What are you doing? That is my spirit pet. The man bellowed angrily at the Federation sorcerer. It is already dead, the sorcerer replied flatly. What? The man was taken aback. Even Yiyang was struck by this revelation. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp something, his gaze sweeping across the slain spirit pets, and he experienced an epiphany. So that is how it is. Understanding the truth. Yiyang felt an inexplicable ache for the sorcerers. Hello, Yiyang. At that moment, a captain from the Federation's sorcerers approached Yi Yang. I am the captain of the 87th Squad of the Federation sorcerers, Yi He. I sincerely thank you for your assistance in dealing with the black-furred mouse earlier. Also, I appreciate the intelligence you provided, which has proven invaluable to us. On behalf of the Federation, I express my gratitude. Intelligence? With a furrowed brow, Yi Yang pondered whether these individuals were aware that he had reported them. However, it was not entirely surprising, with technology advancing at such an astonishing rate. It was relatively simple for the Federation to track down a person. Indeed, we have investigated the site as you suggested, replied Yi He, nodding. You have rendered a tremendous service to the Federation, and we will express our gratitude accordingly. We would also like to extend an invitation for you to join us. I am not considering that option at the moment. Can you ensure that this matter remains confidential? Yi Yang contemplated before responding. Of course, it will remain a secret. The Federation will not place you in jeopardy, Yi He assured him with a smile. Do you have time now? We would like to meet you. I am unavailable at present. Perhaps another time, Yi Yang replied. Very well, we shall return when you are free. You have avenged our companion, and the Federation will surely reward you, Yi He said, not wanting to linger further. After expressing his gratitude, he tidied up the scene and departed swiftly with his team. Yi Yang felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that maintaining a low profile was proving to be quite the challenge. The Federation would undoubtedly make every effort to win him over. With a resigned chuckle, he drove off in his sports car, heading straight for the abandoned factory. It was only until now that he grasped the terrifying nature of the sorcerers. The moment the curse was cast, those spirit companions had perished. Their madness was nothing more than a facade. Their souls were being manipulated by the sorcerer, orchestrating their physical movements. Behind it all, the sorcerer was the mastermind. Chapter 57. Yi Yang's childhood, standing tall against the world. The reason for his rejection of the Federation was that he suspected the sorcerers might very well be targeting them. Clearly, the Federation was aware of this. The number of untold secrets hidden within this situation was unfathomable. Yi Yang had no desire to be caught in this tumultuous current. The Federation could offer him benefits, but accepting such advantages would also mean serving them. This was not Yi Yang's ambition. His goal was to be unparalleled, to fight for himself, to advance and retreat alongside his companions, and to stand proud against the world. He yearned to relish the life of his childhood fantasies, battling alongside Pikachu, Delu Beast, and many other cherished pets from various realms. Boom. Yi Yang sped along, swiftly arriving at the abandoned factory. Over 100 students had already gathered. Upon seeing the fiery red sports car, they were momentarily stunned. Wow, what a cool car. Is the young master really this wealthy? A rich second generation? How awesome. I wish I could be friends with the young master. The students gazed at Qin Yu with envy, especially the girls, who looked at him with admiration. Ahem. Yi Yang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, let us head inside, line up, and begin your martial arts training. Yes. The students responded eagerly, rushing inside to form an orderly line. Although the venue was rudimentary and dirty, they cared not. True martial artists would not shy away from hardship or grime. Many of you cannot cultivate spiritual energy. Today, we will begin with a theoretical lesson, followed by foundational martial arts training. Yi Yang addressed his pupils, having prepared thoroughly. He conscientiously informed them that many martial arts schools were scams that could teach them very little of substance, and that those with innate poor physiques, waste bodies, could not cultivate energy. This was an insurmountable issue. Do not be deceived. The first hour was devoted to theory and psychology, while the second hour focused on martial arts instruction. Yi Yang demonstrated on site, eliciting screams of excitement and infatuation from the students, who were nearly ready to leap at him. Hey, you guys, no filming or making short videos, otherwise I will expel you, he warned after completing a set of punches, noticing several students recording him. Sorry, teacher. I'll delete it right away. You're just too cool. They quickly deleted the videos and returned to their studies. The 2-hour session concluded swiftly, filled with practical insights, more useful than what they had learned in half a month at the martial arts school. That will be all for today. Head home, and we shall meet again at the same time tomorrow, Yi Yang announced. Thank you, young master. The students chorused, their spirits high. The young master really teaches well. Everything is so useful. Indeed, this is far more reliable than the martial arts school. They are nothing but frauds. We must cherish this month and learn diligently from the young master. After the class, everyone expressed their satisfaction with Yi Yang's teaching. As they exited the abandoned factory, they each drove away in their luxurious vehicles, all affluent individuals. Virum. Suddenly, a fleet of black vans came to a halt before them. Dozens of men clad in matching uniforms disembarked from the vans. Leading them was a bald man, short in stature, yet exuding an air of arrogance. He approached and glared at Yi Yang and the others, declaring, who authorized you to use this place? Did you get permission from my Brotherhood of Twin Blades? Chapter 58. Come on, bring it on. This abandoned factory is under the jurisdiction of our Brotherhood of Twin Blades. Have you paid any fees to use it? The group glared menacingly at Yi Yang and his companions, their demeanor reminiscent of hardened thugs from the street. Yi Yang's pupils were intimidated by the scene unfolding before them, internally lamenting their bad luck in encountering troublemakers. Who is in charge here? The bald man coldly inquired, scanning Yi Yang and the others. Without fear, Yi Yang stepped forward. I am. You? The bald man and his associates fixed their gaze upon Yi Yang, disbelief etched on their faces. Are you joking with me? You? The leader? Anyone you pull from behind you would be older than you. What gives you the right to be in charge? They scoffed, clearly doubting that Yi Yang could be the leader among 100 people. Yi Yang had chosen this location himself. What gave them the right? A scornful smile crept onto Yi Yang's face as he clenched his fist, spiritual energy surging forth from within. Boom. The power of a battle master was revealed. Is this sufficient? Yi Yang questioned, eyeing the bald man and his crew. Battle master. The bald man was taken aback, clearly not expecting Yi Yang to be a battle master. This was entirely inconsistent with his age. Such talent was somewhat absurd. Who are you? The bald man's tone softened as he looked at Yi Yang, inquiring. While a battle master alone might not instill fear, a battle master of this age was an entirely different matter. He could very well be a prodigious disciple from a prominent family, and provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Who I am is irrelevant to you. This place has nothing to do with your brotherhood of twin blades, Yi Yang replied, locking eyes with the bald man. The Federation restricts the development of gangs. Do you intend to collect protection fees? Kid, don't try to use the Federation to intimidate me. This area is under our brotherhood of twin blades control, the bald man retorted, his tone irritated. If you want to use this place, pay up 1,000 a day, and I'll come to collect on time every day. Start by paying today's fee. Hearing the bald man's words, Yi Yang chuckled disdainfully. Oh, is this how you play the tyrant? Then come and try to see if you can take this 1,000 from me. The bald man's anger flared instantly. Are you seeking death? The bald man exclaimed, his voice dripping with arrogance. Do you know the influence of our twin blade gang in this area? Don't think that just because you're a battle master, we won't dare to strike. Our boss is a renowned spirit master. Taking you down would be a mere trifle. As his words echoed, his henchmen brandished steel pipes, ready to pummel Yi Yang. Clearly, they were a tyrannical gang. Yet, Yi Yang remained undaunted. Such scoundrels have always existed throughout the ages and are undeniably deserving of a beating. Step back. Let me deal with them first, Yi Yang instructed his students, his gaze firmly fixed on the bald man and his cohort. Come at me all at once. Do not waste my time, he said coolly. You arrogant brat. Today I will make sure you pay dearly. The bald man roared. Get him. The moment they heard Yi Yang's provocation, fury surged through the crowd as they charged at him, steel pipes in hand. Yi Yang sneered, disdain evident in his expression. A horde of ants. In the next instant, he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending the bullies howling in agony. Chapter 59. Beating the bullies. The young master is impressive. Yi Yang dispatched 5 or 6 thugs with ease. To him, these ordinary martial bullies were nothing but trash. The bald man's expression darkened as he witnessed the scene. Call for backup. Today, I don't care who he is. I will take this little brat down. Enraged, he disregarded Yi Yang's identity, background, or talent. All that mattered was the fight. All right. One of the lackeys nodded and promptly pulled out his phone to make the call. At that moment, Yi Yang kicked one man, who crashed into the collar, sending both sprawling to the ground with pained cries. Damn it. The bald man's fury intensified. You useless fools, he bellowed, channeling his energy as he prepared to confront Yi Yang himself. A surge of battle spirit erupted from the bald man's body. Yet he was merely a practitioner of energy arts, not a true spirit master. You arrogant brat, taste my fist. With a thunderous shout, he launched a punch, infused with spiritual energy, directly at Yi Yang. Turning with a cold smile, Yi Yang quickly dispatched the approaching lackeys and, in a swift motion, caught the bald man's fist. Crack! With a gentle twist, Yi Yang broke the bald man's hand, eliciting a shriek of agony. The bald man fell to his knees before Yi Yang in pain. The young master is so impressive. His apprentices marveled, witnessing him handle the thugs with apparent ease. I'm growing fonder of the young master, they exclaimed, admiration and adoration evident on their faces. Back in my day, you wouldn't have even existed, Yi Yang said coldly, clutching the bald man's broken wrist. By age, I could easily be your great-grandfather. Now scram. With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the bald man flying 50 meters away. Damn it, why do they always call me a kid? Yi Yang thought. After all, he was a man who hailed from 5,000 years ago, the true ancestor of humanity. Enough, let us go. We'll reschedule for the afternoon tomorrow to avoid further trouble. Having effortlessly dealt with the bullies, Yi Yang turned to his students. Understood, young master, they replied in unison, nodding eagerly as they gradually departed in their vehicles. Yi Yang, too, wasted no time, driving his fiery red Ferrari towards the city center. He first took Pikachu and Lu Beast out for a meal. Having grown accustomed to human food, the two little creatures had developed quite a taste, insisting on having milk tea with every meal. The expenses were escalating rapidly. I need to make money quickly, Yi Yang lamented after lunch. With a sense of urgency, he set off for the Huayang City Spirit Master Professional Arena, eager to experience the wider world and complete his signing-in task. He was desperate to grow stronger, become a spirit master, and contract a third spirit pet. Only those who reached the Spirit Master level would be eligible for admission to the Huabei Spirit Master University. Chapter 60. Advancing to Level 7 Battle Master, Spirit Master Arena of Huayang City. The Linlang Tian Spirit Master Arena in Huayang City was where Yiyang arrived, driving his fiery red Ferrari with an elegant drift to a halt at the entrance. Screech. The sharp sound of the brakes immediately drew the attention of onlookers, who turned to stare. Is that a Ferrari? Who's so wealthy? This must be the first Ferrari in Huayang City. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the luxurious supercar parked at the arena entrance, envy etched on their faces. In the next moment, Yiyang exited the vehicle, striding into the Linlang Tian Spirit Master Arena under the watchful eyes of many. The arena was a professional stage for combat, where competition thrived. It was the pinnacle of specialization. Every Spirit Master aspired to hone their skills here. Boom. The sounds of intense battles echoed within the arena, resonating with a series of explosive roars. As Yiyang entered the expansive indoor arena, he observed the vast battlefield spanning thousands of acres, divided into arenas for Battle Masters and Spirit Masters. Competitors would be matched by level, bringing their spirit pets to join them in combat. At the center stood the Siege Battle Arena, a place where one side defended while the other attacked, a crucible of fierce combat and high-stakes financial exchanges. However, siege battles involved both Battle Masters and Spirit Masters, which meant Yiyang, currently at level 6, would be at a disadvantage. Thus, he opted for the Battle Master Division. Registration for the Battle Master Division is 20,000. Yiyang approached the registration desk and stated directly, "Please conduct the level assessment." The attendant, a striking young woman, looked at Yiyang with intrigue. He placed his hand on the spirit energy level tester atop the counter, channeling his energy. Simultaneously, the virtual display screen before the attendant lit up, revealing soaring combat power values and level changes. Battle Master, level 6, for large characters materialized on the screen. "How old are you?" the attendant asked, astonished at Yiyang's level. 16. "Is there a problem?" Yiyang replied. Gasp. Upon hearing Yiyang's age, the attendant gasped in disbelief. A 16-year-old Battle Master at level 6. Such talent is unparalleled in Huayang City. This is your battle card. After a victory, you may opt for consecutive fights, with a maximum of 3. The attendant handed Yiyang a numbered card. "Thank you." Yiyang accepted the battle card and proceeded into the Battle Master Division arena. At this moment, battles raged across several arenas. He stood at Arena 1, awaiting the announcement for his turn. Seizing the opportunity, Yiyang did not wish to squander this time. He sat down cross-legged, immersing himself in quiet meditation. Given the urgency of the situation, with numerous tasks awaiting him and the looming college entrance examinations, he knew he must exert himself. Boom. As Yiyang settled into his meditative posture, he formed a cultivation seal. The surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly into his body. He was already at the pinnacle of a level 6 Battle Master. With this cultivation session, he was poised on the threshold of a breakthrough. By heavens, is he cultivating? Observing Yiyang's focused demeanor, the nearby Battle Spirit Masters were taken aback. Is that young genius about to break through? Before long, they watched in astonishment as Yiyang successfully ascended in rank. Ding! Congratulations to host Yiyang for successfully breaking through to level 7 Battle Master. Chapter 61. Yiyang takes the stage, shining brightly. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yiyang ceased his cultivation. He exhaled a long, murky breath, stood up, and stretched his body, producing a series of satisfying cracks that left him feeling invigorated. Sign in. Immediately, Yiyang commanded inwardly, and a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Sign in initiated, countdown, 10 minutes. Shortly thereafter, the announcer broadcasted the upcoming match participants for Arena 1. Next up, Yiyang, level 6 Battle Master. Following him, Li Feng, level 8 Battle Master. "It's my turn," Yiyang exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face as he clenched his fists. Finally, it was his opportunity. Having just broken through to level 7, he was eager to engage in a thrilling match. However, the announcement of his battle power reflected his prior testing level. As Yiyang stepped onto the stage, a murmur of speculation arose. Wait, isn't that the guy who just leveled up? Shouldn't he be a level 7 Battle Master? Is it possible he broke through immediately after the test? He looks like a high school student. What extraordinary talent. All eyes in the arena were fixated on Yiyang, marveling at his prowess. At that moment, the announcer's voice resounded once more. This match features a wager of 20,000 yuan. The victor will receive the prize after a 10% arena fee deduction. Gasps echoed throughout the arena. A 20,000 yuan wager? How outrageous. Typically, matches involved stakes of only a few hundred yuan, with the occasional 2,000 yuan bet considered quite substantial. This sudden escalation was genuinely astonishing. Yet, it stirred the crowd's excitement. A testament to the popularity of the Linlang Tian Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena, known for its transparency in fees and thrilling stakes, attracting countless Battle Spirit Masters. Now, both parties, summon your battle pets and prepare for combat. As the announcer concluded, Li Feng and Yiyang simultaneously summoned their battle companions. A blinding radiance enveloped the arena. In terms of summoning skills, Yiyang held a distinct advantage. In the next instant, Their battle pets appeared on the stage, 3 mature forms and 1 growing form. Li Feng's companions, a black sand scorpion and a flying bee, created an irritating buzzing that filled the air. That flying bee is so noisy. And there's a growing form on the opposing side. The disparity in battle strength seems significant. Not necessarily. I sense those 2 adorably peculiar battle pets possess some extraordinary abilities. Outside the arena, onlookers began to analyze the combat potential of the 4 summoned creatures. Hey, looks like this kid's quite wealthy. A second-generation rich kid, perhaps? After Li Feng summoned his pets, he chuckled at Yi Yang's seemingly cute companion. Guess what? Yi Yang smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. I guess you're just a joke. Show me what you've got, and stop wasting time. Li Feng retorted furiously, his temper flaring. Chapter 62, An Easy Victory. The Flying Robot. Yi Yang's expression darkened. This guy was truly insufferable. As you wish, he replied coolly, as spiritual energy surged within him. Spirit energy amplification, Dilu Beast. Eye of the Cat. The Dilu Beast emerged, its gaze locking onto Li Feng's 2 battle pets, the Black Sand Scorpion and the Flying Bee. Upon seeing the Dilu Beast's glowing eyes, they were instantly ensnared and began to turn on each other. Black Sand Scorpion, Flying Bee, stop! Li Feng's face paled as he watched his pets attack one another, desperation creeping into his voice. Yet his pets, driven by madness, ignored his commands. What in the world? Why are those pets fighting each other? Unclear, but it must be that cat or dog, or perhaps a rabbit, possesses a unique ability. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. The crowd erupted in astonished chatter, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Are you playing dirty? Li Feng directed his fury at Yi Yang, who merely smirked. Playing dirty? If you can't fight back, just admit defeat. If you're not satisfied, then bring it on. I'll crush you today, Li Feng shouted, launching himself at Yi Yang with a mighty leap. With a powerful surge of energy, he unleashed his level 8 strength, executing a second-tier battle technique, the Wind Howling Fist. His attack, like his wager, was not to be underestimated. However, in Yi Yang's eyes, it was child's play. Third-tier battle technique, Thunderous Fist. Yi Yang called out, gathering energy as lightning crackled around his fist, delivering a formidable blow. Boom. Their fists collided with a thunderous impact, resonating throughout the arena. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Li Feng was sent flying by Yi Yang's punch, landing outside the arena with a thud. His arm, which had struck against Yi Yang's, was rendered useless. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Spectators were aghast at the sight of Yi Yang, a level 7 battle master, effortlessly defeating a level 8 opponent. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yang moved, his footwork flashing as he appeared before the 2 still brawling battle pets. With a swift punch and kick, he sent them both flying out of the arena, securing a remarkably simple victory. The match concluded, and the announcement declared, the victor is Yi Yang. The crowd was left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how such a high-stakes battle had ended so swiftly. Yet Yi Yang was not the least bit surprised. Such an opponent. Even 10 more would be effortlessly subdued. With a divine-level spirit pet and the prowess of a battle god. Was this a jest? Whoosh. Following the announcement of victory, a flying robot appeared before Yi Yang. Please choose. Continue fighting or claim your reward. The mechanical voice resonated in Yi Yang's ears, as a virtual screen displayed his potential earnings of 38,000 yuan, including the principal. Chapter 63. 3 consecutive victories, too fearsome to confront. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yang declared, continue fighting. The flying robot, receiving the command, immediately ascended into the air. Contestant Yi Yang, your choice, continue fighting. The second match commenced. Swish, swish, swish. A massive virtual screen flickered with the names of registered opponents. After several rounds, it finally settled. Second match, Xiao Fei, level 6 battle master, please proceed to stage 1. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Fei was rendered speechless. He had wagered 2,000 yuan, intending to profit, only to unexpectedly face a formidable adversary. Choosing to continue battling, he was met with sheer misfortune. Alas, what terrible luck. Xiao Fei, feeling deflated, climbed onto the competition stage, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Continuous battles resembled a challenge. Yet the essence was entirely different. One could only engage in a maximum of 3 consecutive matches. Moreover, each bout allowed one to earn merely the amount wagered by the opponent. Conversely, if defeated, one would lose the same sum, retaining only the remainder. In contrast, challenge matches required an upfront stake of 10,000 yuan. The challenger must also pay this amount. Those who successfully defended for 10 matches, or until no one dared challenge, could claim all winnings, minus 20% of the total. A single challenge match could yield a minimum profit of nearly 100,000 yuan. The initial stake was merely 10,000. It was indeed a lucrative opportunity, but only accessible to those of battle spirit caliber. In the second competition, Yi Yang faced off against Xiao Fei, and the battle commenced. As soon as Xiao Fei stepped onto the stage, the announcer urged the 2 to engage, for many awaited their turn. Cough, cough, my friend, I concede. If you win, could you return half of my stake? Xiao Fei awkwardly coughed, addressing Yi Yang. Damn, how pathetic. Does this kid have no pride? A true man should not cower. Come on, fight. Surrendering is disgraceful. Those in the audience, overhearing Xiao Fei's words, erupted in discontent. A chorus of voices rose, inciting further commotion. Xiao Fei felt increasingly embarrassed, his pride taking a hit. As his adversary, Yi Yang stood before him, equally flustered. Cough, I think you should just fight, he suggested, clearing his throat. With no other choice, Xiao Fei summoned a surge of spirit energy, foregoing his spirit pet, and unleashed his most powerful attack towards Yi Yang. Recognizing Xiao Fei's self-awareness, Yi Yang refrained from being overly harsh and deftly pushed him off the stage, securing his second victory. Thank you, brother, for going easy on me, Xiao Fei expressed gratefully as he exited the stage. Yi Yang smiled, and as the flying robot approached once more, he opted to continue battling. In the third match, the betting amount was 3,000 yuan. The opponent's strength was decent, yet Yi Yang easily overwhelmed him. With 3 consecutive victories, the audience was left in astonishment. Goodness, this kid is truly impressive. So young, yet so powerful, his future is bound to be extraordinary. Too formidable to confront. As the crowd witnessed Yi Yang's third consecutive win, they expressed admiration. Remarkably, the combined duration of these battles was under 10 minutes. It was only when Yi Yang descended from the stage that he heard the notification sound signaling the completion of his sign-in task. Chapter 64. You can't afford this. The Federation's invitation. Long chapter. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the sign-in task. Reward. 1 volume of 5th rank battle technique. Reward. 1 second order thunder spirit pill. With the rewards in hand and a streak of victories, Yi Yang claimed the total amount he had won, and with over 20,000 yuan in profit, he departed the Battle Spirit Master Professional Arena with satisfaction. However, before leaving, he received an invitation from the Linlang Heavenly Master team, requesting him to guard the Battle Master level division, which Yi Yang politely declined. Outside the Linlang Heavenly Professional Battle Master Arena, many individuals were capturing photos with various models of ultra smartphones, naturally aiming at the extravagant Ferrari. Yi Yang found it amusing that a mere sports car could draw such attention. Many snapped their pictures and began to disperse. Yet, one young man was engrossed in a video call with his online girlfriend. Look, this is the new car my dad just bought me, a Ferrari, worth over 20 million yuan. He told me to drive it to school since he couldn't pick me up. Life is tough, he lamented, trying to impress. His online girlfriend seemed enamored. Ching Ching, I really want to meet you. Once I graduate, I'll fly over to see you, alright? Then we can. Just as the young man leaned against the Ferrari, chatting excitedly, the sound of the car unlocking resonated. The butterfly doors slowly opened, and the engine roared to life, activated by Yi Yang's remote control. Your car door is opening, exclaimed the young man's girlfriend on the video call. Huh. He turned around, and indeed the door was ajar. It's nothing. I accidentally pressed the remote key, he quickly explained. In the next moment, Yi Yang approached, and to his surprise, it was Xiang Shuai, a classmate from Starlight Middle School. He was the most narcissistic and ostentatious person in their class. Yi Yang, once the poorest student, had often been subjected to Xiang Shuai's flaunting, which had become increasingly irksome. Yi Yang, what are you doing here? Xiang Shuai exclaimed, astonished. I was about to ask you the same, Yi Yang replied with a chuckle. Can't you see? I'm chatting with my girlfriend, Xiang Shuai boasted, then added, and this Ferrari, worth over 20 million, was just bought by my dad. Don't get too close, or you'll end up in a financial mess. Yi Yang was left speechless. It was truly astonishing to encounter someone so boastful. The car owner stood right in front of him, yet he dared to claim it was a gift from his father? The absurdity of it all was laughable. Why aren't you leaving? I know you're quite strong now, and though I can't defeat you, I'm still wealthier than you. Xiang Shuai sneered at Yi Yang. Wealthier than me? Yi Yang smirked, producing the key to the Ferrari and waving it in front of Xiang Shuai. Do you recognize this? Of course. It's the key to the Ferrari. Who wouldn't know? Xiang Shuai instinctively replied. But as soon as he finished, his expression froze. Suddenly realizing, he looked at Yi Yang with astonishment and tentatively inquired, is this car yours? Indeed, Yi Yang nodded, replying, step aside. I wouldn't want you to tarnish my vehicle, which you cannot afford to compensate for. At that moment, Xiang Shu fell silent, gazing at Yi Yang in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that such an extravagant supercar belonged to Yi Yang. Under Xiang Shu's astonished gaze, Yi Yang entered the Ferrari, closed the door, opened the convertible top, and remarked, perhaps you should ask your father to buy you one. With that, he pressed down on the accelerator. Boom. The deep rumble of the engine reverberated through the street. The Ferrari sped away, leaving Xiang Shu in a state of shock. After a long while, Xiang Shu snapped back to reality. How did he become so wealthy? He pondered, bewildered. Hey, you big liar. Didn't you say that car was bought for you by your father? Is that truly your father? Liar. I'm done with you. With a click, Xiang Shu's online girlfriend hung up the phone, disregarding him entirely. He had no time to explain, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Why had he pretended to be someone he wasn't? Had Yi Yang just slapped him in the face? Boom. Yi Yang drove the supercar, reveling in the exhilarating ride. Your dreams, my dreams. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello, he answered, immediately greeted by a middle-aged man's voice on the other end. Hello, Yi Yang. I am Yi He, the captain of the Federal 87th Division. Do you have a moment? We would like to invite you to the Federation to express our gratitude for your previous assistance. Hearing the words from the phone, Yi contemplated briefly before responding, I have time. Where shall we meet? At the Federation, of course. Where are you now? I will send someone to pick you up, Yi replied. No need. I'm driving. I'll make my own way there, Yi concluded, disconnecting the call. He then pressed down hard on the accelerator, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel and pulling the brake. Swoosh. At the intersection, Yi executed a stunning drift in the Ferrari, the tires screeching against the pavement. Boom. He accelerated fiercely, the Ferrari charging forward like a crimson beast. Within minutes, Yi arrived at the pinnacle of power in Huayong City, the headquarters of the federal Huayong district. As he stepped out of the car, Captain Yi approached to greet him. Thank you for making this journey, Yi. Please, follow me, Yi said courteously, smiling. Too kind, Yi replied with a smile, following Yi into the federal district headquarters. The opulent architecture was imposing, an evident manifestation of formidable power. The facilities exuded an air of advanced technology. Today, Yi felt his horizons broadened. Guided by Yi, he arrived at the most prestigious reception room in the Huayong district headquarters. At that moment, the minister of the district was already waiting for him inside. Hello, Yi. I am Zheng Qiu, the minister of the Huayong district federal headquarters, Zheng Qiu said warmly, extending his hand. Hello, Yi replied, shaking his hand. Please, let us get straight to the point. Rest assured, we are here to express our gratitude for your invaluable assistance, Zheng Qiu smiled. Chapter 65, Reward of 100,000. The most impressive training ground. As one of the highest authorities in Huayong City, comparable to a mayor from a bygone era, Zheng Qiu displayed no semblance of bureaucratic arrogance in Yi Yang's presence. Due to Yi Yang's crucial intelligence and the demise of a cursed master, Zheng Qiu commanded, Xiao He, please bring forth Yi Yang's reward. Immediately, Yi presented the reward to Yi Yang. Outstanding citizen bonus, 100,000 yuan. Considering your safety, we will not publicize this nor issue a certificate. We will directly distribute the bonus. I hope you understand, Zheng Qiu stated. That suits me just fine, Yi smiled. Appreciating the discretion, he certainly did not wish for this matter to become public knowledge, attracting a horde of cursed masters seeking vengeance. This outcome was the best possible. At least his efforts had not been in vain. Yi, do you have any further requests? Please feel free to express them, and I will do my utmost to accommodate you, Zheng Qiu inquired. Given Yi Yang's prowess in vanquishing a cursed master, the Federation held him in high regard, aspiring to cultivate him as an elite within the realm of battle spirits. Hearing Zheng Qiu's words, Yi did not hesitate. As long as I do not have to join the Federation or await commands, I am open to requests. Besides, I did slay a curse master. It is not unreasonable to have a few demands, is it? After a moment's thought, Yi stated, I would like to utilize the Federation's specialized training ground. The college entrance exams are approaching, and I must reach the battle spirit level as soon as possible. Battle spirit level? Zheng Qiu and Yi gasped in surprise. The battle spirit level allows one to contract 3 spirit companions simultaneously and execute spirit energy techniques. Yi was only 16 and aspired to attain the battle spirit level. Even the world's top geniuses typically reach this milestone by 18. Yi, you are only 16 and already aiming for the battle spirit level? Zheng Qiu exclaimed, astonished. This is not merely about age. I am already at Battle Master level 7, and with less than 2 months until the exams, I must seize the time. Yi replied, You have reached Battle Master level 7? Zheng Qiu and Yi were taken aback once again, realizing that his strength surpassed their intelligence reports. No wonder he was capable of defeating a Curse Master. Curse Masters are ranked from 1 to 9, with higher levels indicating greater power. I just broke through today, Yi stated. Gasp. Zheng Qiu and Yi could not help but take a sharp intake of breath, scarcely able to imagine the extent of Yi Yang's talent. Yi, the Federation needs talents like you. Would you consider joining us? I can offer you the best resources in the entire district and facilitate your admission to a prestigious university. After a moment of astonishment, Zheng Qiu personally invited Yi to join the Federation. Thank you for your kind offer, Minister Zheng, but I currently have no intention of joining the Federation. Yi replied calmly. Zheng Qiu felt a twinge of disappointment but did not rush the matter. Very well, I respect your decision. You are free to use the training ground, and the Federation will cover all your accommodation and needs. Focus on your training here. Thank you. Subsequently, under Yi's guidance, Yi arrived at the Federation's specialized training ground. The expansive area spanned over 10,000 acres, equipped with both outdoor and indoor facilities. Featuring a comprehensive array of advanced equipment, it was undoubtedly the most impressive training facility in Huayong City. Chapter 66, Intense Training, Spirit Companions Doing Push UPS. Yi, welcome to our Federation's training ground. You are free to use it as you wish. Feel free to express any needs you may have. As I have already conveyed the instructions, after leading Yi to the training area, Yi remarked, I wish you a swift breakthrough to the Spirit Warrior level. Thank you, Yi replied with a nod, and then he commenced his independent training while Yi attended to his official duties. With a flourish, Yi invoked the Divine Summoning Technique. A blinding radiance erupted within the Federation training ground as he summoned Pikachu and Dialga, preparing them for training and advancement. At that moment, the training ground buzzed with numerous spirit warriors from the Federation engaged in various training regimens under the watchful eyes of their instructors. However, Yi Yang enjoyed a degree of freedom. He merely utilized the training ground as he pleased, dictating his own methods of training. Pikachu, Dialga, we are about to embark on an arduous training session. Let us strive together to grow stronger, Yi Yang declared, gazing at his companions. Pikachu and Dialga nodded in agreement, embodying a spirit of determination. Thus, the training commenced. Yi Yang led Pikachu and Dialga in a vigorous run, tackling one exercise after another. The entire area formed a circuit, and while an ordinary spirit warrior required 5 to 6 minutes to complete a lap, Yi Yang accomplished it in a mere 3 minutes on his first attempt, with his spirit companions keeping pace effortlessly. Now, let's proceed with 1,000 push-ups, he instructed after finishing the circuit. By this point, Yi Yang was drenched in sweat. Yet he pressed on, embarking on the grueling task of 1,000 push-ups. Pikachu and Dialga followed suit, matching his efforts. Look, the spirit companions are doing push-ups, someone exclaimed, astonished. Remarkable stamina for such small frames, 2 in a second. Impressive. Within moments, Yi Yang and his companions had drawn the attention of the surrounding spirit warriors, who began to gather, intrigued by the sight of Yi Yang's spirit pets engaging in human training exercises. To Yi Yang, this seemed entirely natural. After all, if they could not even perform push-ups, could they truly be considered divine-level companions? In less than 10 minutes, he completed the 1,000 push-ups, 2 minutes of rest, then 1,000 sit-ups. Let's go, Yi Yang declared, immediately transitioning into abdominal training, as if he had entered a state of frenzied dedication. He continued his physical conditioning until nightfall. In the Federation's VIP lounge, Yi Yang, along with Pikachu and Dialga, took a refreshing shower and changed into clean attire, feeling considerably rejuvenated. I'm exhausted and famished from all that training, Pikachu lamented. Let's go eat. Yi Yang smiled and led his 2 companions to dinner. After their meal, they returned to their quarters to rest. However, Yi Yang did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began to cultivate his spiritual energy. The night passed in this manner. The following morning, after breakfast, Yi Yang accompanied Pikachu and Dialga to the Federation's combat arena. The arena was abuzz with numerous spirit warriors engaged in combat training, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Yang was there, of course, to enhance his combat prowess. Are you the special guest? You look like a student. A man around 25 years of age obstructed Yi Yang's path as he entered the combat arena, saying, Did you come in through connections? Taking the back door? Chapter 67. I offer you a chance to challenge me. The man's face bore a smirk of disdain, clearly mocking Yi Yang. Yi Yang chose to ignore him and stepped forward. Hey, you seem pretty arrogant. How about a match? The man refused to let Yi Yang pass easily, pursuing him and provocatively asking, Are you scared? Don't worry, I won't bully you. My name is Wei Air. If you call me Big Brother Air, I'll take care of you here. Yi Yang halted, his gaze fixed on the man, and uttered 2 words, foolishness. Having said that, he continued towards the combat arena. Wei Air stood frozen for a moment before reacting. Who are you calling foolish? Looking for a fight? Wei Air pursued him, blocking Yi Yang's path with an expression of fury. Step aside, Yi Yang replied coldly. What did you just say? Wei Air's expression darkened. You dare tell me to step aside? Looking for a beating, are you? Let's fight. With a resounding thud, Yi Yang's fist connected with Wei Air's nose, producing a dull thump. Wei Air cried out in pain, clutching his bleeding nose. You dare strike me? I'll make sure you leave on a stretcher. Wei Air roared, his anger boiling over. Yi Yang merely scoffed, lightly springing onto the combat arena's stage. Turning to Wei Air, he said, Come on. I offer you a chance to challenge me. It just so happens I want to practice. The surrounding crowd turned their attention to Yi Yang, who stood defiantly on the stage, while Wei Air, nursing his injury, drew the attention of the onlookers. Go for it, Wei Air. Don't back down. He's just a student. If you can endure this, you don't belong in our Federation's Spirit Warrior training team. They jeered. Hearing the crowd's encouragement and veiled mockery only intensified Wei Air's irritation. He leaped onto the combat stage, his gaze fixed on Yi Yang with murderous intent. As a member of this year's Federation Spirit Warrior training team with commendable achievements, he could not endure such humiliation. Each year, the Federation recruits a group of Spirit Warriors for new training, most of whom are at least at the warrior level. Once in the Federation, they are filled with arrogance, looking down on ordinary individuals. Upon learning of a special guest's arrival, many who deemed themselves somewhat talented naturally sought to test the waters. I will return this punch to you 100-fold, beating you until you beg for mercy. Wei Air declared menacingly at Yi Yang. Anyone can talk tough. Let's see if you have the strength to back it up. Yi Yang replied dismissively. Are we using spirit companions or going for a one-on-one duel? I don't even need my companions to take you down. Wei Air sneered, propelled by his spirit energy, charging directly at Yi Yang with the might of a 7th-level warrior, a force comparable to Yi Yang's. Yet, the disparity between their strengths was evident. Seeing Wei Air rush at him, Yi Yang shook his head in resignation. Arrogance requires a foundation, and it was clear that this individual had overstepped his bounds. Let us end this, Yi Yang stated calmly, clenching his fist as spiritual energy swirled around him, delivering a powerful punch towards Wei Er. With a resounding impact, Yi Yang's fist struck Wei Er's face, sending him staggering backward. Chapter 68. All present are novices. Thud. Wei Er crashed to the ground, unable to utter a sound. Completely unconscious. The arena erupted in astonishment. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yi Yang standing triumphantly on the stage. To everyone's astonishment, Yi Yang effortlessly subdued Wei Er with a single punch. They had anticipated a thrilling spectacle, yet the outcome was utterly unexpected. One punch, and it was over. This guy is impressive. A single blow to knock out Wei Er. His summoned battle pet must be formidable as well. Why don't you give it a try and see if he can summon his pet? No, on second thought, I'd rather not. I'm afraid I wouldn't stand a chance. Within the fighting arena, all eyes were fixed on Yi Yang as he stood victorious, scanning the crowd in search of a challenger. Many instinctively recoiled, hesitant to meet his gaze. Ahem, isn't this a fighting arena? Is there anyone willing to step up for a spar? Yi Yang inquired, addressing the crowd. Brother, you just knocked out Wei Er, who ranked among the top 30 in our training. How many would dare to face you now? Someone remarked. Indeed. Could you tell us your name? When did such a talent emerge from Huayang City? We were completely unaware. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, the crowd unanimously expressed their reluctance to engage. Yi Yang was left speechless. He never anticipated that this group of aspiring battle masters would be so timid, even more so than those in the arena. He felt a pang of concern for the future of the Federation. After all, he had come here to hone his PK skills and enhance his abilities. It would be unacceptable if no one was willing to spar with him. Thus, Yi Yang devised a plan. If you wish to know my name, step onto the stage and defeat me, and I shall reveal it to you. Forget it, brother. You're not a beauty, and we don't necessarily need to know your name, someone retorted. Exactly, Yi Yang scoffed. So, you all are merely trash. Everyone here is a novice. With that declaration, the arena erupted in commotion. Every listener felt a surge of indignation. While Yi Yang's strength was undeniable, his arrogance was intolerable. Hey, little brother. Don't get too cocky. We're not afraid to fight you. We simply don't want to bully a student, another chimed in. Just because you have some talent doesn't mean you can look down on us. We are all destined to serve the Federation. Yi Yang's words ignited the crowd's anger, and they glared at him in displeasure. But this was precisely the result Yi Yang desired. He craved a fight, nothing more. With such cowardice, do they truly believe they can serve the Federation? Yi Yang smirked, saying, I suggest you return home to till the land. The Federation has no need for cowards. What did you say? Someone exclaimed. I'll take you on. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The tension in the arena reached its peak, as everyone could no longer tolerate Yi Yang's provocations. Their spirits ignited as they climbed onto the stage. Yi Yang smiled with satisfaction, his expression dripping with disdain. Come on, will you all come at me together or take turns? The choice is yours. Today, I'll fight you until the end. Divine Summoning Technique. With that proclamation, Yi Yang formed hand seals, and the dazzling light of the Divine Summoning Technique illuminated the arena. In an instant, Pikachu and Dialga materialized beside him, their presence unmistakable. Today, regardless of whether these challengers wished to engage in battle pet duels or human combat, Yi Yang was ready for all. The crowd was taken aback. They had seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. They had expected Yi Yang to be intimidated by their collective bravado, yet he remained unfazed, summoning his battle pets without hesitation. Pikachu, charged with energy, dashed forward, unleashing a wave of electric power that cleared the arena. Wow! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yi Yang's opponents had barely gathered their strength when Pikachu decisively ended the confrontation. Don't just stand there. Next, Yi Yang broke the silence, fully unfazed by the spectacle. The title of Pikachu the God was not given without reason. Moreover, Pikachu had undergone training and enhancements, showcasing a significant boost in strength. Most importantly, Yi Yang sensed that the influence of Pikachu and Dialga's bloodline powers was beginning to manifest. Upon hearing Yi Yang's challenge, the onlookers exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. It took another round of Yi Yang's taunting to finally provoke someone to mount the stage. Yet the outcome was still dismal. They were either zapped by Pikachu or pummeled by Dialga, or they faced Yi Yang's overwhelming prowess directly. Even those ranked in the top 10 of the training didn't last more than 3 exchanges. This left the newly selected recruits, who had endured a month of rigorous training, questioning their choices in life. Next, Yi Yang called out again after defeating yet another opponent. Down below, no one dared to ascend the stage any longer. They knew that stepping up meant enduring a beating, so it was better to remain seated. Seeing that no one was willing to challenge him, Yi Yang resorted to his previous tactic, provoking them with insults. You lot are pathetic. Is everyone here just a bunch of useless cowards? Hey, you over there, the short one, what are you afraid of? A coward, perhaps? And you lot, are you just here for a free meal? So timid? Step up for a PK, don't be afraid. Yi Yang's barrage of mockery fell flat this time. The battle masters below merely stared at him with serious expressions. Brother, little king of hell, You could insult our ancestors for generations. And we still wouldn't step up to fight you, one admitted. Whoever goes up there is a fool. I'd rather not take a beating. Spare us. We are but children. They cried. Please let us be. Go find a formal member of the Federation to fight. Yi Yang was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he descended the stage with Pikachu and Dialga, stating, next time, I'll return to challenge you again. Train hard to enhance your skills. Please. Next time you challenge a formal member of the Federation, we can't compete with you, they pleaded. In your presence, we are mere children. Please show mercy to the young. Get lost, Yi Yang retorted, irritation evident in his voice as he left the arena with his battle pets. What a bunch of shameless, thick-skinned individuals. Such words can only come from a child. Damn it. A new sign-in mission has been issued. Please check in at the Federal Martial Arts Repository for 10 minutes. Just as Yi Yang stepped out of the fighting arena, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. The Federal Martial Arts Repository? How on earth am I supposed to get in there? Am I being toyed with? As a place of paramount authority within the city, housing the greatest number of battle spirit masters, the Martial Arts Repository is certainly not accessible to just anyone. Although Yi Yang had rendered meritorious service by providing crucial intelligence to the Federation, he ultimately did not belong to its ranks. The likelihood of entering the repository seemed exceedingly slim. I suppose I should investigate further. After some contemplation, Yi Yang began to inquire with a few individuals. Ordinary battle spirit members had no idea where the martial arts repository was located, underscoring its significance. With no alternative, Yi Yang had no choice but to call Yi He. In a corridor of a building, Yi He received the call and promptly approached Yi Yang. Yi Yang, what do you need from me? Ahem. Well, I was hoping to visit your martial arts repository, but I'm not sure where it is. Yi Yang awkwardly coughed and inquired. The martial arts repository? Yi He's expression tightened as he regarded Yi Yang. Are you interested in learning martial arts? Access to the martial arts within the Federation is strictly internal, I'm afraid. If it's not possible, then forget it, Yi Yang responded. No, you're different. Let me ask Minister Zhang. If he approves, it should be fine. Yi He then made a call to consult his superior. Yi Yang felt a flutter of anxiety. The system's sign-in task was immensely important to him. He had to complete it. Moments later, Yi He hung up and approached Yi Yang with a smile. Follow me. Minister Zhang has granted you access. However, you can only select 2 types of martial arts to study, and you cannot take them with you. Thank you. Hearing Yi He's words, Yi Yang smiled and replied. He had little interest in the Federation's martial arts. He merely wished to complete the sign-in task. After all, martial arts are rare. Even within the Federation, high-grade martial arts are not abundant. While Huayang City is relatively affluent and has a significant number of battle spirit masters, the highest level of martial arts certainly does not exceed level 5. Soon, Yi He led Yi Yang to the Federal Martial Arts Repository. The journey was lined with numerous checkpoints and tight security, illustrating the site's utmost importance. This is it. You may enter. I will wait for you outside. You have half an hour, Yi He instructed as someone opened the repository for Yi Yang. All right. Yi Yang nodded and promptly stepped inside. The interior was brilliantly illuminated, showcasing astonishing technology, with scrolls of martial arts suspended in midair, arranged from low to high. Sign in, he commanded internally, and the sign-in task commenced immediately. Chapter 71, The Uniqueness of Pikachu, Breaking Through the Battle Spirit. Ding. Sign-in countdown, 10 minutes. As the system's voice faded, Yi Yang began to select martial arts within the Federal Repository. Given the opportunity to be here, he certainly intended to choose 2. He directly approached the highest grade section. The 3rd grade area. Martial arts of grade 3 and above were evidently not located here. Yi Yang selected 2 types and immediately began to read. 10 minutes passed quietly. Ding. Congratulations, host Yi Yang, on successfully signing in and receiving a reward. 1 limited system replication opportunity, capable of replicating all textual items. Huh. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. He hadn't anticipated such a reward. After a brief contemplation, a lucrative idea struck him, to replicate all martial arts within this repository. Yi Yang mused to himself. The next moment, the system's completion prompt rang out. Ding. Replication initiated. Ding. Replication successful. The limited replication was completed. Congratulations to the host for replicating 300 scrolls of martial arts. That's remarkably fast. Yi Yang couldn't help but curse. Without lingering, he exited the martial arts repository. Have you made your selections already? Yi He gazed at Yi Yang, surprised that he had returned in just 10 minutes. Yes. Yi Yang nodded and replied. There were no martial arts suitable for me at the moment. Well, that is unexpected, Yi He remarked, somewhat taken aback. Usually, people would be reluctant to leave. Yi Yang's swift exit led him to wonder if Yi Yang found the martial arts inside unworthy. Yet, he remained unaware that Yi Yang had replicated 300 scrolls of martial arts, granting him the freedom to cultivate as he pleased in the future. However, all were below grade 3, and Yi Yang had little interest. After completing the task, Yi Yang immersed himself back into training. With the Federation's professional enhancement training grounds, Yi Yang's strength increased rapidly. Aside from daily sign-in tasks, eating, drinking, and sleeping, and nurturing his spirit pets, he spent nearly all his time training. He had also thoroughly read the guidebook on nurturing divine pets. Over the course of a month, time flew by swiftly. During this month, Yi Yang's strength soared. Pikachu had reached level 9 in its growth stage, while Dilliamin had matured to level 3. Although Dilliamin's upgrade speed was impressive, Pikachu was by no means inferior in strength. Moreover, Yi Yang discovered that an upgrade for Pikachu equated to a significant leap for other spirit pets. Now, Pikachu could easily contend with mature level 9 spirit pets. However, Pikachu faced a critical challenge: evolution. As Yi Yang's first divine pet, Pikachu's evolution would not be an easy feat. After another intense training session, Yi Yang exhaled deeply. He clenched his fists, exhilarated by the power of a level 1 battle spirit. It's time to contract my third spirit pet. Yi Yang stood up, speaking to himself. Through relentless training, he had now become a battle spirit master at the battle spirit level, fully meeting the requirements to contract his third spirit pet. Ding! A brand new sign-in task has been issued. Please check in at the volcanic area in the southern wilds of Huayang City for 20 minutes within the next 72 hours. Just as Yi Yang prepared to leave the Federation, the prompt from the divine multi-world sign-in system resounded in his mind. Chapter 72. Acquiring a wealth of spirit pills. A volcano? Yi Yang furrowed his brow. That was hardly a safe location. However, he understood that the more perilous the sign-in task, and the longer the duration, the more abundant the rewards would be. Thus, Yi Yang would never shy away. After bidding farewell to Yi He and Minister Zhang of the Federation, he hopped into his Ferrari and departed from the Federation headquarters. Over the past month, Yi Yang had been diligently focused on training, and it was time for a change of scenery. During this period, the Federation had eradicated the sorcerers threatening Huayang City based on the critical intelligence Yi Yang provided. Yet, how many sorcerers still lurked in the shadows? Boom. On the streets of Huayang City, Yi Yang sped along in his fiery red Ferrari, when suddenly, his phone rang. Hello? Yi Yang answered the call. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Yi Yang? A polite voice inquired from the other end. Yes, this is he. Who is calling? Yi Yang replied. I am a courier from Xuanfei Express. You have a package that requires your signature. Could you kindly step outside to receive it? The man's voice came through again. A package? Yi Yang furrowed his brows, bewildered. I haven't made any online purchases. Please hold for a moment, he said. All right, came the response. With a decisive click, he hung up and accelerated sharply. The roar of the engine echoed through the streets as he exhibited remarkable driving skills, effortlessly navigating turns and accelerating in a straight line. What should have taken over 10 minutes, he completed in just 3. Finally, with a graceful drift, he parked at the entrance of the Bay Villa community. The butterfly doors of his car swung open, and the dashing Yi Yang stepped out. The security guard promptly opened the gate, welcoming him inside. However, Yi Yang had no intention of entering. He was there to collect his package. Delivering a package, Yi Yang. He addressed the courier. Huh. The courier was taken aback, clearly surprised that the flamboyant sports car driver was, in fact, Yi Yang. He stood there, momentarily dazed, staring at the Bay community. After signing for the package and opening it, Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. Spiritual elixirs? Inside the package lay an exquisite bottle containing numerous spiritual beast elixirs, over dozens of them, all of the second tier. This must be worth over 1 million. Could you tell me who sent this? Yi Yang inquired, glancing at the departing courier. I'm sorry, but I don't know. I'm just a delivery guy, the courier replied apologetically. All right. Thank you. Yi Yang nodded in disappointment, then promptly stowed the elixirs into his personal storage space. He felt an overwhelming curiosity about who could be sending him such extravagant gifts, a car and now spiritual elixirs. They must be extraordinarily wealthy. What could their intentions be? Moreover, few knew his phone number, indicating that this person's influence was far from simple. He exhaled deeply, setting aside his speculations. It was time to seek out a third spiritual pet. With that thought, Yi Yang revved his Ferrari and drove off. The security guard, still bewildered, had opened the gate, expecting Yi Yang to enter, only to watch him speed away. At the barrier gate of the southern district of Huayang City, Yi Yang parked his car aside and prepared to sign in. Chapter 73. The bluster has burst. Previously, due to the sorcerer incident, the defensive barrier of Huayang City's urban area had been sealed for a month, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. It had only recently been lifted, and the battle spiritualists within the city were now rushing out to replenish their supplies. Wow, there are indeed a lot of people, Yi Yang observed, feeling a tinge of helplessness as he watched the long line of individuals exiting the city. After a considerable wait, he presented his ID and finally left the urban area of Huayang City. He did not linger, heading straight for the southern volcanic region of the wilderness. With the dangers now eradicated, many battle spiritualists were venturing outside the city. Unlike his previous outings where he hardly encountered anyone, this time the area was bustling with activity. Let us form a team. Yi Yang heard calls as he exited the outer barrier. Teaming up in the wilderness was a common practice, aimed at enhancing mutual safety and assistance. Yi Yang casually joined a group that had gathered enough members to total 10 before setting off. The leader, a man of about 25 years, walked ahead, explaining, the wilderness is quite perilous. Our goal is to approach the volcanic area, where we can find some naturally occurring medicinal herbs. If we encounter danger, just remain calm. Throughout the journey, the man chattered incessantly, but Yiyang was amused to see some newcomers idolizing him. 2 hours later, deep within the forest of the wilderness near the volcano, the temperature noticeably rose, and the heavy atmosphere became palpable. I have a bad feeling about this, one man said anxiously. Don't scare yourself. Let us hurry, gather the herbs, and return. As long as we don't encounter a fully matured spiritual beast, we should be fine, the leader replied, his expression resolute. They ventured deeper into the wilderness, arriving at a canyon rich in naturally occurring spiritual materials. The spiritual energy here was significantly denser than in other areas of the wilderness, making it an excellent place for cultivation. However, the denser spiritual energy also attracted more spiritual beasts. Wow, look at all these medicinal herbs. We're going to make a fortune. The other 9 members, apart from Yiyang, were visibly excited as they rushed toward the center of the canyon. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from above. Wait, something's off. Summon your battle pets and prepare for combat. The 9 members halted in unison, summoning their battle pets in readiness for a fight. In the next moment, a gigantic python, the size of a water barrel and over 10 meters long, appeared before them. It was a mature level 8 spiritual beast, the stone-coiling python. The leader staggered back 2 steps, fear gripping him as he exclaimed, "Didn't you say we'd be fine as long as we didn't encounter a fully matured spiritual beast?" The 8 others, witnessing his fright, looked at him with disdain. The leader was at a loss for words. He had merely spoken casually, never expecting to confront a mature level 8 beast. With their strength, they could barely handle a mature level 5 beast, let alone this one. Damn it, if I had known you were bluffing, we wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place. What do we do now? That stone-coiling python is tough to deal with. Chapter 74, Pikachu battles beyond its level with ease. Even if we all attack together, we might not be able to take it down. Should we run? After coming this far, and with so many rare herbs in front of us, we can't just leave. But we can't risk our lives. Shut up. It's coming. Just as the 9 debated, the mature level 8 stone-coiling python, a ground-type beast, flicked its forked tongue and coiled its massive body, charging toward them with ferocity. With eyes that sent chills down their spines, it locked onto the leader and the 9 others. Damn it, we're going for it. Let us take it down. The 9, stealing their resolve, summoned their spiritual energy and charged at the stone-coiling python alongside their battle pets. However, before they could even approach, the python unleashed a powerful tail swipe, sending all 9 and their pets flying. Bang, 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 with a single strike. The entire group was sent crashing to the ground, bloodied and defeated. What the hell? Yiyang, standing at a distance, was just about to take the opportunity to slip away and sign in at the volcano. Witnessing the throngs of individuals being swept away in a single wave left one utterly speechless. The swiftness of their defeat was astonishing, completely precluding any opportunity for retreat. He couldn't help but feel bemused. Coughing and gasping, the 9 individuals, having been struck down by the tail of the stone python, were expelling copious amounts of blood, their strength clearly extinguished. Their battle pets lay heavily injured, helplessly awaiting their fate. With a hiss, the stone python flicked its tongue and charged again, but this time, its target shifted directly to Yiyang. "Hey, I haven't provoked you. Go after them instead," Yiyang shouted as he observed the python's change in focus. The other 9, hearing his words, were infuriated, spewing more blood in frustration. A torrent of expletives raced through their minds as they glared at Yiyang, wishing to unleash their wrath upon him, yet their injuries left them powerless. However, the stone python paid no heed to Yiyang's protests. With a menacing grin, it lunged towards him. "What an annoyance!" Yiyang exclaimed, unleashing his ultimate summoning technique. "Go, Pikachu! Thunderbolt!" A blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a fierce crackle of electricity. Pikachu emerged, swiftly confronting the stone python, unleashing a torrent of lightning that effortlessly subdued the creature. With a thunderous crash, the python's elevated head slammed back to the ground, enveloped in smoke, its body charred from the electric assault. Pikachu, having dispatched the python with a mere flick of its paw, exhaled in satisfaction. Creatures of the same tier as the stone python posed no threat to Pikachu anymore. The 9 injured individuals gazed in disbelief at the creature that had so easily defeated them, rendered utterly insignificant before Pikachu. They were astonished, and their already battered bodies surged with a mix of excitement and pain, resulting in another round of bloodshed. What level is this battle pet? So powerful. It doesn't seem that impressive, yet it's so extraordinary. Despite their injuries, the 9 could not suppress their astonishment as they watched Yiyang approach and retrieve an earth spirit pill from the fallen stone python. He then strode into the canyon to collect the precious mystical herbs within, making his way towards the nearby volcano to claim his next reward, leaving the 9 in a state of shock, severely wounded and feeling utterly humiliated. Clearly, we are a team. Why have we all been heavily injured while Yiyang remains unscathed? Along the way, Yiyang instructed Pikachu to return to his storage space. Pikachu protested, displaying a hint of rebellion, reluctant to comply. Yiyang, exasperated, allowed Pikachu to perch on his shoulder as he hurried towards the volcano. The closer he approached, the more he felt the intense heat emanating from it. Yet he was all the more eager for the rewards that awaited him, especially with the 20-minute countdown ticking away. Upon reaching the volcano, he announced, "Ding. Sign in initiated, countdown, 20 minutes." As the system's voice echoed, Yi stood patiently, awaiting the completion of his sign-in task. After ensuring the area was secure, he summoned his companion, the Dilliman, to join him atop the volcano. "Leapfrog, let's go." With that command, Yi, along with Pikachu and Dilliman, cherished the fleeting 20 minutes for training. Pikachu's attempts to reach its back were comically futile, evoking laughter as it energetically hopped back and forth, while time slipped away. Before long, the 20 minutes elapsed. "Ding. Congratulations, host Yi. Sign-in successful. Acquired a god-level bloodline spirit pet, Charizard. Reward, Wanja Shopping Mall permanently opened. Limited time 30-minute offer. All items at 20 discount." Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi was filled with elation. The acquisition of his third spirit pet was a delightful triumph. Although Pikachu remained his favorite, he recognized the importance of treating all his companions equally. Furthermore, the Wanja Shopping Mall was now permanently accessible, allowing him to procure valuable items whenever he wished, provided he had the currency, of course. With the current discount in effect, he could not afford to miss this opportunity. He quickly checked his account balance, revealing approximately 400,000. The gloves for Dilliman cost 600,000, so with the discount, he still required over 400,000, rather steep indeed. Yi promptly scanned the trading section of the Wanja Shopping Mall, selecting various spirit pills he no longer needed to sell. Afterward, he purchased the specialized gloves for Dilliman. "Ding. Host Yi, do you confirm the purchase of Dilliman's specialized gloves?" "Yes." "Ding. Congratulations, host Yi. Purchase successful. Dilliman's specialized gloves." Instantly, he spent 480,000 future currency on the gloves. "Here you go, Dilliman," he said, handing them over. Dilliman accepted them and donned them, feeling an immediate surge of power. "Thank you, master," it exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Pikachu, feeling left out, piped up for a pair as well. "All right, I'll buy you some next time. We'll feast when we return to town," Yi reassured Pikachu, who finally relented. Excited to introduce a new companion, Yi's anticipation grew as he prepared to contract Charizard. "System, summon Charizard," he commanded. In an instant, flames erupted, and amidst the roaring fire, Charizard appeared before Yi, Pikachu, and Dilliman. "Hello, Charizard," Yi greeted cheerfully. Despite Charizard's hefty build, its combat prowess was formidable, and it could easily serve as a flying mount. With a roar, Charizard responded by unleashing a stream of fire towards Yi. "What the?" Yi quickly shielded Pikachu and Dilliman, evading the fiery assault with a flash of his light step. "Charizard, what are you doing?" he shouted in disbelief. "Why are you attacking me right off the bat?" However, Charizard ignored him, launching another fiery barrage. Yi hastily dodged again, while Pikachu and Dilliman readied themselves for battle. "Do not intervene, leave it to me. This old dragon has quite the temper, so let us take it slow," Yi urgently instructed as he observed Pikachu and Dillilu preparing to confront Charizard. If Dillilu and Pikachu teamed up, Charizard would surely endure a beating. What if it got injured? After all, this was his third divine-level spirit companion, and it possessed the ability to fly. Yi had to secure Charizard. There was only this one in the entire world, absolutely no second. Roar! Charizard, having missed Yi with its flames twice, was seething with rage. The flames erupting from its mouth were now even more intense, forming a thick line of fire that pursued Yi as he moved. In a flash, Yi used a burst of energy to appear before Charizard. He swiftly struck the dragon's head, extinguishing the flames that had been aimed at him. "Why do you attack me? In this world, I am the only one who knows you and understands you. Become my spirit companion, and let us fight together." With a flourish, a brilliant light enveloped Charizard, forming a binding contract circle around it. The ethereal connection was established as the contract commenced. However, Charizard seemed reluctant to forge a bond with Yi and continuously attempted to resist. Yet, Yi was resolute in his intention. The contract technique constrained Charizard's abilities, while the ethereal connection allowed it to comprehend Yi-Yang's intentions. Gradually, Charizard began to accept Yi until their energies intertwined successfully, understanding each other's sentiments. The contract was complete. Ding! Congratulations, host Yi, on successfully contracting Charizard. Spirit Companion, Charizard. Bloodline, Divine Level 1. Level, Mature Stage 5. Attribute, Fire. Type, Combat. Special Skill, Flame Breath. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring Charizard's attribute enhancement, Flame Power. As the series of system notifications rang in his ears, Yi-Yang's heart swelled with uncontainable joy. With this, he now possessed 3 battle companions, Pikachu, Dillilu, and Charizard. With such a formidable lineup, he had no worries about gaining admission to Huabei University. Chapter 77, Seclusion for Training and Preparing for the College Entrance Examination. However, Yi was still at Battle Spirit Level 1, while the admission requirement for Huabei University was Battle Spirit Level 2. With only a few days remaining until the entrance exam, Yiyang knew he had to exert even greater effort. Observing that it was still early in the day, he did not rush back. Instead, he took out a scroll of a 4th-grade fire technique, Fireball, which he had obtained from defeating a sorcerer. He opened it and began to carefully study the cultivation method. Soon, all the relevant information about the 4th-grade technique, Fireball, was fully absorbed into Yiyang's mind. He immediately began his training on the volcano, striving to master the fireball technique. Boom! A blazing sphere of fire materialized in Yiyang's right hand, enveloped in ethereal energy as he skillfully controlled the head-sized fireball. At a pivotal moment, he hurled the fireball away. Boom! The fireball soared through the air, crashing into the rocky wall of the volcano and exploding upon impact. The force of the explosion caused a significant portion of the wall to collapse, leaving it charred and blackened. Success! Yiyang smiled broadly and declared, "Let us head back, Charizard." Boom! He, along with Pikachu and Dilyalu, leapt onto Charizard's back, and with a powerful flap of its wings, Charizard took to the skies. They soared swiftly over the wilderness forests, making their way back to Huayang City. Next, Yiyang would enter seclusion to elevate his cultivation level, making a final push for the impending college entrance examination. Once back in the city, he first sold off some duplicate 1st and 2nd-grade battle techniques for cash to support himself, as he had spent all his savings on purchasing specialized gloves for Dilyalu. After all, one must eat, right? Yet, Yiyang felt no regret, for with those gloves, Dilyalu's attack power would increase by 50%, truly remarkable. He then began his seclusion training, simultaneously using elixirs to enhance Dilyalu, Charizard, and Pikachu. Days passed, and the annual Global College Entrance Examination finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, Host Yiyang, on successfully breaking through to Battle Spirit Level 3. In the villa of Building A, Unit 1 of the Bayview community, Yiyang could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing the system notification. After days of training, he had successfully leveled up by 2 tiers. Moreover, Pikachu had reached the peak of its growth stage, Dilyalu stood at Mature Stage 5, and Charizard had attained Mature Stage 7. All 3 spirit companions were extraordinary. With a sigh of relief, Yiyang paused his training, exhaling a cloud of turbid air. He stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Glancing out the window, he noticed the sun rising steadily, heralding a new day. Ding! A brand new sign-in task has been issued. Please arrive at the Personal High School Examination Center for scattered practitioners within 2 hours. The system's notification chimed once more. With a grin, Yiyang shouted, "Pikachu, Dilyalu, let us set off." Due to its size, Charizard had to remain in the contracted living space. Yiyang then hopped into his Ferrari and sped towards the examination venue for scattered practitioners. He had already registered online, so he merely needed to show up for the exam. The written exam lasted 2 days, followed by a day for the martial exam, with results announced within 7 days, remarkably efficient. "Hello, please present your examination permit." Outside the written examination venue established by the Federation for Scattered Practitioners, an instructor courteously addressed Yiyang. Chapter 78, The Martial Examination for Scattered Practitioners in Huayang City. Yiyang retrieved his phone, displaying his online application permit for the examination. "You are Yiyang?" The man guarding the examination venue looked astonished upon recognizing him. Yes, Yiyang nodded and was welcomed inside, where he was assigned to the best examination room. The examination room was relatively empty, with each participant spaced apart. The written exam proceeded swiftly, and Yiyang completed the first round of questions in less than 20 minutes. Turn it in and leave. What? So fast? The other candidates in the examination room stared in shock as Yiyang exited. Meanwhile, they continued to struggle with the questions, looking increasingly perplexed. For the 2 days of the written exam, Yiyang left early each time, as the questions were far too easy for him. On the 3rd day, it was time for the martial exam. At an outdoor venue in Huayang City, all scattered practitioners gathered for the examination, while those enrolled in major universities took their tests elsewhere. Today was immensely significant for all battle spirit practitioners participating in the entrance exam, as it would determine their future prospects. At the Federation's outdoor venue, over 100 scattered practitioners, all aged between 16 and 20, had gathered for the martial examination. If one is either too small or too large, they will be unable to partake in the college entrance examination. On the playground, there stands a stone platform, 1 meter high, upon which the examination officer is stationed. Among them, the tallest male examiner gazes down at all the battle spirit masters present and declares, "Today is the martial arts examination. Within a single day, we shall conduct the martial arts assessment for each and every individual here. The examination consists of 3 stages. The first tests your cultivation level, the second evaluates the level of your battle pets, as well as the number of summons, and the third involves practical combat sparring, where ratings will be determined based on performance. You see over there, those are the battle spirit masters from the Federation, your opponents." The crowd followed the chief examiner's gaze, spotting over 100 battle spirit masters clad in uniform attire, standing in perfect formation, exuding an extraordinary presence. Clearly, they were seasoned professionals. Isn't this difficulty a bit excessive? Those are all battle spirit masters who have undergone specialized training, exclaimed a student. Heavens, I hope we can all get into university. Observing the formidable group of examiners, the scattered cultivators murmured in astonishment. Yet, Yi remained unfazed, for those individuals were already familiar adversaries to him. During an extensive month-long training in the Federation, he had faced off against them numerous times, and the comical incidents from those encounters still lingered in his mind, eliciting a grin. All right, the martial arts examination commences now. The named candidates will step up to the platform in order to test their levels. The chief examiner called out. First up, Xiaobang. The named participant promptly ascended the platform to assess his spiritual energy cultivation level. A device, crafted from a blend of technology and spiritual energy, was placed atop the stone platform. Xiaobang pressed his hand onto it, channeling his energy as the level display screen began to soar. Level 9 Battle Disciple. Next, the spiritual energy assessments progressed rapidly. After 50 participants, the highest level recorded was a 20-year-old male at level 2 Battle Master. This level was commendable for Huayang City. Then came the announcement. Next, Yi. As the chief examiner's voice faded, Yi stepped forth from the crowd with a measured pace. My goodness. How old is this brother? He's here for the scattered cultivator examination? He looks merely 16 or 17, which is normal for school. But scattered cultivators face significant challenges. We are all at least 18, right? He surely cannot be over 18. The scattered cultivators were taken aback as they focused their attention on Yi, who emerged from the throng. What level do you think he is? At such a young age, how high can he possibly be? I estimate he might be around level 3 or 4 at most. I concur, he likely won't exceed level 5. There's no way. What if he turns out to be a genius? A genius would not be here for a scattered examination. Exactly, if he is a genius. I will live stream eating dirt tonight. As everyone scrutinized the youthful Yi stepping onto the platform, they couldn't contain their skepticism and began to speculate. Some even initiated betting on the level Yi would achieve. Regardless of their intentions, such behavior clearly belittled Yi. He ascended the platform and channeled his spiritual energy, pressing his hand into the testing device. Suddenly, a dazzling light erupted. What in the world? The testing device is glowing? That shouldn't be possible, although it's a low-level device. It shouldn't light up for mere battle disciples. Observing the radiant testing device, the expressions of all candidates in the playground tightened in anticipation. They gazed eagerly at Yi testing his spiritual energy level, their hearts filled with trepidation. An inkling arose within them that Yi might be extraordinary. In the next moment, the numbers on the testing device skyrocketed. Level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, Battle Master. No way. He just broke through to Battle Master. And it's still rising. This can't be real, can it? The entire crowd was thrown into a state of astonishment. Their gazes were fixated on the screen displaying the soaring levels, waiting for the numbers to cease their ascent. Yet, the digits continued to climb until they surpassed the battle spirit level. Buzz. At that moment, each person's mind resonated with a thunderous roar. Battle spirit? A battle spirit level master? A youth not yet 18? No way. Is this for real? No one dared to believe their eyes. Yi Yang's tested spiritual energy level reached battle spirit level 3 before finally halting. An oppressive silence enveloped the crowd, utterly shocked by the outcome. Cough, cough. After a lengthy pause, Yi Yang feigned a cough to draw the crowd back from their stupor. Battle spirit level 3. The chief examiner surveyed the results. His expression one of disbelief. This must be a fabrication, right? Is the testing device malfunctioning? Indeed, this is too outrageous. How could someone so young reach battle spirit level 3? If he truly is battle spirit level 3, then what are we even training for? A resounding chorus of objections arose from the audience, their incredulity palpable. After all, Yi Yang was only 16. If he had achieved battle spirit level 3 at this age, it would be a crushing blow to their spirits. Their hearts could not bear the weight of such a revelation, and jealousy ignited suspicion. Shouts of disbelief erupted. Even the examiners on the platform were taken aback, promptly initiating a re-examination of the device. Moments later, the technician responsible for the device stated earnestly, "The device is functioning perfectly. Everything is normal." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. The device was faultless? This meant that the previous test results were indeed authentic data? Is he really that extraordinary? Their fearful gazes shifted towards Yi Yang, perceiving him as a veritable anomaly. Given the doubts, may I proceed directly to the second round of examinations? Yi Yang seized the opportunity, eager to expedite his martial arts assessment and depart. As this was merely child's play for him, waiting through the lengthy examination process alongside others felt like a waste of time. Very well. The chief examiner was equally curious to ascertain whether Yi Yang truly possessed the caliber of a battle spirit level master. With a swift motion, Yi Yang executed the incantation for the divine summoning technique. Instantly, dazzling beams of light enveloped the entire arena. 3 radiant arrays materialized above the playground, and soon, a series of battle pets were summoned forth. Pikachu, Daru Beast, Charizard. What the? As he gazed upon the battle pets summoned simultaneously by Yi Yang, Those cultivators who had expressed skepticism regarding his spiritual energy level were suddenly rendered speechless, devoid of any retort. If one could cast doubt upon instruments that might yield erroneous results, then the summoning of one's own battle pets was undeniably infallible. For it was a prerequisite to reach the battle spirit level in order to summon 3 battle pets. Otherwise, possessing 3 contracted pets was an absolute impossibility. Who was he? With such extraordinary talent, why had he come to take the examination as a wandering cultivator? I, Chow Tai, felt utterly diminished. I reached Battle Disciple level 8 at the age of 20, while he had attained Battle Spirit level 3 before even turning 18. I'm done here. This is too much to bear. In an instant, doubt began to gnaw at the hearts of all present. Was he truly human? Why did such a prodigy appear at the wandering cultivator entrance exam? Their minds churned in turmoil, a tempest of unrest that seemed impossible to quell. Let the testing commence. The chief examiner remarked casually, fully acknowledging Yi Yang's remarkable talent. Subsequently, Yi Yang's battle pets began their level assessments. A peak level 9 growth stage Pikachu, a mature level 5 Diru Beast, and a mature level 7 Fire Dragon. The sheer strength of his lineup once again astounded the audience. Yi Yang secured a flawless score. Advancing to the 3rd round, Practical Combat. Upon seeing Yi Yang, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Yi Yang, you may choose any opponent. Simply enduring 10 exchanges is sufficient for qualification, the chief examiner stated. Yi Yang smiled, his gaze sweeping over the group of battle spirit masters before him. Each individual caught in his penetrating stare instinctively averted their eyes, unwilling to face the prospect of being ruthlessly defeated by him once more. Anyone willing to come forth for a bout? Yi Yang casually inquired. Chapter 81. What manner of sorcery is this? No one responded. Moreover, no one dared to step forward. The hall fell into a profound silence, and after a lengthy pause, the fellow examinees, all battle spirit masters, could no longer contain their incredulous remarks. Not even the practical combat examiners dared to step up. This kid is truly a monster. What could they do? His talent was unparalleled, achieving battle spirit level 3 at such a tender age. After waiting for a while longer, still no one presented themselves. Yi Yang was not at all surprised by the outcome, for every one of the examiners present had been bested by him within the confines of the Federation, without exception. Does this mean I pass automatically? Yi Yang tilted his head, directing the question at the chief examiner. The examiner was momentarily at a loss for words, clearly troubled and unsure of how to proceed. He glanced at the practical examiners, bewildered as to why none of them dared to challenge Yi Yang. Ahem. Let this little tyrant pass directly. We cannot contend with him, one of the practical examiners awkwardly suggested. Indeed, let us not waste time, just let him through. Another chimed in, echoing the sentiment. The chief examiner was momentarily stunned, his expression one of utter confusion. The group of examinees in the back erupted in disbelief. What is happening here? He is being allowed to pass? The practical examiners are conceding? Is this even permissible? To pass without a single bout? My goodness. I've truly broadened my horizons today. All the examinees were flabbergasted, never having anticipated that Yi Yang's martial examination journey would be so effortless. Such results. Such talent. It seemed destined for him to enter the world's foremost battle spirit university, and without a shred of doubt. Very well, let it be so. The chief examiner declared, recovering from his astonishment. Congratulations, Yi Yang, you have passed the examination. Await your acceptance notice. Thank you, Yi Yang replied with a smile. Swaggering away with his battle pets, leaving behind a throng of bewildered examinees consumed by envy. Pikachu, upon emerging, seemed reluctant to return to its poke ball, nestling on Yi Yang's shoulder as if to congratulate him. All right, my little glutton, I'll treat you to pizza and fruit salad, Yi Yang chuckled, giving Pikachu a gentle pat on the head. He had not anticipated that both the martial and academic exams would be so effortlessly navigated, leaving him in an exceptionally light-hearted mood. Subsequently, Yi Yang took Pikachu and Diru Beast out for a delightful meal, while the Fire Dragon would have to be taken home for its feast. With its massive size, it consumed an extraordinary amount of food. Presently, dining with his 3 battle pets would cost him nearly 8,000 yuan. The Fire Dragon alone accounted for 2/3 of that expense. This is outrageous. If this continues, I'll be destitute, Yi Yang lamented, unable to suppress his exasperation at the voracious appetites of his battle pets. With no stable income, he relied on selling battle techniques to scrape by, managing to support his 3 pets for the time being. However, as his collection of battle pets grew, so too would his expenses, and whether he could sustain them in the future remained uncertain. Your dream, my dream. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang, and he pulled it out, expecting another delivery notification. But upon seeing the name Mom, he instantly understood. It was a call from his parents, specifically, the parents of this body's former owner. Chapter 82. Astonished Villagers. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yang answered the call. Hello. He wanted to call her Mom, but the words caught in his throat. After all, 5,000 years prior, he had grown up as an orphan, never having experienced the warmth of parental love. Is this Xiaoyang? A woman's voice, tinged with weakness, emanated from the other end. Yes, it is I. What is the matter? Yi Yang inquired. Your father had an accident at the construction site. He fell from the second floor and is injured. Do you have time to come back and see him? The woman's voice was frail, laden with concern. Your father's boss refuses to pay for medical expenses, and our family's situation may not allow us to afford his treatment. He wishes to see you one last time. Upon hearing this news, Yi Yang felt an intricate mix of emotions. Although these were not his biological parents, this body was a gift from them, and the sensation stirred something within his soul. I will return immediately. Please go to the hospital first. I will handle the costs, Yi Yang replied calmly after a brief pause. According to his memories, the parents of this body's former owner had deeply cared for him. He was their only son. Despite their poverty, they had always reserved the best for him. This love touched Yi Yang profoundly. Since he had come to this world, he resolved to safeguard the family of his predecessor. With a decisive click, he ended the call and sped off in his Ferrari, racing home. His hometown was in Huayang City, Zhongjiang County, in a village named Zhonglo within Jiqing Town. Before long, Yi Yang exited the city limits, finding the rural roads smooth and wide. He drove his supercar, swiftly leaving behind the protective barrier of Huayang City's urban district. Entering an area devoid of such safeguards, surrounded by unspoiled mountains and forests, a broad thoroughfare meandered through the landscape, bustling with the passage of vehicles. After a considerable distance, one could find a federal spirit warrior outpost, tasked with safeguarding the road security. 1 hour later, Yi Yang returned to his hometown of Zhonglo village. Though rural, it was markedly improved compared to 5,000 years prior. The roads were well maintained, and the housing layout exuded a sense of urbanization. Boom. Yi Yang drove his Ferrari into the village, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers. Oh my, that car must be worth a fortune. Is it from our village? Whose family bought it? They must be quite wealthy. I wonder who struck it rich. Although the villagers were unfamiliar with the car's name, its dazzling exterior clearly indicated its substantial value. Yi Yang navigated through the village at a leisurely pace, allowing the villagers to keep up with him as he approached the doorstep of his family's once impoverished home. Could this be a relative of the Yi family? Impossible. Their household is the poorest in the village. How could they have such a lavish relative? They speculated. Indeed, the Yi family had long been the most destitute in the area, and now Yishan was injured at the construction site. Such a tragic situation. As the villagers observed Yi Yang parking the car in front of his home, their murmurs grew louder. Soon, the butterfly doors of the car opened, and a handsome young man emerged. Is that Yi Yang? I can't believe it. Wasn't he attending university? How could he be so affluent? The ancestral graves of the Yi family must be flourishing. The villagers were left astounded as they witnessed Yi Yang stepping out of the car, completely shattering their previous perceptions of his family's circumstances. Upon disembarking, Yi Yang did not linger but strode directly toward his house. The door was ajar, indicating that his parents had not gone to the hospital, a fact he had anticipated. After all, with their financial struggles, his frugal parents would be loath to squander money on medical expenses. Hello, 120? This is Yi Yang. He promptly dialed for an ambulance. Entering the home, he found his mother, only 40 years old, yet already showing signs of aging, her hair streaked with gray, giving her the appearance of a woman in her mid-50s. The toll of years of labor was evident. His father appeared even more gaunt and aged, and due to his injuries, his condition was particularly dire. I'm back, Yi Yang announced as he stepped into his parents' room. He struggled to find the right words, unsure how to address these two individuals who felt both familiar and foreign. Xiaoyang, why are you back so soon? His mother exclaimed in surprise. I drove back. I've already called for an ambulance. They will be here shortly. We should go to the hospital, Yi Yang replied. No, Xiaoyang, we can't afford the hospital. His father, Yishan, interjected. The money I earn barely covers our expenses. We need to save for your future wife. Please don't waste it on me. Yes, Xiaoyang. Your father and I have been frugal just to provide you with a good life. Your return is already a great comfort to us, his mother agreed. However, Yi Yang vehemently opposed his parents' mindset. Though they were not his biological parents, he could not bear to see such kind-hearted individuals suffer. If they were to learn of their biological son's demise, they would surely be devastated. Perhaps this was all fate's design, Yi Yang pondered. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and now he was experiencing the warmth of parental love. This journey of soul transference had not been in vain. Father, mother, I am now a spirit warrior. From this day forth, I will take care of you both, Yi Yang declared, gazing at his parents. I will confront the foreman at the construction site. You must go to the hospital for treatment. Do not worry about finances. His parents were taken aback by his words, their surprise evident. After a moment, they finally processed what he had said, staring at him in disbelief. What did you say? A spirit warrior? They echoed, unable to comprehend. Those spirit beasts are incredibly expensive. How could you possibly become a spirit warrior? I caught it myself, Yi Yang stated. Now, let us get to the hospital. I will handle everything else. Shortly thereafter, the ambulance arrived. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the villagers, Yi Yang assisted his parents into the vehicle. He accompanied them to the hospital, ensuring all was in order before preparing to confront the foreman at the construction site. An injured worker should not be left uncompensated. Was there no law? Roaring with determination, He drove his Ferrari straight to his father's workplace. Such unscrupulous employers could not be tolerated. Arriving at the construction site, which was bustling with activity as many workers toiled away, Yi parked his car at the entrance. Chapter 84. Is being a spirit warrior so impressive? The site was alive with the construction of high-rise buildings, and many laborers were diligently working. Through his inquiries, Yi learned that the foreman, Huang Guang, was notoriously tyrannical, having accumulated considerable wealth by exploiting his workers. He had even spent money to ensure his son became a spirit warrior by the age of 20. Since then, Huang had grown increasingly arrogant, often mistreating workers and forcing many to leave. Those who remained were trapped, earning meager wages and facing constant verbal abuse. At that moment, the foreman, helmeted and standing atop a pile of bricks, shouted at the workers, "Pick up the pace. Haven't you eaten? You all look half dead. We must complete this project on time, or you'll lose your pay." In this era, those laboring in such grueling jobs often hailed from the most impoverished families, enduring humiliation without daring to protest. Thus, even in the face of Huang's tirades, they remained silent. "You are Huang Guang." Yi approached, confronting the man who was berating his workers. The foreman turned, his gaze landing on Yi, a sneer forming on his lips. "Here to apply for a job?" Yi was taken aback by the absurdity of the question. "Do I look like someone who would come here to work?" With a disdainful smile, he continued, "So you are the foreman Huang Guang. What do you want?" Huang scrutinized Yi, asking, "And who are you? We've never met." "You know my father, Yishan," Yi replied. At the mention of Yishan's name, Huang's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening with hostility. "Considering your age, you must be Yishan's son. He often speaks of you, mentioning your impressive high school. What brings you back during exam season?" "I've come to settle the score with you." Yi clenched his fists, producing a series of crisp cracking sounds. Huang Guang's expression instantly hardened as he leapt down from a pile of red bricks, snatching up a piece of masonry. "Boy, are you looking for trouble? My son is a battle spirit master. If you dare to lay a finger on me, your entire family will suffer," Huang Guang threatened, his gaze fixed on Yi. "Battle spirit master? Is that so impressive?" Yi scoffed, his anger surging as he retorted, "An incident occurs on your construction site, and you offer not a single penny in compensation. If I leave here without a satisfactory explanation, I will ensure you spend the rest of your life confined to a bed." With that declaration, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from Yi, enveloping him entirely. The elements of fire, light, and lightning coalesced within him. "What? You're also a battle spirit master?" Huang Guang stammered, his confidence shaken by the overwhelming aura Yi exuded. "Now, you will provide me with an explanation," Yi commanded, his demeanor grave and imposing, as if his spiritual energy could crash upon Huang Guang at any moment. Huang Guang's heart raced, his breath quickened, and his entire body trembled. Despite his wealth and his son being a battle spirit master, he realized that Yi Yang's prowess far surpassed that of his son. Chapter 85. The Infuriating Truth. In an instant, Huang Guang was engulfed by fear. "About your father, I have long felt guilty and had prepared compensation to visit him." He forced a rigid smile and spoke to Yi. "But would Yi believe such drivel?" "Clearly not." "Really? You are so benevolent?" Yi replied with a cold smile. "Why not call your son out so we can discuss today's matter together? I've heard that your tyrannical behavior stems from having a battle spirit master for a son. Bring him out. I wish to see what level he is." Faced with Yi Yang's insult, Huang Guang's countenance darkened considerably. The fury boiling within him was immense, yet he dared not unleash it upon Yi. "Make the call. Isn't your son the impressive battle spirit master?" Yi raised his voice slightly, causing the workers nearby to turn their gazes toward their boss. Astonished by the humiliation he was enduring, rendered speechless yet experiencing an unspeakable sense of satisfaction, Yi showed no mercy to Huang Guang. Such individuals were the scum of society. How could one who exploits the labor of the underprivileged while reaping immense profits still call themselves a boss? "Speak. What will it be?" Yi demanded, locking eyes with Huang Guang. 200,000. I will compensate your father with 200,000 as an apology. With medical expenses calculated separately, Huang Guang spoke weakly. 200,000? Yi scoffed. "Do you think I'm a beggar?" Huang Guang frowned, steeling himself. 300,000. Yi remained unimpressed. Huang Guang raised the offer once more. Just then, a luxurious off-road vehicle pulled up. "Dad, give me 100,000. I want to buy some elixirs to enhance my battle pet." A young man, approximately 20 years old, emerged from the vehicle, immediately demanding 100,000 from Huang Guang. Huang Guang's face changed dramatically, now looking utterly distressed. "Dad, what's wrong? Who is causing trouble? Tell me, and I'll make sure they suffer more than that poor wretch who fell from the second floor last time." Huang Guang's son, Huang Kuan, boasted carelessly. Little did he know that his words had thoroughly enraged Yi. "You fool, what nonsense are you spouting?" Huang Guang exploded in fury, reaching to strike his son. "Dad, what are you doing?" Huang Kuan grasped his father's arm, whispering, "Didn't you tell me to handle it? You said he was disrespectful. Shut your mouth." Huang Guang attempted to strike his son with his other hand, only to have Yi seize it. "Are you going to turn yourselves in? Or shall I beat you up and take you to the police?" Yi coldly inquired, surveying Huang Guang and Huang Kuan. Who the hell are you? Let go of my dad. Are you looking for a fight? Huang Kuan shouted angrily at Yi Yang. Oh really? Crack. Yi Yang exerted force, snapping Huang Guang's wrist. He had merely intended to demand an explanation and compensation, but it was clear that these two had acted with intention. They could not be let off easily. You're asking for it. Huang Kuan, witnessing Yi Yang break his father's wrist, summoned his battle pet, his spiritual energy surging forth. Chapter 86, The Enraged Yi Yang. Summon battle pet, Silk Spider. A brilliant light erupted as Huang Kuan called forth his battle pet. Level, Growth Stage 5. He himself was a level 6 battle spirit master. You ungrateful brat. Today you will learn the consequences of provoking me. Silk Spider, ensnare him. Huang Kuan roared, commanding his pet to unleash its webbing at Yi Yang. Yi Yang deftly dodged the spider's attack with a swift movement, delivering a powerful kick to the Silk Spider, sending it flying like a soccer ball. Huang Kuan gasped in disbelief, staring at Yi Yang in astonishment. In the next moment, Yi Yang appeared before him, gripping Huang Kuan by the neck and forcefully pinning him against the off-road vehicle. Bang! The vehicle's exterior crumpled under the impact. Huang Kuan desperately channeled his spiritual energy in an attempt to resist Yi Yang, but his feeble strength was utterly insignificant in comparison. Who are you? After struggling for a considerable time with no results, Huang Kuan finally surrendered, fear etched upon his face as he gazed at the icy visage of Yi Yang. Yi Yang, was the calm reply. Huang Kuan's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. Yi Shan is your father? What do you think? Yi Yang's expression was frigid to the core. These two had conspired to send his father tumbling from the second floor. This debt must be settled. Huang Kuan's heart plummeted, his face a mask of terror and regret. Brother, let us talk this over. I had no idea that was your father. How much do you want? My dad can give you anything. Yi Yang's anger only intensified upon hearing this. Tightening his grip on Huang Kuan's neck, he exerted more force. You didn't know there exists a battle spirit master stronger than you, did you? The murderous intent radiated from Yi Yang, and the surge of anger became increasingly difficult to control. Yi Yang, please don't kill my son. I'll pay whatever you want, I beg you. Huang Guang, witnessing his son's helplessness, fell to his knees, pleading desperately. It was wrong to harm your father. We are willing to compensate, whatever the amount, Huang Guang continued. The surrounding workers had gathered, their expressions filled with shock. They had not anticipated that Huang Kuan and Huang Guang would find themselves in such a predicament. And at the hands of a mere youth. Money? Do you think wealth allows you to act with impunity? Do you even realize you have broken the law? Bang! As he spoke, Yi Yang forcefully slammed Huang Kuan to the ground. Blood gushed from Huang Kuan's mouth, and his face contorted in agony. Son, Yi Yang, I beg you show mercy. Witnessing this scene, Huang Guang frantically bowed his head in supplication to Yi Yang. The lineage of 3 generations could not be extinguished like this. So now you seek help? Are you regretting your actions? Yi Yang coldly chuckled. One must harbor no malicious intentions. You and your son have conspired to harm others. What right do you have to remain in this world? With that, flames erupted from Yi Yang's left hand. A manifestation of spiritual energy achievable only by those who had reached the battle spirit level. Will you confess voluntarily? Or shall I take matters into my own hands and send you on your way? Chapter 87, Great Ambitions, The Pursuit of Immortality, Admission Notice. Yi Yang glared at Huang Guang, who had already suffered a broken arm at his hands, while his son was left severely injured. If they delayed any further, death would be imminent. I will confess. I choose to confess and will reveal everything. After a moment of internal struggle, Huang Guang relinquished any hope of surviving through deception. He then personally called the federal officer to explain the situation. Soon, they were taken away. Interrogation and condemnation. Charged with the crime of deliberate entrapment, they were imprisoned. And based on the severity of Yishan's injuries, Huang Guang was sentenced to 5 years in prison. Additionally, he was fined 1.5 million yuan in compensation to Yi Yang's family. The debts owed to the workers were also settled. Further investigations into engineering corruption added another 10 years to his sentence. A total of 15 years. Sufficient time for Huang Guang and Huang Kuan to languish behind bars. As for this outcome, Yi Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. After deducting hospital expenses, the compensation left him with around 1 million yuan. His parents wished to give this money to him, but Yi Yang declined. He utilized his spiritual energy to heal his father's injuries, and combined with the effects of spiritual pills, his father's condition improved by 70 to 80%. However, for the more severe aspects, water-type spiritual energy was necessary, which Yi Yang had yet to master, rendering him unable to provide a complete cure. Upon arriving in this future world, Yi Yang suddenly realized that even those who cultivated spiritual energy could not achieve immortality, let alone ordinary individuals. His parents were nearing 50. Perhaps in a few decades, they would depart from this world. Was the pursuit of immortality so unattainable? Yi Yang sighed, suddenly feeling a profound goal emerging in this world, the quest for immortality. To seek longevity, one must grow stronger. The higher the level, the longer the lifespan. Only with life can one pursue the essence of immortality. Xiao Yang, are you truly not planning to take some money? I've heard raising spiritual pets can be quite costly. Why not take 50,000? After handling all matters, as Yi Yang prepared to leave Huayang City, his parents asked him one last time. No need. You should keep it for yourselves. Don't be frugal. Once the school notifies me, I'll bring you to the city. I have a villa there, Yi Yang replied. A villa? Upon hearing this, his parents' faces displayed shock, perceiving their son as someone entirely transformed. He felt both unfamiliar yet endearing, and exceptionally capable. With a roar, Yi Yang sped away in his sports car. Upon his return, he had undeniably made a name for himself in his hometown. After he left, relatives from 10 miles around came to visit his parents, eager to establish connections and inquire about Yi Yang, some even coming to propose marriage. Such is the nature of reality. On the road, Yi Yang drove his Ferrari, returning to Huayang City in just over an hour. Though he had not made significant progress in his cultivation during these days spent in his hometown, Yi Yang felt fulfilled and content. Your dream, my dream. Just as Yi Yang returned home, his phone rang. Hello? He took out his phone, glancing at the unfamiliar number before answering. Hello? Is this Yi Yang? A gentle voice, that of a woman, came through the line. Yes, Yi Yang responded. Congratulations. With your outstanding results, you have been admitted to the North China Battle Spirit Master University. Please report to the school within 1 month of receiving your admission documents. The woman's voice conveyed warmth and a hint of excitement. Chapter 88. New Mission. A personal visit from the minister. Upon hearing the woman's words, Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. Although he was determined to gain admission to North China University, he had not anticipated such a swift confirmation of acceptance. After all, this was the most prestigious Battle Spirit Master University in the world. Yi Yang, considering your exceptional results, the school can send a professional Battle Spirit Master team to pick you up. What do you think? No need for that. Yi Yang smiled politely, declining. After some pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Inside, he felt joy and excitement. He had been accepted into the most elite Battle Spirit school globally. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Ding. A brand new sign-in mission has been issued. Please proceed to sign in at North China Battle Spirit Master University. Time limit. None. Suddenly, the notification from the Divine Level Multiverse sign-in system echoed in Yi Yang's mind. He was momentarily stunned. He had not expected the mission to arrive so quickly. Just after receiving the admission call, the sign-in task followed. Fortunately, there was no time constraint, so Yi Yang was not in a rush to sign in. Sighing in relief, Yi Yang collapsed onto the sofa upon returning home. These past few days had indeed been exhausting. He then released Pikachu and Dilliman, allowing them to stretch their legs. This rest lasted an entire day. The following morning, before Yi Yang had even risen, federal vehicles arrived at the entrance of the Bay Villa community. Leading the team was none other than the most powerful figure in Huayang City, Minister Zheng Qiu. The security guard, intimidated by their formidable presence, dared not obstruct them upon recognizing the federal vehicles. He immediately opened the gate, allowing Zheng Qiu and his entourage to enter the community. Inside the community, many wealthy individuals were taken aback by the sight. What is happening? Is something going on in our community? Some engaged in illegal businesses turned pale and hurriedly fled. However, Zheng Qiu, accompanied by his subordinates, made his way to Villa A1, where Yi Yang resided. Ding dong. He rang the doorbell. Dilliman immediately looked out the window and called for Yi Yang. When Yi Yang approached the window and saw that the city minister had personally come to visit, he was taken aback. What is going on? He hurriedly got out of bed, opened the villa door, and greeted, Minister Zheng, what brings you here? I'm here to congratulate you. The scattered cultivator has achieved admission to North China Battle Spirit Master University with outstanding results. You are the first in years from our planet to be admitted under such exceptional circumstances, Zheng Qiu said, gazing at Yi Yang. Simultaneously, the admission documents delivered by the advanced computer were handed to Yi Yang. Upon receiving the documents, Yi Yang was astonished by the remarkable efficiency of this era. Furthermore, the Federation has awarded you a generous bonus of 1 million yuan for bringing honor to our Huayang City. This news will soon spread, so prepare yourself mentally. Zheng Qiu advised. Yi Yang, somewhat bewildered, thought, is it really necessary to offer such a reward for merely entering a university? 1 million yuan as a bonus? Is the Federation truly this affluent? Clearing his throat, Zheng Qiu added, we shall not disturb you further. During your time at North China University, the Federation will provide you with enhanced protection to ensure your safety. Noticing Yi Yang's momentary distraction, Zheng Qiu awkwardly coughed and said, very well. Yi Yang nodded and accepted the 1 million yuan bonus along with the admission notification. He then watched as Zheng Qiu and the others departed, leaving behind a dozen battle spirit masters to ensure his security around the clock. Did I hear that correctly? That guy, a casual practitioner, got accepted into the world-renowned North China Battle Spirit Master University? One bystander exclaimed. You must know who that person was earlier. He was the minister of our Huayang City Federation, personally delivering the admission notice. It cannot be a mistake. Another responded. Incredible. This young man is destined for greatness. The wealthy onlookers, having overheard Zheng Qiu and Yi Yang's conversation, exhibited expressions of unparalleled astonishment. They all put on friendly faces and approached Yi Yang, eager to establish connections, for he might become a powerful figure in the future. However, Yi Yang paid little heed to their sudden flattery. Once he closed the door and returned to his villa, he promptly ordered several breakfast items. After tidying his attire, he prepared to venture out to purchase supplies for North China Battle Spirit Master University. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone rang. It was yet another unfamiliar number, but he had grown accustomed to such calls. Hello? He answered. Hello, Yi Yang, a sweet voice chimed from the other end. Who is this? Yi Yang inquired, puzzled and completely unaware of the woman's identity. I would like to meet you. Are you free today? She asked. You want to meet me? Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to process this unexpected romantic interest. While it was true that many girls were pursuing him, including some of his former students, very few knew his phone number. This mysterious woman piqued his curiosity. Let's meet at Wanhua Park at 10 o'clock. I shall await your arrival, she concluded before hanging up. Yi Yang felt a mix of confusion and intrigue. Who was this woman? How did she obtain his number? Could she be the one who had been sending him gifts? He resolved to meet her. After having breakfast, Yi Yang took his battle pet and drove his Ferrari directly to Wanhua Park. Along the way, he encountered several former students who requested he hold another month of classes, but he declined outright. He no longer had the time for teaching. The prior month had been motivated solely by financial necessity. Now, with 1,000,000 yuan in his pocket, he felt no such urgency. Upon arriving at Wanhua Square, he noticed a striking red Ferrari parked outside. As he stepped out of the car, he observed the throngs of people surrounding the square, feeling somewhat perplexed. While the square typically attracted many visitors, this was an unusually large crowd. Just then, Yi Yang's phone rang again. It was the same number. He answered, Have you arrived? I'm waiting for you at the center of the square, the sweet voice said. Yes. I'm outside the square. The crowd is rather overwhelming today. Yi Yang responded calmly before hanging up and making his way toward Wanhua Square. As he drew nearer, he could hear the murmurs of the gathered crowd, filled with astonishment. Is this an engagement or something? Look at all these luxury cars. Such wealthy individuals. These are real flowers. What an extravagant display. What's the occasion? It can't be just a wealthy young man proposing. Hearing the conversations around him only heightened Yi Yang's curiosity, and he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the scene, he was taken aback. 30 luxury cars were arranged in a gigantic heart shape, adorned with vibrantly colored flowers. Dozens of uniformed servants stood at attention on either side, guarding a stunning young woman in a flowing gown, exuding grace and beauty. Why does she look so familiar? Yi Yang thought, feeling an odd sense of recognition. At that moment, several sharp-eyed individuals nearby suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that the hotshot girl from Huayang City? I recall she is the daughter of the city's wealthiest man, and her father is an accomplished battle spirit master known for his contributions. Yes, that's her. The crowd chimed in, their memories awakening as they recognized the stunning woman at the heart of the square. Yi Yang pondered, Who could have summoned me? Is she planning to mock my single status? Though he still did not know who this woman was, it was evident she held significant status in Huayang City. Yet, he had no clear recollection of her, as he never paid attention to such matters. Yi Yang, have you arrived? As he contemplated, the melodious voice of the young woman resonated throughout Wanhua Square. All eyes turned towards her, standing amidst a circle of luxurious cars, holding a pink wireless microphone. Yi Yang, I invited you here. Would you please come forward? She called out, her gaze locking onto him in the crowd. The onlookers followed her line of sight and spotted Yi Yang standing there, looking bewildered. His heart raced. What was happening? The woman was calling for him. The daughter of Huayang City's wealthiest man was looking at him. Young man, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go, urged a woman behind him, nudging him forward. With a couple of hesitant steps, Yi Yang approached, feeling a tad awkward. However, as a man, he knew he could not allow himself to falter now. In the days to come, how would one pursue a romantic interest? Thus, Yi Yang lifted his gaze and approached the exquisitely beautiful woman before him, offering a gentle smile as he inquired, How do you know me? The woman, with her large, bright eyes adorned with long lashes, gazed at Yi Yang with a sweet smile. Grasping the microphone delicately, she spoke softly, It was a chance encounter, our first meeting. Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. The tone and atmosphere felt somewhat amiss. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over him, as if something significant was about to transpire. Chapter 91. Will you be my boyfriend? The billionaire's one-sided love for a high school student. Suddenly, a melodious and enchanting tune filled the air. The ambience transformed into a warm and tender setting, blossoming with affection. The daughter of the wealthiest family in Huayang City looked at Yi Yang and slowly continued. Yi Yang, you may not know me yet. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Feifei, a girl who has known you for a long time, yet you do not recognize me. Our first encounter was at the bank. With an emotional monologue, she captivated the crowd, and gradually, Yi Yang began to recall the identity of this striking woman. She was the very streamer who had approached him, claiming to be an innocent goddess who never mingled with men. Yet, her streaming was merely a pastime, selling clothes from her boutique. Her true identity was that of the heiress to Huayang City's fortune. The moment she had approached Yi Yang was her first outdoor live stream, and she had come specifically to find him. So it was you. Yi Yang finally recognized this stunning beauty, yet he was astonished by her opulence. It dawned upon him that the gifts he had received earlier had indeed come from this illustrious woman. What charm did he possess to attract the attention of a 19-year-old heiress with a fortune exceeding 10 billion? Was it merely his good looks? That seemed unlikely. Well, Yiyang, what I am about to say may come as a surprise. Su Feifei nodded, her delicate fingers grasping the pink microphone as she continued. But I wish to express my heartfelt feelings since our acquaintance. I like you, though I cannot pinpoint when it began. After meeting you, I sought to learn more about you, and gradually, I realized you had taken residence in my heart. Each day, I ponder what you might be doing, longing to truly see you. In that moment, I understood that what many refer to as affection is indeed unrequited love. Therefore, I have decided to pursue you. Yiyang, will you be my boyfriend? The final words resonated loudly, drawing gasps from the assembled crowd. The audience was taken aback by Su Feifei's bold declaration. Their astonished gazes fixed on both her and Yiyang. They had not anticipated that such an extravagant display was merely a one-sided confession. Moreover, it seemed from the context that the male protagonist was still quite unfamiliar with her. This revelation astonished everyone present. A billionaire heiress harboring unreciprocated feelings for a high school student? Unbelievable. How fortunate this handsome young man was to be the object of affection for the daughter of the wealthiest family. Oh, why wasn't I standing before her instead? I am envious beyond measure. How can it be that a mere boy could attract such a refined lady? As the crowd around Manhwa Square reacted with a mixture of admiration and existential contemplation. The scenario that seemed to belong only in fantasies was unfolding right before their eyes. For those who harbored vivid dreams and fantasies of being pursued by wealthy beauties, this was a stunning blow to their imaginations. At that moment, every onlooker was filled with curiosity and anticipation, eager to see how Yiyang would respond to such an extraordinary offer. They watched him intently, yearning to uncover the outcome. Though all believed that Yiyang would undoubtedly accept, given the overwhelming allure of such an offer. After all, who could refuse a billionaire heiress? The allure was irresistible. Chapter 92. The refusal that shocked the entire crowd. With envious gazes locked onto Yiyang, the audience awaited his response. Yiyang stood there, unable to deny the happiness that surged within him. Who wouldn't relish being pursued, especially by someone so stunning? The effort put forth to declare her feelings was remarkable. How could he not feel elated? After a brief silence, Yiyang awkwardly cleared his throat, shattering the palpable tension. He gazed at the exquisite beauty, Su Feifei, and pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your proposal. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they stared at Yiyang, filled with astonishment. He refused? What on earth was he thinking? Was he in his right mind? Such a golden opportunity lay before him, yet he turned it down. No one could fathom why Yiyang would reject such an obvious proposition. It left them utterly dumbfounded. Even some of the smaller streamers present began broadcasting this moment, and viewers were equally astonished. Did he really refuse? Is he serious? The atmosphere in the room began to shift. All eyes turned back to Yiyang, eager to hear his reasoning behind the rejection. Could you provide a reason? Su Feifei, upon hearing his words, felt a pang of pain in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to hold back her emotions, asking, is it because we are mismatched, or because there is no future? Yiyang responded earnestly, moreover, I am not one to rely on others for support. If I were to match your family's status, perhaps. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. A hush fell over the crowd, utterly captivated by Yiyang's rationale. What a profound statement about mismatched backgrounds. What a commendable refusal of dependence. Truly a man of integrity. Cheers erupted from the spirited youth in attendance, expressing their admiration. Thank you for your kindness and your gifts. I now understand who sent them. Yiyang looked at the tearful Su Feifei and continued, as a gesture of gratitude, you may request something from me, and I shall grant it, provided it is within reason. Su Feifei's heart ached, yet upon hearing Yiyang's words, she felt a glimmer of hope. Any request? She asked. Indeed, Yiyang nodded. As long as it does not involve being your boyfriend. Very well, then kiss me, Su Feifei replied. Yiyang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such directness. Is that inappropriate? Then just give me a hug as a form of comfort. Sophie's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As a pure goddess unaccustomed to the intimacy of men, uttering such words required a staggering 300% of her courage. Yet, it also bore testament to her affection for Yiyang. The onlookers were treated to a spectacle, particularly the male spectators, who were left envious and filled with a mixture of admiration and jealousy. Yiyang was momentarily stunned, reflecting that as a man from 5,000 years ago, it would be utterly humiliating to falter here. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arm around Sophie and, in a graceful display, planted a kiss upon her lips. Chapter 93. Torturing the dog lovers. How delicious this soft rice tastes. Sophie closed her eyes, 2 tears gently cascading down her cheeks. Relishing this moment of closeness with Yiyang, the two undoubtedly became the focal point of the entire gathering, under the scrutiny of thousands. Wait, didn't she just refuse? How did they end up kissing? They murmured. Feeding dog food. This is too torturous. So envious. As they watched Yiyang and Sophie embrace and kiss, Time seemed to suspend in that very instant. In the live streaming room, the chat exploded with waves of 666, flooding the entire screen. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Yang and Sophie finally released each other. Yi Yang's heart raced, his face slightly flushed. He suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. Could it be that I've kissed my way into love? He mused silently, wishing for another chance to share such a moment with Sophie. At that moment, Sophie's cheeks resembled ripe apples. She dared not meet Yi Yang's gaze, lowering her head and softly saying, "This is my first kiss. I will wait for your rise." You. Yi Yang was taken aback by Sophie's words. Her implication was clear. She would consider marrying him once he had achieved wealth and status comparable to her family. Wow, is she this devoted? He thought. However, mere words were insufficient. Time would be the true test. Ahem, it seems I haven't suffered any loss. Do you have any other conditions? Yi Yang coughed awkwardly, inquiring. Having received so many gifts from Sophie, he genuinely didn't know how to express his gratitude. Returning them was clearly out of the question, as that would be an impolite gesture. Even if Yi Yang had the means to repay her, it would only be considered a farewell gift. Well, if you could accompany me for a few days, that would suffice. Sophie smiled, adding, after all, you are leaving Huayang City soon. All right, Yi Yang replied without hesitation. Given Sophie's background, he was not the least surprised that she knew he had been accepted into North China University. What does this mean? I'm not sure. Didn't I refuse? Why does it feel like I agreed? The onlookers were utterly baffled. Make way, everyone. Clear the area. Suddenly, a booming voice called from outside the crowd. Moments later, several men parted the throng, revealing a wealthy young man with an ostentatious demeanor, striding confidently before the masses. Clap, clap, clap. The young man clapped his hands, a sneer playing on his lips. Well, isn't this delightful? A country bumpkin has managed to be with the most affluent heiress in the city. Yi Yang, how splendidly you dine on soft rice. Initially in good spirits, Yi Yang's mood soured upon hearing those words. He turned his gaze upon the person who had insulted him, and to his surprise, it was none other than Wang Qua, the wealthy heir of the Wang group, whom he had encountered once before. Wang Qua had been infatuated with Sophie for 3 years, pursuing her since she was a minor, only to see her choose someone who was still underage. Although he could not compete with Sophie's family, he was the most formidable business entity in Huayang City, second only to the Su family. Having lost face in front of Yi Yang previously, Wang Qua was eager to seize this opportunity to belittle him. Chapter 94, I will surely ruin you. Sophie, how could you associate with someone like him? Wang Qua mocked Yi Yang before feigning sorrow to Sophie. I have pursued you for 3 years, from your youth to your adulthood. Yet you choose a mere child from the countryside. None of this mattered to him. All he could see was a country bumpkin. Wang Qua was seething with jealousy upon witnessing Sophie's public declaration of affection for Yi Yang in the live stream. Enraged, he gathered a dozen family bodyguards, ready to confront Yi Yang. Wang Qua, you are not welcome here, Sophie retorted, her expression hardening in disapproval. The rows of bodyguards, all elite warriors, closed in around her and Yi Yang. Sophie, I am genuinely sincere towards you. This kid just rejected you. Why cling to this bumpkin? Wang Qua's voice rose in frustration. He could hardly believe that the woman he had pursued for 3 years would choose someone from the countryside over him. Did you eat something foul on your way out today, Wang Qua? Your words are nothing but excrement. Yi Yang could no longer contain himself. Previously, he had tolerated Wang Qua's facade of restraint, but today, the man's true nature was laid bare, and Yi Yang found it intolerable. Wang Qua, this is not your place to speak. I am conversing with Sophie, so who invited you to interject? Wang Qua shouted angrily at Yi Yang. Don't think that just because you have a higher bloodline in your battle pet, you are impressive. In Huayang City, you are nothing. Indeed, I am not nothing. You are. Yi Yang wholeheartedly agreed with the laughter that erupted from those around him. You're asking for a beating. Wang Qua's fury surged, and with a wave of his hand, the bodyguards behind him, fists clenched, advanced menacingly toward Yi Yang. Wang Qua, if you dare to lay a hand on Yi Yang, I will immediately have my father terminate our business dealings with your family, Sophie threatened, positioning herself protectively between Yi Yang and the approaching bodyguards. Hey Yi Yang, you truly thrive on soft rice. Wang Qua, avoiding Sophie's threat, turned his derision towards Yi Yang, letting a woman stand up for you. And you still dare to claim you don't enjoy soft rice? Don't you feel you're just slapping your own face? You're a worthless failure. Expelled from school. What makes you think you're worthy of Sophie? Yi Yang's fists clenched, his anger boiling within him. He stepped forward to confront Wang Qua. After all this talk, are you just trying to force me to stand up? Fine, I'll give you a chance to make a move right now. But remember, if you lay a hand on me today, I will ruin you. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Wang Qua scoffed. You arrogant country bumpkin. I will teach you a lesson today and show you the consequences of crossing me. Go, teach this bumpkin a lesson. With a command, his family's warriors charged towards Yi Yang without hesitation. Sophie Fei observed the bodyguards from the Wang family approaching with great intensity, and immediately reached out to pull Yi Yang back, hoping to have her own bodyguards handle the situation. Yet, Yi Yang evidently had no intention of relying on Sophie Fei for protection. A man of honor cannot cower behind a woman. This is a matter between him and me. I shall resolve it myself, he remarked, turning to Sophie Fei with a light chuckle. Sophie Fei hesitated for a moment before cautioning, be careful. Wang Qua is merely 25 years old and has already attained the status of a spirit master at the spirit level, with subordinates who are not to be underestimated. Spirit level is but a triviality, Yi Yang scoffed, glancing back at the oncoming Wang family bodyguards. With a powerful push, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yang vanished from sight, his feet moving with blinding speed as he clenched his fists. Thunderous fist. The sounds of dull thuds accompanied by anguished cries resonated through the air as Yi Yang swiftly dispatched the Wang family's bodyguards, leaving them sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from their mouths. A wave of shock swept over the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief, particularly among the other spirit masters who regarded Yi Yang with incredulity. He was indeed a spirit master of the spirit level. Achieving such a rank at such a young age foretold immeasurable future accomplishments. How terrifying. The onlookers wore expressions of astonishment. Even Wang Kuo was momentarily taken aback by the sudden surge of energy emanating from Yi Yang. After over 20 years of effort, he had only just reached the spirit level. How could Yi Yang, at such a young age, stand on equal footing with him? However, Sophie Fei seemed to be aware of Yi Yang's capabilities and was not particularly surprised, though a hint of concern flickered in her heart. For Wang Kuo was also a spirit master at the spirit level, and his spirit pets boasted impressive bloodlines. Why do you always insist on sending weaklings to confront me? Your bodyguards stand no chance of summoning their spirit pets before me, Yi Yang remarked coldly after easily defeating the Wang family's bodyguards. Indeed, we have some old scores to settle. You were the one who sent someone to steal my spirit pet, weren't you? A gasp rippled through the crowd at this revelation. Everyone was incredulous at Yi Yang's claim. Could it be that the young scion of the Wang family had orchestrated the theft of his spirit pet? With the Wang family's resources, was there any spirit pet in Hawaii City that he could not acquire? The crowd murmured, questioning Yi Yang's identity, wondering how he had earned Sophie Fei's favor. I just did a bit of research. He is none other than the prodigy, Yi Yang, who recently made headlines. The genius high school student who was persuaded to withdraw from Xinguang High School, only to be pursued for retention, ultimately choosing to be a free practitioner. I wonder how his grades are faring. Surprised expressions filled the faces of those present upon learning Yi Yang's true identity. Did he possess some extraordinary spirit pet that even the Wang family coveted? Curiosity about the animosity between the two men surged among the spectators. At that moment, Wang Kuo's expression turned sinister, his gaze piercing like a sharp blade aimed at Yi Yang. So what if I arranged it? Do you seek revenge? Come and try. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Was it indeed true? Yi Yang's spirit pet must be formidable to have caught the attention of the young master of the Wang family. Whispers of a mysterious lightning-type spirit pet with immense combat power spread among the onlookers. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yi Yang and Wang Kuo were locked in a tense standoff, both brimming with fury and ready to strike. The atmosphere grew palpably heavy, and the number of onlookers swelled. At last, Wang Kuo clenched his fist and shattered the stalemate. Spirit-level summoning technique, he shouted, forming a series of intricate seals. Instantly, 3 luminous circles of spiritual patterns materialized. Radiating brilliant light, his spirit pets appeared before the spectators. A battle cat, a fierce wolf, and a family-bred triceratops with a trace of dragon blood coursing through its veins. Though minimal, that bloodline elevated the triceratops far above many other spirit pets. The trio of spirit pets stood menacingly beside Wang Kuo, their eyes fixed on Yi Yang. Summon your spirit pet, Yi Yang. Today, there's no escape for you. Wang Kuo's taunting gaze lingered on Yi Yang after summoning his formidable trio. The crowd was astonished by Wang Kuo's display of spirit pets, as they were accustomed to seeing only ordinary bloodlines. Today, they witnessed the might of spirit-level bloodlines. Each pet fully matured. Coupled with Wang Kuo's own spirit master level 5, his overall strength was indeed formidable. Yi Yang seemed at a disadvantage. The power of Wang Kuo's spirit pets and personal prowess was overwhelming. Many spectators began to lament Yi Yang's predicament. However, Yi Yang regarded Wang Kuo's strength with utter disdain. With a contemptuous smile, he replied, "Run? Did I ever say I would run? I stated that if you dare to make a move today, I shall ensure your downfall." Wang Kuo's anger flared at the audacity of Yi Yang's words. Arrogant little brat, let us see who falls today. In an instant, he propelled himself towards Yi Yang with the force of a released arrow, his spirit pets poised for battle. God-level summoning technique. Yi Yang formed a summoning seal with great urgency. A blinding light enveloped the arena, far more dazzling than Wang Kuo's earlier summoning, prompting the crowd to shield their eyes. Fire-breathing dragon, it's your turn. Yi Yang called out as the newly acquired spirit pet, the fire-breathing dragon, materialized before the astonished audience. With a thunderous roar, the fire-breathing dragon commanded attention, its robust form instantly becoming the focal point of the gathering, exuding an impressive aura. What manner of spirit pet is this? I have never seen anything like it. It appears quite formidable. The crowd was engulfed in a wave of curiosity as they beheld Yi Yang's summoned spirit pet. The fire-breathing dragon. They had never encountered such a creature before. The unfamiliar physique and countenance left the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Wang Kuo, in a sudden rush, came to an abrupt halt. At that very moment, his battle companion felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from its bloodline, the divine bloodline. As the level of the battle companion increased, revealed a progressively formidable power. The fully matured level 7 fire dragon possessed a divine level 1 bloodline, capable of instilling fear in battle companions of lower bloodline ranks. At this moment, Wang Kuo's spirit pet clearly exhibited signs of trepidation and reverence towards the fire dragon. Although Yi Yang had summoned only the fire dragon and not his Pikachu or Dilu beast to engage in battle, the imposing aura it exuded was not in the least inferior to Wang Kuo and his 3 spirit-level bloodline companions. On the contrary, it exerted an undeniable pressure upon them. What manner of battle companion is this? Wang Kuo halted his movements, gazing up at the towering fire dragon, his expression grave as he inquired. It is called the fire dragon, nicknamed Old Flame, capable of taking on 3 opponents. Yi Yang replied with a contemptuous smile, sardonic in his tone as he addressed Wang Kuo. Come now, young Master Wang, let me see what you are truly made of. Do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall fight with but a single battle companion. Upon utterance of these words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Everyone looked at Yi Yang with expressions of disbelief, stunned by his audacious proclamation. This fellow is truly arrogant, to declare he will use only 1 battle companion against Wang Kuo? Incredible. I've witnessed arrogance before, but never to this extent. This is sheer defiance. Witnessing Yi Yang's confident and haughty demeanor, every individual present could hardly suppress their derision. Yet, this only fueled Wang Kuo's fury further. Yi Yang, you are courting death. Do not blame me, Wang Kuo snarled, his features twisted in rage as he addressed Yi Yang. In a swift motion, he propelled himself off the ground. With a resounding thud, his internal energy surged. Energy amplification. Boom. In the next instant, a myriad of energies enveloped Wang Kuo's 3 battle companions, their combat prowess soaring in tandem. Now, annihilate that rotund dragon, Wang Kuo bellowed, and his 3 spirit-level bloodline companions surged forth towards the fire dragon. Yi Yang, unfazed, retorted, Fire dragon, ascend. With a mighty flap of its wings, the seemingly corpulent fire dragon soared into the air, much to the astonishment of the onlookers, who could hardly believe their eyes. Naive? Wang Kuo scoffed upon witnessing Yi Yang's battle companion take flight. Rather than feeling threatened, he grinned mockingly. Triangular Rhino, Nightcat, execute the combination skill. Roar. Meow. As Wang Kuo's command echoed, his battle companions unleashed one of their combination skills. The Nightcat, enveloped in dark energy, swiftly ascended atop the Triangular Rhino, which harnessed its earth energy to launch the Nightcat skyward. Claw of the Rending Cross. Wang Kuo commanded, and the Nightcat gathered its energy, sharpening its claws for the most powerful strike. Chapter 98. Flame Jet, the Wrathful Wang Kuo. Fire Dragon, unleash Flame Jet. Yi Yang shouted as he observed Wang Kuo employing a combination skill. However, Wang Kuo's combination did not significantly enhance its power. It merely elevated the Nightcat into the air. This posed little threat to the Fire Dragon. With a gaping maw, the Fire Dragon unleashed a torrent of flames, aimed directly at the Nightcat, which was now airborne and unable to evade. The Nightcat, determined, charged forward, intending to tear through the Fire Dragon's flames and eliminate it in one fell swoop. Yet, such ambition was woefully naive. The Fire Dragon, boasting a divine bloodline and at maturity level 7, unleashed a flame jet of immense power. The flames engulfed the Nightcat, sending it crashing down from the sky with a resounding thud. Boom. The sound of the Nightcat's body striking the ground reverberated through the air, followed by a wave of intense heat that sent the onlookers scrambling backward in alarm. Nightcat. Wang Kuo cried out in agony upon witnessing his spirit-level bloodline companion, which he had acquired for several million, being dispatched by the plump dragon in a single strike. He quickly summoned his energy to shield the Nightcat, but it was evidently too late. The Nightcat lay charred and blackened, gravely wounded, its survival uncertain. Yi Yang, I swear I will make you pay, Wang Kuo roared, his fury boiling over as he bellowed madly. Feral Wolf, Triangular Rhino, attacked together. The remaining wolf and rhino charged at Yi Yang. Though they could not reach the fire dragon, they aimed to confront Yi Yang directly. Humph. Yi Yang smirked at Wang Kuo's shift in target, a disdainful curve gracing his lips. Do you think I am so easily dealt with? He clenched his fist, electric energy crackling around him. Thunderous Fist. With a ferocious roar, he delivered a powerful thunderous fist, striking the foremost charging wolf with tremendous force. Boom. The wolf was sent hurtling backward, leaving the surrounding crowd to part and witness its flight. Clang. In the next instant, the wolf collided with the car, the sound of metal resonating through the air, blood trickling from its head as it fell lifelessly to the ground, as if it had been annihilated by Yi Yang's single blow. Yi Yang. Wang Kuo had descended into a frenzy, his energy surging to its limits as he unleashed his combat skills in a relentless assault on Yi Yang. Third tier combat skill. Earth Shatter Palm. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Qua's onslaught was fierce. His continuous strikes drew a frown from Yi Yang. Meanwhile, the triangular rhino appeared to conspire with Wang Qua, seemingly intent on ending Yi Yang in one decisive blow. Yet the fire dragon, not to be underestimated, observed the triangular rhino's intent to ambush Yi Yang and swooped down to intercept. Boom! A jet of flames erupted, causing the triangular rhino to wail in agony. Despite its formidable defenses and a hint of Triceratops bloodline, it was utterly insignificant before the true dragon bloodline of the fire dragon. Chapter 99, Inferno Fireball. The defeated Wang Qua. Energy defense. Wang Qua exclaimed, realizing that his cherished battle companion was being incinerated. He hastily summoned energy to rescue the triangular rhino. Yet this moment of distraction left him vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Yang declared, "Young Master Wang, this is where it ends." With a cold smile, he ignited his right hand with fire energy, fervently condensing it into a blazing fireball. Fourth-tier combat skill, Inferno Fireball. With a low growl, he forcefully pressed the blazing fireball against Wang Qua's abdomen. Boom! Instantly, the fireball erupted, sending Wang Qua hurtling backward. Gasp! At the same time, he spat out copious amounts of crimson blood. His garments ignited in an instant. Then, a heart-wrenching scream escaped Wang Qua's lips. Hiss! All present collectively gasped in horror upon witnessing Wang Qua rolling on the ground in agony, his face contorted with terror. It was simply too tragic. Fire-breathing dragon, return. In the next moment, Yi Yang summoned back the fire-breathing dragon, which had already dealt with the triangular rhinoceros. Then, under the gaze of the onlookers, he stepped toward the burning and wailing Wang Qua. "I warned you, should you make a move today, I will render you incapacitated." Yi Yang's words were as cold as ice. As he approached, Wang Qua's clothes had all but disintegrated, leaving him severely burnt and charred. Though Wang Qua clung desperately to life, using the spiritual energy within him, his injuries were grave and would not heal without a significant amount of time and rare medicinal herbs. Nevertheless, Yi Yang had no intention of sparing him. He had declared that he would incapacitate this man to eliminate future threats. The grudge had been drawn, and thus this menace must be eradicated. While he could not kill Wang Qua, rendering him powerless was certainly within reach. Bang! Yi Yang stomped down on Wang Qua's charred feet, brutally breaking one of them. However, Wang Qua had already succumbed to the pain and lost consciousness. Even if Yi Yang were to cripple his hands and feet, he remained oblivious. The sight sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, leaving them petrified and trembling, their gazes toward Yi Yang filled with fear, as though they were staring at a demon. This was ruthlessness incarnate. They realized that the future would undoubtedly see a formidable character emerge. The winds of change were about to sweep through Huayang City. In that moment, everyone felt profoundly shaken by Yi Yang's actions. Sensing that Huayang City was on the brink of a storm, Yi Yang's incapacitation of Wang Qua would surely provoke the wrath of the entire Wang family. "I must take my leave. It seems I cannot stay with you for long," Yi Yang said as he approached Su Feifei after incapacitating Wang Qua. "Additionally, there is a matter I wish to entrust to you." "Whatever you say, I shall comply," Su Feifei replied, looking at Yi Yang. "Please look after my parents, who are vulnerable, ensuring they remain unaffected by the Wang family's repercussions," Yi Yang stated. "Understood," Su Feifei nodded immediately, her worry evident as she gazed at Yi Yang. "And what about you? After incapacitating Wang Qua, the Wang family will certainly not let you off easily. Come back to our Su family with me. As long as I am here, not even the entire Wang family can lay a finger on you." Su Feifei's face was fraught with concern as she anxiously awaited Yi Yang's response. She believed that the only means of protecting Yi Yang lay within her family's influence. Nothing else seemed viable. Yet, Yi Yang had no intention of relying on the Su family or Su Feifei. He had contemplated the consequences of incapacitating Wang Qua before taking action, fully aware of the turmoil it would incite within the Wang family and the city of Huayang. Still, Yi Yang resolutely proceeded, for he understood that in this world of the survival of the fittest, one must be ruthless to stand firm. If one does not possess a fierce heart, survival in a world teeming with the powerful is but a fleeting existence. He did not come to this world to be a coward. How high could one ascend in life? Yi Yang was determined to climb to those heights. Thus, he chose to confront the situation head-on. "A man shall never bow to tyranny. I have my own ways," Yi Yang smiled and reassured her. "I will fulfill my promise to you, albeit with a slight delay. Thank you for your concern." Suddenly, tears welled up in Su Feifei's eyes as she rushed toward Yi Yang, embracing him tightly. She understood that from this moment forth, Yi Yang's path would be fraught with peril. It was a winding road he had chosen solely for the sake of gaining strength. "Why do you have to strive so hard? Why, at just 16 years of age, do you seem so much older than me?" Su Feifei, now 19, wept in Yi Yang's embrace. She could only imagine the dangers that lay ahead for him. Yi Yang, hearing Su Feifei's heartfelt words, smiled inwardly. "Can I tell you that I am over 5,000 years older than you? Even disregarding the years of history, my soul is that of a man in his 20s. Yet I find myself in this future world as a mere 16-year-old boy." Su Feifei, being 3 years his senior, exemplified the saying, "A woman 3 years older clutches a golden brick." Indeed, Yi Yang had aligned himself with a remarkable heiress. What lay before him was not merely a brick of gold, but a treasure trove of riches. Nonetheless, Yi Yang ultimately depended on himself, for this world did not permit weakness. His calm demeanor left Su Feifei deep in thought. Soon after, they parted ways. Their next meeting could be imminent or far off, but at this moment, Yi Yang had to leave quickly, otherwise, trouble would ensue. As Yi Yang vanished from sight, the crowd of onlookers began to disperse. Su Feifei, accompanied by her bodyguards, entered a vehicle and departed. We must ensure the safety of Yi Yang's parents. They must not fall victim to the Wang family's wrath, she instructed. Yes. Her subordinate nodded affirmatively and promptly began arranging matters online. Also, prepare the transfer documents for Huabei University. I wish to enroll there. Su Feifei added. Miss, regarding the chairman. I will speak to my father myself. You just handle the rest, Su Feifei replied sternly. Understood. Her subordinate nodded heavily, not daring to voice any dissent. A sense of melancholy enveloped Su Feifei. She did not want Yi Yang to face danger alone. She wished to accompany him, despite her aversion to academics. For Yi Yang's sake, she resolved to embark on the path of cultivation. Chapter 101. The winds and flames of Yi Yang captivate the city and the internet. In Manhwa Square, after the departure of dozens of luxury cars, the remaining crowd, fearing trouble, began to scatter. Only a handful remained, calling to inform the authorities. The Wang family soon learned of their son's incapacitation. Bang! Wang Chong, the chairman of the Wang Group and Wang Kuo's father, was soon to be informed of the news. Upon learning that his son had been rendered useless, he was momentarily stunned. The subsequent surge of excruciating pain jolted him back to reality, prompting him to seize whatever lay before him and hurl it violently to the ground. In a fit of rage, he thundered, "Bring that person out. I shall tear him limb from limb. I will turn Hualong City upside down to avenge Kuo." The subordinates of the Wang family nodded vigorously in response, promptly dispatching personnel to scour the entire city for Yi Yang. This news rapidly spread throughout Hualong City, causing a considerable uproar within a matter of days. Not only that, but the announcement of Yi Yang's admission as a rogue practitioner to the world's top-tier war spirit master university concurrently circulated, capturing the attention of all. Indeed, Yi Yang was a prodigy. To think he could gain entry to North China University at the tender age of 16 as a rogue practitioner was almost unimaginable. Moreover, he had incapacitated Wang Kuo, a scion of the Wang family, a feat few would dare to attempt. Initially, I had thought Yi Yang was courting death, but it now appeared that if the Wang family pressed him too hard, he would undoubtedly rise to obliterate them in the future. With such talent, Yi Yang's potential was bound to surpass the Wang family. It was merely a matter of time. Across Hualong City, crowds gathered, each person clutching their mobile devices, marveling at Yi Yang's exploits and engaging in spirited discussions. For days, the entire city had been enveloped in the news of the genius Yi Yang. His name became indelibly etched in the minds of the populace, from his academic resurgence to his decisive confrontation with Wang Kuo, and his remarkable admission to the globally renowned North China War Spirit Master University. The citizens of Hualong City fully comprehended his story, leading them to a singular conclusion. Yi Yang had initially chosen to remain low-key, but now he had unleashed his true potential, capturing the attention of those who once looked down upon him. Online forums and social media buzzed with headlines such as 16-year-old prodigy Yi Yang, expelled from high school, strives to succeed, gains admission to the prestigious North China War Spirit Master University. Former school officials lamented their folly. The comments below echoed a unified sentiment. What an extraordinary youth. Shame on the school. The genius youth triumphs over a callous rich heir, unafraid of the latter's family influence, embodying true masculinity. Discussions within groups celebrated Yi Yang's remarkable achievements, from being courted by streamers to attracting the attention of affluent young ladies, all while being pursued by prestigious universities and recognized by the Federation. Amidst this fervor, however, Yi Yang embarked on a solitary journey toward a new horizon. North China War Spirit Master University, here I come, he declared. Chapter 102. Departing for North China University. Territory City. In the wilderness beyond Hualong City, after 2 days of preparation, acquiring necessary supplies and provisions, Yi Yang emerged from a barrier gate. He neither took a car nor boarded a plane, nor did he utilize the Federation's spiritual technology for transportation to the city housing North China University. Instead, he chose to travel alone on foot. After incapacitating Wang Kuo, he had not yet had the chance to book tickets. The Wang family had initiated a lockdown of Hualong City. Consequently, he was unable to board planes or cars, given that using the Federation's teleportation would burden Zheng Xiao, possibly forcing him to join the Federation, which Yi Yang found unacceptable. He had no choice but to pursue this solitary path. Yet, far from feeling disheartened, he felt a sense of exhilaration. The journey would serve to strengthen him. At that moment, numerous television stations broadcasted Yi Yang's illustrious deeds. While he navigated through the jungle alone, once he had distanced himself from Hualong City, he planned to summon his fire dragon, his flying mount, to take him to North China University. North China University is situated at the heart of the world, within Territory City, an epicenter of technological and martial prowess. Here, not only are masters commonplace, but the air is thick with formidable beings. Yiyang's heart brimmed with anticipation. The world's premier war spirit master university, in the most prestigious city, would undoubtedly provide superior training resources. Why else would he strive so hard to gain admission to North China University? As he glanced back at the considerable distance he had put between himself and Hualong City, Yiyang swiftly formed a seal and invoked a godly summoning technique to call forth his fire dragon. He then leaped onto its back, pointing in a direction and commanding, "Take off, old dragon, this way." With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon flapped its immense wings, its hefty body lifting gracefully into the air. "Don't let him escape. Block his path." At that moment, a thunderous shout echoed from the forest. Suddenly, a multitude of battle pets soared into the sky, accompanied by several war spirit masters rushing out from the woods. Yiyang furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the approaching war spirit masters and their diverse array of battle pets, realizing they were coming for him. "Fire dragon, let us go," he shouted. The fire dragon, heeding his command, prepared to soar through the skies. However, just as they were about to take flight, another flying battle pet appeared before them, blocking their path. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. A massive eagle stood in their way, upon which a middle-aged man was perched. Despite his age, the man exuded a chilling aura, indicative of someone who had long navigated the treacherous waters of society. "Yiyang, today you shall find that even with wings, you cannot flee. Your fate is sealed," the middle-aged man stated coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, war spirit masters and their battle pets began to encircle Yiyang from all sides, filling the trees below. The total number of combatants exceeded 70 or 80, forming a formidable lineup, all evidently intent on capturing him. Chapter 103. You think you can stop me? Yiyang surveyed the surrounding war spirit masters, each radiating a thuggish demeanor, clearly affiliated with the underbelly of Hualong City. "Are you the Wang family's lapdogs?" He sneered. "Humph, Yiyang, your arrogance is misplaced. It's not just the Wang family that desires your demise," the middle-aged man retorted with a mocking grin. "You've wronged members of my Twin Blades gang, and I have not forgotten. This opportunity has been granted by the Wang family, and I have waited long for this moment. With the aid of the Wang family and my Twin Blades gang's war spirit masters, you stand no chance of survival." Yiyang merely smirked, unfazed by the encirclement. He felt no fear, nor did he sense any surprise. Ultimately, Yiyang had long anticipated that he would be pursued. However, he did not expect that this group would arrive so swiftly. It must be said that the Wang family indeed possesses considerable power in Hualong City. Having quickly grasped Yiyang's whereabouts, to be more precise, the Wang family was merely waiting for Yiyang to venture beyond the urban boundaries to strike. After all, even the formidable Wang family would not dare to take lethal action within the city limits due to the presence of federal authorities. Outside, however, the situation was entirely different. Eliminating him would pose no risk of exposure. Thus, the Wang family awaited Yiyang's departure from the protective barriers of the city, effectively sealing off his access to the train station and airport, cornering him step by step. "Do you truly believe that you can detain me?" Yiyang remarked with a smile. The group assembled before him was undeniably formidable, including two battle spirits. One, the leader of the Twin Blades gang, stood atop a massive eagle-like battle pet, while the other, a man below, fixed his gaze intently on Yiyang. The remainder of the group consisted primarily of battle masters, with only a handful of battle apprentices, highlighting the Wang family's ruthless intent to eliminate Yiyang. "Do you think you can survive against us?" scoffed the Twin Blades gang leader, Wu Shuangdao, with a contemptuous grin. "Surrender now, and perhaps we can grant you a swift end." With a dismissive smile and a sardonic curl of his lips, Yiyang retorted, "You are not worthy." Divine summoning technique. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped the area. Pikachu and Dilyamin materialized at Yiyang's side, perched upon the back of Charizard. Faced with such a formidable assembly of battle spirits, Yiyang, despite his considerable strength, remained cautious. He promptly summoned his remaining two divine pets to join the fray. He understood that time was of the essence. A swift resolution was imperative before reinforcements from the Wang family arrived, making his escape all the more arduous. Given the rapidity of their pursuit, it was highly likely that they had been lying in wait just outside the city. "Go, eliminate him, and avenge young Master Wang," commanded the battle spirit dispatched by the Wang family, inciting his fellow battle spirit masters to action. Simultaneously, their battle pets launched their assaults from every direction, trees, ground, each employing their unique abilities. The elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, and light converged in a spectacular display. Third-tier battle technique, Sandstorm Palm. The combined assault of their battle pets unleashed a torrent of attacks towards Yiyang at the center. Even the skies above were blocked by the enormous battle pet, the giant eagle. At this moment, Yiyang found himself in a perilous predicament. Should he be struck by the onslaught of these individuals and their pets? Even with his battle spirit rank and 3 divine pets, he would likely sustain severe injuries in an instant. Dilliaman, it's up to you. Yi Yang, assessing the overwhelming onslaught, turned his gaze to Dilliaman and commanded, Cat's Eye Light. Dilliaman's eyes emitted a brilliant white light, sweeping across the surroundings in an attempt to fully control each approaching battle pet. However, due to the haste of the maneuver, it could only manage to dominate about 70 to 80% of the oncoming threats. It swiftly directed those pets to attack their companions. Meanwhile, Yi Yang concentrated all his remaining spiritual energy into Pikachu. Spiritual energy amplification. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu trembled momentarily, unleashing a barrage of potent lightning. Under Yi Yang's amplification, the Thunderbolt's power surged to several times its original strength. The crackling sound of electricity reverberated throughout the area, accompanied by the wild arcs of lightning striking down upon the battle's spirit masters. In an instant, several were knocked to the ground by Pikachu's electric onslaught. Yet, one battle spirit master managed to evade the attack. Charizard, seize the moment and charge. Yi Yang seized the opportunity and commanded, prompting Charizard to accelerate. Even with your 3 formidable pets, you cannot hope to escape our grasp, roared Wu Shuangdao, Hurricane Eagle, Dance of the Winds. Simultaneously, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames. Boom. Yi Yang's Charizard and Wu Shuangdao's battle pet launched their attacks in tandem, resulting in a collision of fire and wind. In an instant, the flames intensified, engulfing the Hurricane Eagle in a fierce blaze. Screech. The Hurricane Eagle emitted a sharp cry of pain as it hastily retreated. Wu Shuangdao leapt down, forming a summoning seal in midair. Cursed, summon battle pet, Aqua Blue. Just then, Yi Yang, seizing the moment, refused to allow Wu Shuangdao a second chance to summon another pet. He leaped from Charizard's back, delivering a powerful thunder fist directly to Wu Shuangdao. With a resounding thud, Wu Shuangdao was sent flying. In the next moment, Yi Yang's form rapidly descended as Charizard swooped in to catch him, accompanied by Pikachu and Dilliaman. Excellent, let us depart. Yi Yang exclaimed with a smile, having successfully broken free, feeling an indescribable sense of relief. You insolent brat, do you think you can escape? However, just as Yi Yang believed he had secured his escape, an oppressive voice filled with fury reached his ears. Suddenly, a shadow ascended the treetops, leaping towards Charizard with alarming speed. Beneath, a surge of wind propelled the airborne battle pet. 8 Spider, Venom Strike. The pet's master shouted, and the massive black spider lunged forward, its sharp appendages aimed at Charizard's head. Charizard, evade. Seeing the impending danger, Yi Yang shouted urgently. Charizard swiftly maneuvered away, its bulk surprisingly agile in the air. Fiery Fireball. Boom. With a surge of spiritual energy, Yi Yang formed a blazing fireball and hurled it at the venomous dark attribute spider, sending it tumbling from the sky. However, at that moment, the spider's master, a battle spirit master from the Wong family, propelled himself from the ground with the aid of a triangular rhinoceros cultivated by the Wong family. Venomous Palm. The Wong family warrior bellowed, striking towards Yi Yang. The earlier spider was merely a decoy. His true target was Yi Yang. This strike, imbued with deadly poison, would be lethal even to Yi Yang, a warrior of divine cultivation. Yet, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy on the fireball, along with the previous Thunder Fist and full support for Pikachu, Yi Yang found his reserves nearly depleted. In the heat of the moment, there was simply no time to muster the remaining spiritual energy to counter the assault of the last male from the Wong family. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Yi Yang exclaimed urgently, as Pikachu's tail shimmered with a brilliance akin to steel. In an instant, Pikachu leaped forward, executing a flawless 360-degree spin before delivering a powerful Iron Tail strike upon the warrior dispatched by the Wong family. A resounding thud echoed through the air, just as the Wong family's formidable combat spirit was about to land a venomous strike on Yi Yang. He was met head-on by Pikachu's devastating attack. A pain scream escaped the warrior's lips, his body plummeting earthward like a kite severed from its string. With a thunderous crash, he collided violently with the ground, blood gushing from his mouth in a state of utter disarray. Despite his attempts to rise, he found himself utterly powerless, with bones shattered from Pikachu's strike. Surveying the surroundings, Yi Yang noticed that the remaining foes and their battle companions had also been severely incapacitated by his allies. Charizard swiftly incinerated the area before taking flight. As Yi Yang scanned for any lingering threats, he declared, boom. Immediately after, Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting everything in its path before soaring into the sky. Heading towards Territory City. Guard me. I need to cultivate and replenish my spiritual energy, Yi Yang said, relieved to have escaped the crisis as he settled onto Charizard's back. Pikachu playfully bounced nearby, while Dialga stood alert, surveying the vicinity. All right, it's time to cultivate. You little rascals consume too much energy. I must grow stronger swiftly, or I will be unable to enhance your combat abilities in the future, Yi Yang lamented. Over this period of training, although his strength had significantly improved, so too had Pikachu, Dialga, and Charizard. As they grew stronger, the potency of their bloodlines surged, necessitating even greater energy. When absorbing Yi Yang's spiritual energy boost, the amount consumed far surpassed the initial quantities, augmenting their combat prowess. Chapter 106. Breakthrough to Level 4 Combat Spirit, deep within the beast wilderness. Consequently, this escalation in their capabilities resulted in an increased drain on Yi Yang's own energy. Thus, he needed to strengthen himself promptly, enriching his spiritual essence to support his battle companions. After all, it was certain that Yi Yang would not be limited to a single battle companion in the future. If each were of divine bloodline caliber, the energy they required would multiply as their levels rose and their powers intensified. Augmenting all of his spiritual companions was no simple feat. Hearing Yi Yang's words, Pikachu obediently moved aside as he formed a cultivation seal with his hands before entering a state of deep meditation. Dialga stood nearby, enhancing Yi Yang's cultivation speed by 10%. Coupled with Yi Yang's divine warrior training regimen, his pace of advancement far surpassed that of other combat spirit masters. As time ticked away, Charizard soared high, leaving Huayang City far behind, traversing mountains and forests en route to Territory City. Meanwhile, within the Wang family's hall in Huayang City, a furious crash echoed as Wang Chong, Wang Quo's father, smashed a teacup onto the floor, bellowing, "Useless. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even eliminate a mere 16-year-old brat. What good are you to me? Go after him at once. That little rascal has enrolled in the North China Combat Spirit Master University. He must not be allowed to enter the academy, or revenge will become even more elusive." Wang Chong's fists clenched tightly, his rage boiling to a crescendo. His formidable presence as a battle emperor, 2 stages above a combat spirit, weighed heavily upon all the combat spirit masters in the hall, rendering them nearly breathless. It was evident just how powerful Wang Quo's father truly was. "Why are you still standing idle? If you cannot eliminate Yi Yang before he reaches Territory City, I will take your lives," Wang Chong commanded fiercely. "Yes." In the face of Wang Chong's wrath, his subordinates nodded in unison before retreating to assemble a stronger force to pursue Yi Yang. Were it not for the existence of the Federation, Wang Chong, as a battle emperor, would have personally avenged his son. Yet, despite the Wang family's extensive influence, the Su family and the Federation loomed over them, leaving him feeling utterly constrained. "Yi Yang, you have crippled my son. No matter where you hide, I will hunt you down," Wang Chong vowed darkly. At this moment, Yi Yang, under the protection of Charizard, had fully immersed himself in the depths of the beast wilderness. Charizard flew high to avoid encounters with fully evolved beasts, beings of formidable might. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully broken through to level 4 combat spirit." With the system's notification echoing in his mind, Yi Yang had finally transcended from level 3 to level 4 during his energy restoration. Exhaling deeply, Yi Yang paused his cultivation, rising from Charizard's back and releasing a long, cleansing breath. He stretched his limbs, producing a satisfying crackle as he felt invigorated. Pikachu, witnessing Yi Yang's completion of his training, joyfully cheered. "You must be starving. Come, it's time to eat." Yi Yang smiled brightly, retrieving pre-prepared provisions from his spatial storage, cans of fish, bread, milk, cookies, and other delightful treats, which thrilled Pikachu immensely. Chapter 107. Spirit Beast, Night Demon. Roar. Charizard, sensing that Yi Yang and Pikachu intended to eat, emitted a sound of protest. Having forged a bond with Charizard, Yi Yang understood its implications and burst into laughter. He began to enjoy his meal while simultaneously feeding Charizard. The magnificent creature skillfully balanced the tasks of flying and eating, its powerful wings propelling them forward, its head tilted back, mouth agape, in anticipation. Occasionally, it let out a roar, urging Yi Yang to hurry. The journey was filled with feasting and enjoyment of the scenic views, a truly carefree existence. "Charizard, let us rest in that ravine ahead. We'll continue our journey in the morning," Yi Yang suggested, pointing to a small valley as the sun dipped below the horizon. "Roar." Charizard nodded in understanding, gradually descending into the lush ravine Yi Yang had indicated. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and the surroundings were alive with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, a breathtaking sight. Yi Yang decided to spend the night there before resuming their travels come dawn. He retrieved the tent he had long prepared and swiftly erected it, channeling his spiritual energy to sense his surroundings. Once he confirmed that no danger lurked nearby, he allowed himself to relax. Exhaling deeply, he took out his phone and connected to the public Tianwang network to check the journey ahead. Ultimately, he concluded that at the flying speed of the Fire Dragon, it would take at least 7 days to reach the Territory City. In other words, he would be traveling for the entirety of these 7 days. Soon, night fell. After resting with his battle pet, Yi Yang remained awake until the deep hours of the night. The tranquil forest of the wild suddenly stirred with movement. The rustling of dense underbrush jolted Yi Yang from his slumber. His eyes flew open, and he immediately became alert, his body tensed with vigilance. He gently unzipped the tent and stealthily exited, a thread of spiritual energy extending along the ground to gauge the area quickly. Within 100 meters, several spiritual beasts were rapidly approaching his location. The preliminary assessment indicated they possessed earth attributes, although Yi Yang had yet to discern their exact nature. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the tent into his spatial storage and then climbed a tree, holding his breath to conceal himself. Soon, the spiritual beasts he sensed came into view. With sharp beaks and a coat of yellow fur, they bore a resemblance to foxes, but also possessed some characteristics of rats. Yellow weasels? Upon his first glance at these creatures, a particular biological name instinctively surfaced in Yi Yang's mind. Then, after intense contemplation, he finally recognized the beasts before him. Night demons, yellow weasels. A chill gripped Yi Yang's heart. This bizarre and uncanny spiritual beast, rumored to inhabit only the great mountainous regions, had unexpectedly crossed his path. The yellow weasel spiritual beast, known as the night demon wolf, prowls in darkness and is quite sinister. Its urine is toxic, capable of inducing hallucinations. Even more bizarre is the legend of a battle spirit master who killed a night demon wolf, only to be avenged by a horde of them, leading to his gruesome demise. Consequently, the night demon wolf has become a nearly taboo subject among battle spirit masters, with few daring to provoke it. Chapter 108. The Peril of a Single Drop. Its infamous reputation sends shivers down the spines of battle spirit masters. However, few have actually encountered a night demon wolf, as it is an evolved and mutated form of the yellow weasel. In a bygone era, yellow weasels faced extinction, only to gradually re-emerge and thrive with the resurgence of spiritual energy, evolving into the current night demon wolf. Damn, how did I end up confronting this creature? Yi Yang, hiding in the tree, watched the night demon wolf below, its razor-sharp claws capable of shredding mighty trees, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Even resting could draw the attention of this night demon wolf. Was there no respite for him? He had no intention of provoking the notorious night demon wolf, even though the few he observed were mature-level beasts around level 8. Should he desire to hunt them, it wouldn't be overly challenging. However, this was the wild forest, where formidable spiritual beasts, complete forms, armored entities, and other superlative beings could appear at any moment. Encountering such foes would spell trouble. Suddenly, as Yi Yang awaited the night demon wolf's departure, the sound of rushing water reached his ears. Lowering his gaze, he was immediately struck by a wave of despair. One of the night demon wolves had chosen to relieve itself right beneath the tree where he was concealed. From a distance, the air was permeated with a foul odor. Cursing under his breath, Yi Yang leapt from the tree. Boom. At that moment, his spiritual energy surged violently within him, expelling the air he had just inhaled. The scent of the night demon wolf's urine had hallucinogenic properties. If he did not act swiftly to mitigate its effects, he would surely succumb to delusions and meet a grim fate. However, this reckless move exposed him instantly. Squeak. The night demon wolf emitted a sound akin to a rat's squeal, its gaze shifting to lock onto Yi Yang. In an instant, several night demon wolves charged towards him. They moved swiftly, climbing the great tree and pursuing him with ferocious intent, their sharp claws raised to strike. Yi Yang had no desire to harm them, but the relentless pursuit of the night demon wolves left no room for mercy. Drawing upon his spiritual energy with one hand, he unleashed a fiery explosion, conjuring a fireball that hurtled toward the foremost night demon wolf. Bang! The fireball struck the night demon wolf squarely, igniting its fur in flames, which let out a pained cry as it tumbled to the ground. Using the god-level summoning technique, he summoned the fire dragon. A torrent of searing flames erupted from the dragon's mouth, engulfing the dark wild forest in fire. Squeak! The remaining night demon wolves shrieked in terror, darting around in chaos amidst the flames, ultimately meeting their demise. Yi Yang quickly extended his spiritual energy to sense the elixirs among the flames. After all, having slain them, it would be a pity not to collect what they had to offer. However, not every spiritual beast bore elixirs. From the few night demon wolves he had felled, he managed to obtain but a single earth attribute elixir. Squeak! Meanwhile, the cries of a multitude of night demon wolves echoed from the pitch-black forest. Soon, a horde of night demon wolves came into view, their eyes shining with an eerie light as they fixated intently on Yi Yang. Chapter 109. The Awakening of Complete Form Spiritual Beasts, Territory City. My goodness. Gazing at the seemingly endless swarm of night demon wolves, Yi Yang's expression darkened significantly. This number undoubtedly indicated the presence of a night demon wolf king commanding them. The ordinary night demon wolves were already at the mature level. Thus, the wolf king would certainly be a complete form entity. Fire dragon, let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Yang decided to flee. Remaining to battle would be an act of folly. Given their numbers, coupled with the potential presence of a complete form spiritual beast, even with an edge, victory would be exceedingly difficult. He could perhaps contend with a single complete form beast, but the addition of so many mature night demon wolves posed too great a risk. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Boom! The fire dragon flapped its wings and ascended into the air. Below, the night demon wolves leapt and clawed in vain. Unable to reach the height of the fire dragon, they were grounded, unable to pursue Yi Yang and his battle pet. However, the complete form night demon wolves were a different story altogether. A terrifying aura, awakened from a long slumber, enveloped the wild forest in an instant. From a distance, Yi Yang felt an overwhelming pressure. Such a terrifying presence. This had to be a complete form spiritual beast. Yi Yang furrowed his brow and immediately shouted, "Fire Dragon! Full speed ahead!" Boom. The Fire Dragon dared not hesitate, even with its divine bloodline and maturity at level 7. Before the overwhelming aura of the fully formed spirit beast, one could scarcely claim a complete advantage. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yang departed the wild forest upon his fire-breathing dragon, narrowly evading a collision with the formidable spirit beast. What a close call. He exhaled a long, murky breath and produced the earth attribute spirit pill obtained from the night demon wolf, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The night demon wolf was exceedingly rare even on the periphery of the wilderness. Its spirit pill, without a doubt, belonged to the category of rare commodities in the market. Unlike ordinary spirit beasts, the spirit pill of the night demon wolf possessed unique properties, such as the ability to treat certain peculiar ailments or, upon consumption, to eradicate hallucinations. Among others, the price of a single first-tier spirit pill from a mature night demon wolf could soar to nearly 100,000. It was far more expensive than the average first-tier spirit pill, given the exceedingly low drop rate from the night demon wolf. Even after slaying hundreds, one might not secure a single spirit pill. Yi Yang, however, had managed to acquire one after dispatching just a few night demon wolves. His luck was nothing short of extraordinary. In the latter part of the night, Yi Yang did not pause to rest. He remained mounted on the back of the fire-breathing dragon, continuing his journey through the night. During the day, he was relentless. The depths of the wild forest were fraught with peril. Yi Yang needed to vacate the area as swiftly as possible. Moreover, he diligently avoided densely concentrated spirit energy zones, narrowly escaping several encounters with fully formed armored spirit beasts. Thus, several days of frantic travel passed. Upon sighting the city barrier ahead, Yi Yang's face broke into a grin. He had finally arrived at the territory city. Standing atop the fire-breathing dragon, he could not help but let out an expletive. The arduous journey had utterly exhausted him. Although he had spent most of the time training, the road was far from easy. Fortunately, the days of cultivation bore fruit, as his strength had once again advanced, reaching the 5th level of battle spirit. Fire-breathing dragon, descend to the front, Yi Yang exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him as he gazed at the energy barrier before him. With a thunderous roar, the fire-breathing dragon began to glide downwards. Moments later, it landed gracefully on the ground. Yi Yang dismissed it back to the contract survival space and then strode toward the city barrier of Territory City. As a place renowned for its unparalleled technology, military prowess, and myriad other aspects, the energy barrier defending this city was exponentially superior to that of Huayang City. Approaching the barrier, Yi Yang followed its perimeter to the grand entrance of Territory City. Please present your identification and city entry permit. A member of the elite federal guard stationed at the entrance stated, halting Yi Yang's advance. Yi Yang promptly produced his identification and city entry permit. As one of the most prestigious cities in the world, entry without a permit was unequivocally prohibited. To obtain this permit, one must provide relevant proof and rationale to the federal authorities. Only those who received approval could enter Territory City. Very well. Proceed to the side to complete your registration for entry, the guard instructed after inspecting Yi Yang's identification and permit, returning both to him. Yi Yang swiftly registered and successfully gained entry into Territory City. As a gifted student who had been admitted to Huabei University with exemplary results, he would naturally be permitted to stay longer than the average person, as he intended to study there. Generally, visitors were required to depart within 2 months. Failing to do so would result in expulsion by the federal authorities. Special circumstances could warrant an extension, but in general, for non-residents, staying long-term in Territory City was nearly impossible, unless one possessed extraordinary strength. Suddenly, Yi Yang's phone vibrated. Curiously, he retrieved it to find a virtual notification request on the screen. You have been monitored and located by the Federal Intelligent Sky Network. Do you consent to cooperate? Yes. Yi Yang immediately clicked. This was a preventive measure by the federal government to thwart any potential wrongdoers from infiltrating Territory City and causing unrest, enabling swift containment. Should one refuse, regardless of their identity, they would be instantaneously expelled. Severe cases could even result in detention for questioning. Afterward, Yi Yang stowed his phone away and began to wander within Territory City. It must be said that as the pinnacle of cities worldwide, Territory City radiated an indescribable vibrancy. Towering skyscrapers rose majestically, while various high-tech devices along the streets monitored humans, vehicles, battle spirit masters, and spirit pets alike. It was undeniable that no one could evade the comprehensive technological surveillance throughout the city. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Yi Yang would scarcely have imagined that a city could achieve such a level of sophistication. And how affluent was this city? The taxis on the streets were all luxury cars worth millions. What a concept. $1 million vehicles serving as taxis. Yi Yang's perception was utterly shattered. Casually, he waved down a luxury taxi and climbed inside. Where to, handsome? The driver, a man of about 25, who was evidently also a battle spirit master, inquired. Yi Yang pondered why he would choose to drive a taxi, but given the opportunity to drive a luxury car, it was hardly surprising. This was undoubtedly a world of the affluent, incomprehensible to the average person. Huabei University, Yi Yang replied casually. All right, please make yourself comfortable. We will arrive shortly. The driver responded with enthusiasm, promptly igniting the engine and steering the luxury car toward Huabei University. With a roar, Yi Yang soon arrived at the entrance of the world's most prestigious Huabei University, transported by a luxury taxi worth millions. Huabei University boasted 4 grand entrances, situated in the very heart of Territory City. Entering through the southern barrier gate, Yi Yang naturally approached the southern gate of Huabei University, known as the Vermilion Bird Gate. Here we are, Huabei University, Vermilion Bird Gate, the taxi driver announced, stopping the car and turning to smile at Yi Yang. Thank you, Yi Yang replied with a smile, paying and exiting the vehicle. 1,000 yuan for just a few minutes? What a ripoff, he thought. Nevertheless, Yi Yang understood that this was simply the cost of living in Territory City. Otherwise, what incentive would there be for million-dollar cars to operate as taxis? Offering top-tier service warranted a higher fee. Once outside, Yi Yang stood before the Vermilion Bird Gate, gazing at the university's name and the statue of the Vermilion Bird atop the gate. After a moment of contemplation, he stepped forward into the university. In this futuristic era, time was of the essence and more precious than ever. University life was a crucial element for a battle spirit master. Thus, there were no holidays throughout the year. Upon receiving an acceptance letter, one was required to report within a month and commence training immediately. Student, please present your Huabei University access pass. As Yi Yang approached the entrance, he was halted by the gatekeeper at the majestic Zhuke Gate of Huabei University. His keen perception revealed that this guardian was, in fact, a formidable warrior at the Battle King level. This revelation ignited within him a heightened sense of anticipation for the university. If even the gatekeeper possessed such might, what caliber of mentors and department heads might reside within? Surely, there must be numerous treasures hidden within those hallowed halls. The thought invigorated him greatly. Unfortunately, I do not yet possess a pass. However, here is my admission notice, Yi Yang stated, presenting his acceptance letter to the gatekeeper. After a brief glance, the gatekeeper allowed him entry, advising, new students should report to the front playground, take a right, and continue straight. There are many newcomers today, so be swift. Thank you. Yi Yang replied with a smile and hastened toward the front playground of Huabei University. Upon his arrival, he commanded, sign in. A notification chimed in his mind. Sign in task initiated. Countdown, 30 minutes. The familiar sound of the system echoed once more in Yi Yang's consciousness, marking the resumption of his sign-in mission. Meanwhile, at the front playground of Huabei University, geniuses from diverse races and regions around the globe gathered. The new student orientation spanned an entire month, and today marked the 9th day, with an unusually high turnout. No fewer than 50 prodigies were present, each boasting at least a battle spirit level of 2. Every attendee was under the age of 20, all elite among elites. Lin Chun stepped forward for the spiritual energy test, called a beautiful mentor, adorned in red high heels, black stockings, and a short skirt, captivating the attention of countless students. Every new student was required to undergo a fundamental spiritual energy level assessment to enable the university to better understand their current capabilities for proper placement. Very well. The young man, named Lin Chun, promptly commenced his spiritual energy test, dazzling the crowd with a result of battle spirit level 4. Soon after, the sequence of new students reporting continued swiftly. Is there anyone else? The beautiful mentor inquired, her lips parting slightly as she scanned the area. I am, Yi Yang announced, stepping forward onto the playground just then. In an instant, he captured the attention of everyone present, becoming the focal point of the gathering. Is this a high school graduate? He appears rather young, doesn't he? Could his talent surpass ours? The assembled prodigies were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the youthful Yi Yang entering Huabei University. A flicker of astonishment mingled with skepticism playing across their expressions. After all, they were already regarded as the creme de la creme among their peers. Yet, even the least gifted among them had reached battle spirit level 2 by the age of 18, while others had attained the age of 19 or 20. The sight of someone who appeared to be younger than 18, even resembling a middle schooler, stepping into Huabei University was difficult for them to fathom. What is your name? The beautiful mentor regarded Yi Yang with mild surprise. Yi Yang, he replied with a calm demeanor. Yi Yang, the one from Huayang City. Upon hearing his name, the mentor's expression turned to one of astonishment as she fixed her gaze upon him. Yes, Yi Yang nodded slightly. The mentor scrutinized him with increasing awe as she considered his presence. Let us proceed with the spiritual energy test. Very well, Yi Yang agreed, striding toward the testing apparatus. The other students who had yet to depart remained, eager to witness whether Yi Yang was truly a prodigy. Have you heard of Yi Yang? I have a vague recollection, but I can't quite place it. Wasn't he that rare talent who entered Huabei University as a rogue cultivator? I'm not entirely sure. A rogue cultivator at Huabei University? Surely, that must be a rumor. I've heard whispers of it too, but the truth remains elusive. The elite geniuses from around the world were not particularly familiar with the name Yi Yang. Only a select few had heard of him. Their focus was predominantly on cultivation, leaving little room for gossip, thus rendering them oblivious to the true nature of Yi Yang's prowess. Yi Yang approached the spiritual energy testing device, placing his hand upon it, and channeling his energy to begin the assessment. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted forth. The display screen of the testing apparatus illuminated, rapidly escalating in numerical value. Soon, it stabilized at battle spirit level 5. The surrounding crowd was awash with expressions of astonishment as they beheld the result. In a heartbeat, their doubts about Yi Yang vanished without a trace. Battle spirit level 5? Is this for real? Such talent is almost monstrous. Who is he really? The other prodigies, witnessing Yi Yang's impressive spiritual energy level, could not suppress their gasps of disbelief. They had never anticipated that someone so young could possess such formidable strength, leaving them utterly astounded. The beautiful mentor overseeing the new student orientation was equally taken aback. She was acutely aware that Yi Yang had entered Huabei University at battle spirit level 3. How could he have advanced 2 levels in such a short span? It was nothing short of terrifying. After a significant pause, the mentor regained her composure and addressed the assembly. You may return now, awaiting further instructions. Classes will commence in 3 days, followed by a combat power assessment. The so-called Combat Power Index serves as the combat capability metric for every battle spirit practitioner. It begins at 0 and can ascend infinitely. Tests are conducted using advanced technology to measure this index. Even among practitioners of the same battle spirit level, combat capabilities can vary significantly. For instance, 2 battle spirit level 2 practitioners may have indices of 2,200 and 2,000 respectively. Thus, the one with a combat power index of 2,000 is evidently weaker. The combat power index is exclusively applicable to humans. The individual strength of contracted spirit pets is not included in this calculation. It reflects comprehensive combat capabilities. However, their spirit pets' added attributes undoubtedly enhance the strength of their battle spirit masters. Typically, the combat power index for battle students does not exceed 500, while battle masters generally remain below 1,500. For battle spirits, the minimum combat power begins at 2,000. Of course, there are exceptionally gifted individuals who, through rigorous training, can achieve a combat power of 2,000 even before reaching the battle master level. Such individuals are often capable of combat beyond their rank. As Yi Yang finished his spiritual energy assessment and withdrew his hand, he pondered the significance of the upcoming combat power evaluation. He understood that this test was a crucial aspect of university life. In the latter stages of training as a battle spirit master, as one's strength grows, the selection of spirit pets naturally becomes increasingly formidable. However, the power of high-level spirit pets is beyond estimation. Thus, humanity, utilizing wisdom, technology, and spiritual energy, has invented a remarkable device, the Battle Power Tester. This instrument analyzes the combat capabilities of spirit pets to ascertain one's potential to subdue them, thereby ensuring success. A crucial point to note is that if one's battle power does not exceed 50,000, even a pinnacle Battle King expert would find it utterly impossible to ascend to the rank of Battle Emperor. This presents a significant threshold, revealing the reasons one may be stuck at the Battle Emperor's gate. Of course, the battle power testing also has its limitations, applicable only to the current stage. Higher realms cannot rely on this technological assistance. Ultimately, one must depend on their own formidable strength to forge ahead. After Yi Yang completed his test, several new students arrived to report for their spiritual energy level assessments. However, Yi Yang had little interest in lingering there, as those who remained were not genuinely keen on witnessing the newcomers' evaluations. They were merely eager to catch a glimpse of the strikingly beautiful teacher clad in black stockings, a short skirt, and red high heels. Brother, do you wish to secure the finest cultivation resources at Huabei University? Join our club, the Huayan Society, and we will ensure you thrive in this academy. A young man approached Yi Yang with a cheerful invitation. Before Yi Yang could respond, several others surrounded him, insisting, Brother, join us. The Huayan Society pales in comparison. Our Tianma Society is truly the best. Join us, and as a newcomer, you'll receive exceptional treatment here. Theirs is a total trap. Many senior students, having witnessed Yi Yang's displayed talent, flocked to invite him into their respective clubs. Yi Yang felt speechless, surprised that these individuals had begun their recruitment so swiftly. While they referred to them as clubs, they were more akin to various factions within the school. He would not regard these clubs as relics of an artistic movement from a bygone era. In the contemporary world, the clubs within universities are merely competing campus organizations. Chapter 114, Reward Acquired, Gekuga. It is not uncommon to witness those two organizations clashing on campus. The school not only refrains from intervening, but actually encourages such behavior, provided that no one is killed or severely harmed. Some students with powerful backgrounds wield considerable influence within the school, even causing instructors to tread carefully around them. Moreover, the cultivation resources at Huabei University are fiercely contested based on strength. Apologies, but I am not currently inclined to join any club. Yi Yang replied with an apologetic smile before swiftly departing. While aligning with a faction could facilitate an easier journey, joining blindly could lead to exploitation. Furthermore, newcomers often endure significant hardships. Yi Yang had no desire to be a mere pawn for others, so he resolved from the outset to carve out his own path. Subsequently, Yi Yang strolled through the southern campus of Huabei University before leaving. He had initially intended to explore the entire campus, but the university was simply too vast, rivaling the size of Huayang City. The entire institution is divided into 4 districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, each with its grand entrance, namely Xuanwu Gate, Zhuke Gate, Baihu Gate, and Qinglong Gate. At the heart of these 4 districts lies the administrative area for the university president and other high-ranking officials. Not only that, the layout of this university is impressively intricate, defying simple description. Ding! Congratulations, host Yi Yang, for successfully signing in. Reward 1. Divine Level 2 Bloodline. Blood of the Eastern Divine Dragon. Reward 2. Divine Level 1 Complete Form Level 5 Spirit Pet, Gekuga. Reward 3. Fire Element Human Pet Fusion Technique Scroll. Just as Yi Yang was heading towards the Zhuke Gate of the Southern District, the notification from the God-level multiverse sign-in system resonated in his mind once more. Yi Yang was instantly elated upon hearing the exciting rewards. It had been several days since he last completed a sign-in task, and this no-time-limit 30-minute task yielded the best rewards since he began signing in. The value of a Divine Level 2 Bloodline is immeasurable, and a Fire Element Fusion technique is particularly suitable for Yi Yang at this moment. Most importantly, the Spirit Pet. A complete form Level 5 Spirit Pet. Gekuga, this Spirit Pet is truly extraordinary. According to Yi Yang's memories, Gekuga evolves in a unique manner, boasting formidable strength and elegant presence, and a combat style that is both suave and impressive. He is absolutely enamored with it. Even more thrilling was that Gekuga was directly classified by the system as a complete form spirit beast in this world. One can only imagine the astonishing battle prowess it possesses. However, the caveat is that Yi Yang's current strength is insufficient to forge a contract with such a powerful spirit pet. To contract a 4th spirit pet, a battle spirit master must reach at least the level of Battle King, and typically, many battle spirit masters begin selecting high-level, high-bloodline spirit pets at this stage. Upon checking the strength required to contract Gekuga, Yi Yang was taken aback. System prompt: to contract Gekuga, a minimum battle spirit master level of Battle King 5 is required. Damn it! Upon seeing the contract level for Gekuga, Yi Yang couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. Wasn't the requirement for the contract a tad excessive? Currently, Yi Yang was only at Battle Spirit level 5, while contracting Gekuga necessitated reaching Battle King level 5. This meant he needed to cultivate and elevate his strength by an entire tier before he could establish a contract with Gekuga. Chapter 115. A Spirit Pet Untraceable in the Encyclopedia. This would require some time indeed. Of course, Yi Yang could certainly wait until he reached the Battle King level before attempting to contract Gekuga. However, the risk was considerable. Should Gekuga resist the contract? Given its overwhelming strength, it could easily overpower Yi Yang and escape. After all, this is a complete form level 5 spirit pet. At that point, who would Yi Yang turn to for help? Missing out on such a powerful battle companion would undoubtedly be a severe loss. Therefore, to ensure a successful contract with Gekuga, Yi Yang must diligently cultivate within Huabei University. Gekuga, wait for me. I will soon truly possess you and seal our contract. Yi Yang exhaled deeply, feeling content as he stepped through the Zhuke Gate of Huabei University. For the next 3 days, he planned to temporarily reside in the Territory City, exploring the area while awaiting the school's scheduling notifications. Simultaneously, he would practice the human pet fusion technique he had acquired. It is worth noting that the fusion technique Yi Yang obtained is nameless, as if it was directly created for him, with a guaranteed success rate of 100%. The nature of the fusion technique he can create will depend on Yi Yang and his spirit pet. With everything in mind, Yi Yang began to wander through the Territory City, first taking Pikachu and Dilliman out for a meal, as Charizard's large size made it inconvenient, necessitating its stay within the contracted living space. 2 rare spirit pets captured the attention of many onlookers. What are these 2 spirit pets? They exude an extraordinary aura. Unlike anything ever witnessed before, even the internet fails to identify them, and there are no records to be found. Just how rare are they? Even the comprehensive spirit pet encyclopedia yields no results. In an instant, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their curious gazes fixated on Yi Yang's Pikachu and Diru Beast. The bolder individuals approached Yi Yang, inquiring about his spirit pets. However, Yi Yang had long since grown accustomed to such attention, opting for a cool dismissal. Soon after finishing his meal, he intended to take his spirit pets to train. Yet, just as he stepped out of the restaurant, a fleet of luxurious, extended Rolls-Royce cars came to a halt at the entrance. At that moment, an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, emerged from one of the vehicles, wearing a warm smile as he approached Yi Yang. Hello, Yi Yang. I am a diplomatic administrator for the Spirit Pet Association. Our vice president wishes to meet you. Would you be willing to accompany me? The old man gazed at Yi Yang with a remarkably amiable tone. Yi Yang's attention sharpened as he scrutinized the elderly figure before him. His strength was inscrutable, likely at least at the level of a battle emperor. Flanking him were dozens of men clad in uniform, equipped with battle power testers, each one a formidable expert above the battle spirit rank. Yi Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He had conducted a thorough investigation into the forces at play in Territorial City. The Spirit Pet Association was undoubtedly a global powerhouse, possessing both financial and military might that was quite formidable. What could they possibly want with him? The only reason Yi Yang could surmise was his divine bloodline spirit pet. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to, Yi Yang replied after a brief pause, directly refusing the invitation. Are you concerned that we might pose a threat to your spirit pets, Yi Yang? The old man responded with a gentle smile. Rest assured, our vice president merely wishes to meet you. There are no ulterior motives. To save you time, we can arrange compensation at a rate of 10,000 per hour. Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly an opportunity for him to earn money? Although he currently possessed about $1 million in prize money, maintaining spirit pets was notoriously costly. $1 million would hardly suffice. After contemplating for a moment, he looked at the diplomatic administrator and said, all right, 10,000 per hour. And let us begin the clock now. Very well, Yi Yang. Please, follow me. The elderly administrator agreed without hesitation. Yi Yang was slightly taken aback by the promptness of the acceptance. Had he perhaps set the price too low? 10,000 per hour was certainly not trivial. He climbed into the opulent Rolls-Royce, valued at tens of millions, and headed towards the Spirit Pet Association in Territorial City. You, at such a young age, have already reached Battle Spirit Level 5. Such talent is unparalleled in my experience. In the future, you will undoubtedly surpass me. And I may even find myself looking up to you for guidance. The administrator praised as they traveled, his words tinged with flattery. However, Yi Yang found no joy in such sentiments. How absurd to hear this from someone of his caliber, a battle emperor. He was still just a child. Before long, they arrived at the Spirit Pet Association. The association itself was dedicated to the management and research of spirit pets, focusing on their optimal cultivation, enhancement, and evolution, thereby contributing significantly to the world. Please, step inside. The elderly diplomatic administrator welcomed Yi Yang into the Spirit Pet Association. The immense structure exuded an air of antiquity, with towering walls adorned with various combinations of spirit pets that conveyed an aura of ferocity and exceptionalism. The sheer presence was ineffable. Upon entering, the expansive lobby showcased numerous grand and imposing edifices, radiating a strong metallic and technological vibe that starkly contrasted with the ancient charm outside. Under the guidance of the elderly administrator, Yi Yang reached the VIP reception room of the Spirit Pet Association. Please wait here, Yi Yang. I will go fetch our vice president, the old man said with a smile, instructing his subordinates to attend to Yi Yang before departing. Seated on the spacious, plush sofa, Yi Yang relished the comfort, though he held little interest in the surroundings. His sole motivation for being there was financial gain. After all, 10,000 per hour was not to be overlooked. As for the cultivation, enhancement, or evolution of spirit pets, he had no curiosity about the association's research. After all, the Divine Pet Cultivation Guide included in his newbie package was no exaggeration. The methods detailed within were undoubtedly the best route for spirit pet strength and evolution. After a brief wait, the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association, Mr. Tang, entered the VIP room. I'm delighted to meet you, Yi Yang. I've been eager to see you for quite some time, he said with a courteous smile. Surely, Mr. Tang is more interested in my spirit pets than in me. Yi Yang replied with a subtle smile, fully aware of their intentions. Well, you are indeed correct, but I am genuinely interested in you as well. Given that you are the first free practitioner to enroll in Huabei University in many years, Mr. Tang admitted, momentarily taken aback. Since you are so forthright, I shall not hold back either, Mr. Tang continued with a grin. I presume you are aware that our Spirit Pet Association primarily focuses on research related to spirit pets. Yi Yang responded coolly, yes, I am aware. Indeed, our research is aimed at spirit pets, Mr. Tang said proudly. Any spirit pet that undergoes our training will experience significant improvements in bloodline, rank, and combat power. I have been observing you for quite some time, and I noticed you possess a rare Thunder attribute spirit pet, one that is scarcely found in the world and is not even mentioned in ancient legends. I've heard that your spirit pet has a divine bloodline. Would you be willing to let me take a look? Yi Yang's brow furrowed. He had anticipated this was the true motive of the Spirit Pet Association. It was inevitable that his divine spirit pet would attract the attention of such influential forces. Even the faintest whisper of its existence would be detected by these astute individuals. Sorry, my spirit pet is not fond of strangers, Yi Yang stated without hesitation. Preparing to leave, Pikachu was his most cherished companion, and he would never expose it for their research. Please, Yi Yang, wait. Come with me to take a look before making your decision, Mr. Tang implored, eager to keep Yi Yang from departing. Yi Yang hesitated for a moment. After all, earning 10,000 per hour was enticing. Why not prolong his stay and earn a bit more? Thus, he followed Mr. Tang, the vice president of the Spirit Pet Association, a man of profound strength, to the Spirit Pet Research Facility. As they passed through the technologically advanced gates, equipped with infrared sensing detection and other cutting-edge devices, Yi Yang observed with mild amusement. Look, this is a rare spirit beast captured from the wild, the Speedwind Dog, a wind attribute creature, Mr. Tang remarked, pointing at a diminutive canine spirit beast. Its combat power is rather limited. Its strength lies in its swiftness. Naturally disadvantaged due to its small size, it lacks lethality. However, it is known for its loyalty, and in the wild, it is considered a spirit beast, which naturally becomes a beloved companion upon domestication. Mr. Tang's gaze shifted, directing Yi Yang's attention to a significantly more formidable spirit creature. That, he continued, is the evolved form of the speed wind dog, the skyhound. A 9th-level mature entity with a brand new evolutionary path. Its strength and speed surpass all forms derived from the natural evolution of the speed wind dog, making it a rare contender among mature entities. Yi Yang scrutinized the skyhound and indeed found it impressive. With his keen ability to perceive the levels and bloodlines of spirit beasts, he clearly discerned that this skyhound had attained a spiritual bloodline status. In contrast, the speed wind dog started with a low bloodline, limiting its growth potential. Yet, for reasons unknown, it remained a rarity, drawing the attention of the Spirit Beast Association for research, leading to a breakthrough. We have completed a new round of research on the skyhound, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we expect to help it achieve its full form and elevate its bloodline to level 3 within 10 days, Mr. Tang declared, brimming with pride, eager to impress Yi Yang and enhance his standing in the young man's eyes. However, Yi Yang remained unfazed. To others, such an achievement might seem remarkable, but for someone with a guidebook on cultivating divine pets, it was utterly trivial. Moreover, it was merely a speed wind dog, not the wind speed dog, entirely different entities. Yi Yang found the name of this spirit creature somewhat amusing. I suppose you're unaware of the wind speed dog's velocity, he remarked, prompting Mr. Tang's surprised expression. Please, continue. I'm not bothered. Don't you consider this a significant breakthrough? Mr. Tang inquired, taken aback by Yi Yang's indifference, as it was the first time someone had listened to him without awe or anticipation following such a revelation. It's decent, Yi Yang replied casually, granting Mr. Tang a semblance of respect. Yet, Mr. Tang appeared deeply disheartened. Such a monumental research achievement was dismissed as merely decent? He couldn't fathom it. Believing Yi Yang's standards were exceptionally high, and felt compelled to demonstrate the capabilities of the Spirit Beast Association. Yi Yang, the reason I share this with you is to clarify that we can enhance the strength of your spirit beasts, Mr. Tang said, his enthusiasm palpable. To show our sincerity, we are willing to offer you a complimentary upgrade of your spirit beast's bloodline and level. If you have any reservations, we can even provide a 2 million guarantee. Should anything happen to your spirit beast, the full amount will be compensated. Hearing Mr. Tang's proposal, Yi Yang couldn't help but chuckle. 2 million as a guarantee? How amusing, he said, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. Mr. Tang, perhaps you should abandon such trivial tactics. They're rather uninspiring. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, Yi Yang, please reconsider. There's no room for negotiation. I want to take you to another location, Mr. Tang urged. Yi Yang halted, turning back to him. Mr. Tang, my time is limited. If this drags on, the price will increase, he warned. You tell me. After a brief pause, Mr. Tang replied, 1 hour, 30,000. His expression darkened slightly, but he acquiesced. Very well. He then led Yi Yang to the battle zone of the Spirit Beast Association, calling for the 9th-level mature skyhound. Yi Yang, I hope you will trust the Spirit Beast Association and witness the prowess of the skyhound before making your decision, Mr. Tang stated, arranging for the skyhound to engage in combat with another spirit beast. Upon observing that the opposing creature was of the same level, Yi Yang scoffed at the lack of challenge. Mr. Tang, if you claim it's so formidable, why not pit it against a fully evolved spirit beast? That would truly showcase its strength, he suggested. Mr. Tang's face froze, momentarily rendered speechless by Yi Yang's boldness. Are you suggesting that a 9th-level mature entity should battle a fully evolved one? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. What's the matter? Is it that the spirit beasts developed through your evolution research cannot engage in battles beyond their level? If that's the case, I find little interest, Yi Yang retorted, boredom seeping into his voice. Fine, since you doubt our capabilities, why not test it yourself? Mr. Tang challenged, looking earnestly at Yi Yang. Me? I generally refrain from physical confrontations, as my services are rather costly. Yi Yang feigned nonchalance, though he was addressing someone significantly more powerful than himself, a prospect that excited him. If you can defeat the skyhound within 10 moves with any of your spirit beasts, I will reward you with 500,000, Mr. Tang declared. Is that a promise? Yi Yang's lips curled into a smile, suddenly intrigued by the prospect of such an easy profit. Surely the Spirit Beast Association can afford that amount, provided one can defeat the skyhound within 10 moves. Absolutely, Mr. Tang affirmed confidently. Chapter 118. Selecting Spirit Beasts for Combat, Concealing Strength. Very well then, Mr. Tang, please prepare the funds, Yi Yang said with a relaxed smile. The next moment, he stepped confidently into the Spirit Beast battle zone. A mere skyhound was hardly a concern for him. Any one of his 3 spirit beasts could effortlessly defeat it. However, Mr. Tang and the other members of the Spirit Beast Association did not share Yi Yang's confidence. They believed that his contracted spirit beast could not possibly defeat the skyhound, which had been meticulously cultivated through their finest evolutionary pathways, rendering it nearly unmatched among mature entities. This kid is truly arrogant, dismissing our achievements. Humph. He will soon learn just how powerful the spirit beasts we've developed are. Let him broaden his horizons. The researchers and caretakers of the Spirit Beast Association scoffed. Their skepticism palpable. Commence data collection immediately. Analyze Yi Yang's spirit beast in real time, and record the entire battle for the most detailed data, Mr. Tang commanded. Watching as Yi Yang confidently stepped into the battle zone, he gestured for an assistant to approach. Yes, but Vice President, is this really necessary? He is merely a student. One researcher queried. You underestimate the bloodline of his spirit beast. Hurry, Mr. Tang insisted. Understood. The researcher promptly set to work, intent on gathering data on Yi Yang's spirit beast. Yet, Yi Yang had anticipated this move. Mr. Tang was only aware of his Pikachu, which he had no intention of deploying. Charizard, with its colossal stature, possesses a formidable combat prowess that is not easily concealed. Engaging it in battle would likely result in considerable devastation. Thus, it is not suitable for deployment at this very moment. Consequently, Yi Yang is left with but one final option, the Dialect Beast. A 5th-level mature spirit pet, it boasts a divine-grade bloodline. Though it remains powerful, its appearance does not betray its strength, and as long as it does not engage in earnest, there should be no significant issues. Furthermore, the Dialect Beast must evolve into the celestial beast for its true potential to be realized. With a clear intention regarding which spirit pet to summon, Yi Yang promptly formed the summoning seal, calling forth the Dialect Beast. All eyes in the arena were fixed intently upon Yi Yang and his Dialect Beast. Researchers from various institutes began to analyze and collect data, employing high-tech remote scanning techniques. However, Engineer Tang appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with disappointment. He had hoped to witness a Pikachu, but was met with an unexpected alternative. Nevertheless, the newly summoned spirit pet piqued his curiosity. To his astonishment, he found himself entirely unfamiliar with this creature despite his extensive knowledge and experience with spirit pets. What kind of spirit pet was this? Engineer Tang furrowed his brow in confusion as he scrutinized the Dialect Beast. Simultaneously, the research team encountered a failure in static data collection, the cause of which remained unclear. Observing the seemingly dormant Dialect Beast, they called out to Yi Yang. Hey, kid, are you capable of this? If not, withdraw and don't waste our time. Chapter 119. The Dialect Beast delivers a knockout punch. Indeed, if you lack the courage, just concede. Yi Yang, hearing the jeers of the crowd around him, curled his lips into a disdainful smirk. Did they really think he was unaware of their intentions? They simply wished to provoke him into action. Such childishness. Enough with the shouting. Can't you all act a bit more mature? Yi Yang remarked with boredom. If you desire information on my spirit pet, you must first prove your worth. Dialect Beast, deal with that insignificant foe before you. No sooner had he uttered the command than the Dialect Beast surged forward towards the Sky Dog. The Sky Dog, an evolved form of the Wind Hound, possessed remarkable speed, augmented by the Spirit Pet Association's rigorous training and enhancement, making it an extraordinary contender among mature-level spirit pets. Engineer Tang and his colleagues held an unwavering confidence in its capabilities. Their gazes were fixed on the battlefield, watching as the Dialect Beast charged towards the Sky Dog. Many among them unable to suppress their disdainful murmurs. With that speed, it's bound to be annihilated. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, the Dialect Beast did not seem like a viable combat spirit pet. The data it displayed appeared quite ordinary. They had anticipated something extraordinary. However, just as they were dismissing the Dialect Beast, it unexpectedly accelerated with astonishing speed. How fast? The eyes of everyone in the arena widened in astonishment as they beheld the rapidly moving Dialect Beast. Concurrently, the 9th-level mature Sky Dog readied itself for battle, its keen senses tracking the movements of the Dialect Beast. Boom. Suddenly, the Sky Dog propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, its speed equally remarkable. Yet, it did not merely run, it seemed to glide on the wind. Ordinary spirit pets could not possibly compare. However, the Dialect Beast was no ordinary creature. Dialect Beast. Cat Punch. Yi Yang shouted at the opportune moment. The Dialect Beast sprang forth, its form a blur. Whoosh. In an instant, it was upon the Sky Dog, delivering a powerful punch. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as the Sky Dog yelped in pain, sent flying against the protective barrier before crashing to the ground. One strike, and it was a knockout. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Engineer Zhou and those surrounding him looked on in disbelief as the Dialect Beast sent their painstakingly researched Sky Dog flying. Their expressions were filled with shock. Dialect Beast. Yi Yang called out, retrieving the creature back into its unique contract space. President Tang, a wager is a wager. He then turned and exited the spirit pet combat area, casting a playful smile at Engineer Tang. Tang, still reeling from the shock, clearly had not anticipated that Yi Yang's spirit pet would be so formidable, defeating their meticulously enhanced creature with a single blow. Moreover, this was an instance of combat across levels. Given that the Dialect Beast was merely a 5th-level mature creature, certainly, we shall settle accounts shortly, President Tang remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Yi Yang. The surrounding researchers quickly regained their composure and began to scrutinize the collected data. Well, were you able to capture any data? Insufficient. The data is too sparse and distant. Affected by the barrier. What? We failed to collect any information on such an impressive combat pet? Chapter 120. President Tang, give up on your hopes for research. What is happening? How could such a powerful punch yield no detectable information? There were minimal fluctuations in power, indicating it was too weak to be captured. The researchers at the Spirit Pet Association said, gazing at their instruments with bewilderment. Their faces were marked with confusion and astonishment. They were completely taken aback by this outcome. What kind of spirit pet had they just witnessed? Why had they never encountered it before? Uncertain, they sensed its power and recognized its exceptional bloodline. Alas, it had appeared for too brief a moment for them to gather any useful information. What if we let it battle once more? We could utilize better equipment for testing, suggested some researchers who had previously dismissed Yi Yang's spirit pet. Now, they were filled with an eagerness to thoroughly study it. Given its capacity for cross-level combat and its ability to deliver a knockout with a single strike, not something every spirit pet could achieve. Yi Yang, what is the name of that spirit pet? What is its bloodline level? Engineer Tang inquired, his face alight with fervent curiosity. Dialect beast, President Tang wishes to research it? Yi Yang replied with a light smile. Yes, if you wouldn't mind. I do mind. My spirit pet is not available for your research. So you should abandon that hope, President Tang. Yi Yang interrupted before Tang could finish his sentence. Tang's expression darkened. Since he had ascended to the position of vice president at the Spirit Pet Association, Yi Yang was the first individual to outright refuse him. 500,000. Loan to our Spirit Pet Association for one study. Tang began to negotiate. The surrounding researchers and spirit pet breeders looked at Yi Yang with eager anticipation. These individuals were fervent enthusiasts of spirit pets, passionately devoted to their study. Should Tang manage to secure this creature, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for them. This is not merely a matter of money, Yi Yang responded. 800,000. He countered, shaking his head. 1 million. Tang raised his offer once more. With a resigned smile, Yi Yang replied, President Tang, not everyone in this world is motivated by money. Not everyone prioritizes wealth. Thus it is impossible for you to study spirit pets. With that said, Yi Yang lost all interest in lingering here. He had earned a sufficient amount already. It was time to depart. However, those fervent researchers continued to flatter Yi Yang, desperately imploring him to lend them the spirit pets for their studies. They even proposed more favorable terms. The conditions were indeed enticing. Yet Yi Yang remained steadfast in his refusal. He would never betray his companions. Ding. The host, Yi Yang, has received a deposit in his HSBC bank account. As the system notification echoed in Yi Yang's mind, the earnings from this trip were promptly transferred to his account. The Spirit Pet Association was generous, not bothering to calculate every minute detail, and directly transferred 660,000 yuan to Yi Yang to win his favor. In essence, Yi Yang had earned 660,000 yuan from merely one visit. It was astonishingly effortless. Yi Yang, should you change your mind, please give me a call. The Spirit Pet Association will certainly offer you the best treatment, the elderly diplomatic administrator remarked, handing Yi Yang a business card after escorting him to his desired destination. Oh. Yi Yang casually accepted the card and proceeded into the simulated natural training facility for battle spirit masters. Chapter 121. Where did this lunatic come from? The so-called simulated natural training space mimics natural environments, creating a training area designed specifically for battle spirit masters who prefer not to leave the city, yet wish to experience a natural training atmosphere. Such establishments are prevalent in developed cities. At this moment, Yi Yang stepped into the picturesque simulated natural training space of Territorial City. A beautiful woman in a short skirt greeted Yi Yang respectfully upon his arrival. Welcome to the picturesque training space. How may I assist you today? What level of training space are you looking for? The receptionist, smiling, inquired as she observed Yi Yang. After glancing at the price list and the levels of the simulated natural training spaces, Yi Yang involuntarily took a deep breath. The training spaces were categorized into 19 different levels. The higher the level, the larger the space, and naturally, the more expensive the price. The first level training space cost approximately 1,000 yuan per hour, while the second level cost 1,500 yuan, and the prices escalated rapidly. Yi Yang contemplated for a moment, realizing that he primarily needed the space to practice the fusion technique with his spirit pet, which would not require much room. I'll take a second level space. Yi Yang decided. Excellent. Here is your second level entry token. The billing will commence upon entering the barrier, the receptionist said, handing Yi Yang a token. A deposit of 500 yuan is required. Yi Yang paid the fee and prepared to begin his training. Just then, a burly man barged in, shouting, I want a second-level training space. Apologies, but the second-level training spaces are fully booked, the receptionist replied apologetically. Currently, we only have 4th and 9th level spaces available. The burly man frowned, noticing Yi Yang holding a second-level token and immediately questioned him with displeasure. ISNT that a second-level token in that kid's hand? What do you mean? Do you think I can't afford it? Not at all, sir. That gentleman's token is the last available for a second-level training space. Would you mind waiting? The receptionist explained kindly. Upon hearing this, the burly man's displeasure escalated. He turned his gaze to Yi Yang and shouted, "Hey kid, hand over that second-level token." As he approached, blocking Yi Yang's path, he demanded, "Whatever deposit you paid, I'll reimburse you. Just give me that second-level training space token." Yi Yang frowned, glaring at the man who had suddenly obstructed his way. "Step aside, if you have the money. Go open a space over there," Yi Yang retorted coldly. "I want the token in your hand. Go open another one, and I'll pay you the deposit." The burly man insisted, pulling out cash to display his supposed dominance. Yi Yang's expression hardened as he tucked the token away and replied, "Are you out of your mind? If you have the money, go over there. Why do you want mine? Do you want to get beaten up? Hand it over. And I'll even reimburse you for your deposit. Otherwise, you won't get a single dime." The burly man glared at Yi Yang with malice. Yi Yang, equally infuriated, thought to himself, what kind of lunatic is this? Is there something wrong with his head? If he has the money, he should go open a higher-level space. Why come here trying to bully me? Who are you calling kid? I'm actually older than your ancestors. You think you can take advantage of me? You don't have the capital. Yi Yang's gaze sharpened as he addressed the burly man. The burly man's anger flared, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound, and he seemed ready to strike Yi Yang. Chapter 122. Practicing the fusion technique with spirit pets. Get lost. Don't waste my time. Seeing the fury in the burly man's demeanor, Yi Yang felt no fear. Instead, he became even more ferocious. To deal with a lunatic like him, one must be even more imposing. Otherwise, these hot-headed individuals would seize the opportunity to bully anyone they deemed vulnerable. Damn it. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? The burly man clearly did not expect Yi Yang, whom he considered a mere child, to respond with such aggression. His clenched fists could no longer contain their pent-up frustration, and he swung at Yi Yang with all his might. Yi Yang raised his right hand and caught the burly man's fist. With a thunderous sound, a wave of spirit energy surged from the center of their clash, causing the surrounding receptionists and guests to hastily retreat to a safe distance. The guards of the training facility, hearing the commotion, rushed in. "What are you doing? Fighting is prohibited here. Let go at once," the guard shouted. Observing Yi Yang and the burly man locked in a standoff. "Kid, consider yourself lucky. Don't let me catch you again, or you'll be kneeling before me." The burly man spat, retracting his hand upon seeing the guards. "Anytime you wish," Yi Yang scoffed, dismissing the burly man entirely. He then proceeded to enter the second-level training space with his token. The burly man, unwilling to spend money on a third-level space, lingered outside for a while but dared not complain further, as the picturesque training space held considerable prestige. Inside the second-level training space, the barrier was crafted with a combination of spirit energy and technology, requiring at least a Battle Emperor level to create. Though expensive, it offered immense practicality. The second-level training space, chosen by Yi Yang, was approximately 1,000 meters wide. The environment could be customized, with technology simulating natural changes in spirit energy, creating an ecosystem remarkably akin to reality. At this moment, Yi Yang selected a volcanic environment for his training. While it wasn't a real volcano, the visual impact was still striking. Most importantly, the sensation was incredibly realistic, with a palpable heat. The fire attribute spirit energy was exceptionally dense, providing battle spirit masters with ample resources for cultivation, absorbing spirit energy to enhance their strength. This was the true brilliance of the simulated training space. "Flame Dragon, come forth." Yi Yang immediately summoned the Flame Dragon, preparing to practice the fusion technique with his spirit pet. After all, the fusion technique he acquired with his spirit companion was of the fire attribute. Thus, he could only begin his training with the Charizard. "Come on. I entrust my first fusion technique training to you. Do not let me down," Yi Yang exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the Charizard. With a mighty roar, the Charizard signaled its readiness. Thus commenced the training of their fusion technique. Through an innovative approach to skill acquisition, Yi Yang swiftly grasped the fundamentals. He resolved to innovate a modified fusion technique atop his fiery fireball. With a resounding whoosh, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. A flaming sphere ignited in Yi Yang's hand. "Charizard, amplify my fireball with your flames." Understanding the command, the Charizard unleashed a torrent of fire toward the fireball in Yi Yang's hand. In an instant, the fireball swelled dramatically before detonating. Chapter 123. "Brother, can you cooperate a little? Good heavens, could you slow down?" Yi Yang erupted in frustration. "I nearly blew myself up." Fortunately, his quick reflexes allowed him to channel spiritual energy for protection. Had he been a moment slower, he might have severely injured himself. They pressed on with their training, but the Charizard's flames remained excessively fierce. Each time Yi Yang gathered a fireball, it was promptly obliterated by the Charizard's fiery breath. Boom, boom, boom. The training space echoed with explosions. Time and again, the Charizard's overwhelming firepower caused the fireball's expansion to spiral out of control, resulting in repeated failures. "Can we please coordinate? At this rate, when will we perfect our fusion technique?" Yi Yang lamented, looking at the Charizard, which seemed oblivious to his plight. "We've failed dozens of times. Do you possess no ambition?" However, as a spirit companion, The concept of ambition was lost on the Charizard. Yi Yang quickly established a mental connection with the Charizard. After a brief silence, he was taken aback. You still hold a grudge over that minor incident? Such a memory. After understanding the Charizard's feelings, Yi Yang felt speechless. The creature was still miffed about not being fed sufficiently during their journey. Truly, they were a bunch of gluttons. All right, complete the training, and I shall treat you to a grand feast, Yi Yang promised the Charizard. They resumed their training in fusion techniques. This time, the Charizard cooperated much better. Although there were still a few explosions, it was significantly improved from before. Yet, Yi Yang couldn't shake the feeling that the Charizard was perhaps taking advantage of the situation for a meal. Despite the sincere mental communication revealing true thoughts, Yi Yang couldn't shake the suspicion. This was his battle companion. Had it been someone else, they would have been kicked to the curb long ago. With determination, he conjured another fireball, instructing the Charizard, gradually unleash your flame power and synchronize with me. The Charizard gently expelled flames, gradually increasing in intensity. Yi Yang guided the flames, augmenting their size, and then began to spin them rapidly. In that moment, he recalled a powerful technique from a beloved anime, Naruto, and envisioned creating a colossal fireball that, when spun, would surpass the ordinary and rival the Great Rasengan. With a resounding whoosh, Yi Yang held aloft a sphere the size of a round table, triumphant. Done! He exclaimed, exhilaration flooding through him as the sphere spun rapidly, consuming his spiritual energy at an alarming rate. He tested its power by hurling the massive fireball toward a simulated mountain peak. With a piercing whoosh, the colossal fireball soared through the air, crashing into the peak with a thunderous explosion. The flames roared, their might causing the entire training space to tremble. Crack, crack. In the next moment, Yi Yang heard the sound of the space fracturing. The surrounding simulated environment began to crumble. Chapter 124. I can hit you without worry now. Your punches are too weak. His expression darkening, Yi Yang shouted, Charizard, return. The Charizard immediately retreated to their contracted space. Yi Yang then produced a token, preparing to exit the simulated training space. However, due to the immense destructive power unleashed, the space had lost all balance, rendering the token ineffective, and he found himself trapped. Damn it! Yi Yang cursed as he observed the unresponsive space barrier. He had not anticipated that their fusion technique would wield such tremendous power, capable of damaging a second-tier training space that required a battle emperor's craftsmanship to create. Boom! Just as Yi Yang pondered his escape, the training space began to collapse entirely. Spiritual energies of various attributes dispersed chaotically. Taking a gamble, Yi Yang clenched his fist, channeling his energy, enveloped in crackling lightning. He targeted a fissure in the collapsing barrier and struck with fervor. Thunder fist. Bang! His fist slammed into the already weakened barrier, emitting a dull thud. He watched as a gaping hole appeared in the crumbling structure. Without hesitation, he dashed inside. If he delayed until the barrier fully collapsed, he would face certain doom. That was close. Successfully escaping danger, Yi Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Are you all right, sir? A staff member from the Serene Training Grounds rushed over. Concern etched on her face. The barrier has destabilized. We must inform Lord Mufing immediately and evacuate all practitioners in the vicinity to ensure their safety. It's nothing. Yi Yang replied, feigning a cough. That's a relief. Do you need us to take you to the hospital for a checkup? We will cover all expenses. A beautiful woman inquired, her worry evident. No need. I'm fine. Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively. Why would anyone go to the hospital unless they were truly injured? Though the offer was generous, he had no intention of accepting it. Very well then, we sincerely apologize for this incident. Your current session is complimentary, and we will refund your deposit in full, the woman assured him. Yi Yang was taken aback. Such politeness was unexpected. He had braced himself for repercussions regarding the damage caused to the simulated training space. Unbeknownst to him, the collapse of the barrier and the ensuing energy fluctuations posed a significant threat to the practitioners within. Any mishap could tarnish the reputation of the Serene Training Grounds, severely impacting their business, hence the woman's anxious demeanor. Moreover, Yi Yang had chosen a second-tier cultivation space, and his strength did not reach the level of a battle emperor. They clearly would not assume that a mere battle spirit master at the 5th level could possibly damage their cultivation space. Thus, it was immediately deemed an accident. However, the truth was that Yi Yang's fusion technique with the fire dragon had indeed ruined that cultivation space. What did this signify? It indicated that Yi Yang's fusion technique was capable of engaging in battles beyond his level. Sir, here is your deposit. We sincerely apologize and will refund you tenfold, said the front desk beauty as Yi Yang prepared to leave, handing him 5,000 yuan. Yi Yang looked at the 5,000 yuan before him, contemplated for a moment, and replied, no need, I'm fine. Besides, I did use the cultivation space. It's already generous of you to offer me a discount. With that, Yi Yang strode out of the picturesque cultivation space without a backward glance. Sir, the front desk beauty called after Yi Yang's retreating figure. But he never turned back. Yi Yang was not one to be greedy for small gains. He knew well that he was the one who had damaged the space. Even if others were unaware, not having to compensate was already quite fortunate. To accept unwarranted compensation would weigh heavily on his conscience. What kind of cultivation space is this? It's utterly unstable. In the next moment, the burly man who had previously clashed with Yi Yang emerged from a cultivation space, cursing in a foul mood. He hastily settled his bill and exited the establishment, only to spot Yi Yang walking down the street and stealthily followed him, having completed the practice of his fusion technique. Yi Yang sought a place to stay for the next 3 days before officially enrolling. After a few minutes of walking, he turned into a relatively narrow alley. Is it enjoyable to follow me? Yi Yang turned back to gaze at the burly man, who had just peeked around the corner, chuckling lightly. The man's expression darkened. But rather than feeling embarrassed at being discovered, he boldly stepped forward and arrogantly declared, "Kid, I warned you not to let me see you again. Or I'll make you kneel before me. Is that so? Haven't you been following me like a loyal hound?" Yi Yang scoffed. "You really are asking for it today." With that, the burly man thrust his foot against the ground, unleashing his battle spirit level 7 strength, surging forth with ferocity. "You intend to make a move under the Federation's surveillance?" Yi Yang observed the various high-tech detection devices around them, smiling. "Humph. You clearly just arrived in Territorial City and don't understand the unspoken rules," the man sneered. "As long as I finish you off within a minute and without using my battle pets, the Federation won't interfere unless you pose a significant threat to them." "Oh, is that how it is? Then I can rest assured in striking you." Yi Yang nodded, understanding the unspoken rules. "Come on, go ahead. I'll let you make the first move. Arrogant brat. Today I'll show you that in Territorial City, it's best to keep your tail tucked in, or you'll learn how to spell death." Bang. With that, the burly man explosively propelled himself towards Yi Yang like a cannonball. Yi Yang smirked disdainfully, completely unfazed by the man before him. The strength of a battle spirit at level 7 was insufficient to intimidate him. A genius with a battle god cultivation body capable of easily engaging in battles beyond his level. Bang. With a dull thud, the man's powerful punch was effortlessly caught by Yi Yang, who stood immovable and composed. "You." The burly man was taken aback. His full-force punch had failed to budge Yi Yang even slightly, leaving him astounded. "Your punch is too weak," Yi Yang scoffed, twisting his hand. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of a bone fracturing echoed from the man's wrist. "Ah!" The burly man let out a cry of agony as he launched himself backward out of the alley, crashing onto the street. Swish. The onlookers around the street turned their gazes towards the hapless man groaning on the ground, filled with confusion. What is happening? Who is fighting again? Incredible. There have been more and more fights lately. A crowd gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. However, Yi Yang had no intention of revealing himself. It was best to remain as inconspicuous as possible. Although many circumstances in reality did not permit him to be low profile, he could still manage to leave quietly and mysteriously. The entire altercation had lasted less than 20 seconds, certainly not even a minute. After Yi Yang departed, the burly man remained the center of attention, surrounded by a crowd. No one stepped forward to assist him. At most, someone called for an ambulance. Meanwhile, others recorded videos on their high-end smartphones, posting them on various short video apps with titles like, "Mysterious Man Allegedly Beaten Up, Seems Like a Bad Guy, Good Riddance." Next, it was time to enhance your strength. In a suite of a hotel in Territorial City, Yi Yang had booked a room for 3 days, preparing to await the arrangements from Hubei University. He took a deep breath and formed the seals for the divine summoning technique, calling forth both the Dilu Beast and Pikachu. "Come, eat the spirit pills to enhance your strength. You'll feel fantastic." Yi Yang retrieved a large quantity of spirit pills from his spatial pouch and addressed Pikachu and the Dilu Beast. These spirit pills had been gifted to him by Su Feifei, representing a significant fortune. He regularly provided them to Pikachu, the Dilu Beast, and the Fire Dragon to bolster their strength. Pikachu sighed, evidently disliking the tasteless spirit pills, which provided only a surge of violent power upon consumption. 10 of these. You both must eat them." Yi Yang presented 10 Thunder Spirit pills and 10 Light Spirit pills to Pikachu and the Dilu Beast. The 2 spirit pets then proceeded to consume their respective portions in front of Yi Yang. After swallowing 10 pills, their power exploded. Boom boom. Spiritual energy surged and overflowed from both Pikachu and the Dilu Beast. Within mere seconds, they had absorbed it all. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully nourished the divine pet Dilu Beast. It has successfully leveled up to maturity level 6. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully nourished the divine pet Pikachu. Its strength has increased to peak growth level 9. Hearing the notification from the divine multi-realm sign-in system, Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback. The Dilu Beast had leveled up again, but why hadn't Pikachu evolved? What was happening? Yi Yang furrowed his brows in contemplation, utterly perplexed as to why Pikachu's level was stagnating. What baffled him even more was that although Pikachu's level was halted and it could not evolve, its strength was continuously increasing, which defied all conventional norms regarding spirit pets. It was a completely anomalous existence. "Pikachu, why don't you try inserting your ear into it?" Suddenly, a unique idea flashed through Yi Yang's mind as he pointed at an electrical outlet, addressing Pikachu. Chapter 126, An Unconventional Method. Pikachu approached the power source. Pika. Pikachu seemed to ponder over Yi Yang's words, glancing at the outlet before shaking its head. The socket was rather small, barely allowing the tip of Pikachu's ear to fit. Yet, it was sufficient for conducting electricity. Yi Yang was merely curious if this method could charge Pikachu, considering that Pikachu was a creature of electric prowess. In this world, it was no longer just a matter of storing electricity. It could harness the essence of lightning. Thus, Yi Yang theorized that Pikachu could indeed grow stronger through this means. Perhaps it might even undergo a miraculous evolution? Anything was possible. Just try it. Insert your ear, and you will become stronger, Yi Yang encouraged Pikachu. He was not worried about Pikachu being electrocuted, for that was an impossibility. Pikachu was inherently electric, and with the household current peaking at 220 volts, it posed no threat to Pikachu. Otherwise, Yi Yang would never have suggested it. After all, Pikachu was his treasured companion. Should anything happen, Yi Yang would undoubtedly be heartbroken. However, Pikachu had remained at level 9 for far too long. Yi Yang needed it to evolve. Though he cherished Pikachu's current form, he was also somewhat eager to see the appearance it would take upon evolution. Most importantly, he sought to enhance its power. Pikachu still had numerous abilities yet to be awakened. Unfortunately, it faced the dilemma of being unable to level up or evolve. A conundrum even the guidebook on training divine pets could not solve. Pika. Faced with Yi Yang's persuasion, Pikachu resolutely shook its head. Yi Yang felt somewhat exasperated. Was this divine pet too clever for its own good? What would it take for you to insert your ear? Yi Yang crouched down, gazing into Pikachu's eyes, inquiring. Subsequently, he and Pikachu engaged in a mental dialogue. He enticed Pikachu with promises of delectable treats such as pizza and fruit salad. Only after satisfying Pikachu's appetite did it reluctantly agree to give it a try. Pika. After their communication ended, Pikachu, albeit reluctantly, trotted over to a socket in the hotel, aligning its ears together and inserting the tips into the outlet. Yi Yang watched Pikachu's actions, his fists instinctively clenching in tension. In the next moment, Pikachu's ear tip made contact with the socket. Zzz. Instantly, a crackling sound resonated from the outlet. Following that, Pikachu was entirely engulfed in electricity, its body voraciously consuming the hotel's power. Zzz. Simultaneously, the lights within the hotel flickered and crackled, the electric current unstable to a concerning degree. Boom. Within 5 seconds, every power apparatus in the hotel simultaneously went dark, including the backup generators. Yi Yang stood in the living room, utterly dumbfounded, realizing he was in deep trouble. What the hell? Why is there a power outage? Damn it, I was just about to win after a 5-kill streak, and now the power cuts out. My rank is going to drop. Around 80% of the hotel's guests erupted in frustration, especially those gaming enthusiasts who were in the midst of an exhilarating match when the lights abruptly went out, leaving them in agony. Chapter 127, Pikachu's Power Surge. Being a good person is not allowed. Pika. Yet, Pikachu seemed to revel in the experience, joyfully bouncing around. The previous surge of electricity had been entirely absorbed by it, akin to opening up its energy channels, elevating Pikachu's strength to a new level. Yi Yang looked at Pikachu in bewilderment. He knew Pikachu could consume electricity, but he hadn't anticipated such an astonishing feat. It had managed to shut down the entire hotel's power supply in a single go. Incredible. Assessing its newfound strength, it had indeed made a substantial leap forward. Without a doubt, Pikachu's combat prowess now exceeded expectations, likely making it the strongest among Yi Yang's current companions, despite its low level. Yet, it still refrained from evolving. Yi Yang gazed at the now empowered Pikachu, perplexed, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Mr. Dongdong, are you there? We need to conduct maintenance on the hotel's electrical systems. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yi Yang's expression hardened. They had arrived so quickly? He glanced at the charred and smoking outlet, clearly indicating a malfunction. Pikachu, Dilu Beast, return. Yi Yang called out, hastily recalling his divine pets to their special contract space. If it were discovered that his divine pet had caused the entire hotel's electrical system to fail, it would spell significant trouble. Yi Yang had no idea how much he would have to pay. Creak. Yi Yang opened the door. Sir, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. There has been an issue with the hotel's electrical system, and we must conduct maintenance. From this moment on, your stay is complimentary. A beautiful waitress offered Yi Yang an apologetic smile. You will not be charged until the maintenance is complete. The maintenance workers entered and immediately identified the smoking, charred outlet. This is the source of the problem. Are you hurt? One maintenance worker glanced at the socket before turning to Yi Yang. No, Yi Yang shook his head. Feeling a touch guilty, he sensed that not explaining the situation would be wrong. However, Pikachu was exceptionally unique. If others discovered that his divine pet could absorb electricity, countless individuals would vie to seize it. Thus, he could not divulge the details. But this shouldn't have caused the entire building to lose power. There must be another issue. The maintenance worker remarked, puzzled after inspecting the situation. No need to check further. It was my fault for unintentionally incapacitating the hotel's electrical system. Yi Yang confessed candidly. A real man takes responsibility. He had no intention of avoiding the truth. The maintenance worker and the beautiful waitress exchanged startled glances, both fixating on Yi Yang. After a moment, the maintenance worker chuckled, "Young man, don't joke around. That's not funny. Even if you poured water into the socket, it wouldn't cause the entire building's electrical system to fail. It was truly me," Yi Yang insisted. "Come on, don't kid us. We have maintenance to attend to. We'll handle this later. It's just a minor issue." With that, the maintenance worker and the waitress turned to leave, clearly unconvinced of Yi Yang's claims. Yi Yang felt speechless. In this day and age, was honesty no longer believed? Was he not allowed to be a good person? Chapter 128. Charizard levels up, combat power test, new task. It truly was me, Yi Yang exclaimed desperately. However, the maintenance workers and the beautiful waitress no longer paid him any heed, proceeding directly to inspect the next room. Sigh. Yi Yang let out a long sigh, pondering the absurdity of the situation. After a considerable pause, he began to place an order, eager to satisfy Pikachu and fulfill his promise. The Dirla beast was also enjoying its meal. Naturally, Charizard could not be overlooked either, after all. Yi Yang had previously vowed to provide it with copious amounts of delectable food. However, the limited space within the room posed a challenge, for if Charizard were to emerge, it could wreak havoc within. Pikachu had already damaged the electrical circuits, and a pang of guilt washed over Yi Yang. He could not afford to indulge in further mischief. Thus, he promptly gathered a substantial amount of food and leapt out of the window. In midair, he summoned Charizard, landing upon its back, and soared to the rooftop of the hotel to feed it. "Let us consume 10 fire spirit pills together," Yi Yang declared, producing the spirit pills of the same attribute as Charizard. Charizard devoured them in one go, and the power of the fire spirit surged forth within it. This energy was entirely absorbed by Charizard, leading to an elevation in its level. Ding! Congratulations to the host Yi Yang for successfully nourishing the divine pet Charizard. Charizard's strength has upgraded to level 8 in its mature form. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yi Yang beamed with delight. With this, his overall strength had once again ascended. Subsequently, after Charizard had feasted to its heart's content, Yi Yang returned indoors to commence his cultivation of spiritual energy. This practice consumed 3 days in total. Wabe University sent out notifications regarding the allocation of dormitory spaces, cultivation resources, and combat power index tests. Early in the morning, Yi Yang departed from the hotel without delay. Ding! The latest sign-in task has been issued. Please have the host sign in at the ruins of the territorial city within 3 days. On the way, the prompt from the divine-level multi-universe sign-in system echoed in Yi Yang's mind. He did not hasten to complete the sign-in task, as the deadline had evidently been extended. At present, the most pressing matter was to head to Wabe University for the entrance combat power index test, followed by competing for dormitory accommodations and cultivation resources. Although he was uncertain about the specifics, it felt as though this was a novel initiative introduced this year. Minutes later, Yi Yang arrived at the gathering point for new students at Wabe University, the southern campus of Wabe University, on the outdoor playground. At this moment, the playground was filled with new students who had reported for nearly half a month. They would be the first batch to undergo the combat power index test. Subsequent new arrivals would naturally be scheduled for the second batch. Those who failed to report within a month would be deemed to have forfeited their admission to Wabe University. Nearly 200 prodigies from around the globe stood on the outdoor playground of the southern campus, ready for the combat power index test. Names were called in succession, and those summoned stepped forward to undergo the assessment. The same alluring teacher, with a captivating figure and beauty, donned high heels and a short skirt. On her right ear, she wore a combat power testing device, a high-tech screen made of light blue transparent glass material, extending in front of her right eye. Pressing the activation key, she merely needed to point it at the combat spirit master to test their combat power index. Xiangyang. In the next moment, the first summoned combat spirit master stepped forward. Release all your spiritual energy without reservation. Failure to do so will result in expulsion. The beautiful teacher stated to Xiangyang with a cold and serious expression. Chapter 129, Yi Yang's Combat Power Index. The man named Xiangyang immediately complied, his blood surging as he shouted, "Ah!" Boom. Spiritual energy erupted, and the combat power index soared rapidly. The beautiful teacher observed the continuously rising numbers, which only slowed after surpassing 2,000, ultimately stabilizing at 2353. Xiangyang, Combat Power Index 2353. Announcing the results. The beautiful instructor glanced at the tutor responsible for recording and inputting the data, who promptly began to document the results. Next, Young Xin. Ah, boom. As the combat power index tests progressed, each newly arrived prodigy from around the world completed their assessments in succession. Their levels varied only slightly, with the lowest being level 2 and the highest at level 6, all around 20 years of age. However, a higher level did not necessarily equate to a superior combat power index. This test aimed to gain a clearer understanding of the potential of Yi Yang and his peers. For those with lower levels who exhibited higher combat power indicated a solid foundation in their training and immense potential. Next, Yi Yang. After another combat spirit master concluded their test, the beautiful instructor called out the next participant's name. Her gaze revealed a subtle change, clearly filled with anticipation for Yi Yang. After all, 3 days prior, Yi Yang had astonished her. What would transpire today? Yi Yang strode forward, drawing the attention of nearly 200 prodigies present. It was his turn, the solitary genius without a master. What would his combat power be? Just days ago, he had tested at level 6 as a combat master. Astonishingly, he was only 16 years old, a true prodigy. Indeed, I looked into his remarkable feats. They are simply extraordinary, whispered many prodigies who had previously witnessed Yi Yang's spiritual energy level test. However, among these elite individuals, there were also those who regarded Yi Yang with disdain. What does a high-level matter? At this age, his combat power must be inadequate. Even if he runs fast now and enters this school, who knows who will cultivate the fastest in the future? Accustomed to the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Yang remained unfazed. The attention of the masses was as commonplace to him as the air he breathed. Now, he was eager to discover how much combat power index he could manifest at level 5 as a combat spirit master. The highest combat power recorded thus far was from a level 6 combat spirit master, who had achieved an index of 3,200, undoubtedly the highest in the entire assembly and the oldest and most accomplished among the nearly 200 prodigies. Yi Yang, begin to release your spiritual energy, the beautiful instructor gently urged, observing Yi Yang, who was prepared. Yi Yang nodded, clenched his fists, and summoned the spiritual energy within him. Bursting forth with a resounding boom, 3 types of spiritual energy swirled around Yi Yang, rising with a terrifying momentum. His spiritual energy is so potent. The surrounding prodigies felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. How can there be such a vast disparity among combat spirit masters? Chapter 130, Competition for Cultivation Resources. PK Acquisition Mode. At level 5 as a combat spirit master, is this strength a bit excessive? Observing the explosive spiritual energy emanating from Yi Yang, many of the prodigies present wore expressions of astonishment. Why is there such a gap, despite being fellow geniuses? The key is that Yi Yang is the youngest among all present, having reached level 5 as a combat spirit master at merely 16 years of age. This has rendered their hearts profoundly unbalanced. The combat power index on the battle power tester, wielded by the stunning instructor, is currently soaring at an alarming rate. 1,000, 2,000, 2,500, 3,000. Before long, it has directly surpassed the threshold of 3,000 points. Yet, even then, the numbers displayed on the device show no signs of abating. However, Yi Yang senses that it is nearly sufficient. He decides to conserve a modicum of his strength. Gradually, he steadies his breath, refraining from unleashing his ultimate spiritual energy. Nevertheless, even in this restrained state, his combat power astonishes the beautiful mentor. 3,900, the instructor, who had been assessing the combat power, snapped back to reality upon seeing the figure displayed on the instrument, exclaiming in disbelief. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. 3,900? This number fell upon them like a thunderclap. It far exceeded the combat power indices they had recorded, marking him as an extraordinary talent. Goodness, 3,900 is rather outrageous, isn't it? A combat spirit of level 5 with a power of 3,900. How on earth has he cultivated this? The previous level 6 combat spirit only registered a power of 3,200, and here he is at level 5 with 3,900. It's simply astounding. He is a powerhouse capable of overcoming several levels of combat. The elite students present were taken aback upon hearing the figure 3,900. While they were aware of Yi Yang's exceptional talent, they also recognized that he was not the highest level among them. Yet, this combat power index surpassed all expectations, leaving them utterly incredulous. Yi Yang, 3,900. After a brief moment of astonishment, the beautiful instructor checked the instrument to ensure its accuracy before reiterating her findings. The mentor responsible for recording the results finally came to his senses and noted Yi Yang's score. Undoubtedly, Yi Yang had once again garnered significant attention. Following his test, no one surpassed his score. Those with combat power exceeding 3,000 were few and far between. Your combat power results are quite commendable. Now, please accompany me to the combat arena in the southern district of the campus. Upon completing the recording of results, the beautiful instructor looked at Yi Yang and the others with a serious expression, stating, although the school allocates training resources based on performance, this year is different. We are about to initiate a PK mode for resource contention. To acquire more resources, you must demonstrate your true strength, fighting alongside your spirit pets, and strive for victory. Is that understood? Understood. The elite freshmen responded in unison. Subsequently, they followed the beautiful instructor to the outdoor combat arena in the southern district of North China University. Nearly 200 talented individuals were set to engage in PK battles within this arena, vying for the resources necessary for their future training on campus. Chapter 131. The newcomer's battle for training resources begins. Here it comes, here it comes. Inside the combat arena of North China University's Southern District, tiered seating formed a circular arrangement, occupied by numerous senior students. At the center, there was an open space. In the middle of this space lay a large circular area marked by the 4 sacred beasts, designated as the battlefield. Surrounding the arena were 4 grand entrances. each leading to tunnels that connected various parts of the campus. At this moment, a stream of new students, including Yi Yang and his companions, emerged from one of the tunnels. Wow, this cohort is impressive, nearly 200 in number. Look, there's even a black student. His skin is remarkably dark. Has that guy in front reached adulthood? He looks like he is no more than a high school student. How did he get in? The senior students, who had long settled in to watch the spectacle, began to point and whisper as they observed the newcomers. Among them were students who had been enrolled for at least a year, including some prodigies who had been there for 2 or 3 years. Their motives for attending were twofold: to witness the battles of the newcomers and to scout promising talents for their own clubs, which was the main focus. Few came merely to watch the fights without ulterior motives. Please take a seat over there. The beautiful instructor, leading the newcomers to the arena, gestured toward the designated seating area for them. Soon after, Yi Yang and the others took their places. 8 examiners arrived, 7 combat emperors, and 1 combat sect master, all prepared to evaluate the newcomers' battles, scoring them, and allocating resources. This year's system is particularly harsh. If you lose right off the bat, good luck training afterward. What can we do? Last year, our freshman from North China University only secured a 2nd place in the Global Spirit Pet Championship. This is a disgrace for our university. Indeed, as the world's top university, having our freshmen defeated is simply unacceptable. Thus, this year, the system has been revised to cultivate top-tier students and redeem our honor. As they looked upon the seeded newcomers, the senior students, fully aware of the changes in the rules, could not help but express their sentiments. Then, the beautiful instructor scanned each newcomer with her gaze, her red lips parting slightly as she spoke. Let me explain briefly. You are the first batch of newcomers this year. Another batch will arrive in half a month. However, you will not meet them until after the training session. Those who achieve 10 consecutive victories in the resource contention will have the opportunity to select superior resources. The battles will follow a 1v1 format, but if you are confident, you may choose to challenge 3 or 4 opponents at once. Now, feel free to begin your battles. State your names and enter the arena. With that, the beautiful instructor stepped out of the combat circle, her red high heels clicking on the ground. All the newcomers exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Each one yearned to secure the best training resources, though trepidation lingered. I'll go. After a moment, a 19-year-old man stood up first and stepped into the combat circle. Who dares to be my first opponent? He scanned Yi Yang and the others with a challenging gaze. Yi Yang chose to remain silent, patiently observing the unfolding battle, waiting for the right moment to act. Shortly after, another newcomer stepped forward to engage in a one-on-one PK with the initial challenger. Chapter 132, The Anticipation of the Crowd. Yi Yang takes action. Boom, boom. The arena erupted into a fierce battle. Moments later, the first challenger emerged victorious. Without pausing for rest, he immediately proceeded to the next battle, rapidly facing defeat. One contestant after another entered the fray in a relentless series of brutal matches. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. A level 6 combat spirit newcomer had achieved an impressive 9 consecutive victories, capturing the attention of many senior mentors. This newcomer is impressive. We must recruit him into our club. We want him too. The level 6 combat spirit who had secured 9 consecutive victories undoubtedly became the focal point of the arena. He quickly began to recover his spiritual energy, preparing for the next battle. Yet, despite his overwhelming dominance, having secured 9 consecutive victories, no one dared to challenge him any longer. They were reluctant to offer themselves as mere fodder, allowing that level 6 spirit master to achieve a 10-win streak and gain coveted resources. The esteemed resources spoken of by North China University were undoubtedly exceptional, something that 99% of the populace yearned to claim. Come on, why are you all standing there in a daze? Have you all lost your nerve? Hurry up and send someone to defeat him, or else he will achieve 10 consecutive victories. After a brief moment, still no one stepped forward. The defeated freshmen began to express their impatience. Having already suffered defeat, they were further vexed by the necessity of waiting. This situation left them feeling quite frustrated. Yet, standing within the combat arena was a level 6 spirit master, whose combat power had been tested at 3,100. One of the few spirit masters boasting a power level above 3,000. Perhaps we should send up someone with over 3,000 combat power as well, otherwise, we are merely offering our heads on a platter. The once arrogant freshmen now bore no trace of their former pride. After witnessing over 100 alternating battles, they had come to realize that the students who managed to enter this university were far from ordinary. Subsequently, their gazes fell upon the earlier freshman who had surpassed 3,000 in combat power, and the one who drew the most attention was undoubtedly the youngest and most gifted, Yi Yang. They all wished to compel Yi Yang to make his move soon, lest no one could stand in his way later. At the same time, they were eager to witness his true capabilities. After all, Yi Yang boasted the highest overall combat power statistics among all freshmen. Seated in the waiting area, Yi Yang had initially intended to wait a bit longer. However, seeing that no one dared to step forward, coupled with the expectant gazes of those around him, he smiled helplessly and rose to his feet. The boy is about to make his move. Finally, they had waited long enough. At such a young age to enter North China University, If he wasn't a privileged individual, his talent must be extraordinary. Would he be able to claim victory? In that moment, all eyes in the arena were eagerly focused on Yi Yang. They were all curious to see how formidable Yi Yang truly was. Yi Yang did not disappoint. As he stepped into the combat arena, his gaze settled on the level 6 spirit master before him. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "Are you ready to recover?" The man's eyes widened, a cold glint flashing in his gaze as it fell upon Yi Yang. "Summon your spirit pets," he commanded. Chapter 133. Who can match him? Upon hearing the man's words, Yi Yang clenched his fist, a resounding sound echoing as his spiritual energy surged. "You have little energy remaining. Your spirit pets are clearly exhausted. There is no need for me to summon mine," Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Arrogant. The man, enraged by Yi Yang's disdain, swung his right arm, sending 2 combat-type spirit pets charging toward Yi Yang. One was a supportive spirit pet that enhanced strength and speed. Simultaneously, the man began to channel his spiritual energy, prepared to strike and eliminate Yi Yang at any moment. However, Yi Yang was not merely arrogant. He spoke the truth. The man, having fought 9 consecutive battles, had already exhausted much of his strength. He did not need to summon spirit pets. Flowing light step. Yi Yang's voice resonated in his heart as his form suddenly shifted. So fast. The crowd gasped, watching Yi Yang's swift movements, their gazes sharpening. In the next instant, they witnessed Yi Yang's figure suddenly appear before the man's battle pet, the hound. With a fist clenched, he struck the canine spirit pet. With a resounding thud, the spirit pet was sent flying. In quick succession, Yi Yang pivoted, his fist, imbued with spiritual energy, smashed toward the man's other spirit pet. Thud. Without any surprises. A dull thud echoed as the man's other spirit pet was likewise sent flying. Both spirit pets were expelled from the combat arena in rapid succession. Yi Yang's figure surged forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the man, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. "It's over." The man's expression darkened, his brow furrowing deeply. Before he could even react, Yi Yang's heavy fist struck his abdomen. With a thunderous impact, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing out of the combat arena and landing heavily on the ground. "You can leave on your own." Yi Yang then turned to regard the man's final supportive spirit pet, which had less than 30% of its combat power remaining, and chuckled. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their faces displaying astonishment at the swift and decisive battle. While they had anticipated that Yi Yang's strength might be formidable, they had not expected him to be this powerful. He had not even summoned his spirit pets or utilized any combat skills, yet he effortlessly dispatched a level 6 spirit master and his spirit pets. This truly surpassed everyone's expectations. Although the level 6 spirit master had fought 9 consecutive matches, it was still astonishing how easily he could be taken down under such circumstances. "This freshman is remarkable. I must recruit him into our club." "Get lost, he belongs to our club." "Damn it, no one is to compete with me, otherwise I'll take you down." The surrounding upperclassmen had already begun to argue over Yi Yang, were it not for the circumstances and setting. This group might have even resorted to physical confrontation. Such was the magnetic allure Yi Yang held over them. Meanwhile, in the section where the freshmen were seated, all eyes were glued to Yi Yang as he effortlessly subdued the level 6 spirit master with 9 consecutive victories. They were utterly bewildered. Isn't that a bit too quick? They had expected a prolonged struggle, at least to exhaust some of this young man's energy, yet it was over in an instant. Damn, this is a disaster. Who can possibly contend with him? Chapter 134. Each one's calculations, stirring the battle clan. Who will go first? In an instant, the freshmen who had yet to engage in PK battles were stricken with anxiety. Even the second-ranked level 6 spirit master, with a combat power of 3,200, could only retreat from the limelight at this moment. In the presence of Yi Yang, even his impressive combat power seemed utterly insignificant. Yi Yang stood in the combat arena, his gaze shifting to the group of freshmen who had yet to engage in battle, declaring, "Next." The group of freshmen paused, their expressions a mixture of frustration and despair. Talented individuals like them truly did not wish to engage in combat with Yi Yang. If no one steps forward to challenge, all of you remaining will forfeit your training resources. Alternatively, you may unanimously consent to allow Yi Yang to pass through directly, claiming the best training resources for himself. The female instructor, observing that no one dared to challenge Yi Yang, felt compelled to apply pressure on those freshmen. Only under pressure would individuals find motivation. As it turned out, upon hearing that all the valuable resources would be awarded to Yi Yang, the freshmen suddenly became unwilling. How can that be? We worked hard to gain admission to North China University. If we do not diligently cultivate a name for ourselves, how will we face our hometown families? Indeed, how could one of noble birth like myself retreat in this scenario? Upon hearing the words of the beautiful mentor, the untested freshmen, yet to engage in battle, found their spirits ignited. "I shall step forward," declared a fervent young man, striding boldly into the arena with an imposing air. Spirit-level summoning technique. He proclaimed, summoning 3 of his spirit companions, 2 with a level 1 bloodline, and 1 with a level 9 bloodline, all maturing at around level 7. "Are you not planning to summon your companions?" the young man inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Yang. With a gentle smile, Yi Yang replied, "Are you eager to see my spirit companions?" The young man hesitated, curiosity flickering within him regarding Yi Yang's spirits. Not only he, but also the onlookers, mentors, and examiners of the Battle Emperor and Battle Sect levels were all intrigued by what Yi Yang's companions could be, especially given his formidable display of strength. As a battle spirit master, one must fight alongside their companions. Otherwise, it would be deemed unfair, lest one accuse me of taking advantage of you, the young man grumbled. He was acutely aware of the challenge that lay ahead if he wished to surpass Yi Yang. Yet, to prevent Yi Yang from monopolizing the valuable resources, he felt compelled to pressure Yi Yang into revealing his true strength, allowing others a greater chance to defeat him. But such trivial calculations were not lost on Yi Yang. He had already devised a strategy in his heart, 10 consecutive victories. Today, he must secure them. After all, this was pivotal for his future achievements. As the premier institution for battle spirit masters, Huabei University offered resources that could not be overlooked. "Just as you wish," Yi Yang smiled, forming a divine summoning seal with his hands. "What is this?" The chief examiner, a formidable figure of battle sect rank, furrowed his brow at the sight of Yi Yang's summoning seal. A divine summoning seal? The battle sect examiner recognized the technique instantly, astonishment flickering across his face. In the next moment, a radiant summoning array erupted forth, dazzling the entire venue, and a spirit companion materialized before the spectators. Confusion reigned as everyone beheld Yi Yang's companion. What manner of spirit is this? I have never seen such a creature. I expected a formidable spirit befitting his prowess as a battle spirit master, yet here stands a rather unassuming companion. The crowd expressed their collective surprise. It was entirely different from what they had envisioned. Moreover, they soon realized that as a level 5 battle spirit master, Yi Yang ought to have contracted 3 spirit companions. Why had he summoned only one? What was the meaning of this? Had he only contracted a single spirit? That seemed improbable. Surely, one would contract the maximum allowed. Perhaps he could not afford more? In contrast to the crowd's bewilderment, the battle sect examiner was even more astonished. His eyes were fixed on the Dilu beast. And after a moment of contemplation, he slowly remarked, "This spirit is anything but ordinary." The remaining 7 battle emperor examiners, upon hearing this, wore expressions of surprise as they scrutinized Yi Yang's companion. A spirit that could elicit such a response from a battle sect expert was undoubtedly exceptional. However, their own limited strength rendered them unable to discern any remarkable qualities from the Dilu beast's appearance. "Let us not waste time. Others are waiting," Yi Yang said. Having successfully summoned his companion, the Dilu beast, he regarded his opponent with a casual flick of his fingers. He had chosen not to summon all 3 companions at once, for there were still many adversaries ahead. It was essential to conserve his strength. "Do you think one spirit can challenge me? You are sorely mistaken. Do you not understand that arrogance leads to downfall?" Observing Yi Yang's nonchalant demeanor, the young man who had just entered the arena bellowed, "All out, take him down." With that, his 3 spirit companions, a warhorse, a mutated duck, and a flame dog, charged toward Yi Yang, while he himself rushed forward with clenched fists. "Dilu beast, cat's eye light." Yi Yang smirked disdainfully at his opponent. And in an instant, the Dilu beast's eyes emitted a brilliant white light that locked onto the young man's 3 spirit companions, rendering them under its control. Consequently, the young man's spirits turned upon one another in a frenzy. The arena erupted in chaos. What is happening? Why are they attacking each other? It appeared that the war spirit's unique ability had activated, casting an enchanting yet bewildering spell. The crowd was captivated by the spectacle, intrigued by the peculiar power of the Dilu beast. As the battle escalated, the young man's spirits continued their infighting, completely disregarding his commands. Enraged and flustered, he lost his composure and launched a reckless assault on Yi Yang. Yet, given the disparity in their strengths, Yi Yang effortlessly secured victory in this second bout. "Alas, my composure shattered. I could have persisted longer," the young man lamented. With spirits out of control, anyone would falter under such circumstances. Observing the unfolding battle and its outcome, the onlookers sighed in unison. Yi Yang's prowess and his companion were not only formidable, but also exceptionally unique. Drawing forth Yi Yang's full strength would prove to be a daunting task. Next, Yi Yang called nonchalantly after his second victory. The freshmen seated in the waiting area exchanged glances, reluctant to challenge Yi Yang, yet they found themselves with no alternative. To refrain from combat equated to relinquishing valuable training resources, an unthinkable proposition for any battle spirit master unless faced with death. "I shall fight." After a brief silence, a formidable, burly man rose to his feet and stepped into the arena. He promptly summoned his spirit companions, all of which were imposing creatures. Without hesitation, he unleashed a frenzied assault against Yi Yang. Learning from previous experiences, this combatant ensured his spirits did not meet the Dilu beast's gaze, making it more challenging for Yi Yang to exert control. Nevertheless, victory was still within Yi Yang's grasp. With minimal effort, he emerged victorious once more, marking his 3rd consecutive win. One after another, Challengers stepped forward, yet Yi Yong's streak of triumph continued unabated. Throughout the entirety of these matches, his spirit companions remained undisclosed. The Dilu Beast and Yi Yong had triumphed against 4 adversaries, achieving an impressive 8 consecutive victories. Just 2 more victories would secure access to the esteemed training resources of Huabei University. I am astounded. An 8-game winning streak, truly remarkable. Although he possesses only a single spirit companion, that one spirit is comparable to 3. This new student is exceptionally impressive, far surpassing my own abilities when I first enrolled. It is uncertain whether I could contend with him now. The senior students gaze at Yi Yong with expressions of awe, while the newcomers wear solemn faces. Yi Yong has triumphed in 8 consecutive matches with remarkable ease. Despite expending considerable spiritual energy, he appears capable of continuing the battle for quite some time. Nearby, the chief examiner and the beautiful instructor regard Yi Yong with newfound respect. Gulp. After observing Yi Yong's 8 battles alongside the Delur Beast, the chief examiner, a formidable warrior of the battle sect, has finally recognized the bloodline of Yi Yang's spirit companion. He swallows hard, exclaiming, "That is a divine bloodline spirit." What? The vice examiner, a battle emperor level expert, looks at Yi Yang's spirit, the Delur Beast, in astonishment upon hearing the chief examiner's words. The beautiful instructor is equally taken aback. A divine bloodline spirit, while not unique, is exceedingly rare. Those who possess such a spirit are invariably individuals of wealth, power, and influence. Even they, as powerful as they are, have never contracted a divine bloodline spirit. The occurrence of a new student possessing one is incredibly uncommon. Yi Yong is undoubtedly a remarkable anomaly. Teacher Yan, are you certain? Though it feels somewhat presumptuous to inquire, the Battle Emperor level War Spirit Master cannot help but direct his gaze towards the Battle Sect Chief Examiner. Absolutely, there is no mistake, asserts Teacher Yan, the Battle Sect Chief Examiner, with unwavering conviction. Moreover, this is a uniquely rare entity. I have neither seen nor heard of such a spirit before. This student's identity must not be as simple as it appears. The examiners are left astounded, while the nearby students stare in disbelief, sensing that something significant is unfolding. Chapter 137, Dragon-Blooded Battle Spirit, shocking the audience. Meanwhile, Yi Yong remains oblivious to the extraordinary attention he has garnered due to his exceptional performance and the strength of his spirit. His seemingly ordinary identity is now under scrutiny, as others speculate that he must possess an even more extraordinary background. Standing in the arena, he gazes once more towards the area for newcomers. The prominent talents, confronted by Yi Yong's piercing gaze, avert their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare, except for one, Liang Feng. A 20-year-old master of battle spirit level 6 with a combat power index of 3,200, ranked second among the newcomers, finally steps forward. Liang Feng is making his move. The spectators erupt with excitement, for Yi Yong has exhausted much of his spiritual energy and has only one spirit companion. Surely he cannot withstand Liang Feng's challenge. The new students, who had been watching Yi Yong flaunt his prowess, feel a surge of dissatisfaction. Most importantly, if Yi Yong achieves a 10-game winning streak, he would monopolize valuable training resources, which would not bode well for them. Thus, with Liang Feng stepping onto the stage, all hopes are pinned on him. Liang Feng does not hesitate. He summons his 3 contracted spirit companions, all of which possess spirit-level bloodlines, and charge forth with formidable intent. Clearly, he is no ordinary contender. The 3 spirit companions are level 5 bloodlines and evolved into level 8 spirits, which is quite impressive. Yi Yong, discerning the approximate levels of Liang Feng's spirits, smiles lightly. Your spirits seem eager. Liang Feng coldly retorts, let us save the chatter for after the battle. Go, Manhwaedit, unleash your claw attack and eliminate his spirit. With a command, his spirit, Manhwaedit, surges towards Yi Yong. Flying Wing Bird, accelerate and assist. Howling Sky Tiger, let us confront him together. Liang Feng evidently has a well-thought-out strategy, launching his assault immediately. Boom. He kicks off the ground, spiritual energy surging. Simultaneously, he amplifies the strength of his 3 spirits, enhancing their power by another 10%. Observing this fierce offensive, Yi Yong realizes it is time to give his Delur Beast a respite after 8 consecutive battles. Come forth. Fire-breathing dragon. Once more, he forms a divine summoning seal with his hands. A larger summoning array materializes, casting a dazzling light that envelopes the arena. All present shield their eyes, astonished by this sudden summoning. Goodness, another dazzling summoning technique. What extraordinary spirit does he conceal? They had thought he possessed only one spirit, but it seems he has more. As the blinding light dissipates, the robust form of the fire-breathing dragon emerges before the onlookers. They stand in awe at the sight of the massive dragon. Though plump, it is indeed a dragon-blooded spirit. What kind of dragon is this? A sky dragon? Such massive wings, impressive. Is it not extinct? Has it evolved? The sight of the towering fire-breathing dragon stuns the entire arena. Chapter 138, the 4 great sacred beast-level spirits and the demon god-level spirits. The dragon-shaped spirit is a descendant of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 great sacred beasts from ancient times. Without dragon blood, it would be impossible to manifest a dragon form. In this future world of spirit cultivation, the four great sacred beasts, azure dragon, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger, are nearly extinct, relegated to the realm of legend. The minuscule remnants of their bloodlines are exceedingly rare. However, even a trace of dragon blood can lead to true evolution into a dragon, although such occurrences are incredibly challenging. The legacies of the black tortoise, vermilion bird, and white tiger are somewhat more prevalent, yet they remain remarkably scarce. As for pure bloodlines, that goes without saying. In thousands of years of records, pure bloodline spirits have only appeared in ancient times. The eastern azure dragon, northern water black tortoise, southern fire vermilion bird, and western gold white tiger. These four sacred beasts with pure bloodlines sweep aside all obstacles. Of course, the four cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, represent the world's four major orientations. With major orientations, there exists a center. The center is the earth. However, it does not signify a sacred beast, but rather the opposing spirit beast overlord, the demon god. Chiyu. Wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light are associated with sacred-level spirits, representing spirits that are scarcely documented. Yet their bloodlines remain remarkably pure. All these entities are dominators of the 9th level of divinity, with maxed physical attributes. In this era, they may no longer exist. Yet they are the objects of admiration for all battle spirit masters. Every individual aspires for their spirit to evolve to the pinnacle of its potential. Like a bird, it may very well carry a trace of the vermilion bird bloodline, with the potential to evolve and transform into a divine-grade sacred beast companion of the 9th rank in the future. Or perhaps a turtle could evolve into a xuanwu. Although the likelihood of such occurrences is minuscule, it is a pursuit that every battle spirit master tirelessly strives for. From what spirit companion did this emerge? It possesses the form of a dragon. Who exactly is this individual? At this moment, those unfamiliar with Yi Yang began to harbor intense curiosity about him. Dragon-type spirit companions are legendary beings, coveted by tens of thousands of battle spirit masters. Liang Feng, within the battle arena, was utterly astounded to witness Yi Yang summon a second spirit companion of the dragon type, his explosive form halting abruptly. He gazed in sheer astonishment at the fire-breathing creature. Even the nearby battle emperor and battle sect members were rendered speechless. The existence of a dragon-type spirit companion is beyond comprehension. Its appearance is so distinct that it likely possesses a considerable proportion of dragon blood. During combat, distraction is a cardinal sin. Yi Yang observed Liang Feng, who had momentarily lost focus, and the spirit companion that sensed the disparity in bloodlines, manifesting a degree of trepidation. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He was not the least surprised by their reactions. After all, upon arriving at North China University, he had delved into deeper knowledge, specifically regarding the four sacred beast-grade spirit companions. Those who had once sought to eliminate him, from the Twin Blade Gang and the Wang family, had also displayed expressions of astonishment and shock upon encountering his fire-breathing dragon. However, in their haste to slay Yi Yang, they had overlooked it entirely. In this moment, Yi Yang summoned the fire-breathing dragon once more, drawing the attention of the crowd, undeniably creating quite a stir. Who are you exactly? Liang Feng regarded Yi Yang with a hint of fear. Chapter 139. Quickly check on Douyin, 10 consecutive victories. The ability to possess a dragon-formed spirit companion is something he could never believe could belong to Yi Yang, a mere rural genius of humble origins. Not even a world-class tycoon could claim such a feat. Observing Liang Feng's incredulous reaction, Yi Yang urged, "Hurry up and take action, the others are still waiting." Liang Feng swallowed hard, his thoughts of battle waning in the face of the towering fire-breathing dragon. To be honest, if this were in Huayang City, some ignorant battle spirit masters might not regard the fire-breathing dragon as particularly impressive. Yet here, in the realm of unparalleled technological prowess and overwhelming combat power, Territory City, North China University, who among them lacked a modicum of talent, experience, family background, or strength, they recognized the dragon-type spirit companion immediately. Liang Feng stammered for what felt like an eternity, struggling to utter a single word. For reasons he could not fathom, he felt an overwhelming urge to concede. Yet the last vestiges of pride held him back. However, Yi Yang had no time to indulge him further. He had already granted 2 opportunities. 3 strikes and you're out. Act now. Fire. He commanded, and the fire-breathing dragon let out a deafening roar, immediately unleashing a torrent of searing flames that engulfed both the man and his spirit companion, propelling them out of the battle arena. Fortunately, Yi Yang had instructed the fire-breathing dragon to hold back. Otherwise, that blast could have incinerated Liang Feng and his spirit companion. Hiss. Witnessing the swift and decisive outcome, the entire audience could not help but gasp in astonishment. This is simply too ferocious, isn't it? How incredibly powerful. Who on earth is this person? What is this spirit companion? A fire-breathing dragon. Quick, look it up. Immediately, everyone began frantically searching for information on the fire-breathing dragon. Even the new students in the waiting area could not resist joining in. Not to mention the examiners, who discreetly pulled out their virtual devices to investigate. However, without exception, everyone came up empty-handed. There was no trace of any information regarding the fire-breathing dragon online. No records whatsoever. What is happening? Why is there nothing? What kind of dragon species is this? How did it come to be? If only that great deity could enlighten us. The crowd was frantically exasperated. Yi Yang stood in the battle arena, awaiting his 10th opponent, feeling utterly speechless. Just one more victory was needed to complete his 10 consecutive wins and secure the finest resources for cultivation at North China University. Moments later, the crowd's gaze returned to the battle arena. The resource competition PK must continue. The pressure in the waiting area surged once more as the new students exchanged glances. Reluctant to step forward, continually urging one another. Who will go? You? Get lost. I'm not going. Then how about you? Scram. Anyone who goes is a fool. Don't you see it's just a setup to get beaten? With talents so extraordinary and spirit companions so formidable, isn't it reasonable to claim some good resources? Yes, I agree. It's not unreasonable. Shall we just concede then? No problem. After much deliberation, all the new students in the waiting area chose to concede, acknowledging Yi Yang's overwhelming strength, thus allowing him to achieve 10 consecutive victories. This turn of events was unexpected for all, yet not surprising. For Yi Yang was simply too powerful. Chapter 140. First place, treatment, abundant cultivation resources. Since you have all chosen to allow Yi Yang to pass directly, I hereby announce that Yi Yang has successfully completed his 10 consecutive victories and will be the first among this year's new students to receive focused training and resource allocation. The beautiful instructor declared, having heard the unanimous decision from the waiting area. Come back. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang promptly summoned back the fire-breathing dragon and the Dilu beast. He then exited the battle arena, concluding his flawless performance. The remaining new students, although having conceded to Yi Yang, still needed to engage in combat among themselves. Thus, a series of battles ensued, albeit they lacked the same intensity. Yi Yang's previous dominant displays had set the bar exceedingly high. After witnessing Yi Yang's overwhelming combat style, watching this group of students trade blows for an extended time to determine a victor seemed rather dull. Only a couple of thrilling matches, where the opponents were evenly matched and the stakes were high, offered a semblance of excitement. As time passed, the new student resource competition PK battles concluded. The examiners scored Yi Yang the highest, placing him first without question. The second-place contender, who had achieved 9 consecutive victories, found their scores significantly lacking in comparison. Others performed admirably, while some faced unfortunate outcomes. In summary, Yi Yang emerged as the clear victor in this resource competition. Next, the allocation of resources and accommodations began. Shortly thereafter, the beautiful instructor and several examiners distributed resources based on scores. First, the accommodations were addressed. University dormitories typically housed several students in a room. However, those with exceptional talents and strong performances in the resource competition received markedly different treatment. Yi Yang, situated in the southern district of the campus, enjoys the privileges of an independent accommodation area, where he revels in a level 4 cultivation simulation of a natural environment. Each week, he is entitled to select 10 first-grade spiritual pills and 3 second-grade ones. As the alluring instructor's words resonated through the air, an expression of envy washed over the crowd, prompting a collective exclamation of awe. Yet, the revelations did not cease there. The instructor continued, stating that prior to officially settling in for the intensive training, Yi Yang would have the opportunity to choose any battle technique from the school's extensive combat library for his cultivation. Once he achieves a certain level of mastery, he may further enhance his training in that technique, with a minimum requirement of grade 5. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. If their earlier feelings were mere envy, this time it escalated to outright jealousy. Battle techniques are no ordinary assets. A battle spirit master cannot do without them, especially those of higher grades. Techniques of grade 4 are exceptionally rare, and while the pinnacle is the divine grade 5 techniques are scarcely available in the market. Many affluent individuals find themselves unable to acquire them, as they are seldom offered for sale unless under extraordinary circumstances. Otherwise, they are typically hoarded. Furthermore, should Yi Yang excel in his performance, the school might consider providing him with a 4th spirit pet, or even arrange for strong practitioners to accompany him into the wilderness for taming any desired spirit beasts. As these final words were uttered, the new students could no longer maintain their composure. This treatment is excessively favorable, isn't it? Why isn't it me? They lamented, wishing fervently that such resources were bestowed upon them. Chapter 141. Acquisition of a grade 6 technique. Although they were aware of the impressive cultivation resources at North China Battle Spirit Master University, they never imagined it would be to such an extent, far surpassing their expectations. The remaining resource allocations were dispatched to their mobile devices, prompting them to confirm and collect their current cultivation resources promptly. After the instructor's remarks, her gaze returned to Yi Yang as she called out, "Yi Yang, please follow me." He nodded and promptly accompanied her, fully aware that it must be something advantageous. Soon, Yi Yang followed the enchanting instructor to the combat techniques storage facility within the southern district of the university. With a heavy clang, the iron door swung open, revealing a technologically advanced portal that gradually revealed the specially designed spiritual energy barrier, accessible only to authorized faculty members. The beautiful instructor responsible for the new students possessed this authority. Once inside, you may freely select a scroll of battle techniques. Take your time to choose wisely. She instructed earnestly. Thank you, Instructor Lon. Yi Yang replied with a polite smile before stepping inside. His eyes were greeted by an inner chamber illuminated by the brilliance of various elemental spiritual energies. On exquisitely crafted high-tech shelves floated scrolls of battle techniques, ranging from grade 1 to grade 6. However, as the grade increased, the quantity diminished. Yi Yang bypassed the first 14 grades and ventured into the realm of 5 and 6. Battle techniques correspond to specific attributes, as well as those that encompass all attributes. After a thorough search, his gaze settled upon a grade 6 technique, Cloud-Shattering Palm. A master of its craft could unleash a force capable of collapsing cloud layers for tens of thousands of meters. After a careful consideration, Yi Yang decisively selected it. Exiting with the grade 6 technique in hand, he found Instructor Lon waiting for him. Surprised at his swift return, she inquired, "Have you made your choice?" "Yes," Yi Yang affirmed, showcasing the technique he had chosen. A flicker of surprise crossed Lon Xian's features as she recognized the grade 6 technique. "You do realize that those are notoriously difficult to cultivate?" "Not a problem. I shall study it thoroughly," Yi Yang responded with a smile. "Very well. I wish you fruitful progress," Lon Xian said. "You have 1 month to cultivate this technique, after which it must be returned to the school. With the influx of new students each year, it's impossible to gift scrolls. We can only provide access for cultivation." "I understand," Yi Yang replied with an appreciative smile, clearly having anticipated this outcome. Subsequently, Instructor Lon personally escorted him to his residence within the campus, an independent accommodation in the side courtyard of the Southern District. Yi Yang's privileges included a small courtyard of approximately 400 square meters, comparable to a modest house. "From now on, you shall reside here. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the intensive training, you may come and go from the school freely. Here is your university identification." Lon Xian handed him his university ID. "Once the training begins, you will be required to enter a closed cultivation phase. Except for exceptional circumstances or cultivation necessities, no new students are permitted to leave the campus." Chapter 142, The Heavenly Beautiful Spirit Pet Club, A Sudden Calamity. Therefore, if you have any needs or tasks to attend to, you should do so promptly. Yi Yang was taken aback by the stringent regulations of the university. However, he recognized the benefit of having ample time for cultivation to refine his abilities, preparing to ascend to even greater heights. After imparting her instructions, the enchanting instructor Lon departed, leaving Yi Yang to explore his new abode. As he surveyed the well-appointed small courtyard, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Although it paled in comparison to his grand villa in Huayang City, it certainly qualified as a finely decorated living space, a far cry from the cramped dormitories. Yi Yang reveled in his fortunate circumstances. Once everything was settled, he commenced his cultivation within the elegantly furnished room of his small courtyard, practicing diligently until nightfall. By then, his strength had reached the pinnacle of battle spirit level 5, a mere step away from level 6. With a deep exhale, he expelled a breath of stale air, stretching his limbs before heading out for a meal, after which he returned to his room to rest. The following morning, bright and early, Yi Yang arose, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast before departing from North China University. His destination was, of course, the ancient ruins of the territory city. "Master, to the ruins of the ancient city," he hailed a hovering taxi, a blood horse model valued at over 1 million, and settled into the seat. "The ancient city ruins?" The driver glanced back at Yi Yang, inquiring. "Any nearby will suffice. As long as it's the ancient city ruins," Yi Yang replied. "Understood. Hold on tight," the driver responded, and with a swift press of the accelerator, they sped off. The hovering car, a product of contemporary innovation, lacked wheels and floated several centimeters above the ground, an avant-garde vehicle that would have been unimaginable 5,000 years ago. The driver pressed the accelerator relentlessly, causing the speed to soar. In the back seat, Yi Yang was engrossed in his ultra-smartphone, perusing the latest reports. A striking headline caught his attention. A mysterious battle spirit master achieves the feat of 1 against 10 at the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club. The article detailed the exploits of this enigmatic battle spirit master, who had engaged in combat within the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club and accomplished the remarkable feat of defeating 10 opponents. The article also mentioned that the spirit pet possessed a bloodline of level 8 and was a peak level 9 mature spirit pet. While this entity was undoubtedly powerful, in the grand scheme of the world, it was not particularly significant, merely fortunate enough to achieve a 1 versus 10 victory. "Master, which spirit pet club in Territory City is the strongest?" Yi Yang suddenly inquired, intrigued by the news. "Tianmei, without a doubt. The Tianmei Spirit Pet Club is the most formidable club globally, with an extensive reach and immense influence, revered by thousands," the driver replied. "Oh, is it really that impressive?" Yi Yang murmured softly. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, and Yi Yang felt the vehicle he was in lurch violently. His expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. An armored vehicle had collided with the front of the car he occupied. In the next instant, another vehicle slammed into the front. The driver was knocked unconscious, and all the airbags deployed. Damn! Yi Yang exclaimed, his palm transforming into a blade. Chapter 143, The Wang Family and the Pursuit of the War King. Concentrating his spirit energy in his right hand, he summoned crackling lightning around him. With a swift motion, he sliced through the car's roof. He then lifted the driver and leaped out of the vehicle. Boom. The next moment, Yi Yang witnessed the car he had been in being crushed between two armored vehicles. His brow furrowed deeply as he distanced himself from the wreckage, placing the driver aside. At that moment, several masked individuals clad in uniform black attire appeared before Yi Yang. Who are you? Yi Yang asked coldly, eyeing the masked figures. They reminded him of the sorcerers from that fateful day, similarly masked and ominous. However, Yi Yang was certain these individuals were not sorcerers, but battle spirit masters. There to claim his life. Boom. The leader among them shouted sharply, his foot striking the ground as spirit energy surged forth, revealing his war king level power. A war king? Yi Yang's brow furrowed again. He adopted a serious demeanor in the face of such formidable strength. After all, anyone daring to act so brazenly within Territory City was certainly no ordinary opponent. 4th tier battle technique, mountain crushing palm, divine level summoning technique, fire breathing dragon. In response to the War King's attack, Yi Yang immediately summoned his spirit pet. With a blast of flames, the fire-breathing dragon emerged and unleashed a torrent of fire towards the War King. Simultaneously, the other masked individuals surged forward, surrounding Yi Yang to attack. In an instant, his situation became perilously precarious. I don't have many enemies. You must be from the Wang family of Huayang City, right? Yi Yang said with a cold smile. Humph. So what if you know? Today, you are as good as dead. The War King grunted in response, swiftly evading the flames of the fire-breathing dragon and delivering a crushing blow towards Yi Yang. With a swift motion, Yi Yang employed his movement technique, flowing light step, and navigated through the encirclement. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the fire-breathing dragon. Fire-breathing dragon, take flight, he commanded, and the dragon soared into the sky. Onlookers in the streets were drawn to the commotion of the battle, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to witness the spectacle. A dragon-type spirit pet. Who was he to have nurtured such a creature? The crowd gazed in awe at the ascending fire-breathing dragon, their amazement palpable. Kid, think you can escape? It won't be that easy. The War King sneered as he leaped into the air, propelling himself off the ground. This is Territory City. Do you not fear the Federation will have you buried without a trace for your actions here? Yi Yang shouted at the audacious War King. Humph. As long as I finish you off within a minute, there won't be any issues. Prepare to die? The War King growled, gathering his spirit energy into a sphere. Boom. A massive Earth attribute spirit energy sphere hurtled towards Yi Yang. He could sense the terrifying power contained within it. A direct hit would inflict grave injuries on both him and the fire-breathing dragon. Chapter 144, Pikachu emerges, ancient city ruins. Although Yi Yang possessed the ability to merge with his pet, allowing him to eliminate the pursuing battle spirit masters with ease, he refrained from excessively revealing his strength, as doing so would not bode well for him. Divine level summoning technique, arise, Pikachu. Yi Yang called out loudly. Instantly, Pikachu was summoned. Pikachu, deflect that spirit energy sphere with your iron tail. Yi Yang commanded. Pika Pika. Pikachu chirped, spinning midair before launching its tail, emitting a bright light that struck the incoming energy sphere. You overestimate yourself. You think you can return my energy sphere? How foolish. The descending War King scoffed at Pikachu's actions, but his smirk froze the next moment. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed as Pikachu, using its iron tail, returned the War King's energy sphere with a forceful strike. What? The War King, who had just landed, was taken aback, utterly astonished by Pikachu's capabilities. How could a mere peak level 9 mature spirit pet possibly reflect his energy sphere? He found it utterly inconceivable. This overwhelming strength, was it not excessively formidable? However, Yi Yang was not surprised in the slightest. Before arriving in Territory City, Pikachu had already been capable of sweeping aside any spirit pets below the mature level. After arriving, it had further enhanced its power through the consumption of spirit-enhancing elixirs, as well as its conductive abilities. At that moment, Pikachu's power, although its physical level remained unchanged, was continuously surging. It would not be outmatched even against fully matured spirit pets. Fully matured spirit beasts corresponded to human levels, aligning perfectly with the War King classification. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Pikachu could repel the War King's energy sphere. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The spiritual energy orb descended upon the location of the War King and his companions, utterly obliterating the street. Let us depart, Fire Dragon, Yi Yang murmured softly, observing the rising clouds of smoke and dust below, before departing on the back of his fire dragon. A few minutes later, he arrived at another part of the Territory City. After gathering some intelligence, He made his way towards the ruins of the ancient city. Meanwhile, those pursuing Yi Yang found themselves in a state of utter disarray, severely injured by their own leader's attacks, teetering on the brink of death. Had Yi Yang pursued them further, he would surely have annihilated them. However, time was of the essence. If more than a minute elapsed, the Federation would intervene. At that point, Yi Yang would find himself in considerable trouble. Nevertheless, given the severity of the destruction, the Federation would inevitably step in regardless. Yet, throughout it all, Yi Yang had been compelled to act, leaving no trace of culpability upon him. The ruins of the 8-formation ancient city lay before him, its dilapidated structures exuding the weight of time. A well-preserved plaque hung upon the grand entrance, engraved with the 6 characters that read ruins of the 8-formation ancient city. Clearly, this was a designation bestowed by later generations. Yi Yang did not linger long and stepped inside. At this moment, many others were entering and exiting freely, as if it were a park. However, the vigilant surveillance around was no less stringent, with clear warnings inscribed that any act of vandalism would result in an immediate death sentence. The Federation would not hesitate. Yi Yang could not help but marvel, feeling a surge of awe at such overwhelming authority. Chapter 145, The Art of Chimen-duinjia. Had this been 5,000 years ago, it would have been preserved as a cultural relic, and no one would have dared to be so open. Yet in this era, people were allowed to enter and explore freely, though no destruction was permitted. Otherwise, the penalty would be death. The Federation's power of deterrence was akin to that of a nation 5 millennia ago, undeniably formidable. Thus, despite the throngs of visitors, the ruins of the 8-formation ancient city remained remarkably intact. Upon entering the ruins, Yi Yang commanded internally, initiating the sign-in process. Ding. Sign-in commenced. Countdown, 10 minutes. The next moment, he heard the prompt from the divine-level multi-universe sign-in system. As he wandered through the ruins, admiring the surroundings, he awaited his sign-in reward. The 8-formation ancient city was steeped in the essence of metaphysical culture, feng shui, bazi, luck, the I Ching, celestial stars, the 9 palaces, and other disciplines aimed at predicting the future and unveiling celestial secrets. The profundity of these subjects was such that even the most gifted individuals found them challenging to comprehend. Yi Yang, a prodigy in his own right, had once harbored a significant interest in these matters. However, he had to admit that he could not fully grasp them. He merely felt that the teachings of his ancestors were indeed remarkable. Is this Chimen-duinjia? Suddenly, Yi Yang found himself in a region marked by the I Ching. Within this area stood 8 colossal stone tablets, positioned perfectly to correspond with the 8 cardinal directions and 8 gates. This formation was known as Chimen-duinjia. Are you familiar with this? As Yi Yang's voice resonated, curious battle spirit masters nearby turned their attention to him, their faces alight with curiosity. Observing the eager expressions of the gathered battle spirit masters, including several war king-level experts, Yi Yang cleared his throat awkwardly and said, I know a thing or two. Hey, could you enlighten us? What exactly is this? They implored. Yes, please share. A century ago, someone comprehended an extraordinary combat technique here. Perhaps you could too. Faced with the enthusiastic requests of the crowd, Yi Yang had no choice but to generously share the tale of Chimen-duinjia with these aspiring individuals. Chimen-duinjia was a technique crafted by the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens, comprising 8 gates externally and 9 palaces internally, encompassing the duality of yin and yang and the 5 elements. As Yi Yang spoke, the crowd was instantly captivated, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Many who had come to explore or seek enlightenment were drawn to his words, gathering closer in throngs. In mere moments, hundreds surrounded Yi Yang, enthralled by his captivating narration of Chimen-duinjia, igniting their curiosity and thirst for knowledge. Time passed swiftly as Yi Yang spoke, and before long, the 10-minute countdown reached its conclusion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Reward obtained. Chimen-duinjia technique. Yi Yang's heart raced at the notification from the divine-level multi-universe sign-in system. The Chimen-duinjia technique? The complete ancient version, unaltered and pristine. How remarkable. He had never anticipated receiving such a splendid reward, leaving him utterly elated. Hey, brother. The crowd, having noticed Yi Yang pause, clamored for him to continue. Chapter 146, A Comprehensive Bathing Service. Regaining his composure, Yi Yang suppressed his astonishment and excitement. Chimen-duinjia was immensely powerful, the foremost among the 3 great techniques. It surpassed Lu Ren and Tai Yi in its finesse. With this, his strength would likely soar to new heights, and his spirit pets would undoubtedly unleash even greater combat prowess. Moreover, the Chimen-duinjia technique bore some correlation to incantations. As a form of technique, they must share some intersection. Brother, what's wrong? Please, continue. The crowd urged. Yi Yang steadied himself, reminding himself to remain low-key. In a time 5,000 years prior, the Chimen-duinjia technique was considered an absolute treasure, an authentic version that no one possessed. In the present day, it was a gem among gems. He could not allow anyone to discover that he possessed the complete version of Chimen-duinjia, an ancient technique, the art of emperors. Of course, this Chimanduanjia was not to be confused with the 8 gates technique from Naruto. That was merely one aspect of the broader Chimanduanjia. Ahem. That's all I know, really. Yi Yang awkwardly coughed, offering a reason to hastily depart. However, the crowd was evidently not satisfied, trailing after him. Fortunately, Yi Yang was quick on his feet, or he would have undoubtedly been detained. Subsequently, Yi Yang strolled along the streets of Territory City, preparing to purchase some daily necessities and food, as he intended to spend a considerable amount of time at North China University. As for when he would leave the campus, that would depend on the progress of his cultivation. Once everything was settled, Yi Yang made his way to the Tianmei Spirit Pet Club in Territory City. In comparison to Huayang City, this place was markedly more luxurious and grand, occupying a much larger area. Hello, welcome. How may I assist you today? A beautiful hostess greeted Yi Yang with utmost politeness. I'd like a comprehensive bathing service, Yi Yang requested. Certainly. I will arrange that for you immediately. May I ask? Handsome, is it for you or your spirit pets? The hostess inquired. For my spirit pets, 3 in total, one of which is particularly large, Yi Yang replied. Very well. Please follow me. Subsequently, the enchanting hostess guided Yi Yang to the section of the club designated for pet bathing. A magnificent bathing hall awaited them, complete with a payment counter. Handsome, do you intend for your pet to bathe alone, or would you prefer a communal experience? An exclusive pool, just for my pet. Understood. Please proceed to make your payment. How much is it? A deposit of 3,000, payable upon completion of the wash. After settling the payment, Yi Yang entered the private bathing area. Nearby, several stunning women clad in bikinis were already prepared to bathe his beloved pet. Goodness, this treatment surpasses that of humans. Yi Yang couldn't help but mutter to himself as he observed the lovely attendants. I've never received such exceptional service for a mere bath. Is it truly the case that pets enjoy a better experience than their owners? What a perplexing situation. Yet what can I do? I might as well partake in the bathing as well. After all, I have traversed into this era of spirit pet cultivation. The spirit pet is everything to a battle spirit master, and it is only fitting that I treat my pet well. Sir, please summon your spirit pet. One of the bikini-clad attendants called out, noting Yi Yang's hesitation. All right. Yi Yang felt a touch of embarrassment as he faced the beautiful attendant, his cheeks flushing slightly. He swiftly formed the sacred summoning seals with his hands. Instantly, a blinding light filled the entire private bathing center. In that moment, his 3 spirit pets, Pikachu, Daru Beast, and Charizard, materialized into the expansive pool. However, due to Charizard's considerable size, it could not fully immerse itself in the pool. Thus, the lovely attendants had to step in. You may take care of it, Yi Yang instructed the beautiful girls with a wave. The attendants immediately approached Charizard, ready to pamper it. Charizard was reveling in the experience. Yi Yang could only watch, feeling a mix of admiration and bewilderment. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Daru Beast frolicked joyfully, clearly fans of cleanliness, demanding a thorough wash and fragrant bubbles. At that moment, an elegant female voice resonated from outside. Captain Juan, the person you mentioned is inside. Would you like me to announce your arrival? Yes. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. Yi Yang frowned slightly, puzzled by the situation. He approached and opened the grand door of the bathing center. A heavily made-up woman accompanied by a captain from the Federal Forces, a Battle King-level expert, stood outside. Captain Juan, is this him? The woman glanced at Yi Yang and inquired of Captain Manhwaedit. The man, Manhwaedit, appeared to be around 30 years of age and served as the captain of the Federal Execution Team in Territorial City. He had received orders from higher-ups to seek out Yi Yang throughout the city and extend an invitation for a discussion. It is he. Manhwaedit confirmed after reviewing the footage on a virtual screen. Very well, you may converse. I shall take my leave for now. Simply call for me should you require anything. With a wave, he dismissed the woman he had brought along with the bathing attendants for Charizard, and then closed the door behind him. Manhwaedit's gaze fell upon Yi Yang's 3 spirit pets, his eyes filled with astonishment. Though he lacked the ability to discern the bloodline and level of Yi Yang's pets at a glance, he immediately recognized Charizard's dragon lineage. Greetings, Yi Yang. I am Manhwaedit, the captain of the Federal Execution Team. In light of the assassination attempt you suffered on the streets and the subsequent disturbances, I must ask that you accompany me back to the Federation. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The matter of the assassination and property damage should have little to do with him, so why were they seeking him out? Surely you must realize that my actions were purely in self-defense. This incident is not significantly connected to me, he replied, looking directly at Manhwaedit. We are well aware of that. We merely wish to request your assistance in providing a statement for the investigation. We do not intend to place any blame upon you, Manhwaedit said with a smile. Furthermore, the individuals responsible for the assassination have all been apprehended, and you have the right to interrogate them. Me? Yi Yang was taken aback by Manhwaedit's assertion. I am just an ordinary student. Do I really have the authority to interrogate those captured by the Federation? Isn't that a bit excessive? He sensed that the situation was far from straightforward. After all, there is a saying, when something seems amiss, there is often something sinister at play. Yet, Yi Yang found it difficult to refuse. Chapter 148, The Federal 18 Departments. Let us proceed. After a moment's deliberation, Yang ultimately decided to accompany Manhwaedit. After all, the Federation was a global governing body, akin to a nation itself. Every battle spirit master yearned to work within the Federation, as it represented power and prestige. However, Yang was not particularly interested in such aspirations. He sought only supreme freedom in the path of unrestrained existence. Still, he felt it prudent to grant a modicum of respect in this matter. He then recalled his spirit pets, all of whom were now clean and fragrant. The total cost amounted to 3,500, primarily due to Charizard's exorbitant bathing fee. Yang paid the 3,000 deposit and an additional 500. The latter was waived, perhaps due to the special circumstances surrounding his invitation from the Federation. Boom. Inside a military hovercraft, Yang sat in the back seat, en route to the headquarters of the Territorial City Federation. Before long, he found himself within a high-tech skyscraper, replete with multiple layers of security and defenses, showcasing military strength and technology that far surpassed that of the outside world. "Student Yang, please follow me," Manhwaedit said respectfully as he opened the vehicle door for Yang. Stepping out, Yang gazed at the imposing structure before him, marveling at its grandeur in comparison to the last 5,000 years. A few minutes later, Manhwaedit led Yang to the VIP reception room, where a senior official from the Federation was already waiting for him. "Allow me to introduce the Minister of Talent Management, Minister Ho," Manhwaedit promptly announced. Yang smiled knowingly. He had anticipated that matters would not be so simple. Under the guise of taking his statement, they had invited him here. How very clever. "You mentioned taking a statement, correct?" Yang questioned Manhwaedit, feigning ignorance as he addressed Minister Ho without the deference that would typically accompany such an introduction. Despite Minister Ho's formidable presence as a high-ranking official within the Federation, Yang had no intention of joining their ranks. Manhwaedit's expression stiffened, for he understood the weight of Minister Ho's position. The Federation consisted of 18 departments, each led by a major minister. And Minister Ho was the head of the Talent Management Department. His authority far surpassed that of many others. While they all held the title of minister, their levels of influence varied greatly. The 18 ministries wield authority over the globe's information, livelihood, finance, human resources, diplomacy, environment, and military might. Indeed, the 18 ministries form an expansive web, ensnaring the world within their grasp, managing it with immense power. "Minister Ho wishes to meet with you first. The matter of documentation can wait." Manhwaedit cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "Please, have your discussion with Minister Ho. I shall inform Minister Zwa, who also wishes to meet you." Upon hearing this, Yang was momentarily rendered speechless. He was merely a newly enrolled university student, a mere 16-year-old boy. What could possibly intrigue these ministers about him? Each one was wealthier than he, possessed greater influence, and boasted superior strength. He simply could not fathom what aspects of his being might captivate these esteemed officials. "Yang, please take a seat. I apologize for the trouble of your visit," Minister Ho said, rising to greet him with a smile, entirely devoid of any airs of superiority. Yang sat down, and a cup of exquisite Longjing tea was placed before him. "If you have something to convey, Minister Ho, please do so directly," Yang responded, settling into his seat with a calm demeanor.